Outside the window, dusk slowly deepened. Fang Ze sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. He did not rush to cultivate. This body was still terribly frail, and his dantian remained injured. If he forced himself to cultivate now, it would only worsen the damage. He needed to nurse his body back to health first. As for the shadowy figure who had ambushed him since the assailant had chosen a deserted place to strike, it showed they had no intention of killing him openly. That meant he still had time. Just as he was calculating how to treat his injuries, Fang Ze's ears twitched. Footsteps sounded outside the dilapidated loft. They were very light, yet steady. Clearly someone with cultivation. Moments later, the door was pushed open. A tall, lanky figure filled the doorway. With the backlight behind him, his expression could not be seen clearly, but an oppressive, condescending aura surged straight into the room. "Well, now still alive, are you?" The voice was sharp and shrill, laced with a mocking yin-yang tone. Information about the man instantly surfaced in Fang Ze's mind. Steward Lin, 7th level of Qi refining from the Deacon's Hall, responsible for collecting spirit rice in the menial workers' quarter. Every season, when the spirit rice ripened, he would appear in the fields like a harbinger of doom, ledger in hand, 2 flunkies trailing behind him as he went door to door to strip people bare. The original host's 1 mu of barren spirit field could at most yield 400 gene. According to sect rules, when menial workers planted spirit fields, the sect took a share of 200 gene. In reality, every time Steward Lin came to collect, he would take an extra 50 gene. Officially, it was called loss and wastage, but whose pocket it ended up in was something everyone understood without saying. Yet who dared speak out? A cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refining facing one at the 7th level. 1 finger was enough for the latter to crush you. Moreover, no one knew exactly who stood behind this man surnamed Lin, but everyone knew not to provoke him. Those who had reported him in the past were mysteriously reassigned to the mines the following year, and then died inside them. Fang Ze braced himself and sat up, forcing out the ingratiating smile unique to those at the very bottom. "Steward Lin, wasn't the spirit rice collection concluded a few days ago? What brings you here?" Before he could finish, Steward Lin still did not enter, remaining standing on the threshold. His pair of triangular eyes swept around the loft as though searching for something. "Just passing by, and thought I'd take a look," he said. His gaze finally settled on Fang Ze's face, and he frowned slightly. "Your complexion doesn't look quite right." A chill pricked Fang Ze's heart. Had this man come to confirm whether he was dead or alive? His expression remained unchanged as he instead let out a bitter smile. "I've made a fool of myself before, Steward Lin. A few days ago, my cultivation went awry. I nearly suffered Qi deviation and lay in bed for 2 days before I slowly recovered." Qi deviation. A strange light flickered through Steward Lin's triangular eyes before he chuckled. "Young people should cultivate steadily, not always dreaming of leaping to the heavens in a single bound. With your 5 spiritual roots, being alive is already not bad. What are you blindly struggling for?" The words were vicious to the extreme, yet Fang Ze's smile did not waver. "Steward's lesson is well taken." Steward Lin examined him a few more times as if trying to see through some flaw. But Fang Ze's body truly was weak, his complexion really was ashen, and there were shallow ligature marks around his neck. Fortunately, Qi deviation could also sometimes cause spasms in the meridians and leave traces, so it did not appear too out of place. "Enough, nurse yourself well," Steward Lin said with a dismissive wave of his hand. He turned and left. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Sitting on the bed, Fang Ze watched that receding back disappear into the night, the smile on his face slowly peeling away. He came to confirm whether I was dead or not. Fang Ze's gaze turned cold. Was that shadowy figure someone this Lin hired? Or was Steward Lin himself that shadow? No. Fang Ze recalled the feeling when that shadow had struck, gloomy and ruthless, carrying a fierce bestial aura. Steward Lin might be mean and greedy, but he did not have that kind of stench on him. So it had been someone acting on another's orders. Who stood behind them? Lu Rian. No, that White Lotus excelled most at killing with a borrowed knife, though she would never personally stain her hands with blood, let alone leave such an obvious handle. Then that meant. Fang Ze closed his eyes and ran through the faces of everyone the original host had ever interacted with. For 10 years, the original host had lived like a transparent man. His only social contact was delivering spirit stones to Lu Rian once every 6 months. The only way he could have offended anyone was by standing too close to junior sister Rian. Fang Ze opened his eyes. So was it one of Lu Rian's admirers? And this admirer could even use a 7th level Qi refining steward like Lin as a mere errand boy. That status. Fang Ze took a deep breath. No rush. Thinking about it now was pointless. The most pressing matter was to heal his injuries and make use of the spatial realm. He touched the 3 spirit stones hidden in his robe and recalled that pouch of spirit rice, seeds a plan forming in his heart. But before entering the spatial realm, he had to seek out one person. On the eastern side of the Yuling sect's menial workers' quarter lay a patch of medicinal fields. Calling them medicinal fields was generous. They were merely a few mu of barren land planted with the cheapest, lowest-grade first-tier spirit herbs. Beside the field stood a small grass hut where a dried-up old man lived, Old Wang. He was 103 years old at the 7th level of Qi refining with crippled 5-element spiritual roots. In the entire menial quarter, 5 spiritual roots and 4 spiritual roots were the majority. Everyone else, even with 4 or 3 roots, no matter how badly they fared, ought to have entered the outer sect long ago. Only those with 5 spiritual roots were useless trash that even the outer sect refused to accept. When Fang Ze reached the edge of the medicinal fields, he saw Old Wang in the midst of casting a spell. The old man's back was hunched as his hands formed seals, and his mouth recited an incantation. Lying beside him was an old soft-shelled turtle the size of a washbasin, its shell ash-gray, and looking even older than the man himself. It was a water yuan turtle, a first-tier early-stage demonic beast with almost no combat strength. Its only use was to cooperate with spirit planters in casting the spirit rain technique. At that moment, the old turtle opened its mouth and spat out a ball of watery mist. Old Wang guided it with both hands, and the mist dispersed into a fine rain falling evenly over the half-moon medicinal field. Standing on the ridge between the plots, Fang Ze watched, secretly impressed. Covering half a mu in a single casting. This old man's cultivation might not be high, but in the way of spirit planting, he truly had some skill. Grandpa Wang, Fang Ze called out. Old Wang finished the spell and turned around, his clouded old eyes narrowing as he recognized him. Xiaofang, what are you doing here at this hour? Your complexion doesn't look too good. My cultivation went a bit awry, Fang Ze said, not elaborating further as he walked closer. Grandpa Wang, I'd like to buy something from you. Buy something? Old Wang eyed him up and down. How many spirit stones can you possibly have, boy? And what do you want to buy? Nourishing herb. Old Wang froze for a moment, then burst out laughing until he coughed. Cough, cough. You brat, what are you thinking? A single 5e armatured nourishing herb costs 10 spirit stones. Can you afford that? Fang Ze fell silent. He truly could not. Still he asked then, would you sell the seeds? Seeds. Old Wang's laughter stopped, a trace of surprise flickering in his bleary eyes. You want to plant them yourself? You. Old Wang chuckled again, this time not as loudly, but with deeper helplessness. Xiaofang, do you know how hard nourishing herb is to tend? It needs the spirit rain technique twice a day, requires specially prepared spirit soil, and has to be regularly cleared of pests. On that 1 mu of worn-out land you have, it's strenuous enough to grow spirit rice, and you still want to plant nourishing herb. Fang Ze said nothing, he merely looked at him. Old Wang laughed for a while, and seeing he remained unmoved, sighed. Fine. I've accumulated some seeds anyway. 10 seeds for 1 low-grade spirit stone. How many do you want? 1 spirit stone for 10 seeds. Fang Ze frowned. Isn't that too expensive? Expensive? Old Wang glared. Do you have any idea how hard it is to obtain nourishing herb seeds? This water yuan turtle of mine only produces a few in an entire year. Take it or leave it. After a moment of silence, Fang Ze took out a spirit stone from his robe. 10 seeds. Old Wang accepted the spirit stone and drew a cloth pouch from his own bosom. Opening it, he revealed a dozen or so black seeds the size of sesame grains lying inside. He counted out 10, wrapped them in a scrap of paper, and handed them to Fang Ze. Here, but don't get your hopes up. If you manage to keep 30% of them alive, you can count yourself lucky. Fang Ze took the seeds and tucked them away in his robe with great care. Grandpa Wang, thank you. Thank me for what? It's just a transaction. Old Wang waved him off and turned back toward his medicinal fields. Fang Ze walked a few steps, then turned back. Grandpa Wang, in this life of yours, have you ever regretted anything? Old Wang's back stiffened. After a long moment, he replied hoarsely without turning his head, regret what? With our 5 spiritual roots living past 100, managing to fill our bellies, and keeping a turtle for company, that's already more than enough. More than enough. Fang Ze murmured the words under his breath. He turned and left. Behind him, Old Wang's voice floated over. Boy, don't overthink things. Trash like us only need to keep on living. Fang Ze did not look back. Trash. That was in the past. Meanwhile, in a cave dwelling on the northern side of the menial servants' quarter, this place belonged to the outer sect disciples. Though called a cave abode, it was hardly any better than the shabby lodgings of ordinary servants. It merely had an extra stone door, and the interior was a little more spacious, with a few tables and chairs set out, and a brazier of sandalwood incense smoldering in the corner. Steward Lin stood below the seat of honor, bent at the waist, his face plastered with a fawning smile, with no trace of the lofty arrogance he showed before Fang Ze. A young man sat in the seat of honor. He looked to be in his early 20s, with delicate features, and dressed in a clean green robe, unhurriedly sipping tea. A black cat lay by his feet. The cat's fur was pitch black, yet its eyes were an uncanny dark red as it lazily licked its paws. You are certain he is still alive? The young man set down his teacup, his voice gentle, betraying neither joy nor anger. Absolutely certain. Steward Lin kept his ingratiating smile. I went to see with my own eyes. He's lying in that broken attic said to have suffered a deviation in his cultivation and fallen into chi deviation. His complexion is indeed terrible, but he is most definitely alive. The young man did not respond. His fingers tapped lightly upon the tabletop. Steward Lin swallowed hard and cautiously added, "Young Master Wang, about this matter." The moment the words, "Young Master Wang," left his lips, the youth cast him a faint sidelong glance. Steward Lin immediately corrected himself. "Master Wang, I misspoke. This young man was named Wang Dachui." The name was somewhat rustic, yet no one dared laugh at it to his face. He was at the 5th level of chi refining, a first-tier mid-grade alchemist. His master was an alchemist at great perfection of chi refining in the outer sect, a figure of considerable standing throughout the outer sect of Yuling Zone. Not to mention a minor steward like Steward Lin, who was at the 7th level of chi refining. Even the proper stewards at the foundation establishment stage in the outer sect had to respectfully address him as Master Wang when they saw him. Impossible. Wang Dachui frowned. That day I personally struck the blow and personally checked the body. He was dead beyond doubt. His neck was twisted clean through. How could he possibly still be alive? Steward Lin's forehead beaded with sweat. I am puzzled as well, but he truly is alive. Could it be that he has some kind of protective treasure? With how destitute he looks, what treasure could he possibly have? Wang Dachui let out a derisive snort, yet soon sank into contemplation again. Still, this matter is indeed strange. The black cat at his feet lifted its head and meowed softly. Wang Dachui lowered his head to glance at it, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Forget it. Alive, then he is alive. He lifted his teacup again, his tone returning to calm. Keep watch on him. The moment he goes to the marketplace again, inform me at once. Yes. Remember, do not startle the snake. Whether a mere servant lives or dies is irrelevant, but no one must learn that I was the one who made a move. Wang Dachui spoke unhurriedly. After all, I still need to preserve my reputation in the outer sect. Yes, I understand, Steward Lin replied, nodding repeatedly as he backed out with his waist still bent. The cave abode fell silent. Wang Dachui stroked the black cat's fur, his gaze chilling. Truly strange. He was clearly dead beyond doubt. How could he still be alive? The black cat meowed. Forget it. If I fail to kill him once, I will simply kill him a second time. Wang Dachui let out a cold laugh. A piece of trash with 5 spiritual roots. No one would spare him a second glance, even if he died. Fang Ze returned to the dilapidated attic, shut the door, and slid the bolt into place. He did not light a lamp, but simply sat there in the darkness for a while, waiting and confirming that no one had followed him. Then he took out the pouch of nourishing essence grass seeds and the pouch of spirit rice seeds. Enter. With a thought, the scene before his eyes shifted. 3 mu of black soil, 3 mu of spiritual sea, and a sky shrouded in gray haze. Fang Ze stood at the center of the space, taking a deep breath. The spiritual energy in the air was at a first-tier level, far richer than outside. It was not the thick density of a blessed land, but a far purer aura. He walked to the edge of the black soil, squatted down, and scooped up a handful of earth. The soil was loose and soft black to the point of luster, with faint spiritual radiance flowing through it. First, plant the spirit rice. Without hesitation, Fang Ze evenly scattered the crescent-shaped rice seeds over 1 mu of land. There was no need to dig holes or cover them with soil. The moment the seeds landed on the black earth, they slowly sank down of their own accord, as if the soil itself were actively accepting them. Fang Ze stared in brief astonishment. Was this soil alive? He then took out the 10 nourishing essence grass seeds. One of them was dark in color, its surface wrinkled and shriveled, clearly moldy and spoiled. Can this thing still sprout? Fang Ze hesitated for a moment, but still planted it along with the other 9. In any case, it cost nothing to try. After he finished planting, he stood at the edge of the field and waited. After roughly the time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense, dense green sprouts broke through the black earth. The spirit rice seeds had germinated, neat and orderly, not a single sprout missing. Fang Ze then looked toward the nourishing essence grass. 9 tender shoots had emerged, lush and green, thriving vigorously. As for that moldy seed, it had actually sprouted as well. However, its sprout was not green, but a faint gold, exceptionally striking amid the sea of green seedlings. Fang Ze squatted down for a closer look. This golden sprout was a segment shorter than the others, but its root system was especially developed, drilling deep into the earth, as if madly absorbing nutrients. A mutation? Fang Ze's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a mutated strain? A mutated spiritual herb would be worth a fortune. He suppressed his excitement and observed a while longer, confirming that all the spiritual seedlings were growing normally. He also noticed something else. There was no need to water, fertilize, or remove pests. The black soil adjusted everything on its own. This is far too worry-free. Fang Ze straightened up and looked toward the distant spiritual sea. The water's surface was calm and glassy, so clear that fine white sand could be seen covering the bottom. Are there fish in there? He walked a few steps closer, scrutinizing the water. Something seemed to be moving along the bottom, very small, like a cluster of tiny shrimp. Fang Ze narrowed his eyes and stared for a long time, but still could not make out what they were. I'll wait until the spirit rice ripens. He returned to the spiritual field and sat down cross-legged. Within the spiritual field, the spiritual seedlings grew rapidly. The speed was not as exaggerated as an inch with every breath, yet they were indeed steadily shooting up. At this rate, Fang Ze calculated on his fingers. 1 day outside was 100 days in this space. Crescent rice normally matured in half a year, about 180 days. In this space, 180 days would become just a bit more than 1 day outside. No, that was not quite right. He suddenly realized a problem. Time flowed 100 times faster here, yet the plant's growth cycle still followed real time. In other words, crescent rice still needed 180 days to mature, and in this space those 180 days were actual solid 180 days. It was just that only a little more than a day would pass in the outside world. But did the spiritual field itself possess any accelerating effect? Fang Ze observed carefully. The seedling's growth was indeed faster than it would be outside. It was not simply a matter of faster time flow. They were sturdier, more vigorous, as if they had taken a powerful tonic. The black soil itself hastens ripening and enhances growth. Fang Ze concluded, together with the 100-fold time flow. He drew in a deep breath. That meant that planting spirit rice once in this space would only require a little more than 1 day of real time before harvest. Would that allow him to harvest 200 or 300 times in a single year? 1 year here would equal 200 or 300 years outside. Fang Ze was stunned by this figure. But soon he noticed another issue. The color of the black soil seemed to have grown lighter. The change was faint, but compared to earlier it was indeed a shade paler. Consumption. Fang Ze furrowed his brows. The fertility of this black soil was not infinite. Planting would deplete it. If it were exhausted, he turned his gaze toward the distant spiritual sea. Could the water of the spiritual sea be used for irrigation? Could the things at the bottom of the sea serve as fertilizer? These questions could only be tested gradually in the future. For now, the most important task was to heal his injuries. Fang Ze sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Although this technique was the most common foundational mental art of Yuling Zong Yuling Ju, it was still better than nothing. Spiritual energy slowly flowed along his meridians, nourishing his damaged dantian and channels. It was slow, agonizingly slow, so slow it could drive one to despair. Such was the cultivation speed of someone with 5 spiritual roots. If a heaven spiritual root were like a high-speed highway, dual spiritual roots were a provincial road, and triple roots a country lane, then 5 spiritual roots were a narrow mountain path. And a dead-end path at that. After cultivating for a while, Fang Ze opened his eyes. Far too slow. He looked at the spiritual field before him, and suddenly an idea emerged. Spirit rice contained spiritual energy. Spiritual herbs did as well. If he were to simply eat them directly. Although eating spirit rice raw was wasteful and less effective than refined pills, it was still better than sitting here, cultivating in vain, was it not? The problem was that the spirit rice had not yet ripened. Then he would wait. Fang Ze closed his eyes again and resumed circulating his technique. Slow as it was still better than not cultivating at all. Time trickled by. The spiritual seedlings in the field grew taller and taller. That single golden nourishing essence grass seedling had already surpassed the others by a whole section. Its roots burrowed even deeper, its leaves grew broader and thicker, and its color shifted from pale gold to light gold with a faint spiritual radiance circulating over it. Every so often Fang Ze would open his eyes to glance at it, his anticipation growing ever stronger. At last, he knew not how long had passed. The spirit rice matured. Golden ears of grain drooped heavily, each grain plump and round, exuding a faint fragrance of rice. Fang Ze rose, walked to the edge of the field, plucked a single grain, and popped it into his mouth. As he chewed, a warm current of spiritual energy slid down his throat and diffused through his limbs and bones. Though it could not compare to a proper pill, it was far faster than cultivating in stillness. Good. Fang Ze's spirits lifted as he began harvesting. From 1 mu of spiritual field, he gathered roughly 500 jin of spirit rice. That was 100 jin more than what barren soil outside would yield. He had planted 2 mu, yielding about 1,000 jin in total. Moreover, the quality of this spirit rice was clearly superior. Each grain was fuller and richer in spiritual energy. Fang Ze set aside 10 jin for his own consumption and stacked the remainder at the edge of the field. He then turned his gaze to the nourishing essence grass. Of the 10 nourishing essence grass plants, 9 were a lush green, growing well and likely to mature in 10 days or so. As for that golden one, it was already twice as tall as the others. It was ravenously absorbing nutrients. Well, now it draws far more than the others, Fang Ze muttered, squatting down to inspect it. If it absorbs this much, its medicinal potency should be stronger as well, shouldn't it? He was full of expectation, but for now he needed to fill his stomach and mend his injuries. Fang Ze sat down cross-legged and began eating spirit rice, grain by grain, chewing slowly, savoring each bite. Spiritual energy gradually accumulated within him, and his wounds slowly knit. It was still slow, but the improvement was real. As he ate, he pondered. Steward Lin's visit to confirm whether he was dead or alive meant that the shadowy figure behind him was still watching Fang Ze. The moment he left the servants' quarter, especially if he went to a secluded place like the marketplace, that person would surely strike again. So what should he do now? Hide in this space and never go out? Impossible. There was no food or drink here aside from the spirit rice. He could not remain inside for life. Besides, he had vendettas to settle. Lu Rian, Steward Lin, and that shadow in the dark. None of them would escape. But for now, he needed to break through. At the very least, he had to advance to the 4th, or even the 5th level of Qi refining before he possessed the power to protect himself. 5 spiritual roots meant slow cultivation, but with this space with a 100-fold flow of time, with endless spirit rice. Slow. Then he would drown quality with sheer quantity. Others cultivated for 1 day, he would cultivate for 100. Others consumed a single pill, he would devour 100 gene of spirit rice. He refused to believe he could not force his way up. In the outside world, 10 days pass like a fleeting moment, while in the realm of cultivation, it feels like 1,000 days. But for Fang Ze, this has been a full 3 years. 3 years. More than 1,000 days and nights spent alone guarding 3 acres of barren land, and a sea of spiritual energy under a gray sky. There are no sunrises or sunsets, no spring, summer, autumn, or winter, only spiritual sprouts breaking through the soil, growing, maturing, being harvested, then sown again, awaited, and harvested once more. Fang Ze sat cross-legged by the spiritual field, holding a grain of crescent rice in his hand, slowly chewing it. How many grains has he eaten? He couldn't remember. In any case, the spiritual rice piled up in the space already weighed 19,000 pounds. After accounting for what he had eaten, each harvest added another 1,000 pounds. One wave after another piling into small hills. Yet he remained at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Damn it! Fang Ze opened his eyes and gazed at the freshly harvested spiritual field, a hint of frustration in his eyes. The energy from the crescent rice slid down his throat, spreading warmth throughout his limbs, quite comfortable. But that was all. The bottleneck at the 4th level of Qi refinement stood like an iron gate, firmly blocking his path. No matter how much spiritual rice he consumed, that gate remained unmoved. Crescent rice is only suitable for those at the initial stage of Qi refinement. Fang Ze murmured to himself, finally accepting this fact. It was like drinking water to quench thirst. No matter how much he drank, it would never sate his hunger. Spiritual rice provides the spiritual energy needed for daily cultivation, but to break through the bottleneck, he needs something far more potent. He looked at the 10 stalks of nourishing grass in the corner of the spiritual field. No, to be precise, there were 9 green ones and 1 golden one. The mutated nourishing grass had grown taller than the others, its leaves thick and robust. It was voraciously absorbing nutrients. It'll be ripe in just a few more hours. Fang Ze stared at the golden grass, suddenly struck by a thought. Nourishing grass is a low-grade spiritual herb used for healing. The injuries on his body have yet to fully heal. The hidden injuries in his dantian and the damage to his meridians were all left from that ambush. Although the numerous grains of spiritual rice had improved his condition significantly, he still hadn't fully recovered. Perhaps just a little longer. Fang Ze suppressed the restlessness in his heart, closed his eyes, and continued cultivating. Though slow, it was better than doing nothing. Time had no meaning in this space. Fang Ze would occasionally open his eyes to check on the spiritual field, watching the 10 stalks of nourishing grass grow little by little. Finally, the 9th green stalk of nourishing grass unfurled its leaves. It was ripe. The golden stalk had matured an hour earlier. Fang Ze stood up and walked to the edge of the field, uprooting the golden nourishing grass. The roots were long, deeply embedded, and brought a small clump of black soil. Upon closer inspection, the golden veins on the leaves seemed alive. He took a sniff. The herbal fragrance was rich, infused with an indescribable crispness, several times stronger than ordinary nourishing grass. Good stuff. Fang Ze didn't hesitate, sitting down cross-legged and stuffing the entire golden nourishing grass into his mouth. He chewed. It was bitter. Very bitter. Like chewing a pound of huanglian. But then a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted from his throat, surging wildly through his meridians. This spiritual energy was over 10 times purer than crescent rice and carried an extraordinary vitality, greedily repairing his damaged meridians wherever it flowed. Fang Ze's body trembled, veins bulging on his forehead. It hurt, but it was a pleasurable pain. He could clearly feel the medicinal power meticulously restoring the hidden injuries within him. The cracks in his dantian were healing, the damage to his meridians was mending, and even those subtle, almost imperceptible ailments were gradually being erased. He couldn't tell how long it had been. Fang Ze let out a long breath of turbid air. The breath lingered in the air, faintly tinged with a grayish black. That was the impurities and toxins from within his body. He opened his eyes and clenched his fists. He felt unprecedented lightness. His injuries had fully healed. I didn't expect. Fang Ze looked down at the little roots left in his hand, his expression complicated, that the mutated spiritual herbs in this space would be several times more effective than ordinary ones. I originally thought it might take 2 or 3 herbs to fully recover. It turns out 1 is enough. The remaining 9 stalks are all mine. Fang Ze looked at the 9 stalks of nourishing grass in the field, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. This was the true harvest. He stood up and walked to the other side of the spiritual field. There lay a small mountain of bags filled with spiritual rice. They were either in bags or piled on the ground. 19,000 pounds. At the market rate, 10 pounds of crescent rice equaled 1 low-grade spirit stone. This meant that he currently had the equivalent of 1,900 spirit stones. Fang Ze was momentarily taken aback by this number. 1,900 spirit stones. The original owner had toiled for 10 years to save up only 3 spirit stones. Yet he had amassed nearly 2,000 in just around 20 days in this space. But this thing can't be sold casually. Fang Ze calmed down. A mere third-level chi refinement laborer suddenly trying to sell several hundred or even 1,000 pounds of spiritual rice would raise suspicion. Not to mention that the shadow was still watching him. He had to take it slow, selling little by little. Fang Ze looked to the other side of the spiritual field. There lay the newly cultivated land planted with 2 types of spiritual herbs. One was nourishing grass with seeds collected from the previous 10 stalks, and each could yield over 10 grains. He had already planted a patch. The other was gathering grass, a low-grade spiritual herb, the main ingredient for gathering spirit pills. The seeds were obtained from Old Wang in exchange for 2 pounds of crescent rice for 10 grains. The old man felt he had struck it rich, grinning from ear to ear. Gathering grass, like nourishing grass, takes 5 years to mature and is also a low-grade spiritual herb. But its price is half that of nourishing grass. 10 spirit stones for nourishing grass and 5 for gathering grass. Fang Ze squatted by the edge of the field, watching the newly sprouted spiritual herb seedlings with bright eyes. Planting spiritual rice yields a harvest every 6 months, with 500 pounds per acre worth 50 spirit stones. Planting spiritual herbs takes 5 years to mature, but each stalk can sell for over 5 spirit stones. How many can an acre hold? He calculated. An acre could likely accommodate 200 to 300 spiritual herbs. Of course, it requires careful tending by a professional spiritual planter and sufficient spiritual energy and nutrients. But on this barren land, meticulous care was unnecessary. Just sow the seeds, wait for them to mature, and that's it. 200 to 300 stalks. Even if he planted only the cheapest gathering grass, that would still amount to over 1,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze took a deep breath. 5 years. In this space, 5 years equates to 18 days. I've struck gold. He squatted by the edge of the field, looking at the little seedlings just breaking through the soil, suddenly laughing out loud. As he laughed, his brow furrowed again. The bottleneck still existed. Although his injuries had healed, he attempted to break through to the 4th level of chi refinement, but still couldn't pass. That iron gate remained unmoved. Crescent rice isn't enough, nourishing grass is for healing, and gathering grass is merely a low-grade herb. Fang Ze stood up, gazing at the distant sea of spiritual energy. He didn't yet know what lay within the water, but at this moment he had to face a reality. To break through, he needed better resources. Either a sufficiently aged spiritual herb, like one over 10 years old, or a mid-grade pill, such as yellow ginseng pill. And these things could only be bought outside. Stepping out, Fang Ze's expression hardened. The last time he returned from the market, he was ambushed by that shadow. If he went again this time, that person would surely strike. Moreover, this time he was prepared and wouldn't be caught off guard like before. But the other party would also be prepared. I need some means of self-protection. Fang Ze began to review the spells he knew. The original owner's memories contained 3 spells: Spiritual Rain Technique, used for planting, minor proficiency; Gentle Wind Technique, used for escape, beginner level; Fireball Technique, used for attack, beginner level. Spell levels are divided into beginner, minor proficiency, major proficiency, and perfection. Most cultivators remain stuck at major proficiency their entire lives. Those who reach perfection either possess extraordinary talent or spend a vast amount of time grinding away. And who is the most formidable in the realm of cultivation? It's Han Pao Pao. If you can't win, run. If you can't run, scheme. If you can't scheme, hide. As long as you're alive, you have output. Fang Ze looked at the space before him, calculating. Others take years to refine a spell to major proficiency. Yet he had 100 times that time. For them, 1 year. For him, 100 years. He could stack it up. First, he'll practice the Gentle Wind Technique to perfection. But before that, he needed to handle the matters outside. In the outside world, in a dilapidated attic, Fang Ze opened his eyes. Everything around was as usual. The broken bed, broken table, broken window, with a musty smell permeating the air. He pushed the door open and walked outside. The sunlight was blinding. The laborers' area looked the same, with a few dilapidated houses scattered about. In the distance, some were working in the fields, occasionally coughing. Fang Ze walked to his acre of spiritual field. The land was still that barren low-grade spiritual field, the soil yellow, and the spiritual energy thin. The crescent rice he had planted was long harvested. The land lay empty, overgrown with weeds. He squatted down and began to till the soil. Not for real, just putting on an act. There was plenty of spiritual rice in the space. He could just hand over 200 pounds when the time came. But he had to act. He couldn't let anyone know he didn't need to farm at all. After tilling, he scattered a small bag of seeds he had brought from the space. Then, forming a seal, he cast the spiritual rain technique. This was his first time using this spell in the outside world. The minor spiritual rain technique covered less than half an acre with fine and even raindrops. While casting, Fang Ze observed his surroundings. No one was paying attention to him. The spiritual farmers in the laborers area were all busy with their own tasks, uninterested in what a waste of 5 spiritual roots was doing. After casting the rain, he returned to the attic, closed the door, and re-entered the space. For the next month, Fang Ze led a regular life. Every 2 or 3 days, he ventured out to circle his spiritual field, occasionally casting the spiritual rain technique. He was doing it far less frequently than before. Previously, he was busy in the field every day, fearing the spiritual rice wouldn't grow well. Now, since he had 19,000 pounds piled up in the space, he could just take it out when needed. The spiritual rice in the field could grow however it pleased, whatever he could harvest would be fine. Most of the time, he was in the space practicing the gentle wind technique. He repeatedly cast it, running, then casting again, and running once more. The 3 acres were too small for him to fully run. Instead, he ran around the sea of spiritual energy. 1 circle, 2 circles, 100 circles, 10,000 circles. The level of the gentle wind technique gradually climbed from beginner to minor proficiency. From minor proficiency, it slowly ascended to major proficiency. Then it hit a wall. It took a full half-month to go from major proficiency to perfection, the half-month in the space. When he got tired of running, he started chanting spells to practice the fireball technique. Fang Ze sat cross-legged by the sea of spiritual energy, panting heavily. My aptitude is indeed mediocre. This isn't false modesty, it's the truth. True geniuses can likely master a spell from beginner to perfection in just a few months. Yet with 100 times the time and ample spiritual rice to replenish his energy, he still got stuck for so long. But that's all right. He stood up and continued running. The clumsy bird takes flight first. If he flies slowly, then he'll fly longer. Finally, after countless laps and numerous casts of the gentle wind technique, at a certain moment Fang Ze suddenly felt his body lighten. It wasn't a psychological lightness, but a true physical lightness. He took a step forward and his entire being seemed to float away like a gust of wind, moving so fast it startled him. Perfection. The gentle wind technique reached perfection. No need to chant spells, no need to form seals. With a mere thought, the spell manifested. Fang Ze stopped, looking down at his feet. They felt light, as if he were walking on clouds. I've done it. He grinned widely before looking toward the small mountain of spiritual rice by the edge of the spiritual field. In a month, he planted 20 waves of spiritual rice. Each wave covered 2 acres, yielding 1,000 pounds. After accounting for what he ate, he had piled up over 10,000 pounds. Now he couldn't be bothered to count the total. In any case, it was enough to eat. As for the spiritual herbs, the newly planted nourishing grass and gathering grass were growing well. Soon, he could harvest the first wave. Fang Ze looked toward the distant sea of spiritual energy. He still hadn't explored what lay within the water. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he didn't have the time. The most important thing right now was to break through. And breaking through required better resources. He had to make a trip to the market. Before leaving, he tried to break through once more. Sitting cross-legged, he circulated his cultivation method, mobilizing all the spiritual energy within him to violently assault the bottleneck. Boom! A dull sound erupted. His meridians throbbed in pain. The bottleneck remained as unyielding as before. Fang Ze opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Crescent rice isn't enough. He looked at the pile of spiritual rice and then at the immature spiritual herbs in the field. Gathering grass is also a low-grade herb. It probably won't suffice either. I must go to the market. I need to buy yellow ginseng pill or a higher-aged spiritual herb. He stood up and walked to the edge of the spiritual field, retrieving spiritual rice from his storage bag. The storage bag was provided by the sect, half a cubic meter in size, barely able to hold some items. He packed 200 pounds, just enough for what he needed to deliver next. After some thought, he packed another 100 pounds. Just in case he encountered a suitable buyer, he could sell it on the spot. Then he took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked out. The night was deep. The servant area was shrouded in darkness, with only a few distant houses emitting faint light. Fang Ze walked along the small path leading out. His footsteps were light. Enhanced by the perfected light wind technique, he walked almost silently. Yet he knew someone was watching him from the shadows. That shadow, or perhaps that cat. Beyond the servant area was a secluded path leading to the market. The sides were barren, overgrown with weeds, occasionally dotted with a few crooked trees. Fang Ze walked at a steady pace, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. His ears perked up, catching any faint sounds. His nose twitched, slightly sniffing the scents in the air. This had become a habit he developed during the months spent in this space. After being alone for so long, his senses had sharpened. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a particularly dense patch of weeds. Something was off. It was too quiet. Not even the chirping of insects. In the next moment, a shadow sprang from the side of the grass, lunging straight for his throat. Fast. Extremely fast. Much faster than last time. But Fang Ze was prepared. With a thought, he activated the light wind technique. His body floated away like a leaf, narrowly dodging the shadow's attack. When he landed, he had already pulled 3 zhang away from the shadow. Under the moonlight, he finally saw what it was. A cat. It was pitch black with dark red eyes and was larger than an ordinary cat. At that moment, it crouched at the edge of the grass, arching its back and raising its tail, fixedly staring at him. Shadow cat. Fang Ze recalled the memories of the original owner. This was a type of spirit beast favored by outer disciples of the Yuling sect, known for its speed, ambush skills, and ability to conceal itself. A mid-level first-stage beast, equivalent to a cultivator in the mid-stage of chi refinement. Had it been before encountering this cat, would have meant certain death for Fang Ze. But now, with his perfected light wind technique, his speed was already comparable to a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator. Man and cat began a silent chase on this desolate path. The cat pounced, he dodged. The cat chased, he ran. The cat accelerated, and he did too. Fang Ze did not counterattack. He had already mastered the fireball technique. If he truly fought back, he could potentially injure the cat. But he dared not. Where there was a cat, the owner couldn't be far behind. If he made a move, the owner would strike. A mid-level first-stage cat surely had an owner at the mid-stage of chi refinement. He couldn't win, so he could only run. Run towards the market. Run to a place with more people. Run to a place where they wouldn't dare to act. On the small path, the shadow flashed by. The cat's sharp claws grazed his clothing several times. Cold sweat trickled down Fang Ze's forehead, but his steps remained steady. The perfected light wind technique allowed him to precisely control the distance and direction of each step. He dodged left, avoided right, surged forward, and retreated. The cat was slightly faster than him, but less agile. After several failed pounces, the cat seemed a bit impatient and let out a low growl. Fang Ze ignored it and kept running. In the distance, the lights of the market flickered faintly. Closer. Even closer. Just then the cat suddenly stopped. Fang Ze glanced back. The cat crouched by the roadside, its dark red eyes fixed on him, but it no longer pursued. It wore a collar that glowed faintly. Someone was calling it back. A chill ran down Fang Ze's spine as he kept moving, directly charging into the market. At the entrance of the market, people came and went, and the lights were bright. Fang Ze leaned against a pillar, taking deep breaths. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. That was close, he muttered to himself. If he had made even a slight mistake on that path, the cat's claws would have torn his throat open. But he survived. Not because he could fight back, but because he ran fast. Han Pao Pao was not lying to him. Meanwhile, in a concealed spot not far from the small path, Wang Dachui crouched on the ground, pressing his hand against the shadow cat's head, his expression grim. It ran away. The cat meowed and licked its paw as if saying, "That person ran too fast, I couldn't catch up." Wang Dachui fell silent for a moment before suddenly slapping the nearby tree. Bang! The trunk exploded with a hole. Perfected light wind technique. He gritted his teeth. A waste with 5 spiritual roots actually managed to perfect the light wind technique. No wonder he could escape last time. No wonder he could slip away right under his nose this time. Last time he had ambushed the opponent, who was caught completely off guard and met his end in one strike. This time the opponent had become alert, and with the perfected light wind technique, he had managed to escape from under his cat's claws. I was too careless. Wang Dachui took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him. He stood up, gazing at the distant lights of the market, his expression cold. Next time I'll handle it myself. In the 3rd layer of chi refinement, even with the perfected light wind technique, he won't be able to escape my grasp. In the market, Fang Ze found a less crowded corner, leaning against the wall to gradually calm his breathing. His heartbeat slowly slowed down. The cold sweat was dried by the night breeze. He looked up at the lanterns hanging above his head and suddenly chuckled. I made it. Living feels so good. He touched the whale pendant on his chest and then felt the 300 gene of spirit rice in his storage bag. Then he straightened up and walked deeper into the market. As he stepped into the market, it was already late at night. Although it was called a market, it was actually just a slightly flattened piece of land at the edge of the servant area, surrounded by wooden stakes with a few scattered stalls inside. Lanterns hung on the wooden stakes, casting a dim yellow glow that barely illuminated the area. Most of the stall owners were in the 1st to 3rd layers of chi refinement, some sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a tattered cloth spread out in front of them, displaying a few items. Others simply squatted with a bamboo basket in front containing their homegrown spirit rice or foraged wild fruits. Occasionally, a couple of cultivators in the fourth layer of chi refinement would pass by, but they were rare. Such a small market was not even worth their attention. Fang Ze blended into the crowd, browsing slowly. He wore the gray clothing of a servant, his face somewhat pale from long-term malnutrition, and deliberately maintained a posture of a lower-class servant, appearing timid. He slightly hunched his back, his gaze not daring to meet others, sidestepping to give way when encountering someone with higher cultivation. He had a clear goal to buy a mid-grade first-stage pill, preferably the Huang Kandan, to break through to the fourth layer of chi refinement. But after browsing half the stalls, his heart sank. A low-grade first-stage gathering chi pill costs 8 spirit stones each. A stall owner enthusiastically called out when he saw Fang Ze staring at the pills. Fang Ze glanced at the pill. It was gray and dusty with a surface that was uneven, the medicinal fragrance faint, and it even carried a burnt smell. A waste pill. These were leftover products made by alchemists with effects only about 30 to 40% of the genuine ones, but the pill poison was several times greater. Taking such a pill for cultivation might yield some short-term effects, but over time the pill poison would accumulate in the body, leading to obstruction of the meridians at best, or falling into madness at worst. Make it cheaper, 7 spirit stones. The stall owner actively lowered the price when he saw Fang Ze's silence. Fang Ze shook his head and walked away. He checked several other pill stalls, but the situation was similar. All were waste pills. Occasionally one or two with slightly better appearance shot up to over 10 spirit stones. A genuine gathering chi pill would only cost about 10 spirit stones in the sect's market. In this shabby market, they were sold for even more than the genuine ones. No wonder servants remained servants for life. Fang Ze sighed inwardly. Resources were limited, good items were monopolized by the outer disciples, and the leftover scraps had to be fought over by the servants. The path of buying pills was blocked. Then he would buy spirit herb seeds. A mid-grade first-stage spirit herb refining a few could also help break through the bottleneck. But the problem was there were pitifully few spirit herb seeds in this market. After browsing for a while, he finally stopped at a stall in a corner. The stall owner was an old man in the second layer of chi refinement, his hair grizzled, his face deeply wrinkled like it had been carved with a knife, curled up in a tattered cotton coat, dozing. In front of him lay a yellowed beast hide with about a dozen paper bags scattered on it, each labeled with writing in charcoal. Huang Lingshun by Ji Chao Qing Shuang Yial were spirit herb seeds. But those paper bags had obviously been there for a long time, their edges yellowed, some even with holes chewed by insects. The viability of the seeds was likely very low. "Wake up," Fang Ze called out. The old man started awake, his eyes dazedly spinning around, and when he realized someone was in front of him, he immediately put on a smiling face. "Buying seeds. They're all good stuff. A mid-grade first-stage Huang Lingshun can sell for 50 spirit stones." Fang Ze looked at him. "A mature Huang Lingshun only fetches 10 spirit stones from the sect. Do you think I'm ignorant of the market?" The old man laughed awkwardly. "Well, that's the sect's price. If you sell it at the market, you can get a higher price." Fang Ze didn't respond, squatting down to check each paper bag. Huang Lingshun, the main material for refining Huang Kandan. By Ji Chao, a mid-grade first-stage herb, can clear heat and detoxify, also usable in medicine. Qing Shuang Yi, also mid-grade, is colder in nature and used less. There were even a few paper bags with words he couldn't fully recognize. Things like snake saliva, fruit, ghost face mushroom, which he had never heard of. "How long have these seeds been here?" Not long, just half a year." The old man's eyes flickered. Fang Ze put down the paper bag, stood up, as if to leave. "Hey, don't go." The old man panicked. "A year, just a year." Fang Ze turned back to look at him. The old man, feeling guilty under his gaze, spoke in a smaller voice. Two years." Fang Ze squatted down again, picked up the bag of Huang Lingshun seeds, and opened it to take a look. Inside lay a dozen seeds the size of sesame with dry, wrinkled surfaces and a dull gray color. In his experience, the probability of these seeds sprouting was less than 10%. "How much?" The old man's eyes brightened. 1 seed for 1 gene of spirit rice." Fang Ze nearly burst out laughing. A seed that might not even sprout exchanged for 1 gene of edible spirit rice. This old man must be crazy about money. 1 gene of spirit rice for this bag. Fang Ze pointed to the bag of Huang Lingshun seeds. The old man shook his head vigorously. "No way, no way. I have 13 seeds, 1 gene of rice for 13 seeds. Do you think I'm a fool? Then keep it yourself." Fang Ze stood up again. "If no one has bought it for 2 years, if you keep it for another 2 years, even the insects won't eat it." The old man opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but couldn't find the words. Fang Ze had already taken 2 steps away. Wait. The old man gritted his teeth. 2 gene of spirit rice for the whole bag." Fang Ze turned back, looking at him expressionlessly. The old man, feeling uneasy under his gaze, added, "He'll also give you those unknown ones. Since I don't even know what they are keeping them, just takes up space." Fang Ze remained silent for 3 seconds. "Deal." He pulled out 2 gene of crescent rice from his storage bag, which had been produced in the space, mixed with some he had planted outside, and handed it to the old man. The old man took the rice, brought it to his nose to smell, and his eyes immediately brightened. This rice has such abundant spiritual energy. Little brother, where did you grow this? Fang Ze ignored him, gathered the paper bags into his arms, and turned to leave. Behind him, the old man delightedly counted the rice. Leaving the seed stall, Fang Ze continued to stroll through the market. This time his goal was to find items that could enhance his combat strength. Pill medicines were too expensive and magical artifacts were even more so. The cheapest artifact would cost 70 to 80 spirit stones. Then he could only look for some cheap goods. Passing by a stall selling jade slips, he stopped to take a look. The stall owner was a young man at the third layer of chi refinement with a dozen jade slips laid out before him, each looking a bit dusty and aged. What techniques are contained in these jade slips? Fang Ze asked. The young man enthusiastically introduced. There are mundane martial arts like iron sand palm lightness skill and sword techniques. There are also a few low-level spells such as water arrow technique and earth wall technique. Fang Ze picked up a jade slip and placed it against his forehead to sense it. Iron sand palm. A mundane martial art that can crack stones when perfected. It's quite impressive for ordinary people, but for cultivators, if someone throws a fireball at you, no matter how strong your palm technique is, you'll just turn into a roasted pig. He picked up another slip. Water arrow technique. A low-level spell weaker than the fireball technique and consumes spiritual energy. It's even inferior to the fireball technique he already possesses. Putting down the jade slips, Fang Ze shook his head and walked away. He continued browsing. Ahead there was a stall surrounded by several people, and he moved closer to take a look. It was selling spirit beast eggs and spirit insect eggs. On the ground there were a dozen bamboo baskets, each lined with straw and containing a few eggs or clusters of eggs. Eggs from low-grade spirit chickens, 5 pounds of spirit rice each. The stall owner was a chubby, middle-aged man with a loud voice. If you hatch and raise them, they can lay eggs which can be sold or eaten. Eggs from mid-grade spirit bees, 10 pounds of spirit rice for each cluster. If raised well, they can collect honey which is worth much more than spirit rice. The surrounding people were chattering, but very few were willing to spend money. Fang Ze stood outside the crowd, gazing at the eggs and clusters, when suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Space accelerates 100-fold. Would it be useful for plants? And what about spirit beasts? If he raised a group of demon beasts in his space, what would that black cat amount to? What about Lu Ruyan? His heart raced slightly, but his expression remained calm. Once the crowd dispersed, he slowly approached. Can you guarantee that these eggs will hatch into demon beasts? The chubby stall owner glanced at him and chuckled. Little brother, is this your first purchase? To be honest, no one can guarantee the spirit beast eggs. When a mother beast lays eggs, they need to be incubated with spiritual energy. And if there's any mishap during the incubation, the hatchlings might just be ordinary beasts. He pointed to the eggs. These are all laid by low-grade spirit chickens, but whether they hatch into spirit chickens or ordinary chickens depends on luck. Spirit chickens can lay spirit eggs, while ordinary chickens can only lay ordinary eggs. Their meat isn't even as tasty as that of regular chickens. Fang Ze nodded and looked over at the spirit insect eggs. The insect eggs are the same. The chubby stall owner spread his hands. The eggs laid by mother insects need a specific temperature and humidity to hatch. If it's slightly off, they'll just come out as ordinary insects. Fang Ze remained silent for a moment. While others feared hatching ordinary beasts, he wasn't worried. Time in his space was abundant. If necessary, he could hatch several times until he succeeded. How much for these? The chubby stall owner's eyes lit up as he began enthusiastically introducing spirit chicken eggs, 5 pounds of spirit rice each. A total of 8 eggs. Spirit bee eggs, 10 pounds of spirit rice per cluster. A total of 3 clusters. He pointed to a corner with a single bamboo basket. This is a rare item, cubs from a mid-grade swift-wind wolf, a litter of 30 pounds of spirit rice. This is just born. Fang Ze looked at the bamboo basket. Inside, thick straw lined the bottom, and 3 palm-sized little wolves huddled together, their eyes still closed, fluffy, and resembling 3 little fur balls. Yes, the mother wolf died. Someone found this litter and brought it here to sell. The chubby stall owner lowered his voice. This is a good item I raised while they can help you fight. A mid-grade equivalent to the mid-stage of chi refinement. Fang Ze squatted down to take a closer look at the 3 little wolves. Their fur was gray and white mixed, and their breathing was steady, appearing quite healthy. He had heard of the swift-wind wolf. They were extremely fast and adept at ambushes, a mid-grade beast just at the same level as that black cat. Raising 3 of them, he thought. These wolf cubs look like they're barely alive. I don't even know if I can keep them alive after buying them. 30 pounds is too expensive. He stood up expressionless and said 25 pounds. The chubby stall owner looked distressed. Little brother, these are 3. 25 pounds is too little. Fang Ze interrupted him. 25 pounds plus those 8 chicken eggs and 3 clusters of bee eggs. How much in total? Calculate it. Fang Ze interrupted. The chubby stall owner was taken aback for a moment, but quickly calculated. 8 spirit chicken eggs, 5 pounds, each 40 pounds. 3 clusters of spirit bee eggs, 10 pounds, each 30 pounds. The swift wind wolf is 25 pounds, totaling 90 pounds. Make it 90 pounds, Fang Ze said to round it off. The chubby stall owner's face wrinkled like a bitter melon. Little brother, your bargaining is too ruthless, Fang Ze replied. 90 pounds I'll pay right now. Fang Ze looked at him. If you don't sell, I'll leave. The chubby stall owner struggled for 3 seconds, gritted his teeth, and said deal. Fang Ze took out spirit rice from his storage bag. 90 pounds. The crescent rice produced in his space was of better quality than ordinary spirit rice, with plump grains full of spiritual energy. The chubby stall owner took the rice, his eyes brightened. Little brother, where did you get this rice? I grew it myself. Fang Ze packed the eggs, bee clusters, and little wolves into his storage bag. The storage bag couldn't hold living creatures for long, but since the little wolves had just been born, it wouldn't be a problem to keep them for a while. He needed to hurry back and send them into the space. Before leaving the stall, he turned back for another glance. Are you sure these eggs and clusters were taken from spirit beasts? The chubby stall owner patted his chest to assure, absolutely. I old who have been selling at this market for 10 years and have never cheated anyone. Fang Ze nodded and left. He didn't quite trust the man's guarantee, but it didn't matter. The space would reveal the answer to him. Before leaving the market, he sold some of the remaining spirit rice. He found a shop that bought spirit rice. The owner was a thin old man at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. After inspecting his rice, he offered 10 pounds for a spirit stone, the market price. Fang Ze sold 260 pounds. He received 26 spirit stones. Adding the 2 stones he had left before, he now had 28 spirit stones. Not a lot, but enough. With the spirit stones in his pocket, he quietly left the market. This time he didn't take the original route. He took a longer route, returning to the miscellaneous worker area from another direction. He didn't believe that Shadow had so many people to guard every road. Meanwhile, on a secluded path leading to the market, Wang Dachui crouched behind a crooked tree, his hand resting on the head of the shadow cat, his eyes fixed on the entrance. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. The people in the market gradually dispersed, and most of the lights were extinguished. Fang Ze still hadn't shown up. Damn it. Wang Dachui's face turned dark as he stood up. The cat at his feet yawned, seemingly already aware that no one would show up. That brat must have taken another route. Wang Dachui took a deep breath, suppressing his inner rage. Twice now. The first time the person had died, and then came back to life. The second time the cat couldn't catch up. The third time the person had directly taken a detour. A waste with 5 spirit roots had actually caused him, a 5th layer chi refinement alchemist, to fail 3 times in a row. Fine. He turned back, his gaze icy. Tomorrow I'll go in person. He's just a miscellaneous worker. Even if I publicly cripple him, what can he do? When Fang Ze returned to the dilapidated attic, dawn was approaching. He closed the door, secured the latch, and immediately entered the space. He first released the 3 little wolves. The moment they landed, the 3 little wolves opened their eyes simultaneously. Their gray-blue irises glistening with moisture curiously observed this unfamiliar world. Fang Ze squatted down and reached out to stroke one of their heads. The fur was soft, their bodies warm, and their hearts beating rapidly. Stay here and be good. He spoke softly. He'll get you something to eat soon. The little wolf licked his fingers and let out a soft whimper. Fang Ze took out the 8 chicken eggs and 3 clumps of bee larvae. He set the eggs aside and placed the bee larvae on another side. Then he began to inspect the seeds. The seeds of Huang Ling Shun were 13 in number, shriveled and wrinkled. The packages of Bai Ji Chao and Qing Shuang Yi were in a similar state. There were also a few packages of unknown seeds, including Xiyan Gua and Gui Mian Gu, along with a package without a name containing a heap of black granules. Fang Ze took out the nameless package to examine it. The granules were small, slightly larger than sesame seeds, with fine patterns on their surface, and they emitted a faint fishy smell. Let's see what grows from these seeds. He scattered all the seeds into the spiritual field. The black soil automatically accepted them, and the seeds slowly sank down. Next he waited. Fang Ze looked at the 3 little wolves. They were huddled together, licking each other's fur. He thought for a moment, then went to grab a handful of rice from the pile of spiritual rice and placed it in front of them. The little wolves leaned over to sniff, tentatively licking it. Then they began to eat, making soft whimpering sounds while their tails wagged slightly. They're quite easy to raise, Fang Ze chuckled, giving them some water. He then sat cross-legged and began to practice the fireball technique. Perhaps due to the relief of escaping from the shadow today, he felt particularly delighted, and his fireball technique progressed from great achievement to perfection. The next morning, Fang Ze emerged from the space and pushed open the attic door. The sunlight was somewhat blinding. He squinted, preparing to check on his spiritual field. A figure approached from a distance. Dressed in blue with a pale face, he appeared to be in his early 20s, followed by a black cat. Fang Ze's pupils constricted slightly. Wang Dachui, an outer sect alchemist at the 3rd level of chi refinement, a mid-grade alchemist. Was he the owner of that black cat? The one who had attempted to take his life twice? Wang Dachui stopped 3 yards in front of him, sizing him up with a glance, and suddenly chuckled. So you are Fang Ze? Fang Ze remained silent, merely observing him. Wang Dachui continued to speak to himself, a waste with 5 spiritual roots farming for 10 years at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. I heard you've been quite active lately selling spiritual rice and trying to curry favor with Lu Ruyan. Fang Ze still did not respond. Wang Dachui's smile gradually faded. I'm asking you a question. He pulled out a small object from his pocket about the size of a palm, resembling a miniature flying sword glowing with a green light. A low-grade magical artifact. Fang Ze's heart sank. A magical artifact is not a talisman nor a spell, it is a true magical tool. Against a magical artifact, a 3rd-level Qi refinement practitioner would definitely perish. Unless, I know what you're thinking. Wang Dachui toyed with the small sword nonchalantly, saying, Are you wondering if I dare to make a move? Rest assured I won't kill you. The sect has rules. Even servants are seedlings of immortals and cannot be killed indiscriminately. He paused and his smile turned sinister. But to cripple you, imprison you, and deal with you slowly is very much possible. Before he finished speaking, the small sword whizzed into the air, transforming into a streak of green light and lunging at Fang Ze. Fast. Faster than that cat. Fang Ze didn't have time to think, his body reacted before his consciousness. Wind technique perfected. His body floated like a leaf, narrowly avoiding the thrust of the sword. The small sword grazed the edge of his clothes and embedded itself in the dilapidated attic behind him, crashing with a loud noise, causing half the wall to collapse. A perfected wind technique. Wang Dachui raised an eyebrow, then sneered. No wonder you could escape from the cat's claws. But the wind technique only allows you to run, or what do you intend to use to fight me? He moved his finger, and the small sword flew up from the rubble, stabbing towards Fang Ze again. However, at that moment a fireball came smashing toward him. The fireball was the size of a fist, blazing red and trailing a long tail. Wang Dachui was momentarily stunned, instinctively dodging. The fireball grazed his shoulder, exploding on the ground behind him and creating a basin-sized crater. Fireball technique. Before he could collect himself, a second fireball was already flying toward him. Wang Dachui hurriedly dodged, flusteredly channeling his spiritual energy to cover his body. A mid-level Qi refinement practitioner could release their spiritual energy, forming a thin protective layer. The fireball struck that layer, exploding and sending a wave of heat. He was not injured, but it was utterly embarrassing. The 3rd fireball, the 4th, the 5th. One after another they came crashing down as if they were free. Wang Dachui dodged left and right in a panic, occasionally using his spiritual energy to endure, but his blue robe was burned with several holes and a strand of hair was singed. A perfected fireball technique. His face changed dramatically. No wonder your cultivation hasn't improved. You spent all your time practicing spells. Fang Ze remained silent, continuously throwing fireballs. One fireball after another. His internal spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Although the fireball technique was a low-grade 1st-level spell, each fireball consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. But he didn't care. There were over 20,000 pounds of spiritual rice stored in the space, enough to replenish his spiritual energy once consumed. Now he only needed to do one thing. To drive this person away. Wang Dachui finally regained his composure, pulling out several talismans from his pocket and slapping them on himself. A layer of yellow light shield illuminated. A mid-grade 1st-level earth armor talisman. The fireball struck the light shield, causing only ripples without inflicting any harm to the person inside. A waste is still a waste. Wang Dachui sneered. Is this all you can do? Once your spiritual energy is exhausted, let's see how you die. Fang Ze ignored him and continued to throw fireballs. 1 fireball. 2 fireballs. 3 fireballs. The ripples on the shield became increasingly dense, but it just wouldn't break. Wang Dachui stood inside, watching him as if it were a show. Throw more, keep throwing. Let's see how many you can throw. Fang Ze's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and he finally stopped. His face was pale, sweat beading on his forehead, and he panted slightly. Wang Dachui laughed heartily, lowering the shield, and slowly walked toward him. What's wrong? Out of strength. Then it's my turn. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Fang Ze pulling out a handful of spiritual rice and stuffing it into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed. Then a fireball struck him in the face. Wang Dachui was caught off guard, hit squarely, and his whole body was sent flying, crashing to the ground. You damn. He got up, his face blackened and his hair smoking. Fang Ze pulled out another handful of spiritual rice and stuffed it into his mouth. Chew. Swallow. Another fireball. This time Wang Dachui was prepared, channeling his spiritual energy to withstand it, but he was still sent staggering backward. What kind of bizarre technique is this? Fang Ze remained silent, continuing to chew the spiritual rice and throw fireballs. One after another. He couldn't stop at all. Wang Dachui finally became frightened. Is this person a monster? Does the fireball technique not require spiritual energy? Can spiritual rice be eaten like this? His face turned ashen as he watched the madman in the distance chewing rice while throwing fireballs and finally made a decision. Run. He turned and fled, moving swiftly without looking back. Behind him, fireballs continued to pursue him until he ran out of the servant area. Fang Ze stood in place, watching the figure fleeing in disarray disappear into the distance. After waiting a moment, confirming that the other party wouldn't come back for revenge, he let out a long breath. His internal spiritual energy was already below 30%. The 20 or so fireballs, just now combined with the consumption from the wind technique, nearly drained him. Fortunately, there was plenty of spiritual rice. He took out another handful and slowly chewed. At the mid-level of chi refinement, he muttered to himself. With the perfected fireball technique and the spiritual rice replenishment, he barely managed to drive the person away. But that was all. If it came to a real fight, the other party had magical artifacts, talismans, and a protective layer of spiritual energy. His fireballs couldn't break through the defense at all. This time he won because the opponent underestimated him and didn't bring enough defensive measures. What about next time? I must break through to the 4th level of chi refinement as soon as possible. Fang Ze turned and looked at the dilapidated attic that had half of its wall collapsed. It was no longer livable, but it didn't matter. He had space. On the other side, Wang Dachui rushed back to his cave, dwelling in a disheveled state, and sat heavily in a chair, gasping for breath. He had several burns on his body. His face was a patchwork of black and white. Half of his hair was scorched, and his clothes were tattered, lacking any semblance of a pill refiner's dignity. Damn it, he gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the table, causing a crack to appear on its surface. The shadow cat crouched in the corner, quietly licking its paws, pretending not to notice its master's predicament. After catching his breath for a moment, Wang Dachui stood up and walked outside. He needed to find his master. In the outer sect, within a refined cave, dwelling an old man in gray robes was refining pills and did not turn his head at the sound of footsteps. What is it? Wang Dachui knelt down with a thud and said, Master disciple, I've embarrassed myself. The old man in gray paused, then turned his head. Seeing Wang Dachui's appearance, he frowned and asked what happened. Wang Dachui recounted the events. Of course, he omitted the part about his 2 previous assassination attempts and only mentioned how that servant unexpectedly perfected his fireball technique, forcing him to flee in a panic. The old man in gray fell silent for a moment before he laughed. It was not a comforting laugh, but a mocking one. Waste. Wang Dachui lowered his head, not daring to speak. A 5th-layer chi practitioner armed with magical artifacts and talismans was driven to flee by a mere 3rd-layer servant using fireball technique. The old man in gray spoke in a nonchalant tone. Don't tell anyone you're my disciple. Master, your teachings are wise, Wang Dachui replied. Wang Dachui was sweating, saying, But that person's fireball technique was indeed perfected. I was careless. The old man in gray interrupted him. A perfected fireball technique can at most injure someone in the midstage of chi cultivation. Wouldn't you bring a few more defensive talismans? Wouldn't you use a spiritual energy shield, first waiting for him to exhaust his energy? Wang Dachui was left speechless. Failing to eliminate him on the first strike is foolish. When you strike the second time, it should be a decisive hit. After alarming the snake in the grass, you went back, giving your opponent time to prepare. That's even more foolish. Disciple acknowledges his mistakes, Wang Dachui said. Get lost, the old man replied. Wang Dachui felt as if he had received a reprieve and scrambled to leave. As he walked out, the old man's voice rang out. Next time you act, make sure to bring enough talismans and be fully prepared. Either do nothing or ensure he doesn't get the chance to speak again. Wang Dachui paused for a moment and nodded heavily. Yes. On the other side, Fang Ze did not stay in the loft. The place was half collapsed, and there was nothing much to salvage. He directly entered the space. As soon as he landed, he saw the 3 little wolves playing with each other, their fluffy tails wagging back and forth. Over at the spiritual field, the newly planted seeds had already sprouted. The seedlings of Huangling ginseng were vibrant green. All 13 plants had survived, including those that looked withered and shriveled. Baiji grass and Qing Shuang leaves had also thrived. Additionally, there were several packets of unknown seeds. The Xian fruit grew into vines. The ghost-faced mushroom emerged as a clump of grayish mycelium, and the unnamed seeds produced something he did not recognize at all. The slender leaves glimmered with a faint purple light, looking nothing like proper spiritual herbs. I'll wait to see how they grow. Fang Ze walked to the center of the spiritual field and suddenly noticed something was off. The color of the black soil seemed to have lightened. He crouched down to grab a handful of dirt. The once glossy black soil was now a deep gray, its luster significantly diminished. Depleted, Fang Ze frowned. From the first planting until now, approximately 3 months had passed in the space. This meant that the fertility of the black soil could only support continuous planting for 3 months. If it exceeded 3 months, it would be exhausted. What could restore it? He recalled the settings from those cultivation novels. The spiritual field needed spirit stones to replenish spiritual energy. He took out a spirit stone from his pocket and buried it in the soil. After waiting for a moment, he dug it out to check. The spirit stone had turned gray, all its spiritual energy drained. The color of the soil had indeed recovered a tiny bit, just a little, barely noticeable, unless one looked closely. Fang Ze remained silent for a moment, taking out the 27 remaining spirit stones he had. One by one he buried them, and one by one they were drained. After 27 stones, a small patch of soil had regained its color about a foot square. He calculated. To restore the fertility of the entire 3 acres of spiritual field, he would need at least 1,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze gasped. 1,000 stones. I can only prioritize the important ones for now. He looked at the spiritual herbs in the spiritual field. Huangling ginseng, a mid-grade first-tier herb, could help him break through. The others could wait for now. Fang Ze cleared most of the spiritual field, leaving only a small plot specifically for those 10 Huangling ginseng plants. The growth of the other spiritual herbs would be temporarily halted, allowing them to grow slowly. As for the 3 acres of spiritual sea, he gazed at the calm water surface in the distance. He still didn't know what was in the water, but there was no time for exploration at the moment. Half a month later, the 3 wind wolves were growing rapidly. In the space, time flowed 100 times faster, and coupled with their daily consumption of spiritual rice, their growth rate was astonishing. While half a month had passed outside, 3 to 4 years had passed in the space. The 3 wind wolves had grown from tiny cubs the size of a palm to adult wolves standing half a meter tall at the shoulder. Their fur was silver gray, their eyes sharp, and their limbs long and powerful. Moreover, they were now in the mid-stage of first-tier cultivation, equivalent to mid-stage chi cultivation. Not only that, but they had also produced a litter of pups. 3 had become 5. 3 adults and 2 pups. Fang Ze squatted by the wolf den, gazing at the fluffy little cubs with feelings he could not quite express. You guys certainly know how to breed. The lead male wolf, whom he named Da Hui, looked up at him with his amber eyes, then lowered his head to lick his pups. Fang Ze reached out to stroke its head. Da Hui did not shy away, but instead rubbed against his palm. Bound by their contract, these wolves had a natural affinity and obedience towards him. Let's raise you for a while longer, Fang Ze said softly. Once you all grow up, I'll take you out to fight. Da Hui let out a low growl, as if it understood. Fang Ze stood up and looked at the 10 Huangling ginseng plants in the spiritual field. They had already grown to half a foot tall with thick leaves and sturdy roots. In a while, they would be ready for harvest. By that time, the bottleneck of the 4th layer of chi cultivation should also be broken. However, merely 3 days had passed. Fang Ze entered the space as usual to check on the spiritual field, and his heart instantly sank. The black soil, once glossy and black, had now turned a pale gray. It was not just a small patch, it was a whole 3 acres. All had lost their color. He crouched down, grabbed a handful of soil, and squeezed tightly. The texture remained loose, but the vibrant spiritual essence had vanished, replaced by a sense of fatigue. It felt like a person who hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. Though still standing, they might collapse at any moment. Damn it! Fang Ze loosened his grip, letting the soil grains fall through his fingers. The accelerated effect of the black soil was good, but it depleted too quickly. Even with over 20 spirit stones added, it was of no use. He looked at the 10 Huangling ginseng plants in the spiritual field. They had already grown to about a foot tall with thick roots and leaves only a few days away from maturity. But without the acceleration of the black soil, those few days would be the real deal. Perhaps even longer, because the growth rate of spiritual herbs in ordinary soil was already slow. I must replenish the spirit stones. Fang Ze stood up, quickly calculating in his mind. Last time he tried burying a spirit stone only restored a small patch of soil. Approximately 1 foot square. 3 acres of spirit fields. 1 acre is about 6,000 square feet, so 3 acres is 18,000 square feet. To restore the full fertility, at least 1,000 spirit stones are needed. And he no longer had any spirit stones in hand. That meant he could only sell spirit rice. But he couldn't go to the market. Last time he was chased by the shadow cat at the market entrance, and later Wang Dachui came directly to his door, indicating that the area had been thoroughly monitored. Going to the market again would be like walking into a trap. Moreover, the spirit rice could not be fully consumed at the market. He needed more spirit rice. Thus, he could only go to the outer gates market. Fang Ze looked at the pile of spirit rice bags that resembled a small mountain at the edge of the spirit field. Over 20,000 pounds. With the recent consumption by the wolf demons, he now had just over 20,000 pounds. Calculating at 10 pounds for 1 spirit stone, he could exchange for 2,000 stones. Enough to restore the spirit field with some surplus. But the outer gates market. He frowned. The outer gates market is located on the outskirts of the sect, more than 10 miles away from the servant area. There the traffic consists of outer disciples ranging from the 4th to the 6th layer of chi refinement. As a 3rd layer chi refinement servant appearing recklessly in such a place would draw attention. Moreover, Wang Dachui was still alive. Last time he had been badly beaten and had to flee. This enmity was surely sealed. With a person like that, he would definitely keep an eye on him. I can't worry about that anymore. Fang Ze clenched his fist. What he needed most right now was to break through to the 4th layer of chi refinement. Once he breaks through, he can apply for the outer gate assessment, leave this shabby servant area, and officially embark on the path of cultivation. By then, if Wang Dachui wanted to target him again, it wouldn't be so easy. Moreover, he glanced towards the wolf den. 5 swift wind wolves. 3 adults and 2 cubs. No, those 2 cubs had been in the space for several days and had already grown to half size, nearing a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the first level. 5 mid-stage first-level demon beasts, equivalent to 5 mid-stage chi refinement experts. Wang Dachui comes again. Let him come. On a moonless night with a strong wind. Fang Ze pushed open half of the dilapidated attic door. The other half had already collapsed, blending into the night. He did not take the longer route he had last time, but chose the nearest one directly. No need to hide. This time, he was heading straight for Wang Dachui. Or rather, he was betting that Wang Dachui would come. For cultivators, 10 miles was not far at all. Fang Ze performed the light wind technique, swiftly traversing through the night. The perfected light wind technique allowed him to run almost silently, his footsteps landing as lightly as a cat. The trees on either side of the road rushed past, occasionally startled night birds flapping away into the distance. After running for 3 or 4 miles, he suddenly slowed his pace. There was movement behind him. Very light, but it couldn't escape his notice. Having spent so long in the space, his 5 senses were much sharper than those of cultivators at the same level. The sound of insects chirping disappeared in a certain area. Someone was following him. Fang Ze's mouth curled slightly as he continued to run forward. After running another 2 miles, a figure stood in the middle of the road ahead, clad in a green robe with a pale face. Wang Dachui. A black cat crouched behind him, its dark red eyes glowing eerily in the night. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Dachui's voice carried an uncontrollable arrogance. He took 2 steps forward, holding a stack of talismans, each radiating a yellowish light. First level, mid-grade earth armor talisman. At least 7 or 8 sheets in the stack. Letting you escape last time was my oversight. Wang Dachui slowly approached, wearing a Catan mouse grin this time. Let's see how you run. Fang Ze stopped in his tracks, looking at him. Did you send someone to tail me? Of course. Wang Dachui scoffed. A mere servant doesn't deserve my personal watch. Just find a few useless ones at the first or second layer of chi refinement, give them some benefits, and they can report your every move. He stepped forward to stand 3 zhang away, raising his hand, and the stack of talismans flew up, sticking to him. A layer of yellow light shield lit up, much thicker than the one he used last time. The effect of stacking 7 or 8 earth armor talismans. Do you see this? Wang Dachui patted the light shield. These talismans are enough for you to throw fireballs for a whole night. When your spiritual energy runs out, let's see what else you can do. Fang Ze looked at him and suddenly laughed. Did your master tell you to prepare these? Wang Dachui paused. How do you know? Just a guess. Fang Ze took 2 steps forward slowly. Is this how he taught you to deal with me? What do you mean? I mean, Fang Ze kept walking closer. Did you never consider why I dared to take this path out this time? Wang Dachui's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something was off. But before he could react, Fang Ze waved his hand. A gray shadow leaped out from behind Fang Ze, fast as lightning. Wang Dachui only saw a blur darting forward, followed by a loud bang. The light shield trembled violently, a crack appearing on it. It was a wolf, with silver-gray fur, standing half a meter tall at the shoulder, its gaze fierce, baring its teeth, its claws slamming fiercely against the light shield. A first-level mid-grade swift wind wolf. Wang Dachui's pupils shrank sharply. Where did you get that? Before he finished speaking, another gray shadow sprang out. This time it pounced towards the shadow cat. The 2 wolves instantly engaged in a fierce battle, the black cat being knocked back repeatedly, emitting sharp cries. 2. Wang Dachui's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly urged his low-grade magic weapon flying sword towards the first wolf. However, the wolf was extremely agile, easily dodging the sword and leaping back towards the light shield. Bang, bang, bang. With one claw after another, the cracks on the light shield increased. Wang Dachui panicked, frantically pulling out several more talismans from his pocket. Still earth armor talismans, slapping them onto himself. The light shield solidified again, but the wolf didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, continuing to bite wildly. Meanwhile, Fang Ze also moved. Raising his hand, a fireball smashed forward. Bang! The light shield trembled again. You. Wang Dachui's words were not finished when the second fireball was already hurtling towards him. Bang! 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 Fireballs and wolf claws alternated in their attacks, the light shield dimming. Damn it! Wang Dachui gritted his teeth and pulled out several more talismans, still earth armor talismans. Fang Ze almost laughed out loud watching this. What on earth was this person thinking? He only prepared defensive talismans. Not a single offensive talisman. He didn't even think, what if the defensive talismans didn't hold up? Are you stupid? Fang Ze asked while throwing fireballs. Unable to resist, can't you bring a few offensive talismans? Wang Dachui's face turned ashen. He said nothing, only frantically slapping talismans onto himself. But no matter how many talismans he had, they couldn't withstand the onslaught of 2 wolves and fireballs. Moreover, Fang Ze waved his hand. A third gray shadow leaped out from the night. Another swift wind wolf. First level midstage. 3. Wang Dachui's voice trembled. The three wolves frantically clawed at the shield, while fireballs rained down one after another, and the shield finally could not hold up any longer. Bang! It shattered. Wang Dachui was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body, and he turned to run. But after just 2 steps, he saw 2 wolves standing in front of him. One large and one small. The smaller one was also a gale wolf, shorter than the larger one, but with equally fierce eyes. Midstage of the first rank. 5-5. Wang Dachui's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He looked back at Fang Ze, his face filled with disbelief and despair. What kind of monster are you? Fang Ze remained silent, slowly walking in front of him, looking down at him. In that moment, he suddenly recalled the scene from the original owner's last moments. In the broken attic, that shadow was choking his neck. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for getting too close to Shimi Ruoyan. The original owner stared wide-eyed, not understanding until death why he had done nothing wrong by simply liking someone. Fang Ze looked at the young man kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, with no pity in his heart, only a sense of absurdity. Just because he got too close. Just because the person he liked happened to be this man's goddess. Just because he was a waste with 5 spiritual roots, no one cared when he died. 10 years. The original owner lived for 18 years, spending 10 of those as a devoted follower, ultimately dying an unclear death. And now the one who killed him was kneeling right in front of him. You can't kill me. Wang Dachui suddenly remembered something, shouting sharply, I am an outer sect disciple. I am an alchemist. My master is at the peak of chi refinement. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Fang Ze looked down at him without speaking. Let me go? I promise I won't trouble you again. Wang Dachui clutched at straws, speaking incoherently. I will give you spirit stones. I will give you pills. Whatever you want I can give you. You. Before he could finish, 5 wolves pounced at once. The sounds of tearing. The sounds of screams. The sound of bones shattering. Soon everything fell silent. Fang Ze stood in place, looking at the disfigured corpse, his face showing little expression. The moonlight shone on his face, revealing a pair of eyes that were calm to the point of indifference. After a moment, he stepped forward and removed the storage bag from the corpse. He also picked up the low-grade flying sword that had fallen to the ground. Then he snapped his fingers. A fireball fell onto the corpse. Flames ignited, crackling. The smell of burning flesh wafted in the night wind. Fang Ze stood by the fire, watching the corpse slowly turn to ash, suddenly whispering, in the next life, don't provoke the servants. The fire extinguished. The ashes were blown away by the night wind. Fang Ze turned and continued toward the outer sect market, with 5 wolves following behind him. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back at the charred land. I forgot to ask, he murmured to himself. Is that steward surnamed Lin your person, or is there someone else? No one answered him. He shook his head and continued on his way. The outer sect market was much larger than the servant area's market. A main street paved with bluestone, with neat shops on both sides, some selling pills, some selling magical tools, some selling talismans, and others selling martial arts jade slips. The street was bustling with people, mostly outer sect disciples at the 4th to 6th layers of chi refinement. Occasionally a few at the 7th layer would pass by, and the surrounding people would automatically make way. Fang Ze stood at the entrance of the market, not in a hurry to enter. He first observed for a while in the corner, confirming that no one was watching the entrance before slowly walking inside. But he did not go directly to sell spirit rice. Instead, he first found a grocery store. Boss, do you have anything for changing appearance? The grocery store owner was a middle-aged man at the 5th layer of chi refinement who lazily sized him up. A servant at the 3rd layer of chi refinement with an ordinary face and shabby clothes, clearly a poor wretch. Yes, he lazily pointed at the counter. Common appearance changing ointment, 5 spirit stones for a box. Applying it to your face can change your look, but it won't fool cultivators. Fang Ze did not respond, but asked again, do you have anything for the cultivation world? The boss finally looked at him properly. We do have it, but it's expensive. Secret jade slip for the appearance-changing technique, 30 spirit stones. The secret technique for concealing aura is also 30 spirit stones. If you buy both, it's 50 spirit stones. Fang Ze fell silent for a moment, pulling out 50 spirit stones from his pocket. These were all taken from Wang Dachui's storage bag, barely enough. The boss's eyes lit up and his attitude immediately became enthusiastic as he took out 2 jade slips from under the counter and handed them to him. Little brother has good taste. Although these 2 secret techniques are not top-notch if practiced well, even in the late stage of chi refinement, they absolutely won't be seen through. Fang Ze took the jade slips, not checking them on the spot, directly putting them away. Then he exited the grocery store, making several turns until he found a deserted corner and directly entered the space. In the space, 5 wolves were playing by the spirit field, chasing each other around. Fang Ze ignored them, sitting cross-legged and pressing the 2 jade slips to his forehead. The secret technique for changing appearance. The mundane version involves applying grease and powder, while the cultivation version changes the arrangement of facial muscles and bones through spiritual energy to achieve a transformation. Once mastered, as long as one does not encounter someone with cultivation far superior, they cannot be seen through. The secret technique for concealing aura. Similarly, it suppresses one's own aura with spiritual energy, preventing others from perceiving their true cultivation level. Both secret techniques are not difficult, but require repeated practice. And what Fang Ze has most is time. Half an hour in the outside world. In the space, 5 days passed. After 5 days, Fang Ze opened his eyes and stood up. With a thought, the muscles on his face began to move slightly. Moments later, his originally delicate and somewhat pale face transformed into a square face with thick eyebrows looking somewhat simple. At the same time, he concealed his aura, compressing his cultivation to the second layer of qi refinement. Then he exited the space and returned to the market. The subsequent matters went more smoothly than he imagined. He found a shop that purchased spirit rice, and the boss was a chubby man at the 4th layer of qi refinement who verified the goods and offered a price of 1 spirit stone for 10 pounds. Fang Ze sold 3 to 400 pounds at once. He went to another store and sold 4 to 500 pounds. There were about 20 or 30 shops in the market that purchased spirit rice, and he went through each one selling several hundred pounds each time. During this time, he changed his appearance several times, sometimes as a square-faced man, sometimes as a slender youth, and sometimes as a middle-aged man. His aura also changed accordingly, varying from the 1st to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. For several hours, he sold 20,000 pounds of spirit rice. In return, he got 2,000 spirit stones. Of course, not all of that spirit rice was produced in the space. He mixed in some ordinary spirit rice bought from the market, which looked just about right, not raising any suspicion. By evening, Fang Ze came out of a shop for the last time feeling quite pleased. 2,000 spirit stones in hand. The spirit field was saved. The Huangling ginseng would soon mature. The bottleneck at the 4th layer of qi refinement should also be broken. However, he had not walked far out of the market when he sensed someone following him from behind. 2 individuals, both at the 4th level of qi refinement, were trailing him at a moderate distance. Fang Ze furrowed his brow. They had set their sights on him. He probably caught their attention while purchasing rice at a shop. A mere errand boy at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refinement wielding several hundred pounds of spirit rice indeed stood out. He did not turn back and continued walking forward. When he reached a secluded grove, the 2 individuals quickened their pace and blocked his path, one in front and one behind. "Stop right there." The person in front, in his early 20s, had a sharp face and a sinister gaze. The one behind was younger, a hint of excitement on his face. It seemed like it was their first time engaging in such highway robbery. "Kid, hand over your storage bag," the sharp-faced man sneered. "Don't force us to take action." Fang Ze looked at them and suddenly smiled. "Are you sure?" "Less nonsense," the younger man shouted. A mere 3rd level qi refinement dare to talk back. Fang Ze said nothing, only raised his hand and gently waved it. 5 gray shadows sprang forth from behind him. Before the sharp-faced man could react, he was pounced upon by a wolf and knocked to the ground. Another wolf lunged at the younger man. The remaining 3 surrounded them, sealing off all escape routes. Monsters, beasts. The young man's face turned pale with fear as he turned to run, but a wolf blocked his path. The wolf bared its teeth, a low growl emanating from its throat. Mid-level 1st rank, 5 mid-level 1st rank beasts. The sharp-faced man lay on the ground, pinned by the wolf, his voice trembling. Who are you?" Fang Ze walked up to him, crouched down, and looked into his eyes. "Just an errand boy." No way. How could an errand boy have so many monsters?" Fang Ze did not respond, only sighed softly. "I never intended to kill anyone." "Wait," the sharp-faced man cried out. "We were blind. We were wrong. Let us go, and we promise not to tell anyone." Fang Ze looked at him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Do you think I would believe you?" The sharp-faced man opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. Fang Ze stood up and took a step back. "Attack!" The 5 wolves lunged simultaneously. The screams echoed in the night sky, only to quickly fade away. Moments later, Fang Ze stored the 2 bags, dragged the bodies into the depths of the forest, and used a fireball technique to incinerate the remains. The 5 wolves surrounded him, licking the blood from their paws. Fang Ze patted the head of the big gray wolf. "You all worked hard today." The big gray wolf let out a low whimper, its tail wagging gently. Fang Ze turned and walked into the night. The 5 wolves followed closely behind, their silver-gray figures gradually merging into the darkness. By the time Fang Ze returned to the dilapidated loft, dawn was already breaking. He stood at the door and glanced at the half-collapsed building, shook his head, and walked in, sitting cross-legged in the corner. He did not rush to enter the space. Instead, he first calmed his mind and sensed the condition within his body. The spiritual power circulated smoothly, and his dantian was stable, showing no signs of injury. In yesterday's battle, he had hardly expended any energy. The 5 wolves handled all the dirty work. Raise wolves for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. Fang Ze's lips curled slightly, and with a thought, he entered the space. As soon as he landed, the 5 wolves surrounded him. The big gray wolf rubbed against his leg, while the others came close, wagging their tails joyfully. Fang Ze patted each of their heads, and then walked toward the spirit field. The faded black earth now looked particularly glaring. Pale gray, lacking luster, as if its soul had been drained. "Don't worry, I'll replenish you soon." He took out a pile of spirit stones from his pocket, exactly 1,000 pieces wrapped in cloth and heavy in his hands. Arriving at the center of the spirit field, he crouched down and began to bury them. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. The spirit stones buried in the soil were soon drained of their spiritual energy, turning gray and white. Meanwhile, the surrounding soil visibly changed from light gray to dark gray, then to black. Fang Ze walked while burying, covering every corner of the 3 acres of spirit field. It took a full half an hour to bury all 1,000 spirit stones. When he returned to the edge of the field and looked back, the 3 acres of spirit field had turned pitch black, once again brimming with spiritual energy. Holding a handful of soil, that warm feeling returned. 3 months, Fang Ze murmured. It can last for another 3 months. He patted the dirt off his hands and walked to the other side of the spirit field, dumping out the contents of 3 storage bags. Wang Dachui's storage bag had the most items. Over 60 spirit stones had already been used, with the remaining clutter scattered on the ground. A bottle of fasting pills, a dozen of them, were of average quality. A few first-rank low-grade talismans, such as fireball and water arrow talismans, were of little use. A notebook recorded alchemical insights, the writing neat, clearly penned with care. And then Fang Ze's eyes lit up. A palm-sized alchemy furnace, bronze in color, with 3 legs and 2 ears, its body engraved with simple cloud patterns. A low-grade, first-rank alchemy furnace. Though it was the lowest grade, it was still an alchemy furnace. Beside it lay a jade slip. Fang Ze picked it up and pressed it to his forehead. Alchemy Beginner's Manual, containing 4 formulas. First-rank low-grade fasting pill, fasting for 3 days, saving food. First-rank low-grade gathering chi pill, increases cultivation speed, suitable for early chi refinement. First-rank low-grade nourishing essence pill, healing pill, better than directly consuming nourishing herbs. First-rank mid-grade Huang Shun pill, essential for breaking through bottlenecks, a must-have for mid-chi refinement. For formulas along with the alchemical experiences recorded in Wang Dachui's notebook. Complete. Fang Ze tightened his grip on the jade slip, his heart racing. He could grow crops, had space infinite spirit herbs, and now had formulas and an alchemy furnace. With the freedom to concoct pills, it was only a matter of time. The other 2 storage bags were far less impressive. The 2 highway robbers at the 4th level of chi refinement had a total of fewer than 10 spirit stones and a few talismans without a single magical artifact. Beggars. Fang Ze organized the items, storing the spirit stones separately. There were still 1,000 spirit stones left, enough for future cultivation. He stood up, looking at the Huang Ling Shun in the spirit field. The leaves were thick, the roots robust, and the scent of medicine wafted through the air. Soon, in just a few days. For the next 10 days, Fang Ze did not go outside. He devoted all his time to 2 things: studying the art of disguise and the breath-holding technique, waiting for the Huang Ling Shun to mature. He had already grasped the basics of disguise, but to master it fully, he needed extensive practice. Every day, he faced the surface of the spiritual sea, repeatedly altering his appearance. Square face, round face, long face, oval face, thick eyebrows, thin eyebrows, upturned eyebrows, high nose, flat nose, hawkish nose. Over and over until he could switch forms, even with his eyes closed. The breath-holding technique was the same. He compressed his cultivation to the 1st level of chi refinement, then restored it to the 3rd level, then compressed again, then restored. Repeating until it became muscle memory. In 3 years, both secret techniques were perfected. Now, even if a peak chi refinement practitioner stood before him, they would not see through his true cultivation or appearance. Finally, the Huang Ling Shun has matured. 10 stalks neatly arranged with roots as thick as a baby's arm, exuding a rich fragrance of medicine. Fang Ze squatted by the field, examining each one carefully. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The one in the middle was thicker than the others, with broader leaves, longer roots, and a more intense medicinal aroma. It hadn't mutated into gold, but its spiritual energy was over 30% richer than that of ordinary Huang Ling Shun. "This one will do," Fang Ze said as he unearthed the stalk, ensuring the roots remained intact. Then he sat cross-legged and stuffed the entire stalk of Ling Shun into his mouth. He chewed. It was bitter, but it was much better than the Yangyan grass. At least it didn't taste like Huanglian. A warm medicinal power dissolved in his mouth, sliding down his throat and spreading throughout his limbs. Fang Ze closed his eyes, operating his technique to guide the medicinal power toward his dantian. The bottleneck from the 3rd to the 4th layer of chi refinement was like an iron gate. Previously, hitting it with crescent moon rice hadn't budged it. Even using Yangyan grass had no effect. Now, boom. The medicinal power of the Huang Ling Shun crashed into the iron gate like a massive tree. The iron gate trembled. Again, boom. With another impact, cracks appeared on the iron gate. Again, Boom. The gate shattered. His dantian suddenly expanded, and his meridians instantly cleared with spiritual energy wildly rushing into his body. Fang Ze trembled all over and opened his eyes. Fourth layer of Qi refinement. He did it. He clenched his fist, feeling the spiritual energy in his body surge several times more than before, and a smile slowly crept onto his lips. Finally, he began, but suddenly he froze. The scene before him changed. It wasn't that the spirit field had changed, but that the space had expanded. The original 3 acres of land had now transformed into 4. It stretched out a large expanse to the east. The originally 3-acre spirit sea had also become 4 acres with a wider and deeper water surface. Looking up at the sky, the grayish sky seemed to have risen a bit as well. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air felt different. Fang Ze took a deep breath, carefully sensing it. Previously, the concentration of spiritual energy in the space was equivalent to a mid-tier first rank suitable for mid-stage Qi refinement. Now it was a high-tier first rank suitable for latest-stage Qi refinement. He hurried to the edge of the spirit field, crouched down, and grabbed a handful of soil. The black earth was still there, but it felt different. It was more spiritual, more vibrant. The size of the space will increase as my cultivation improves, Fang Ze murmured, his heartbeat quickening. 4th layer of Qi refinement. The space had elevated from mid-tier to high-tier. What about foundation establishment? Golden core. He gazed toward the distant expanded spirit sea. What exactly was in the water? Perhaps he would find out during the next breakthrough. Fang Ze spent a whole hour calming his emotions. Then he began to plan his next steps. First, cultivation. Advancing from the 4th to the 5th layer of Qi refinement required a massive amount of spiritual energy. He had Huang Ling Shun and ample space, so resources were not an issue. But he lacked the technique. The sect's issued Yuling Ju only contained content for the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. It ended at the 4th layer. To continue cultivating, he needed to go to the outer sect to obtain the official Yuling Ju. However, he could continue cultivating at the 4th layer. The outside spirit field still had over 2 months until maturity. He could have set off for the outer sect right now, but then he thought, why not use these 2 months to push his cultivation to the peak of the 4th layer in the space? After all, 2 months in the outside world equated to over 10 years in the space. With over 10 years of time and sufficient, Huang Ling Shun reaching the peak would definitely not be a problem. By then, when he entered the outer sect and acquired the technique, he could directly challenge the 5th layer of Qi refinement. It would be much better than going in now as a low-level rookie. It settled then. Fang Ze stood up and looked at the 3 acres of freshly planted Huang Ling Shun. In 3 months, there would be another batch. Next, Fang Ze lived a life of extreme regularity. In the space, he cultivated 8 Huang Ling Shun, then cultivated again, then 8 again. When tired, he would play with the wolves, watching those little wolves grow slowly from early stage to mid-stage. In the outside world, he would go out every few days to perform the spirit rain technique on that acre of spirit field just to keep up appearances. The rest of the time was all devoted to cultivation. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years in the space, there were no sunrises or sunsets, only a gray sky. Sometimes Fang Ze would forget the time, while cultivating, relying only on counting the harvests of Huang Ling Shun. 1 batch, 2 batches, 3 batches. When he consumed the 37th Huang Ling Shun, the spiritual energy within him finally reached its limit. His dantian was full and his meridians were swollen. 1 more step forward, and he could break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. But that step required a technique. It's time to go out. Fang Ze stood up and stretched his limbs. He was at the peak of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. 5 mid-stage gale wolves. Complete light wind technique, fireball technique, disguise technique, and concealment technique. He had only a couple thousand pounds of spirit rice, about 1,000 spirit stones, and countless Huang Ling Shun. With a thought, Fang Ze exited the space. In the dilapidated attic, he was preparing to go out and water the spirit field when suddenly he paused. There was a sound of footsteps outside. Very light, very soft, like the wind rustling through willow branches. Then a gentle voice echoed from outside the door. Is junior brother Fang here? Fang Ze's pupils constricted slightly. He was all too familiar with this voice. In the original host's memories, this voice had appeared countless times. Every time it was a gentle greeting, every time it was just the right amount of concern, and every time it was sweet words that made the original host's heart race. Lu Rian. She's here. Fang Ze stood still, taking a deep breath to suppress the surging emotions within. Then he walked over and opened the dilapidated door. Outside stood a woman, dressed in a light green long dress with a white silk sash at her waist. Her long black hair was styled into a simple bun with a jade hairpin inserted at an angle. Her skin was as white as snow, her brows and eyes were picturesque, and a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of her lips. She was one of the top 10 beauties of the outer sect. With wood, water, and earth spiritual roots, she was at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. The goddess the original host had admired for 10 years. Junior brother Fang. She gently called, her gaze falling on his face with a touch of concern. It's been a while, how have you been? Fang Ze looked at her and did not speak. Lu Rian waited for a moment, and seeing he was silent, she slightly lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering. Did the spirit stones I gave you last time suffice? I've been thinking about you during this time, worried you might not have enough, she said, pulling out a small cloth bag from her sleeve and offering it to him. Fang Ze glanced at it, but did not take it. What is this, senior sister? Lu Rian's hand froze in midair as she looked up at him, her eyes carrying a hint of grievance. Are you angry with me, junior brother? Is it my fault for not coming to see you for so long? No, Fang Ze leaned against the door frame. Senior sister, your cultivation is hard. How could you come to the servant area every day? Lu Rian listened to this and felt something was off, but that face was still the same, delicate, yet slightly pale, dressed in worn gray clothes just like before. She stepped closer and a faint scent of tranquility wafted over. Junior brother, you've lost weight, she said softly. Is it because cultivation is too hard? It's fine. Fang Ze still leaned against the door frame, remaining unmoved. Lu Rian waited a moment longer. Seeing he wouldn't reply, she had to continue. I came this time to see how your spirit rice harvest is going. Those spirit stones from last time helped me through a tough time. I've always remembered your kindness. As she said this, her eyes sparkled with gratitude, full of sincerity. Fang Ze looked at her face and suddenly smiled. Senior sister remembers my kindness. Of course, Lu Rian nodded earnestly. Everything you've done for me, junior brother, I remember it all in my heart. Then I want to ask, what do you remember about me, senior sister? Fang Ze stood up straight and looked at her. Is it the good of sending spirit rice twice a year? Or is it better to give you all my belongings? Or, he paused, a profound smile appearing on his face. Or is it when someone choked me and said it's your fault for being too close to junior sister Lu Yan that I never revealed you until death? Lu Ruyan's expression instantly changed. What did you say? What I said, senior sister, don't you understand? Fang Ze stepped closer to her, close enough to see the panic in her eyes. Wang Dachui is dead, do you know that? Lu Ruyan took a step back, her voice trembling. No. Then do you know why he died? Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. Fang Ze stared into her eyes, articulating each word. Because he killed someone. A fool who liked senior sister. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale for a moment. That fool is dead, Fang Ze said. And after he died, another person awakened. Lu Ruyan looked at him, her lips trembling slightly. After a while, she forced a smile. Junior brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Did you run into a problem with your cultivation? Problem? Fang Ze chuckled. Yes, there is a problem. The biggest problem is that he didn't die completely. He turned around, went back to the attic, picked up a cloth bag, and threw it at Lu Ruyan's feet. The bag opened, and a spirit stone rolled out. Lu Ruyan looked down at the spirit stone, her face as pale as paper. This is my last reward for you. Fang Ze stood at the door looking down at her. Take it. You don't need to come anymore. Lu Ruyan looked up, her eyes already brimming with tears. Junior brother too really didn't know. Fang Ze interrupted her. You didn't know that Wang Dachui liked you. You didn't know he was jealous of everyone close to you. You didn't know he was watching every time you took the spirit stone and left. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. You know it, Fang Ze said, you know everything. But you don't care. Because the one who died was just a servant, it has nothing to do with you. As long as you got the spirit stone, who cares about his life or death? Lu Ruyan's tears finally fell one by one, sliding down her cheeks. Junior brother too didn't. Don't cry, Fang Ze said flatly. Crying won't help. I'm not that foolish person from before who would want to give you my heart, just because I saw you shed tears. Lu Ruyan looked up, gazing at him through tear-filled eyes. Then who are you? Fang Ze didn't answer. He turned around and walked back into the attic. Take the spirit stone with you. His voice came from inside. From now on, don't come again. The door slowly closed. Lu Ruyan stood outside the door, looking at the dilapidated door panel. The tear stains on her face had not dried, but her expression had already changed. The grievance had disappeared. The sadness had vanished. What replaced it was an indescribable expression. There was shock, confusion, embarrassment from being exposed, and a hint of veiled dread. She looked down at the spirit stone at her feet, remaining silent for a long time. Then she bent down, picked it up, and tucked it into her sleeve. Turning around, she left. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and looked back at the broken attic. The sunlight shone on her face, revealing a pair of contemplative eyes. Interesting, she murmured softly before disappearing into the sunlight. Inside the attic, Fang Ze stood behind the door, listening as the footsteps outside gradually faded away. Then he chuckled. Interesting. He shook his head and walked back to the corner, sitting cross-legged. With a thought, he entered the space. 5 wolves surrounded him, rubbing against him. Fang Ze patted De Hu's head. Did you all see that scene just now, eh? De Hui let out a low whimper. That woman, Fang Ze said, is more formidable than I thought. Tears fall as she wishes, and she can stop her expression at will. After performing for 10 years, it wasn't in vain. He paused and suddenly smiled. But it doesn't matter. I can act too. It all depends on who can perform until the end. Not long after, in the servant area, that plot of spiritual field finally matured. Fang Ze stood at the edge of the field, watching the golden rice ears sway gently in the wind, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. This was the land that the original owner had cultivated for 10 years. For 10 years, every season, when the spirit rice matured, the original owner would carefully harvest it, dry it meticulously, and then select the best ones to take to the market in exchange for spirit stones. Those spirit stones eventually all ended up in Lu Ruyan's pocket, and he himself couldn't even bear to buy a single gathering energy pill. This is the last batch. Fang Ze squatted down and began to harvest. His movements were slow and meticulous. It was not out of cherishing, but a farewell. After finishing the last stalk of spirit rice, he bundled all the rice ears and carried them back to the broken attic that had collapsed on one side. Then he began to do something. He neatly stacked the bags of spirit rice at the door, a total of 250 pounds. Exactly the amount that should be submitted to the sect this time. He placed a wooden sign on the top bag of rice and wrote a few words with charcoal: spirit rice, collected, submitted to the sect. Left by Fang Ze. After thinking for a moment, he added another sentence: the attic is no longer lived in, whoever wants it can dismantle it. After writing, he stood up and took one last look at the broken house he had lived in for 10 years. The drafty windows, the collapsed walls, and the beams filled with cobwebs. Dark, damp, and the musty smell was pungent. The original owner had lived here for 10 years, from the age of 8 to 18, from an innocent child to a lovesick fool. Fang Ze withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. He did not look back. At the Yuling sect, in the servant promotion hall. This was a grand hall made of blue stone, much more imposing than those dilapidated houses in the servant area. 2 stone pillars stood at the entrance, carved with spirit beast patterns, fierce and imposing. Fang Ze walked in. The inside was bright, and several stewards sat behind a long counter processing the tokens submitted by the servants. He stood at the end of the line, waiting for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense until it was his turn. A middle-aged man with a thin, long face and triangular eyes sat behind the counter at the 7th level of chi refining. At first glance, he looked like a seasoned player who had mixed in the lower ranks for many years and earned his qualifications. Token. Fang Ze handed over his servant token. The thin, long-faced man took a look, then looked up at him, sizing him up. Chi refining 4th level. His tone carried a hint of surprise. 5 spirit roots. Yes. The thin, long-faced man looked at him again. This time his gaze contained something more, not admiration, but scrutiny. To reach the 4th level of chi refining with 5 spirit roots, one must either have a fortuitous encounter or work hard for a long time. Regardless of which situation, it indicated that this person was not an ordinary waste. Wait a moment. The long-faced man entered the back hall with a token and returned shortly after holding a new token. It was jade green, larger than the servant token, engraved with the character outer. Here you go. He handed over the token, saying, from now on you are an outer sect disciple. You can collect your Dao robe next door. It costs 5 spirit stones each month to be collected at the beginning of the month at the Spirit Stone Hall. The follow-up chi refining method of the Yuling Ju can be taken directly. The rules are in the jade slip. Read it yourself. Fang Ze took the token and jade slip casually, placing a bag of spirit rice on the counter. Over 200 pounds, twice the amount typically submitted. The long-faced man's eyes lit up, and he reached out to touch it, a smile immediately spreading across his face. Little brother, this is too much, he said. It's just a token of our first meeting. Fang Ze smiled. As well, I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. The long-faced man smiled more broadly, nodding repeatedly. Well said. Little brother has just entered the outer sect. What are your plans? Do you want to settle down first, or I want to take a task directly? Fang Ze said it's best if it's far from the sect and of long duration. The long-faced man was taken aback, then revealed a meaningful smile. Little brother, are you trying to hide from someone? Fang Ze did not respond, only smiled. The long-faced man did not press further, looking down at the notebook in front of him, suddenly, saying coincidentally, there is indeed one. He pointed to a line in the notebook. Intersect disciple Su Wan Ning is recruiting personnel to hunt in the Long Yuan mountain range for at least 6 months. The danger level is ranked A. He raised his head, looking at Fang Ze. An A rank means there's a possibility of death. If 10 people go, 6 or 7 returning would be considered good. Do you dare to go? Fang Ze fell silent for a moment. The Long Yuan mountain range is the largest gathering place for demon beasts near the Yuling sect, with beasts ranging from 1st to 2nd rank. 2nd rank corresponds to the foundation establishment stage. The danger is indeed significant. However, the more dangerous the place, the more suitable it is for hiding. Wang Dachui's master, that perfected chi-refining alchemist, would definitely not let it go easily. Staying in the sect is akin to waiting for death. Going out offers a glimmer of hope. Moreover, he has 5 mid-stage 1st rank wind wolves, perfected light wind technique and fireball technique, and a space to hide at any time. As long as he doesn't encounter any beasts above 2nd rank, self-preservation should not be a problem. I'll go. The long-faced man looked at him in surprise, then nodded, writing something in the notebook. All right, it's settled then. We'll gather at the sect's mountain gate in the afternoon during the Shen hour. The team leader is Senior Sister Su Wanning, an inner sect disciple at the 8th level of Qi refining. Stay with her, don't wander off. He lowered his voice. That Senior Sister has a temper, you need to be careful. Fang Ze nodded, tucking the new token into his robe. In the afternoon during the Shun hour at the sect's mountain gate, Fang Ze arrived to find others already waiting. There were 5 people in total, 3 men and 2 women, all appearing to be at levels 4 to 6 of Qi refining, dressed in brand new outer sect robes, gathered together, speaking in hushed tones. As he walked over, they all looked up, their gazes landing on him. 4th level of Qi refining. A stranger. His aura was somewhat peculiar. It wasn't the kind of nervousness and excitement typical of newcomers to the outer sect, but rather a calmness that was hard to describe. New here. A round-faced youth at the 5th level of Qi refining took the initiative to greet him. What's your name? Where did you come from? Fang Ze. From the servant area. The servant area? The round-faced youth was somewhat surprised servants can enter the outer sect. A nearby lanky youth at the 6th level of Qi refining snorted softly. Servant disciples, who knows how they managed to rise up? Clearly filled with disdain. Fang Ze glanced at him, but said nothing. Instead, the round-faced youth smoothed things over. All right, it's not easy to get into the outer sect. I'm Zhou Yuan from the Spirit Beast area. Oh, let's look out for each other. Fang Ze nodded at him. Just then a sound of breaking air came from afar. Everyone looked up to see a blue flying boat rushing in from deep within the sect, moving at great speed, and soon it was overhead. The flying boat was about 3 zhang long, entirely a blue-green color with faint sounds of wind and thunder. At the bow stood a figure. A woman. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, features like a painting, wearing a long dress of moon white, with a light blue silk ribbon tied around her waist, her garments fluttering gently in the wind. Her gaze swept over. 8th level of Qi refining. An inner sect disciple, Su Wanning. Get on. Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The crowd dared not delay and quickly jumped onto the flying boat. Fang Ze was the last to board. Just as he steadied himself, the boat took off. There was no acceleration, it immediately sped away. The wind howled in his ears as the scenery below rapidly receded. Su Wanning stood at the bow of the boat, her back to everyone, silent. The boat was very quiet, no one dared to speak. Fang Ze found a corner to sit down, closed his eyes, appearing to be resting, but in reality, he was sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations of the flying boat. A low-grade magic tool for flying. Its speed was over 10 times faster than his light wind technique. If only I could have one of these, he thought, suddenly feeling a gaze fall upon him. Opening his eyes, he met the gaze of the lanky youth. 6th level of Qi refining, sharp features, eyes filled with malice. He was the one who had mocked him earlier. Fang Ze looked at him, and he looked back at Fang Ze. After a moment, the lanky youth shifted his gaze away, a hint of contemptuous sneer at the corner of his mouth. Fang Ze ignored him and closed his eyes again. Meanwhile, at the Yuling sect, in a certain cave dwelling of the outer sect, an old man in gray robes stood before a pill furnace, holding a jade slip in his hand, his expression grim. He had just finished refining pills, but during this period his disciples had gone to find Wang Dachui. Didn't find him. Standing behind him was a middle-aged man, 7th level of Qi refining, resembling Wang Dachui to some extent. He was Wang Dachui's senior brother, the 2nd disciple of the gray-robed elder. Reporting to Master, the disciple checked the servant area. The 2nd disciple lowered his head to report that Fang Ze left the servant area yesterday and went to the promotion hall. Promotion hall. The gray-robed elder's brow furrowed. He broke through to the 4th level of Qi refining. Yes. Moreover, the 2nd disciple paused. He has become an outer sect disciple and accepted a task. He will leave the sect in the afternoon. The gray-robed elder fell silent for a while, then suddenly laughed. A cold smile. Interesting. A waste with 5 spirit roots killed my disciple and then ran away faster than a rabbit. He turned to look at the 2nd disciple. Did you find out what task he accepted? Yes. It is led by inner sect disciple Su Wanning, going to hunt in the Long Yuan mountain range. Long Yuan mountain range. The gray-robed elder pondered for a moment. That place is indeed dangerous, but it's also quite easy to handle. The elder fell silent. A long period of silence. Then he raised his head, looking out the window. Long Yuan mountain range, he murmured, his eyes cold. Let him die in the Long Yuan mountain range. When he returns from Long Yuan, regardless of whether he is dead or alive, I want Wang Dachui to pay with his life. On the other side, the flying boat traversed through the clouds. Fang Ze leaned against the ship's railing, eyes closed, seemingly resting, but in reality, he was sorting through the events of the past 6 months. Leaving the sect and entering the Long Yuan mountain range, hunting fierce beasts, one misstep could result in disastrous consequences. But he had no choice. Staying in the sect, Master Wang Dachui's mentor would not spare him. Venturing out, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Everyone, a cold voice rang out. Fang Ze opened his eyes and met Su Wanning's gaze. She stood at the bow of the boat, one hand controlling the vessel, the other behind her back, her clothes gently fluttering in the wind. This mission, you should have a general understanding, is to intercept and eliminate fierce beasts. Everyone nodded in agreement. But I must tell you, this mission is not simple. Su Wanning paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. What we are to eliminate is a first-tier perfected lizard. It guards a water yin lotus, and I need that spirit herb. First-tier perfected. The tall and thin Zhao Tai's expression changed. Isn't that equivalent to the peak of Qi refinement? Among us, the highest is only Qi refinement level 6. We can't possibly defeat it. The others exchanged glances, clearly not wanting to risk their lives. Someone muttered softly, "If I had known it was this dangerous, I wouldn't have come." Su Wanning said nothing, merely watching them quietly. Fang Ze suddenly spoke up. Since senior sister has issued the task, she must have a countermeasure, right? Su Wanning looked at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This junior brother has good insight. She nodded. I have prepared 2 sets of formations, first tier upper grade. One is a confinement formation and the other is an attack formation. You just need to provide spiritual energy to the formations to hold that lizard for a moment. I will personally go and collect the water yin lotus and leave once it's done. She added, as long as we cooperate properly, there won't be much danger. The crowd fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Zhao Taizhu asked again, and what about the reward? 50 contribution points for each person, Su Wanning said. A first-tier mid-grade pill can be purchased for more than 2. It's more than double that of other tasks. She looked at everyone. If you wish to leave, I can let you down now. You can hunt fierce beasts at the outskirts of the Longyuan mountain range by yourselves. However, she did not finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Hunting by yourselves to gather 50 contribution points would take at least a month or 2. The crowd exchanged glances, and in the end, no one spoke up again. Su Wanning nodded. All right, thank you, junior brothers and sisters. The flying boat continued onward. Fang Ze leaned against the railing, eyes closed, but his mind was racing. A first-tier perfected lizard is equivalent to the peak of Qi refinement. Even if there is a formation to restrain it, if something goes wrong, it would still be a near-death experience. However, since Su Wanning dares to take on this task, she must have confidence. Moreover, he glanced at the 5 swift wind wolves in his spatial realm. With 5 mid-tier first-tier wolves plus himself at the peak of Qi refinement level 4, aided by the formations, they might have a fighting chance. If something truly goes wrong, he could always retreat into the spatial realm. Fang Ze felt reassured and closed his eyes to continue resting. The Yuling sect is a major sect in the Golden Course stage. However, this sect has a 4th-tier great demon comparable to a nascent soul. It is the overlord of the Western Desert Yuan Kingdom. Between the Yuan Kingdom and the Miao Kingdom, there exists a mountain range known as the Hengling Mountain Range. The Longyuan Mountain Range is a branch of the Hengling Mountain Range. The fierce beasts inside are not highly cultivated, with the highest only reaching the perfected 2nd tier. There are no 3rd-tier great demons. Many minor clans have established families on both sides of this mountain range. Thus, several markets have emerged. The flying boat traveled for a day and a night. By the next evening, they finally arrived at their destination. A market built in a valley. Looking down from the flying boat, the market was substantial in scale, with cobblestone streets crisscrossing, lined with shops on both sides, numbering at least 1,000. The streets were bustling with people, and occasionally one could see cultivators dressed in various attires. Fang Ze's eyes widened slightly. This was his first time witnessing an outside market. It was at least 10 times larger than the outer market of the sect. The flying boat landed in an open space at the entrance of the market. The entrance featured a tall stone gate intricately carved with spiritual patterns, with 2 armored cultivators standing at the gate, both at Qi refinement level 7. Each person entering the city must pay a low-grade spirit stone. Su Wanning paid the spirit stones for the 7 of them and led them into the market. You can take a break and replenish yourselves. She turned and said, I will go gather specific information about that place. We will set off early tomorrow. You can freely explore tonight, but we will gather at the entrance at the hour of Qin tomorrow. The crowd nodded in agreement and dispersed. Just as Fang Ze was looking for a place to settle, Zhou Yuan approached him. Brother Fang, shall we explore the street vendor area together? The round-faced youth smiled warmly. This is my first time visiting such a large market. I heard the street vendor area often has great finds. Perhaps we can discover something valuable. Fang Ze initially intended to decline. However, on second thought, it was indeed necessary to have a guide in such a place for the first time. Moreover, Zhou Yuan, though talkative, was a good person and worth befriending. All right. He nodded. Thank you for leading the way, Brother Zhou. Zhou Yuan waved his hand. No need for politeness, let's go. The street vendor area was located on the west side of the market, a wide open space surrounded by wooden stakes. At this moment it was getting late, but more than 100 stalls were still set up in the open area. Each stall had a lantern hanging in front, and the dim yellow glow illuminated the surrounding area. Most of the stall owners were in the mid to late stages of Qi refinement, with a few perfected Qi refinement cultivators sitting their eyes closed, exuding an air of a master. Fang Ze followed Zhou Yuan into the street vendor area, and his eyes instantly lit up. The resources available here were far richer than those in the sect's market. Minerals, spirit herbs, talismans, magic tools, and spirit beasts were all available. He paid particular attention to the stalls selling spirit beasts. The best spirit beast he had obtained in the sect was the swift wind wolf, with potential peaking in the mid-first tier. But here there were spirit beasts available. One black-patterned leopard with potential in the late first tier priced at 400 spirit stones. One golden-feathered eagle with potential in the perfected first tier priced at 500 spirit stones. There was even a young crimson flame tiger with potential in the early second tier priced directly at 1,200 spirit stones. Fang Ze looked on enviously but could only watch. He had over 1,000 spirit stones on him. It sounded like a lot, but buying that crimson flame tiger would leave him broke. Moreover, there were still 5 swift wind wolves to care for, and the spirit field required continuous investment of spirit stones to restore its fertility. He had to spend wisely. "Brother Fang, over here." Zhou Yuan's voice called out. Fang Ze walked over and saw Zhou Yuan crouched in front of a stall bargaining with the stall owner. The owner was a thin man at Qi refinement level 5, with several spirit beast bags in front of him. "How much for these 2 foxes?" Zhou Yuan asked. Fang Ze looked at the several spirit beast bags. The openings were ajar, and inside lay 2 foxes. One was red, its fur blazing like flames with amber eyes alertly watching the outside. The other was white. No, it was a pale blue with a faint green glow to its fur, curled up in a corner, looking somewhat weak. "You have a good eye, my friend." The thin man immediately became enthusiastic. "This is the Qi Yin fox, which can grow to the first tier perfection priced at 300 spirit stones. The one next door is the Mu Tongue fox, also capable of reaching the first tier perfection priced at 350 spirit stones." 300. Are you out of your mind for spirit stones? Look at this Mu Tongue fox that's so skinny that it's questionable if it can even survive. At most 200. Friend, I caught this with great difficulty in the mountains. 200 is too little, the thin man said with a pained expression. 250, I can't go lower. 202, Zhou Yuan insisted. The thin man hesitated for a moment, glancing at the 2 foxes, and then at Zhou Yuan. "If you want both, I can give them to you for 450. Zhou Yuan turned his head and whispered to Fang Ze, "This price is similar to what the sect charges. If you want them, you can take them. Moreover, I feel that the Mu Tongue fox seems a bit different. It might have some hidden bloodline." Fang Ze looked at the Mu Tongue fox. Its pale blue fur curled up in the corner, looking very weak. But its eyes were not the usual round pupils of ordinary foxes. They were slit pupils, with a hint of golden light. Fang Ze's heart stirred. Space has an accelerating effect on spirit beasts. Even if this fox truly has a hidden bloodline, it would reveal itself after being nurtured in space for a while. "I want them," he said to the stall owner, "both of them." The thin man was overjoyed and quickly handed over the 2 spirit beast bags. Fang Ze received them and counted out 450 spirit stones from his pocket. Zhou Yuan stared wide-eyed. "Brother Fang, do you carry so many spirit stones with you?" "I saved them up," Fang Ze replied briefly. "Thanks for helping me haggle, Brother Zhou." Zhou Yuan waved his hand and chuckled. "It's nothing at all. But you just entered the outer sect and bought 2 first-tier perfection foxes. That's quite a hefty investment." Fang Ze smiled and did not explain further. The 2 continued to browse. With Zhou Yuan, the haggling expert, by his side, Fang Ze quickly acquired 2 types of beast-taming creatures. One stall sold spirit fish. In a large basin of water, there were a dozen palm-sized blue fish, their scales shimmering with a faint blue light. Qinglin fish, a mid-grade first-tier spirit fish, the stall owner introduced. When grown, they can be eaten. The meat is delicious and contains spiritual energy. They can also be kept as ornamental fish. A 5-year-old fish is 20 spirit stones. Fish fry are 10 for 1 spirit stone. Fang Ze recalled the 4 acres of spirit sea in his space. It was empty after all. Raising a few fish might even lead to reproduction. "They'll take 100 fish fry," he said. The stall owner's eyes lit up as he quickly scooped up 100 and packed them into a specially made fish basket. Fang Ze paid 10 spirit stones. Another stall sold pigs. Yes, pigs. 3 palm-sized piglets were crammed into a bamboo basket, squealing and grunting. Their fur was fiery red, and their noses were snuffling, occasionally spitting out small sparks. Huayun pig, early first tier. The stall owner was a plump, middle-aged woman, smiling as she introduced. "These pigs have a characteristic. They love to eat fire attribute spiritual herbs. After eating, the sparks they emit will grow larger and can be used as kindling. Many cultivators raise them for barbecued meat." Fang Ze squatted down, looking at the 3 piglets. Early first tier, their potential was not high. But Zhou Yuan was right, they could serve as a source of meat. 5 wind wolves along with the 2 foxes would require a lot of meat each day. Rather than spending spirit stones on monster meat, it was better to raise a few pigs. How much are they? 50 spirit stones each, the plump woman said. If you want all three, it's 140. Fang Ze paid the spirit stones and put the 3 piglets into a spirit beast bag. The two browsed for half an hour with Zhou Yuan, also buying a few items, feeling quite satisfied. Brother Fang, is that enough? We have to go into the mountains tomorrow, so we should head back to rest. Fang Ze nodded, just about to follow him to leave, when suddenly he paused in his steps. The whale pendant in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. Fang Ze's pupils contracted as he followed that faint sensation. Not far away was a stall, which looked different from the others. The stall owner was an old man with white hair, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His cultivation level was indiscernible, but from the resources placed in front of him, it was clear he was a foundation establishment expert. He didn't have many items in front of him. A few pieces of or several spirit herbs, and a few jade slips, all of which were second tier. Fang Ze's gaze fell upon the pile of ore. Among them was a small pile of gravel gray and unremarkable mixed in with a few pieces of ore. But the sensation from the whale pendant pointed directly at that pile of gravel. Brother Fang. Zhou Yuan's voice came, what's wrong? Fang Ze came back to his senses and shook his head. It's nothing, let's go. He turned and followed Zhou Yuan away, but he memorized that stall. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Second-Tier Resources. He didn't know what that pile of gravel was, but it definitely wasn't simple to make the whale pendant react. Now is not the time to buy. Second-tier resources are too expensive, and as a fourth-layer chi refinement cultivator, taking out too many spirit stones would attract too much attention. But he could remember it. Later, when he has the strength, he can come back. The two left the stall area, and Fang Ze excused himself to take care of something and wandered off alone for a while. He found a shop that specialized in selling seeds. The shop was not large, but the shelves were filled with various paper packages, each labeled with the names and years of the spirit herbs. What does the customer need? The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man at the 6th layer of chi refinement who warmly approached. Spirit herb seeds. Fang Ze said, how many varieties do you have from the first-tier low grade to the first-tier top grade? The shopkeeper's eyes brightened, and he began to introduce. First-tier low-grade gathering spirit grass, nurturing essence, grass qing, shuang leaf, 10 grains per pack, 5 spirit stones. First-tier mid-grade yellow spirit ginseng, white, ji grass, snake, saliva fruit, 5 grains per pack, 20 spirit stones. First-tier upper-grade golden line lotus, jade marrow mushroom dragon whisker grass, 3 grains per pack, 50 spirit stones. First-tier top-grade water essence lotus fire spirit mushroom ice heart flower, 1 grain per pack, 100 spirit stones. Fang Ze listened and quickly calculated in his mind. Currently, he was mainly growing yellow spirit ginseng, a mid-grade first-tier herb. He could plant some upper and top-grade ones to prepare for future breakthroughs. He said 3 packs of golden line lotus, 3 packs of jade marrow mushroom, and 1 pack of water essence lotus. The shopkeeper quickly wrapped them up and calculated the total. 3 packs of golden line lotus, 150 spirit stones. 3 packs of jade marrow mushroom, 150 spirit stones. 1 pack of water essence lotus, 100 spirit stones. A total of 400 spirit stones. Fang Ze paid, and then remembered something. Do you have seeds for fire attribute spiritual herbs? For feeding spirit beasts? The shopkeeper thought for a moment and pulled out a pack of seeds from the corner. Huarong grass, first-tier low grade, specifically for feeding fire attribute spirit beasts. 1 pack contains 100 grains priced at 10 spirit stones. Fang Ze took it and paid another 10. He was about to leave the seed shop when his gaze was suddenly drawn to another counter. There was an independent shelf made of mahogany leaning against the corner, intricately carved, displaying only 2 items. On the left was a vibrant green tea seedling, only palm-high, with tender leaves glimmering faintly with spiritual light. Beside it stood a wooden sign that read first-grade premium spiritual tea cloud and mist immortal bud. Affects long-term consumption, can slightly enhance magical power and stabilize cultivation. Seedling price 800 spirit stones. On the right was a peculiar spiritual bamboo, entirely azure with wave-like patterns at the joints. Azure wave spiritual bamboo. Under 100 years is first grade, over 100 years is second grade. It can be refined into magical tools and spiritual artifacts. The older it is, the greater its value. Seedling price 1,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze felt his eyelids twitch. 800 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones. Just to buy a seedling. So expensive, he murmured. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man at the 6th level of chi refinement, walked over with a smile and explained, young friend, do not think it too costly. These 2 resources are rare, even within your Yuling sect. Fang Ze looked at him. The shopkeeper pointed to the tea seedling. The cloud and mist immortal bud is extremely difficult to produce. A tea tree requires 3 years to harvest just 1 or 2 leaves. Moreover, it must be irrigated with spiritual spring water and stored in a jade box. Any carelessness can lead to withering. Throughout the entire western desert, the number of forces capable of cultivating this tea tree does not exceed 5 fingers. He then pointed to the blue bamboo. The azure wave spiritual bamboo is even more so. Under 100 years, it can only serve as an ornamental plant. Only over 100 years can it be refined into magical tools. How much spiritual energy and effort would it take to nurture it to 100 years? This 1,000 spirit stones buys potential, not ready-made materials. Fang Ze remained silent for a while. He knew the shopkeeper was right, but such a price was indeed beyond what he could afford at the moment. I see, he nodded, but my pockets are empty, and it seems I am destined to be without these two resources. The shopkeeper smiled and said no more. A small cultivator in the midst of qi refinement indeed could not have so many spirit stones. Fang Ze took one last look at the two seedlings and turned to leave. After leaving the seed shop, Fang Ze found an inn in the market. 1 spirit stone per day, the cheapest kind. The room was small, containing only a bed, a table, and a mat. The concentration of spiritual energy was pitifully low, making it utterly unsuitable for cultivation. But Fang Ze did not mind. All he needed was a cover to enter the space. He closed the door, bolted it, and sat cross-legged on the bed. With a thought, he entered the space. As soon as he landed, 5 wind wolves surrounded him. Big Gray rubbed against his legs, Second Gray licked his hand, while the other 3 squeezed over their tails, wagging joyfully. Fang Ze patted their heads one by one and walked towards the spiritual sea. On a 4-acre water surface, he squatted by the shore, opened the fish basket, and poured 100 blue-scaled fish fry into the water. The moment they hit the water, they came to life and quickly scattered, disappearing into the depths. Grow well, Fang Ze said softly, and when you grow larger, we can eat you. He then walked to the edge of the spiritual field and took out the newly purchased spiritual herb seeds. Golden line lotus, jade essence mushroom, water nurturing lotus, fire velvet grass, fire spirit mushroom. He squatted by the field and planted them one by one. The black soil automatically accepted the seeds, and moments later tender green shoots began to sprout. What efficiency, Fang Ze observed, feeling pleased. The water nurturing lotus was partly planted on the land adjoining the sea. After planting the spiritual herbs, he walked to the other side of the spiritual field and released the newly purchased spiritual beasts. As soon as the 2 foxes landed, they immediately scanned their surroundings warily. The crimson flame fox was okay, just a bit uneasy. The woodvine fox, however, trembled all over, curling up into a ball, its eyes flashing with golden light. Fang Ze squatted down and said softly, "Don't be afraid, this place is very safe." He reached out and patted the woodvine fox's head. The woodvine fox shivered but did not shy away. Fang Ze pulled out an ordinary yellow spirit ginseng from the spiritual field and offered it to its mouth. The woodvine fox sniffed it and cautiously took a bite. Its eyes brightened. It began to eat heartily, quickly finishing the entire yellow spirit ginseng. After eating, its fur seemed to shine a bit brighter, and it no longer trembled. Fang Ze then looked at the crimson flame fox. That fox was staring at him, its gaze filled with wariness and curiosity. He similarly pulled out a yellow spirit ginseng and offered it. The crimson flame fox hesitated for a moment, but also ate it. Fang Ze smiled, stood up, and walked towards the 3 fire cloud pigs. The piglets were rooting at the edge of the spiritual field, occasionally puffing out small sparks. You all, Fang Ze shook his head, need to have a circle built around you, or you'll ruin the spiritual field. He looked around and decided to buy some materials after going out to build a few fences in the space. Otherwise, the foxes would eventually eat the pigs. After finishing these tasks, Fang Ze walked to the edge of the spiritual field and began to organize the harvest from these past years. 300 spirit nurturing grasses. He had planted several batches in the space over the years, each costing 10 spirit stones. 100 yellow spirit ginsengs, each costing 20 spirit stones, a mid-grade, first-grade spiritual herb, which was a fair price. As Fang Ze looked at these spiritual herbs, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. There must be shops in the market that purchase spiritual herbs. Why not sell a portion and exchange it for spirit stones? With spirit stones, he could buy more seeds, more spirit beasts, or even those 2 seedlings. His mind raced, and soon he had a plan. Early the next morning, Fang Ze disguised himself as a rugged, middle-aged man, suppressing his aura to the 4th level of qi refinement, and walked out of the inn. In the market, shops were in abundance, and he chose a spiritual herb shop that seemed to have a decent scale. "Shopkeeper, do you buy spiritual herbs?" The shopkeeper was a thin, middle-aged man at the 7th level of qi refinement, glanced at him, and asked, "What grade?" "First grade, lower quality spirit nurturing grass, first grade, mid-quality, yellow spirit ginseng." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. "How many? Let's take a look at the goods first." Fang Ze took out 10 spirit nurturing grasses and 5 yellow spirit ginsengs from his storage bag. The shopkeeper took them and examined them carefully, nodding, "The quality is good. Spirit nurturing grass, 10 spirit stones per plant. Yellow spirit ginseng, 20 spirit stones per plant. Buy as many as you have." Fang Ze nodded and put the herbs back. "He'll go get more goods." He turned to leave and switched to another shop. The same procedure, 10 spirit nurturing grasses, 5 yellow spirit ginsengs, testing the price. The second shop had the same price. The The third shop did too. It seemed this was the unified market price. Fang Ze felt reassured and began to officially sell. At the first shop, he sold 20 spirit-nurturing grasses and 10 yellow spirit ginsengs. At the second shop, he sold 30 spirit-nurturing grasses and 15 yellow spirit ginsengs. At the third shop, he had changed his appearance 7 or 8 times, visiting more than 10 shops, each time selling only 20 or so. Sometimes he was a middle-aged man, sometimes a young, loose cultivator, sometimes an old man. His aura varied from the 4th to the 6th level of chi refinement. For an entire day, he sold all 300 spirit-nurturing grasses and 100 yellow spirit ginsengs. Finally, he counted the spirit stones. 300 spirit-nurturing grasses brought 3,000 spirit stones. 100 yellow spirit ginsengs brought 2,000 spirit stones. A total of 5,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze looked at the pile of spirit stones in his storage bag. His heart raced. 5,000 spirit stones. This was the most money he had ever seen in his life. In the Yuling sect's outer sect, a regular disciple couldn't save this much even in 10 years. And now he had earned it all in a single day. Night fell. Fang Ze once again changed his appearance, transforming into the middle-aged man he was before, and walked towards the seed shop. The shopkeeper was tidying up to close for the night. Upon seeing him enter, he looked up and asked, "What can I do for you, customer?" Fang Ze approached the zeton wood shelf and pointed at the 2 seedlings. "I want those." The shopkeeper was taken aback, sizing him up. "Are you sure, customer?" Fang Ze counted out 18 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade ones, which he placed on the counter. Is 1,800 low-grade enough? The shopkeeper's eyes widened, and he nodded hurriedly. "That's enough." He took the 2 seedlings from the shelf, carefully packaged them in a jade box, and handed them to Fang Ze with both hands. "Customer, take good care of these. They are truly valuable." Fang Ze accepted the jade box and stored it in his bag, then turned to leave. As he exited the shop, he instinctively slowed his pace, his divine sense spreading out quietly. 3 yards behind him, a figure followed at a leisurely pace. A practitioner at the 7th level of chi refinement. Fang Ze's heart sank. It seemed he was indeed being watched. He did not turn back, continuing to walk forward with normal steps. After passing through 2 streets, he turned into a secluded alley. The person behind him followed in as well. Fang Ze quickened his pace, turning a corner. At the moment he turned, he vanished. The practitioner at the 7th level of chi refinement hurried after him, rounded the corner, but found the alley empty. Where did he go? He looked around, his divine sense sweeping every corner. There was nothing. It was as if the person had evaporated into thin air. In the space, Fang Ze sat cross-legged by the spirit field, observing the outside through the spatial barrier. The practitioner at the 7th level of chi refinement circled the alley several times before finally cursing and leaving. "That shop isn't honest," Fang Ze muttered coldly. "I won't patronize it again." He waited a moment longer to confirm the surroundings were safe before exiting the space. Back at the inn, he closed the door and entered the space again. In the following days, Fang Ze did not go out. He practiced in the space every day, refining yellow spirit ginseng occasionally, catching a few blue-scaled fish to roast and eat. 5 swift wind wolves played and tumbled around him growing up. 2 foxes slowly adapted to life in the space, starting to explore their surroundings. The fire cloud pig was cornered, grunting as it ate fire fluff grass. In the spirit sea, the number of blue-scaled fish was increasing. From an initial 100 it grew to over 200, and now there were more than 300. Fang Ze caught one to roast and eat. The meat was tender and rich in spiritual energy, far better than spirit rice. A good thing, he licked his fingers. "I will rely on you for my cultivation from now on." Besides the spirit fish, he refined yellow spirit ginseng every day. Without hesitation, he directly stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed, bitter, but with a clear and sweet undertone. The medicinal power dissolved in his mouth, sliding down his throat, spreading through his limbs. Fang Ze closed his eyes and activated the spirit control technique. This was the cultivation method he received upon advancing to the outer sect, far superior to the one for the miscellaneous disciples. The bottleneck from the 4th to the 5th level of chi refinement shattered under the onslaught of the yellow spirit ginseng's medicinal power. His dantian expanded, meridians widened, and spiritual power surged. 5th level of chi refinement. He succeeded. Fang Ze opened his eyes and clenched his fist. The spiritual power within him was more than doubled compared to before. Continue. He did not stop, continuing to refine ordinary yellow spirit ginseng and cultivate. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days in the space, there were no days or nights, only a gray sky. When hungry, he ate spirit rice and blue-scaled fish. When tired, he closed his eyes for a moment to rest before continuing to cultivate. After 5 days, he broke through once again. 6th level of chi refinement. Fang Ze stood by the spirit sea, watching his reflection in the water. 6th level of chi refinement. A month ago, he was only at the 4th level. A month later, he broke through 2 realms. This was the power of space combined with spiritual herbs. He clenched his fist, feeling the spiritual power within him. If he faced Wang Dachui now, he could kill him without needing the 5 wolves. But it was still not enough. At the 6th level of Qi refinement, facing someone at the peak of Qi refinement would still not suffice. He needed to continue cultivating. Just then a sound transmission talisman flew into his room. Fang Ze caught it and infused it with spiritual power. Su Wangqing's cold voice echoed, "Tomorrow at dawn gather at the entrance of the market. Prepare to enter the mountains." Fang Ze put away the sound transmission talisman and looked at the spirit field. The new yellow spirit ginseng had already grown to half a foot tall, and in some time, he would be able to harvest it. The 5 swift wind wolves know now there were 8. During this time, De Hui and the others had given birth to a new litter of pups. 3 had become 5 and 5 had become 8. Moreover, a few of them had comprehended the wind blade divine ability. This meant that they no longer needed to engage in close combat, but could bombard from a distance. 8 mid-stage first-tier swift wind wolves, 2 mid-stage first-tier foxes, hundreds of mid-grade blue-scaled fish, dozens of fire cloud pigs, thousands of spirit stones. 6th level of Qi refinement cultivation. Fang Ze's lips curled into a slight smile. This time, entering the mountains, no matter what he encountered, he felt confident. At dawn the next day at the entrance of the market, Su Wanqing was already waiting there, still dressed in a moon-white long skirt, her expression cold. Others arrived one after another. Zhou Yuan waved at Fang Ze, saying, "Brother Fang, where have you been these days? I haven't seen you at all." "In seclusion," Fang Ze replied briefly. Zhao Taizhu glanced at him. "At the 4th level of Qi refinement, what could you achieve in a few days of seclusion?" Fang Ze ignored him. Su Wangqing's gaze swept over everyone, finally pausing on Fang Ze for a moment. No abnormalities. Still at the 4th level of Qi refinement. "Let's go." She turned and walked towards the flying boat parked in the open space, and everyone followed. The flying boat rose into the air, heading deep into the Lonyuan mountain range. It traversed the skies above the Lonyuan mountain range. The clouds churned below, and occasionally peaks could be seen piercing through the sea of clouds like towering pillars. Fang Ze leaned against the ship's railing, eyes closed, but his consciousness sank into the space. The 8 swift wind wolves were chasing and playing by the spirit field, De Hui leading a few pups running joyfully. 2 crimson flame foxes squatted by the spirit sea, staring at the blue-scaled fish in the water, their tails gently swaying, as if plotting how to catch the fish. Everything was fine. Just as Fang Ze was about to exit the space, he suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. He met Su Wangqing's gaze. She stood at the bow of the boat, turned sideways to him, but her gaze was fixed on him. Their eyes met, and she averted her gaze nonchalantly, continuing to control the flying boat. Fang Ze's heart tightened slightly. This woman was too perceptive. He had merely sunk his consciousness into the space for a moment, and she had noticed. It seemed he would need to be more cautious in the future. The flying boat flew for another hour before finally beginning to descend. Below was a continuous valley, ancient trees, towering high vines, thickly woven, and the sounds of beast roars could be heard coming from deep within. Su Wanqing maneuvered the flying boat to land on a cliff where a flat area provided a broad view to overlook the surrounding terrain. She turned around and scanned the crowd, saying, "The nest of that lizard is in the valley ahead, about 3 miles from here." She walked to the edge of the cliff, pointing into the distance. The group followed her finger to see a deep canyon nestled between 2 peaks, shrouded in mist obscuring the view. The water Yinzhu grows by a pool at the bottom of the valley. That first stage complete lizard guards it, never straying far. Su Wanqing retracted her hand and looked at the others. "I will set up the formation shortly. You 6 will split into 2 groups, 3 to control the confinement formation and 3 to control the attacking formation. Did you remember?" The group nodded in agreement. Su Wanqing then turned to Fang Ze. "You are at the 4th level of Qi refining and the weakest in spiritual power. You will be responsible for supplying spiritual energy to the confinement group. Not too much, just steady it." Fang Ze nodded. Su Wanqing said no more and took out 2 sets of formation flags from her storage bag. One set was blue, the other red. The blue flags were inscribed with complex spiritual patterns resonating with the sounds of wind and thunder. The red flags emitted a searing heat. "Let's set off." The 3-meal journey took half an hour. The path wasn't difficult, it was just necessary to avoid the surrounding demonic beasts. Su Wanqing led the way, her aura fully unleashed the pressure of her 8th level of Qi refining, causing lower-tier beasts to shy away. Occasionally, a few lower-tier demonic beasts would charge out, only to be swiftly dispatched by her sword with clean, decisive strokes. Fang Ze followed behind, silently observing her swordplay. Quick, precise, and fierce. She had evidently trained for many years. Finally, they reached the mouth of the valley. Su Wanqing gestured for everyone to stop. She stepped forward a few paces, peering into the valley. After a moment, she returned and whispered, "I've seen it." The lizard lay by the pool, fast asleep. The water Yunju was just 3 feet behind it, already ripe. She looked at the others. "Now set up the formation. Move quietly so as not to disturb it." The The six nodded and quietly crept into the valley. The valley floor was quite dark with towering ancient trees blocking most of the sunlight, allowing only a few beams to filter through the gaps in the branches. The air was damp, carrying the scent of decayed leaves and soil. The pool lay at the deepest part of the valley, roughly 30 feet across, with clear water revealing the pebbles at the bottom. Beside the pool lay a massive lizard over 2 meters long, its body covered in dark green scales with a row of prominent bony spikes along its back. It lay with its eyes closed, its belly gently rising and falling, clearly deep in slumber. 3 feet behind it, a water Yunju grew quietly. Its entire body was emerald green, with leaves resembling lotus petals cradling a pale blue bud in the center, emanating a faint ethereal glow. Su Wanning gestured, and the group began to set up the formation. The blue flags were placed around the lizard in an 8-diagram pattern. The red flags formed a larger surrounding circle. The entire process took exactly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The lizard remained asleep throughout. Once the setup was complete, Su Wanning stepped back behind the others and said in a low voice, "Follow my command. When I say start, you will immediately channel spiritual energy into the flags." The group nodded, their hands resting on the flags prepared. Su Wanning took a deep breath and slowly raised her hand. "Start." The six simultaneously activated their spiritual energy, pouring it into the flags. The blue light surged instantly, forming a massive light shield that enveloped the lizard. The lizard suddenly awoke, letting out a thunderous roar. It leaped violently, crashing into the light shield. Bang! The shield trembled violently, but did not shatter. "Steady!" Su Wanning shouted, activating the red flag. Red light flared up, waves of flames erupted from the flags, sweeping towards the lizard. The lizard roared in anger, releasing a mist of water that collided with the flames, creating a cloud of steam. "Continue channeling spiritual energy." Su Wanning controlled the attacking formation while looking at the pool. "I will go gather the herbs." In a flash, she darted towards the pool. However, just as she was about to approach the pool, 2 roars echoed from the mouth of the valley. Immediately after, 2 fiery red figures sprang from the woods, landing by the pool. They were 2 leopards, entirely fired, covered in black spots larger than ordinary leopards. They were latest-stage first-tier beasts, fire cloud leopards. Su Wanning's expression changed drastically as she abruptly halted. The 2 fire cloud leopards stared at her, baring their teeth and letting out low growls. Damn it, it must be the recent disturbances in the mountains that caused some demonic beasts to shift their nests. She gritted her teeth, drawing a blue longsword from her storage bag. A top-tier first-stage magical artifact. "You all continue to control the formation," she shouted without looking back. "I will deal with them." Before her words even finished, she charged toward the 2 fire cloud leopards. The sword light flashed as she struck at the first one. The leopard nimbly dodged, simultaneously opening its mouth to spit a fireball. Su Wanning sidestepped to avoid it, her sword momentum unbroken as she continued the pursuit. The second leopard lunged from the side, its claws engulfed in flames, fiercely slashing at her. She blocked with her sword, leveraging the force to retreat, simultaneously performing hand seals to cast a spell. A water arrow shot from her fingertips, forcing the second leopard back. The 2 fire cloud leopards coordinated seamlessly, one on the left and one on the right, besieging her. Su Wanning's swordplay was fierce and her movements swift, managing to hold her ground against the 2. But Fang Ze noticed the truth. She was consuming her energy. Each sword strike required spiritual power, each spell demanded energy. And the 2 fire cloud leopards had tough hides, it would be difficult to kill them quickly. Once her spiritual power ran out, she would be in danger. Moreover, Fang Ze glanced at the lizard in the confinement formation. It was frantically crashing against the light shield, each impact causing the shield to tremble violently. The 5 controlling the formation were pale, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads, clearly straining their spiritual energy. They couldn't hold out much longer. Fang Ze was quickly calculating in his mind. The current situation was 2 latest-stage first-tier fire cloud leopards attacking Su Wanning, and a first-stage complete lizard violently battering the confinement formation. 5 fellow disciples were on the verge of running out of energy, and the confinement formation could collapse at any moment. As for him, he was at the 6th level of Qi refining, with 8 mid-tier first-stage Windblade Wolves, 4 of which could use wind blades. 1 mid-tier first-stage Scarlet Flame Fox that could cast fireballs. 1 Cottonwood Fox that could use wooden thorns. 10 demonic beasts. Taking down 2 latest-stage first-tier fire cloud leopards shouldn't be a problem. But the issue was exposure. Once exposed, what would Su Wanning think? What would the other disciples think? He fell silent for a moment. Then he made a decision. "Sister." Fang Ze suddenly called out, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone present to hear. Su Wanning pushed back the 2 fire cloud leopards with her sword and turned back. "I will draw them away." Fang Ze stood up from his position. "You all increase the energy output to confine the lizard, and sister, go gather the herbs." Su Wanning was taken aback. You are only at the 4th level of Qi refining." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Fang Ze wave his hand. Two gray shadows sprang from the spirit beast bag behind him. They were two wolves with silver gray, fur standing half a meter tall, their eyes fierce. Mid-tier first-stage wind-blade wolves. The two wolves lunged left and right at the two fire cloud leopards, opening their mouths. Two azure wind blades shot from their mouths, slicing toward the fire cloud leopards. The fire cloud leopards hurriedly dodged their attack, momentum suddenly halted. Go! Fang Ze shouted softly, turning and rushing towards the mouth of the valley. Two gale wolves closely followed, running and continuing to unleash wind blades to attract the attention of the fire cloud leopards. The two fire cloud leopards were enraged by him, abandoning Su Wanning and chasing after him. In the blink of an eye, one person and two wolves vanished deep within the valley. The bottom of the valley fell into a brief silence. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. He alone lured away two mid-stage first-rank beasts. Zhou Yuan muttered in disbelief. Is he courting death? Those two wolves, another female cultivator exclaimed with wide eyes. He just entered the outer sect. Where did he get two mid-stage gale wolves? Don't worry about that. Zhao Tieju, unusually not mocking, said with a serious expression. Quickly stabilize the formation. The lizard is about to break through. Everyone regained their senses and hurriedly increased their output of spiritual energy. The green light barrier solidified once more firmly, trapping the wildly charging lizard. Su Wanning stood still, watching the direction where Fang Ze had disappeared, her expression complicated. She recalled the moment the two gale wolves pounced. That gaze, that movement, that coordination clearly indicated they were well-trained and battle-hardened. How could a newly initiated fourth-layer Qi refining disciple possess such beast mastery? Moreover, the wind blades emitted by those two wolves were a sign of the gale wolves awakening their innate abilities. Not all gale wolves could awaken them. Out of 10, having one or two would be considered fortunate. Yet he had both. Su Wanning took a deep breath, suppressing her doubts. Now the most important thing was to gather herbs. She turned and rushed towards the pond. Meanwhile, deep within the valley, Fang Ze ran over 3 miles in one breath, only stopping once he was certain he had distanced himself from the valley's bottom. Behind him, the two fire cloud leopards were relentlessly pursuing, the distance growing shorter. He turned around, looking at the two fiery red figures with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Almost there. With a wave of his hand, 6 gray shadows sprang out from the spirit beast pouch. Along with the previous 2, a total of 8 gale wolves surrounded the 2 fire cloud leopards. Immediately after, 2 more red figures appeared. 2 flame foxes landed on the nearby rock, their tails raised with a ball of flame gathering at the tips. 10 mid-stage first-rank monsters attacking 2 latest-stage first-rank beasts. The fire cloud leopards halted, warily surveying their surroundings. They sensed danger, but it was already too late. Charge! Fang Ze softly uttered this command. All 10 monsters lunged forward simultaneously. The 4 gale wolves that could use wind blades struck first, launching 4 azure wind blades at one of the fire cloud leopards. The leopard hastily dodged, but was blocked by 3 other gale wolves, sealing off its escape route. The wind blades slashed across its body, leaving several deep wounds. It roared in fury, launching a fireball that drove back 2 gale wolves. However, more gale wolves charged in, biting, scratching, and unleashing wind blades. The other fire cloud leopard fared even worse. It was targeted by 2 flame foxes. The 2 foxes, one on the left and one on the right, continuously shot fireballs. The fireballs struck it, exploding and scorching its fur. It attempted to flee, but was surrounded by 6 gale wolves, unable to escape. The battle lasted less than a stick of incense. Both fire cloud leopards fell one after the other, covered in injuries, their breaths extinguished. Fang Ze approached, crouching down to examine them closely. The first one had no monster core. The second one, after opening its abdomen, searched carefully. Still none. Unlucky. He stood up, shaking his head. For a first-rank monster, finding a monster core was already a rare occurrence. Out of 10, having one would be considered good. Not having either was normal. He stored the bodies of the 2 leopards in his storage pouch. Fur, bones, and claws can all be sold for money. Then he looked at the 10 monsters. 8 gale wolves surrounded him, wagging their tails as if seeking praise. The 2 flame foxes sat on the rock, licking their paws, appearing relaxed and unperturbed. Fang Ze patted each of their heads, taking out several Huang Ling ginseng from his space and sharing them with the foxes. Well done. I'll reward you again when we get back. He recalled all the beasts into his space, patted off the dust from his clothes, and turned to head back. After walking 3 to 4 miles, he encountered Su Wanning hidden. She was holding a sword, her face somewhat pale, clearly having been considerably drained by the previous battle. Seeing Fang Ze approaching unscathed, she paused, a flicker of strange color crossing her eyes. What about the 2 fire cloud leopards? I drew them away. Fang Ze replied. They stopped chasing halfway, probably afraid of entering other beast territories. In his heart, he thought this senior sister still has some sense of compassion, as she didn't give up on searching for me after drawing away the beasts. Su Wanning looked at him, silent for a moment. You're all right. I'm fine. Fang Ze patted the dust off his clothes. I ran fast. They couldn't catch up. Su Wanning glanced at him again. A fourth-layer chi refining cultivator running faster than a latest-stage fire cloud leopard. But she didn't question it further, merely nodding. Let's go. Back. The two returned to a forest more than 10 miles from the valley's bottom. The other 5 were slumped on the ground looking pale, trying to recover their spiritual energy. Seeing Fang Ze return safely, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up as he struggled to stand. Brother Fang, are you all right? That's great. He walked over, inspecting Fang Ze from head to toe with a face full of disbelief. You alone lured away 2 latest-stage first-rank beasts and still returned in one piece. How did you do it? I ran fast. Fang Ze replied briefly. Ran fast. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened, but those are fire cloud leopards. The beasts best at hunting. How could you outrun them? Fang Ze didn't explain, just smiled. The other disciples also gathered around, bombarding him with questions. Where did those 2 gale wolves come from? Weren't you just initiated into the outer sect? Yet didn't the sect say you have to be a year in before you can tame beasts? And those 2 wolves can use wind blades. I heard the probability of a gale wolf awakening wind blades is very low. How did you get so lucky? Fang Ze felt a headache from the questions and was about to brush them off when Su Wanning spoke up. Enough, she said in a cool voice, suppressing the clamor of the crowd. The mission is complete. We'll talk about it later. Once everyone was gathered, Su Wanning released the flying boat. The flying boat ascended, heading towards the market. On the return trip, the atmosphere on the boat was different from when they came. Everyone huddled together, still discussing the battle they had just experienced. That was too risky. I almost thought I was going to die there. Who says otherwise? That lizard almost shattered the formation with its charge. My spiritual energy was almost depleted. Luckily, Brother Fang drew away those 2 leopards otherwise. By the way, Brother Fang, how exactly did you do it? Fang Ze leaned against the boat railing, eyes closed, not answering. Zhou Yuan leaned closer, lowering his voice. Brother Fang, don't hide it anymore. We are all fellow disciples, and we still need to work together on missions in the future. How did you get those 2 gale wolves? Fang Ze opened his eyes and glanced at him. I bought them. Bought them? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Where did you buy them? How much? In the market. Fang Ze replied, over 200 spirit stones each. Zhou Yuan clicked his tongue in surprise. Over 200. Where did you get so many spirit stones? I saved up. Zhou Yuan wanted to ask more, but was pulled back by someone beside him. All right, if they don't want to say, then don't ask. Zhou Yuan forced a smile and stopped pursuing the matter. After the flying boat settled into silence, several gazes fell upon Fang Ze. Some were curious, some envious, and some jealous. Zhao Tai's gaze was especially complex. He had previously mocked Fang Ze, calling him useless for being at the 4th level of chi refining. Yet today, this so-called useless one stepped forward, lured away 2 latest-stage first-order fire cloud leopards, and saved everyone. As for him, at the 6th level of chi refining, he had been cowering at his formation position the whole time, unable to help at all. This comparison left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Fang Ze leaned against the ship's railing, eyes closed, sensing these gazes. He was aware of the kind and the malicious. But he did not care. What he cared about was another gaze. That gaze came from the bow of the ship. Su Wanqing. She had her back to everyone, seemingly concentrating fully on controlling the flying boat. Yet Fang Ze could sense that her peripheral vision was always on him. Examination, doubt, and a hint of something he could not quite articulate. But his intuition told him that this woman had begun to suspect him. After flying for 2 hours, the boat finally arrived at the market. After landing, Su Wanqing turned around and looked at everyone. This task application is for 3 months with more than 20 days left. Do you wish to stay in the market or return to the sect with me? Everyone exchanged glances. Zhou Yuan was the first to speak. I will return to the sect. I almost lost my life this time, and I need to go back and recuperate. I will return too. Me too. Several people expressed their intentions, all choosing to go back. Only Fang Ze stood still, not moving. I will stay in the market. Su Wanqing looked at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. You are staying in the market alone? Fang Ze nodded. I want to wander around here and see if I can find some good items. Su Wanqing was silent for a moment, then suddenly took out a jade token from her pocket and handed it to him. This is my token. If you encounter any unresolved matters after returning to the sect, you can come to find me. Fang Ze received the token. The front was engraved with the character Su, and the back bore the emblem of the Yuling sect. Thank you, senior sister. Su Wanqing looked at him, her gaze deep. Thank you for today's matter. Fang Ze was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. It's nothing. Su Wanqing said no more and turned to board the flying boat. The flying boat rose and quickly disappeared into the sky. Fang Ze stood in place, watching the boat leave until it was completely out of sight before retracting his gaze. He looked down at the token in his hand, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Su Wanqing's token. An inner sect disciple at the 8th level of chi refining. This thing could save his life at a critical moment. He put away the token and turned towards the market. Once he entered the market, he did not rush to find an inn, but first sought out a secluded corner to enter the space. As soon as he landed, 10 beastlings surrounded him. 8 wind wolves, a Chi-Yen fox, and a Mu-Mian fox all looked up at him, as if waiting for a reward. Fang Ze smiled, walked to the spiritual field, and pulled up a dozen yellow spiritual ginsengs to share with them. You all did great today. He patted their heads one by one. Let's keep working hard in the future. The beastlings ate happily, their tails wagging vigorously. Fang Ze then walked to the spiritual sea, caught a few Qinglin fish, and roasted them to eat. The fish meat was tender and rich in spiritual energy, much better than spiritual rice. After eating, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The 6th level of Qi refining was still not enough. He needed to reach at least the 7th level of Qi refining to have the confidence to return to the sect and face that alchemist. There were still more than 20 days left. Inside the space, it was over 2,000 days. More than 6 years. That was enough. There was no day and night in the space. The gray sky always maintained the same brightness. Fang Ze sat cross-legged by the spiritual field, eyes closed in meditation, surrounded by a faint spiritual light. He had already lost count of how many days it had been. Since Su Wanqing and the others left, he had remained in the space, hardly going out except occasionally to replenish supplies. 20 days in the outside world. 2,000 days in the space. More than 5 years. In this time, he did 3 things: cultivate, feed the beastlings, and wait for the spiritual herbs to mature. In the spiritual field, a batch of golden thread lilies had matured. A first-order superior spiritual herb takes 20 years to mature. However, under the space's 100-fold acceleration, 20 years equates to just over 2 months. He had planted them 2 months ago, and now they were just ripe. The seeds of the golden thread lily were like pearls, round and glistening with a faint golden sheen. Fang Ze picked one and put it in his mouth. The seed melted upon entry, transforming into a warm medicinal power that slid down his throat and dispersed throughout his body. He closed his eyes, activated the Yuling Ju, guiding that medicinal power to impact his meridians. 1 seed, 2 seeds, 3 seeds. When he reached the 10th seed, his body suddenly trembled. The bottleneck from the 6th to the 7th level of Qi refining began to loosen. Fang Ze felt a surge of joy and continued to eat the seeds. 11th seed, 12th seed, 13th seed. When he consumed the 20th seed, boom, the bottleneck shattered. His meridians widened instantly, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body. 7th level of Qi refining. He did it. Fang Ze opened his eyes and let out a long breath of turbid air. He clenched his fist, feeling the spiritual power within him was several times more abundant than before, a smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. 7th level of Qi refining. According to the rules of the Yuling sect, one can apply to enter the inner sect once reaching the 7th level of Qi refining. However, he did not plan to return now. At the very least, he could not return with the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi refining. It was too fast. 3 months ago, he was only at the 4th level of Qi refining. 3 months later, the 7th level. Such a speed of cultivation, not even a 5-element root could achieve it, let alone a heavenly root. If discovered, what would those foundation establishment and even golden core elders think? A common man isn't guilty, but possessing a jade may incur suspicion. He understood this principle. I need to hide for a while, Fang Ze murmured to himself, concealing his aura and suppressing his cultivation to the 4th level of Qi refining. With complete breath-holding techniques and the pinnacle of Qi refining, even some foundation establishment cultivators could not see through it. He stood up and began to inspect the space. Over 5 years, there had been significant changes. After breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refining, the area of the space expanded to 7 acres of land plus 7 acres of sea. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy in the space reached the level of first-order superior, enough to sustain the growth of spiritual herbs under 100 years. In the spiritual field, the yellow spiritual ginseng had been harvested, 7 to 8 batches piled into small hills. Another batch of golden thread lilies had been planted and had just sprouted. A few batches of jade marrow mushrooms were also harvested and stored in jade boxes. Additionally, that cloud mist immortal bud and blue wave spirit bamboo had grown considerably. The tea saplings had turned into small tea trees a foot tall, and the blue bamboo had sprouted several new leaves. By the edge of the spiritual sea, the changes were even more pronounced. The 8 wind wolves had turned into 12. De Hui and Er Hui had given birth to 2 more litters, and now there were a total of 12. But problems also arose. The potential of the wind wolves was only mid-stage first order. No matter how they were fed or nurtured, they could not break through to latest stage first order. Fang Ze had tried feeding them yellow spiritual ginseng and golden thread lilies, but it was of no use. When potential reaches its limit, it is indeed the limit. What a pity. He squatted down and patted De Hu's head. De Hui rubbed against his hand, wagging his tail happily. Although they could not break through 12 mid-stage first-order wind wolves, were still a considerable fighting force. On the other side, 2 crimson flame foxes brought him quite a surprise. They had not only broken through to the late stage of the first rank, but also gave birth to a little fox. The little fox had just been born for a short, while fluffy, and following its mother calling out in a soft voice. The potential of the crimson flame fox is at the peak of the first rank. This means they can continue to grow. Fang Ze approached the fox den, crouched down, and gently touched the little fox. The little fox timidly shrank back, then curiously peered out and licked his finger. "Grow up well," Fang Ze said softly. "I will take you out to fight in the future." The situation with the fire cloud pig was even more exaggerated. It started with only 3. After decades in the space, 3 had turned into more than 30. A group of pink piglets ran around in the pen, oinking and occasionally spitting out sparks. Fang Ze couldn't help but laugh and cry. Their breeding speed was just too fast. But that was fine. More than 30 fire cloud pigs were enough for all the beasts to eat for a long time. He looked towards the spirit sea. The blue scale fish were shockingly numerous. From the initial hundreds to now, they were countless. Dense shadows of blue fish swam beneath the water, occasionally leaping out of the surface, their scales glimmering with a blue sheen in the dim light. Fang Ze caught one to roast and eat. The fish meat was tender and rich in spiritual energy, but for his current cultivation level the effect was minimal. The medium-grade spirit fish of the first rank was only suitable for mid-stage chi refinement. In the late stage of chi refinement, one would need to consume better quality. He looked at the golden thread lotus in the spirit field. It was a high-grade first rank, and the effect was decent. However, refining spirit herbs was not as quick as using pills. If he could buy high-grade first-rank pills, his cultivation speed could improve further. Fang Ze stood up, gazing at the 4-acre space, silently calculating in his heart. He was at the 7th layer of chi refinement. Next would be the 8th layer, 9th layer, and then foundation establishment. Foundation establishment required even more resources. Techniques, pills, foundation establishment pills. These things were hard for loose cultivators to acquire. Sects and powerful families held the most elite resources, leaving loose cultivators to pick up the scraps. Therefore, he must return to the sect. At the very least, he needed to stay in the sect until he achieved foundation establishment. At that time, he could soar high and go wherever he wished. Moreover, there was someone in the sect waiting for him to deal with. Lu Ru Yin, the White Lotus, who deceived the original owner for 10 years. Fang Ze's expression turned cold. Now was not the right time to return. At the 7th layer of chi refinement against the 5th layer, he could crush them, but it wouldn't be satisfying enough. He wanted to expose that woman's true colors completely to everyone. He wanted her to be utterly disgraced, to suffer more than death. Just wait. Fang Ze retracted his gaze and exited the space. On the streets of the market, people came and went. Fang Ze disguised himself as an ordinary-looking young man, suppressing his aura to the 6th layer of chi refinement, and walked into a pill shop. The shop was not small, and the shelves were filled with various pills. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man at the 7th layer of chi refinement. Seeing him enter, he greeted him enthusiastically. "What do you need, esteemed guest?" "High-grade first-rank pills." Fang Ze asked, "Do you have them?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, quickly nodding, "Yes, yes, yes. Golden thread pill, jade marrow pill, both are high-grade." "Which one would you like, esteemed guest?" "Golden thread pill," Fang Ze said. "How much is one bottle?" 10 pills for one bottle, 300 spirit stones. Fang Ze nodded and counted out 300 spirit stones from his storage bag. The shopkeeper quickly took out a bottle of pills and handed it to him. Just as Fang Ze was about to leave, his gaze was suddenly caught by a cage in the corner. It was an iron cage containing a bird. It was completely blue with full wings, a tuft of white feathers on its head, and sharp eyes. Late stage of the first rank. Blue feather eagle. Potential at the peak of the first rank. Fang Ze stopped in his tracks. He was in need of a mount. Although he could move quickly with the gale technique, it still relied on his 2 legs. With a flying bird, traveling 1,000 miles in a day would be effortless. "How much is that eagle?" he asked. The shopkeeper followed his pointing finger and smiled. "You have a good eye, esteemed guest. This is a blue feather eagle at the late stage of the first rank with potential at the peak of the first rank. It was captured from the Longyuan mountain range and has been domesticated for 3 months, already recognizing its master." Recognizing its master? Fang Ze frowned. "Yes," the shopkeeper nodded, "but don't worry, recognizing a master can be transferred. As long as you take it home and re-establish the blood contract, it will be fine." "How much?" 600 spirit stones. Fang Ze fell silent for a moment. 600 spirit stones was not cheap, but he indeed needed a mount. "He'll take it." The shopkeeper beamed, released the restrictions, and quickly brought over the cage. Fang Ze counted out 600 spirit stones again, took the cage, and turned to leave. As he exited the shop, he instinctively slowed his pace, quietly spreading out his divine sense. 3 meters behind him, a figure was leisurely following him. 7th layer of chi refinement. Fang Ze smirked coldly. This again. He remained calm, continuing forward and turning into a secluded alley. The person behind followed him in 2. After rounding a corner, Fang Ze vanished. The Qi Refinement 7th Layer Cultivator hurriedly caught up, glancing around and sweeping his divine sense over every corner. There was nothing. Damn it, he muttered to himself, looking perplexed. In the space, Fang Ze observed the outside through the space barrier. The Qi Refinement 7th Layer Cultivator wandered around the alley several times before finally leaving in frustration. That shop, Fang Ze said coldly to himself, is just like the previous one. In this cultivation world, killing and robbing treasures is quite common. I won't be visiting again. After confirming safety, he emerged from the space, changed his appearance, and continued to stroll. Having reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, he needed a suitable magical tool. Although the fireball technique had been perfected, its power no longer sufficed. It was adequate for dealing with those in the mid-Qi refinement stage, but insufficient against those in the late stage. He walked into a magical tool shop. The store was small, but the shelves were filled with various magical tools. Swords, spears, halberds, tripods, and rings were all available. The shopkeeper was an elderly man at the 8th level of Qi refinement who was currently resting with his eyes closed. "Senior," Fang Ze spoke, "I would like to purchase a first-tier superior magical tool." The old man opened his eyes and scrutinized him from head to toe. "What type? Pearl or ring type?" Fang Ze replied, "Preferably fire attribute." The old man nodded and retrieved a small copper ring from the shelf. It was entirely fire red, engraved with spirit patterns, and faintly glowed with flowing flames. Fire Cloud Ring, a first-tier superior magical tool. When activated, it can release fire clouds enveloping a radius of 3 yards, useful for trapping and attacking enemies. 800 Spirit Stones. Fang Ze took the Fire Cloud Ring and examined it closely. Injecting spiritual energy, the copper ring warmed slightly, and faint fire patterns lit up. A good item. He'll take it. He paid the spirit stones and stored the Fire Cloud Ring in his storage bag. Leaving the magical tool shop, he entered another store selling jade slips. "Do you have first-tier top-grade fire attribute spells?" he asked. The shopkeeper, a young man at the 6th level of Qi refinement, nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes, yes. Fire Cloud Snake, Fire Cloud Escape, Blaze, / all are top-grade. Which one do you want?" "Fire Cloud Snake and Fire Cloud Escape," Fang Ze said. "How much?" 200 spirit stones for one, 350 for two. Fang Ze counted out 350 spirit stones and received 2 jade slips. Fire Cloud Snake is an attack spell that when activated can condense into a fire snake to attack enemies with power far exceeding that of the fireball technique. Fire Cloud Escape is an escape spell that when activated can transform into a flash of fire to flee with a speed 10 times faster than the light wind technique. If he couldn't win, he could run away. This was the essence of Han Peopeo's philosophy. Having gathered all the items, Fang Ze found a secluded corner and entered the space. For the next 5 days, he did not go anywhere. He refined the Fire Cloud Ring and practiced the Fire Cloud Snake and Fire Cloud Escape. After 5 days, the Fire Cloud Ring was fully refined and could be activated with a thought. The Fire Cloud Snake was at the entry level, barely able to condense a fire snake the size of an arm. Fire Cloud Escape was also at the entry level. When used, it was indeed fast, but it consumed a lot of energy and couldn't be used frequently. That was enough. Fang Ze stood up, concealed his aura, and suppressed his cultivation to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Then he exited the space, released the Qingyu eagle, and leaped onto its back. "Let's go back to the sect." The Qingyu eagle let out a long cry, flapping its wings, and swiftly heading towards the Yuling sect. They flew for a day and a night. The next evening, the mountain gate of the Yuling sect was faintly visible. Fang Ze did not fly directly in, but landed outside the mountain gate, put away the Qingyu eagle, and walked in. The guarding disciple verified his token and allowed him entry. The outer sect looked the same as always. The bluestone path, the phoenix trees, and the disciples coming and going. As Fang Ze walked along the road, he felt a bit dazed. Having been away for 3 months felt like 3 years. No, it wasn't 3 years. It felt like decades. The decades spent in the space had created a sense of detachment from this world. He took a deep breath to suppress that feeling of daze. First, he needed to go to the outer sect's base. Fang Ze stood at the counter of the outer sect's steward hall and handed over the task token. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged steward at the 8th level of Qi refinement with a round face and small eyes. He appeared amiable, but there was a shrewd calculation in his eyes. He took the token, glanced at it, and then looked up to evaluate Fang Ze. The task from the Longyuan mountain range. He flipped through the records, the one led by Su Wanning. "Yes." The steward nodded and made a mark in the ledger. "Task completed. 80 contribution points have been recorded in your name." He retrieved a new token from beneath the counter and handed it to Fang Ze. "This is your cave dwelling token. All outer sect disciples have their own independent cave dwellings, though their locations vary in quality. As for yours," he paused, "it's number 72 in the Eastern District. Go find it yourself." Fang Ze was slightly taken aback. Weren't the contribution points 50? Why was there an extra 30? It seems that senior sister Wan Ning is quite a good person. He took the token and was about to leave when the steward spoke again. Remember, although outer sect disciples have more freedom than the miscellaneous disciples, it doesn't mean you can just laze around and cultivate. His tone was flat. Having completed this task, you have 2 days to rest. After 2 days, you must continue to take on tasks. Fang Ze paused in his steps. Is it necessary to complete a task every month? Not every month. The steward shook his head. It's every 10 days. Outer sect disciples must complete at least 1 low-level task every 10 days or 1 high-level task every 30 days. You can choose yourself. Fang Ze was silent for a moment. 1 task every 10 days. That meant at least 36 tasks a year. This was not being an outer sect disciple. It was clearly being an outer sect beast of burden. But he said nothing, just nodded and turned to leave. Exiting the steward hall, Fang Ze followed the directions on the token to find his cave dwelling. Number 72 in the Eastern District. It was situated on an inconspicuous little hill surrounded by a sparse scattering of dozens of similar cave dwellings. Though called a cave dwelling, it was actually a stone chamber carved into the mountainside. There was a wooden door at the entrance. Pushing it open revealed a space roughly 3 yards square with a stone bed, a stone table, and a stone chair. In the corner of the wall was a simple spirit-gathering formation, but its effect was poor. Fang Ze sensed the density of spiritual energy in this place. It was of middle-grade first year, suitable for cultivation in the mid-Qi refinement stage. For him, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, it was better than nothing. Fortunately, I have the space. He closed the door, sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, not rushing to enter the space, but instead contemplating the next steps. The outer sect was not like the miscellaneous disciple area. The miscellaneous disciple area consisted of the lower-tier Qi refinement initiates, and no one would pay him any attention. The outer sect disciples were more powerful, and there were many eyes. A slight misstep could expose him, especially with the threat from that alchemist still looming. He had to be more cautious. First, I need to set up a formation. Fang Ze stood up, preparing to leave. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, light and gentle. Then a familiar voice called out, "Is Brother Fang there?" Fang Ze's pupils slightly constricted. Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan had not been doing well lately. Having lost the source of spirit stones from Fang Ze, she had sought a few new admirers, but those either were drained and discarded by her, or saw through her true nature and left. Her cultivation resources were becoming increasingly scarce, but fortunately, she had recently broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Next, if I want to continue improving, it will be difficult. I still need to cultivate a few new admirers. Right, Fang Ze? He once liked me so much, there must still be lingering feelings. They'll go plead with him, act pitiful, and perhaps. However, when she returned to inquire, she found that Fang Ze had left the servant area and had become an outer disciple. I didn't expect this kid to break through, but it's even better. The outer disciples receive a larger monthly stipend. He opened the door. Standing outside was a woman in a light green long dress, her long black hair styled in a simple bun, a faint smile gracing her lips. 6th level of Qi refinement. It had been 3 months since they last met, and she had actually broken through a level. Fang Ze coldly laughed inwardly, yet maintained a neutral expression. Sister Lu, what brings you here? Lu Ruyan looked at him, her eyes filled with surprise. Brother Fang, it really is you. I heard you entered the outer sect, and specifically came to see you. She took a step forward, getting closer to Fang Ze. It's been 3 months since we last met, brother. You seem to have lost weight. Fang Ze did not move nor reply. Lu Ruyan waited for a moment. Seeing he remained silent, she softly continued. What you said last time in the servant area, I thought about it for a long time after going back. It was my fault, sister. I've focused solely on my own cultivation these years, neglecting your feelings. She lowered her head, her eyelashes fluttering, appearing pitiful. If you are angry, you can scold me a few times. I won't retort. Fang Ze watched her perform, suddenly wanting to laugh. This routine had fooled the original owner for 10 years. It was always like this: first gentle concern, then weakness and apology, and finally coaxing the original owner into willingly offering up spirit stones. Unfortunately, she did not know that the person standing in front of her was no longer the same fool. Sister Lu, you overestimate me. Fang Ze said calmly. Let the past remain in the past. Lu Ruyan lifted her head, her eyes sparkling. You truly don't blame me. I don't blame you. Lu Ruyan's smile became even gentler. You're truly kind, brother. She moved a step closer, her voice softer. Now that you've entered the outer sect, you receive a stipend each month. Sister recently hit a bottleneck in her cultivation and needs a breakthrough pill, but still lacks some spirit stones. Fang Ze looked at her, counting in his mind. 3 sentences. After saying 3 soft words, she started asking for money. How much do you need, sister? Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened. Not much, just 30 spirit stones. Don't worry, brother. Once I break through, we'll definitely repay you double. Fang Ze nodded. Then he suddenly raised his voice. 30 spirit stones. Sister Lu, over the years you have taken spirit stones from me. Combined, it must be at least 2,000, if not 3,000. Are you still asking for more? Lu Ruyan's expression changed. Brother Yu, Fang Ze continued to raise his voice, ensuring that those in the nearby caves could hear. I spent 10 years growing spirit rice in the servant area, and every harvest I went to the market to exchange for spirit stones. You came once every 6 months, said a few sweet words, and I gave you all my spirit stones. After 10 years, I couldn't even afford to buy a single chi gathering pill for myself, giving it all to you. And what has happened? You broke through to the 5th level of chi refinement, while I am still at the 3rd level. Now that I've just entered the outer sect, you want 30 more. Sister, do you see me as an ATM or a fool? Surrounding them, whispers began to rise. The doors of several caves opened, and disciples poked their heads out to watch. Lu Ruyan's face turned deathly pale. She never expected that the once timid and soft-spoken Fang Ze would publicly say such things. Brother, you misunderstood. She forced a smile, but her voice trembled. Misunderstood? Fang Ze scoffed. Then tell me, what did I misunderstand? Is it a misunderstanding that every time you come you only ask for spirit stones? Or is it a misunderstanding that you take the spirit stones and leave unwilling to stay even a moment longer? Or is it a misunderstanding that you sent those suitors to kill me? Lu Ruyan's pupils constricted sharply. Brother, you can't say such things carelessly. When did I send someone to kill you? Fang Ze looked at her, his eyes cold. Do you know Wang Decue? Lu Ruyan's face changed completely. Wang Decue, the alchemist who had pursued her. He had died 3 months ago. The cause of death was unknown. He said before he died that you were the one who sent him to kill me. Fang Ze spoke each word clearly. Because you found me too close and it bothered his sight. I didn't. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her voice sharp. I never sent him to kill you. It was his own decision. Suddenly she fell silent. Because a crowd had gathered around. A dozen outer disciples, both male and female, were looking at her with various expressions. Some were surprised, some were disdainful, and some were reveling in her misfortune. Lu Ruyan's face turned as red as if it would bleed. Fang Ze, she gritted her teeth and said quietly, do you really have to do this? Fang Ze looked at her and suddenly smiled. Sister Lu, what am I doing? I'm merely stating the facts. He stepped forward, his voice calm. 10 years. I gave you 10 years worth of spirit stones, and all I received in return was the line, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for getting too close. Did you think I didn't know Wang Decue was your man? Did you think I didn't know that every time I went to the market someone was watching me? Lu Ruyan took a step back, her face pale. You're speaking nonsense. Whether I'm speaking nonsense or not, you know in your heart. Fang Ze stopped in his tracks. From now on you walk your path, and I'll walk mine. Don't come back again. He turned and entered his cave, slamming the door shut. Outside, Lu Ruyan stood frozen in place, her face alternating between green and white. People around began to point and whisper. That woman seems to be one of the top 10 beauties of the outer sect. What top 10 beauties? She's just a fraud. She deceived him out of 10 years worth of spirit stones and even sent someone to kill him. Tisk tisk, she looks good, but her heart is so venomous. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Lu Ruyan trembled all over, suddenly turning and stumbling away. In the cave, Fang Ze stood behind the door, listening as the outside chatter gradually faded away, a small smile tugging at his lips. It worked. From today onward, Lu Ruyan's White Lotus reputation was set to spread. The outer sect was not that large, and once this kind of news spread, it wouldn't take long for everyone to know what she truly was. By then, let's see how she continues to deceive people. He turned around and sat cross-legged on the stone bed. This was just the first step. Next, he would make her struggle to move, even experiencing a mysterious death like the original owner. Not long after, in the outer sect market, Fang Ze stepped into this place, once more his mood completely different from the last time. The last time he came, he was at the 3rd level of chi refinement, cautious and fearful of being targeted. This time he was at the 4th level, at least on the surface. But he knew that as long as he wanted, he could display the power of the 7th level of chi refinement at any moment. He walked into a formation shop. The shop was small, but very tidy. Various formation flags and discs hung on the walls, and shelves were filled with jade slips. Behind the counter sat a young woman at the 6th level of chi refinement with a round face and apricot-shaped eyes, looking very amiable. What can I do for you, sir? She stood up and asked enthusiastically. I need a 1st-tier medium-grade formation. Fang Ze said, a defensive type 1 that can block divine sense detection. The woman nodded and took down a few jade slips from the shelf. These few are all 1st-tier medium-grade. This fog concealment formation can cover a radius of 3 zhang, causing outsiders to lose their direction while blocking divine sense. The price is 400 spirit stones. This one, the Greenwood Guardian formation, has stronger defense, but is slightly less effective at blocking divine sense. It costs 350 spirit stones. This one, Fang Ze finished listening and pointed to the first jade slip. Fog concealment formation. Do you have ready-made formation flags? Yes. The woman took out a wooden box from below the counter, opened it to reveal a set of blue formation flags. This set of flags is already prepared. You only need to infuse spirit energy to set them up. 500 spirit stones. Fang Ze nodded, counting out 500 spirit stones from his storage bag. The woman's eyes sparkled as she accepted the spirit stones. Please take care, sir. We welcome you back next time. Back in the cave, Fang Ze closed the door and began to set up the formation. The flags were inserted into the four corners of the cave, with the last one placed at the entrance. As he infused spirit energy, a layer of light mist gradually spread, enveloping the entire cave. He reached out to touch the mist and could feel a barrier that was barely there. Those below the mid-stage of Qi refinement would definitely be unable to enter. Even those at the late stage of Qi refinement, while they might enter, would be hindered by the mist, unable to see the situation inside clearly. This is sufficient. Fang Ze sat cross-legged on the stone bed, his mind moving, entering the space. Everything was as usual in the space. 12 swift wind wolves were playing by the spirit field, 2 crimson flame foxes were fishing at the edge of the spirit sea with their little ones, and over 30 fire cloud pigs were grunting in the pen. In the spirit field, the golden thread orchid was thriving, and the jade marrow fungus had also matured. Fang Ze walked to the spirit sea's edge, caught a blue-scaled fish, and roasted it to eat. While eating, he contemplated the matters ahead. The threat from the alchemists still loomed. Wang De Chue's master, at the peak of Qi refinement, could strike at any moment. Today, Lu Ru Yen caused a commotion. It might provoke that person to act sooner. He must be prepared. He looked at the 2 crimson flame foxes. They were at the late stage of the first tier, equivalent to the late stage of Qi refinement. If that alchemist sent someone at the late stage of Qi refinement, these 2 foxes could come in handy. But it wasn't enough. That alchemist himself was at the peak of Qi refinement and definitely had hidden cards. He needed to quickly enhance himself, either by breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refinement or by nurturing more high-tier spirit beasts. After some thought, he decided to take a 2-pronged approach. Continue cultivating while also taking on some tasks to raise spirit beasts, bringing back more magical beasts. Early the next morning, Fang Ze stepped out of his cave abode. Just as he crossed the threshold, he saw 2 figures standing outside. One was a thin, middle-aged man at the 8th level of Qi refinement with triangular eyes and a sinister expression. The other was a short, chubby youth at the 7th level of Qi refinement with a round face and small eyes, grinning, though there was a chilling undertone to his smile. Are you Fang Ze? The thin, middle-aged man spoke in a hoarse voice. Fang Ze looked at them, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. They arrived so quickly. It's me. What do you want? Nothing much. The thin, middle-aged man grinned, revealing his teeth. I heard a new junior brother arrived in the outer sect, so I came to introduce myself. He took a step forward. I'm Sun Hu, and this is Qian Duo. We brothers love to make new friends. Fang Ze remained still. So you are senior brother Sun and senior brother Qian. A pleasure to meet you. Sun Hu stepped forward again, now just 3 feet away. Since you're new to the outer sect, you must have many things you don't understand. Do you want your senior brother to give you some pointers? He said, raising a hand to pat Fang Ze's shoulder. A surge of hidden energy poured into Fang Ze's body, racing toward his meridians. Fang Ze's internal energy automatically retaliated, dispersing the cold energy. However, he did not reveal his true cultivation. He merely let out a muffled grunt, stepping back half a pace, his face slightly pale. A flicker of surprise flashed in Sun Hu's eyes. He had used 50% of his strength in this palm strike, intending to make this Qi refinement 4th layer kid suffer a bit, perhaps lying down for a few months. Yet the other party only took a step back. Junior brother is quite skilled in cultivation, he said with a forced smile. It seems I underestimated you, senior brother. Fang Ze clutched his shoulder, taking a breath. What is this all about, senior brothers? What is it about? Qian Duo smiled. Nothing much, just wanted to inform you that there are places in the outer sect you cannot go. Some people are not ones you can provoke. He stepped forward, standing side by side with Sun Hu. Today is just a greeting. Next time we might not be so courteous. The 2 turned and left. After walking a few steps, Sun Hu glanced back. His gaze was like that of one looking at a dead man. Once the 2 had walked far, Fang Ze slowly straightened his back. His shoulders still throbbed with pain, but it was nothing serious. Was that all from the 8th level of Qi refinement? He let out a cold laugh and turned back to his cave. Inside the space, Fang Ze sat cross-legged by the spiritual field, with 2 scarlet flame foxes squatting beside him, watching him vigilantly. Did you remember those 2 just now, eh? The scarlet flame fox nodded. If they come again, I'll leave it to you. The scarlet flame fox's eyes lit up with excitement. It had been a long time since they had fought. Fang Ze stroked their heads, but his mind was calculating. Today was merely a test. The alchemist sent these 2 people with a clear purpose to injure him, to make him bedridden for half a year, preventing him from taking tasks and cultivating. This way they could slowly torment him and ultimately kill him without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, they did not know his true cultivation level. Nor did they know he had 2 first-stage late scarlet flame foxes. But this was not a long-term plan. Exposing the 2 foxes would reveal his secret. He needed to think of a more secure method. After contemplating, he decided to check the task hall tomorrow. Ideally, he wanted a task related to raising demonic beasts. This way, he could justifiably capture demonic beasts and raise them in his space. The more he raised, the less conspicuous it would be, even if a few were exposed. After all, the hallmark of the Yuling sect is beast taming, and it's normal for disciples to raise several powerful demonic beasts. As for his cultivation, he would continue to keep it suppressed. Being at the 4th level of Qi refinement was low profile enough and safe. When he reached the peak of Qi refinement or established his foundation, he would consider revealing his identity or even leaving directly. The next morning, Fang Ze arrived at the task hall. The main hall was bustling with people, and dozens of jade slips hung on the wall, each representing a task. He examined them one by one. Escort tasks. Not interested. Collection tasks. Worth considering. Hunting tasks. Too dangerous, likely to expose his strength. His gaze fell on a jade slip. Task: Spirit Beast Garden Caretaker. Content: responsible for feeding the first stage wolf demon in the Spirit Beast Garden twice daily for over 30 days. Contribution points: settled monthly requirements, mid-Qi refinement, or above. Priority for those with raising experience. Reward: 30 contribution points. Fang Ze's eyes lit up. Spirit Beast Garden. The place where the Yuling sect raises spirit beasts. And it's for raising wolf demons. If he could get in, he would have the chance to encounter various demonic beasts. At that time, without anyone knowing, he could sneak a few into his space, let them breed, and keep the cubs. Surely they wouldn't discover it, right? He took the jade slip down and handed it to the attendant behind the counter. I've taken this task. Junior brother, the Spirit Beast Valley, you chose specifically raises wolf demons. The task hall attendant looked up with a scrutinizing gaze. Wolf demons are fierce. Are you sure you want to take this task? Fang Ze nodded, his expression calm. Absolutely. The attendant glanced at him again, seemingly judging whether this Qi refinement 4th layer kid was being foolish. Yet Fang Ze showed no change in expression, quietly waiting. All right then. The attendant marked something in the ledger, took out a token, and handed it to him. Spirit Beast Valley East District Wolf Demon Garden. Report time is tomorrow at Chen hour. Don't be late. Fang Ze took the token and turned to leave. As he exited the task hall, the sky had already darkened. Fang Ze did not rush back to his cave, but strolled slowly along the path in the outer sect. The Spirit Beast Valley, a place dedicated to raising wolf demons. This task was tailor-made for him. The swift wind wolves in his space had already formed a small group. 12 adult wolves along with a few pups were starting to resemble a pack. What delighted him the most was that one of the male wolves, which he named Hui, had recently shown signs of being an alpha. When eating, the other wolves would let it eat first. When moving, the others followed closely behind it. In battle, it always charged ahead. This was a sign of a wolf king's emergence. If he could cultivate a wolf king in his space, the entire pack's combat power would rise significantly. And now he could also come into contact with more types of wolf demons. If he could capture a few more promising wolf demons and breed them with the swift wind wolves, perhaps he could cultivate descendants with even stronger bloodlines. With this thought, Fang Ze's steps felt lighter. Upon returning to his cave, he closed the door, activated the formation, and entered the space. As soon as he landed, 12 swift wind wolves surrounded him. Hui led the pack, looking up at him, emitting a low growl. Fang Ze crouched down and stroked its head. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to a place with many wolves. He said softly, they'll bring a few back to keep you company. Hui licked his hand, its tail wagging gently. Fang Ze then looked at the spiritual field. The golden thread lily was thriving, and the jade marrow mushroom was nearing maturity. He stood up, walked to the edge of the spiritual sea, caught a blue-scaled fish, and cooked it to eat. While eating, he contemplated his upcoming plans. The task in the Spirit Beast Valley would last at least a month. During this month, he had 3 things to accomplish. First, familiarize himself with the raising methods of wolf demons, striving to encounter higher bloodline wolf demons as soon as possible. Second, find opportunities to capture a few to bring into his space. Third, continue to cultivate, aiming to break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in another cave in the outer sect, Lu Ru Yin sat in front of her vanity, combing her long hair in front of a copper mirror. The face reflected in the mirror was still beautiful, with picturesque brows and eyes and skin as white as snow. Yet looking at this face, a sense of frustration arose in her heart. What is going on with that Fang Ze? She muttered to herself, her brows furrowing tightly. Being publicly exposed in the outer sect today, the gazes and whispers of those people pricked at her heart like needles. Lu Ru Yin, one of the top 10 beauties of the outer sect, had never suffered such humiliation before. What troubled her the most was that Fang Ze, the foolish boy who used to blush and stammer whenever he saw her, how could he suddenly transform like this? Could it be that he was pretending all along? Impossible. After 10 years of infatuation, how could it have been an act? There was only one explanation. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Lu Ru Yan's eyes flickered. To allow a 5-element root waste to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement in 3 months, and even afford to raise 2 swift-winged wolves. This fortuitous encounter is quite significant. She bit her lips suddenly, letting out a cold laugh. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. She stood up, walked to the corner of the cave, and took out a sound transmission talisman. Infusing it with spiritual energy, she whispered a few words. The sound transmission talisman transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Half an hour later, at the back mountain of the outer sect in a secluded cave, Lu Ruyin stood at the entrance waiting for a moment when a figure walked out from the night. It was a young man appearing to be in his late 20s with a handsome face, dressed in the attire of an inner sect disciple and a jade pendant hanging at his waist. Foundation Establishment Level 7. An inner sect disciple, Wang Tong. Although his family did not have any Foundation Establishment cultivator station due to generations of accumulation, he still held some influence in the outer sect. Ru Yin Jr.'s sister. Wang Tong approached, his gaze landing on her with unabashed heat. Calling me out so late, are you missing me? Lu Ruyin lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, feigning shyness. Senior brother, you are teasing me. Wang Tong chuckled, stepping closer and wrapping his arm around her waist. Let's talk inside. The two entered the cave. Inside, the floor was covered with animal skins and incense was burning, clearly a place where they had met secretly many times. An hour later, Lu Ruyin leaned against Wang Tong's embrace, her fingers gently tracing circles on his chest. Senior brother, someone is bullying me. Wang Tong frowned, looking down at her. Who in the outer sect dares to bully you? Lu Ruyan's eyes reddened slightly, biting her lip, looking extremely aggrieved. A person named Fang Ze. He was previously from the servant area, just entered the outer sect. Fang Ze. Wang Tong thought for a moment. I haven't heard of him. What cultivation level? Foundation Establishment Level 4. Wang Tong was taken aback, then laughed. Foundation Establishment Level 4. Is that all? Ruyin, are you joking with me? A waste at Foundation Establishment Level 4 dares to bully you. Lu Ruyin shook her head, her eyes reddening further. Senior brother, you don't understand. This person was good to me in the past. I went to see him out of old feelings, but he publicly humiliated me, saying I deceived him of spirit stones, even claiming I hired someone to kill him. She raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Wang Tong. Senior brother, when have I ever hired someone to kill him? Although I, Lu Ruyin, am not a good person, I would never do such a thing. Wang Tong looked at her distressed appearance, his heart melted. He quickly reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. All right, don't cry. Senior brother will help you vent your anger. Really? Of course. Wang Tong smiled proudly. A mere Foundation Establishment Level 4 waste, I can make him turn to ashes with just a flick of my finger. Lu Ruyin broke into a smile, leaning in to kiss him. Senior brother, you are so good. Wang Tong laughed heartily, pulling her tightly. Wait, tomorrow, I will go meet that Fang Ze. Let him know that some people are not to be trifled with. Lu Ruyin leaned against him, a proud smile gracing her lips. Fang Ze, oh Fang Ze. Do you think entering the outer sect means you are safe? Anyone who offends Lu Ruyin will not have a good ending. The next day at Qin time, Fang Ze appeared punctually at the entrance of the Spirit Beast Valley. This was a valley shrouded in formations with a stone pavilion at the entrance where 2 guards sat, both at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Fang Ze handed over a token. The guard took a glance and nodded. You may enter. In the East District Wolf Demon Garden, walk 3 miles in, and someone will meet you. Fang Ze put away the token and walked into the valley. As soon as he entered, he could feel a rich spiritual energy rushing towards him, much stronger than the outer sect caves. He walked along the gravel path with various spirit beast gardens on both sides, occasionally hearing the roars of beasts. After walking about 3 miles, a clearing appeared before him. A fenced area surrounded by wooden barriers contained dozens of wolf demons. There were gray, white, and green ones. Some were basking in the sun, others were chasing and playing, while some lay on the ground dozing. At the entrance of the garden stood a small wooden house with 2 people in front. One was a middle-aged man at Foundation Establishment Level 5 with a simple face. The other was an old man at Foundation Establishment Level 4 with gray hair, slightly hunched, appearing to be at least 80 or 90 years old. Fang Ze walked over, cupping his hands in greeting. Hello, senior brothers. I am the new Fang Ze, here to take over the Wolf Demon Garden task. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. I am Lida Zhuang. I have been working here for over 10 years. He pointed to the old man beside him. This is Qian Bo. How many years have you been here, Qian Bo? The old man raised his head, his cloudy eyes looking at Fang Ze, his lips moving. 53 years. Fang Ze's heart trembled. 53 years. He had spent his entire youth in this wolf demon garden. At Foundation Establishment level, for the maximum lifespan is only 120 years. 53 years, half a lifetime wasted here. Hello, Qian Bo. He cupped his hands in respect. Qian Bo nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk into the garden. Lida Zhuang patted Fang Ze's shoulder, whispering, Qian Bo doesn't like to talk, don't mind him. He's been here too long. Wolves are friendlier than people. Fang Ze nodded and followed them into the garden. The garden was much larger than it appeared. The wooden barriers enclosed several areas, each housing different types of wolf demons. Qianbo walked in front, introducing as he went, his voice hoarse and slow, as if he were talking to himself. This area is for the swift-wind wolves mid-stage, first-rank potential. There are a total of 32 half-male and half-female. They are fed twice a day, once at Qin time and once at Shin time. They are fed spirit beast meat with some spirit rice added. The meat is taken from the storeroom allocated daily. Do not take more than the quota. Fang Ze listened carefully, noting everything down. After passing the swift-wind wolf area, there was an even larger enclosure ahead. The wolves inside were different. Their fur was silver-white, their bodies larger, and their gazes colder. Silver moon wolves. Qianbo stopped, full potential at first rank. There are a total of 8, 4 males and 4 females. They are very valuable, do not provoke them. If angered, they will bite. He looked at Fang Ze's cloudy old eyes, carrying a hint of warning. In the past, someone was bitten and lost an arm. This place was merely one of the valleys for raising wolf demons. There are over 100 such wolf demon valleys in the outer sect. Fang Ze nodded, looking at the few silver moon wolves. Their silver-white fur gleamed in the sunlight, indeed beautiful. Full potential at first rank. If he could catch a few into his space, he suppressed the thoughts in his heart and continued to follow Qianbo. After around half an hour had passed, Qianbo went over all the precautions, finally pointing to the small wooden house at the entrance of the garden. That is your living place. Everything inside is ready, just tidy it up yourself. He looked at Fang Ze, fell silent for a moment. Young man, work hard. With that, he turned and walked out of the garden. His back was hunched and his steps were slow. Fang Ze watched that figure, suddenly feeling a chill in his heart. 53 years. If he had not obtained that whale pendant, if he were still the old Fang Ze, would he also end up like Qianbo, spending his youth in this wolf demon garden only to fade away quietly in the end? Brother Fang. Brother Fang. Li Dazhuang's voice pulled him back to reality. Fang Ze regained his senses and looked at the little chubby guy beside him. Senior brother Li, what's the matter? Li Dazhuang chuckled and leaned closer. Brother Fang, since you just arrived, feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. I've been here for over 10 years and know this place well. Fang Ze nodded and walked with Li Dazhuang towards the wooden cabin. The cabin was small, featuring a bed, a table, and a chair. However, it was kept very clean, evidently tidied up by Qianbo before leaving. Fang Ze took a quick look around the room, opened the window, and could see the outside werewolf garden. He dismantled the first-tier medium-grade cloud mist concealment array he had purchased from the cave and set it up immediately. Li Dazhuang followed him and plopped down on the chair and began to chatter. Brother Fang, where are you from? From a mortal town. Me too. Li Dazhuang's eyes lit up. My home is in Qinghe town, relying on the mountains for a living. What about you? Qingshi town. Never heard of it, but it doesn't matter. They're all mortal villages anyway. Li Dazhuang waved his hand. How's your spiritual root? 5 spiritual roots. Li Dazhuang was taken aback, then let out a sigh. I also have 5 spiritual roots. No wonder. He lowered his head and fell silent for a moment. Brother Fang, do you know what fate awaits people like us in the outer sect? Fang Ze remained silent. Li Dazhuang continued. Outer sect disciples have a task every 10 days. With our 5 spiritual roots, our cultivation is slow and our combat power is weak. We can only take on tasks like raising demonic beasts. After a year, we earn some contribution points, exchange them for resources, and continue to cultivate. Then we keep raising, keep cultivating until we die. He raised his head and gazed at the werewolves outside. Qianbo stayed here for 53 years. 50 years, can we live to that age? Fang Ze looked at him. This little chubby guy seemed simple-minded yet understood everything. How old are you this year, senior brother Li? 35. Li Dazhuang gave a wry smile. I'm at the 4th level of Qi refining, and I'm 35. If I can't break through to the 5th level in 20 more years, I might as well wait to end up like Qianbo. Fang Ze remained silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, then why don't you take other tasks? Li Dazhuang shook his head. Other tasks? Hunting demonic beasts, I can't fight them. Escorting merchant caravans, my cultivation is too low for anyone to want me. Gathering spiritual herbs, the mountains are dangerous. Going there is just courting death. So I can only stay here. At least it's safe and I can survive. Fang Ze looked at him and suddenly felt a tinge of relief. If he didn't have that pendant, if he didn't have the space, would he also be like Li Dazhuang, day after day feeding the wolves in this werewolf garden, waiting to grow old slowly? Brother Fang. Fang Ze snapped back to reality. Li Dazhuang had already stood up and walked to the door. I'm going to feed the wolves now. You tidy up, in the afternoon I'll take you to the storeroom to collect supplies. He pushed open the door and turned back to say, Brother Fang, for people like us with 5 spiritual roots, it's already good enough to be alive. Don't think too much. The door closed and the footsteps gradually faded away. Fang Ze sat on the edge of the bed staring at the door. It's already good enough to be alive, he murmured, repeating this phrase. Then he lowered his head to look at the whale pendant on his chest. It's already good enough to be alive. A smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. That was in the past. In the afternoon, Li Dazhuang took Fang Ze to the storeroom to collect this month's supplies. 500 pounds of spirit beast meat, 100 pounds of spiritual rice, and some necessary herbs for feeding the werewolves. On the way back, Fang Ze observed as he walked. The guards in the Spirit Beast Valley were not particularly strict. There were formations on the outskirts, but not many people patrolled inside. In the werewolf garden, there was only one person on duty at night. This meant that at night he had a complete chance to sneak in and catch a few werewolves into the space. But he couldn't rush the first time. He needed to familiarize himself with the environment and understand the rules. Fang Ze calculated in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. By the time he returned to the werewolf garden, it was already dark. Li Dazhuang lived in the adjacent wooden cabin several dozen meters apart. Fang Ze closed the door and activated the formation. This was the set he bought from the market. Although it was only a first-tier medium grade, it was sufficient to block the divine sense of latest-stage chi refining. Then he entered the space. As soon as he landed, 12 wind wolves surrounded him. Big Gray rubbed against his leg, emitting a low whimper from its throat. Fang Ze squatted down and patted its head. "I saw a silver moon wolf today," he said softly. "Bigger than you, stronger than you, with greater potential." Big Gray lifted its head, its amber eyes looking at him. "Once I catch a few and bring them in for breeding, we might be able to produce even stronger offspring." Big Gray let out a low whimper, seemingly understanding. Fang Ze smiled. The Spirit Beast Valley in the morning still had lingering mist. Fang Ze stood outside the werewolf garden, holding a bucket of spirit beast meat, watching the werewolves lying inside, and dozing silently, calculating today's tasks. The little chubby Li Dazhuang was also preparing stuffing meat into the bucket while chattering. "Brother Fang, let me tell you, feeding wolves may seem simple, but there are many tricks to it." He secured the bucket lid and clapped his hands. "These beasts are wild, but don't be fooled by their current lazy appearance. Once they catch a whiff of meat, they'll change their demeanor immediately. If you get your hand too close, snap. Your fingers will be gone." Fang Ze nodded. "I know." Li Dazhuang chuckled and carried the bucket inside. "Let's go, I'll show you around." The two entered the werewolf garden. Though it was called a garden, it was actually a large area enclosed by rough wooden fences divided into several smaller sections, each housing different species of werewolves. Fang Ze followed Li Dazhuang into the windwolf area. As soon as they entered, dozens of werewolves stood up, their eyes fixated on the meat bucket they held. Their gazes were cold, hungry, and filled with unabashed greed. Li Dazhuang stopped, took a piece of meat from the bucket, and threw it forcefully into the distance. The piece of meat sailed through the air and landed on the ground. Dozens of werewolves immediately pounced on it, fiercely tearing and competing for it. "Did you see that?" Li Dazhuang pointed at the werewolves fighting over the meat. "You can't get too close, and you can't hand it directly. You can only throw it. When you throw, you have to aim carefully and don't throw it into the pile of wolves. If you get bitten and dragged in." He shrank his neck and didn't continue. Fang Ze nodded, imitating him, took a piece of meat from the bucket and threw it in another direction. Several werewolves rushed over. Throwing one piece at a time, the bucket of meat quickly ran dry. Li Dazhuang was nearly done as well. After feeding the wind wolves, the two headed to the silver moon wolf area. There were fewer silver moon wolves than wind wolves, only 8, but each was larger with silver-white fur and colder gazes. Li Dazhuang lowered his voice and said, "These ancestors are more precious and more dangerous. Last time a junior brother was feeding them and accidentally dropped the meat at the fence. When he bent down to pick it up, a silver moon wolf suddenly charged over and nearly bit off his arm." Fang Ze looked at the several silver moon wolves. They lay in the distance, coldly watching them, unlike the swift wind wolves that rushed over to fight for food. But that indifferent gaze was more dangerous than the hunger of the swift wind wolves. He imitated Li Dazhuang and tossed chunks of meat into the silver moon wolf area. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. The silver moon wolves slowly stood up, walked over, and bent down to eat the meat. After eating, they looked up at them again. That gaze resembled that of 2 servants delivering food. After feeding all the wolf demons, the two returned to the small wooden house. Li Dazhuang sat heavily in a chair and let out a sigh. Doing this every day is exhausting. Fang Ze poured him a bowl of water. "Senior brother Li, how many years have you been here?" "More than a decade," Li Dazhuang replied as he took the bowl and drank a sip. "I've been doing this since I was in my 20s, and now I'm almost 40. He gazed out the window at the wolf demons, his expression somewhat vacant. "Fang brother, what do you think people like us live for? We can't improve our cultivation, can't win in battles, and can only feed these beasts here. Feeding for a lifetime, ultimately ending up like Qian Bo dying of old age here." Fang Ze remained silent for a moment. "Then why don't you change your way of living?" "What should I change to?" "Digging in the mines. That place is worse. A less than half survive a year there. Hunting demon beasts in the mountains. That's just a death sentence." He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. "At least it's safe here. You want starve to death and you want die. Just living is enough." Fang Ze looked at him without saying anything further. Everyone has their own choices. Li Dazhuang chose to live. And he chose to live and climb higher. In the following days, Fang Ze lived a very regular life. Every day at dawn and dusk, he fed the wolves with Li Dazhuang. At other times, he returned to the wooden house, activated the formation, and cultivated in the space. In the space, 12 swift-wind wolves were playing by the spiritual field, while 2 scarlet flame foxes were fishing by the spiritual sea with their cubs. He fed them some golden line lotus seeds every day. This first-grade superior spiritual herb was also a great supplement for demon beasts. One day, as he entered the space as usual, he immediately sensed something was off. 2 scarlet flame foxes were crouched by the spiritual field, their aura stronger than before. Fang Ze walked over and carefully sensed. They had reached first-grade perfection. Both scarlet flame foxes had broken through to first-grade perfection. So fast. He was somewhat surprised. It had only been a few months since he bought them. With the golden line lotus seeds he fed them, he squatted down and patted the head of one of the red foxes. Not bad, keep up the good work. The scarlet flame fox rubbed against his hand, producing a comfortable purring sound. The nearby wood-vine fox also came over, nudging his hand with its head. Fang Ze smiled and patted it as well. First-grade perfection equated to the combat power of a complete chi refinement. With them around, even if that alchemist came personally, they would have the strength to fight back. That day, after Fang Ze and Li Dazhuang finished feeding the wolves, they returned to the wooden house. Just as Li Dazhuang was about to leave, Fang Ze suddenly spoke up. "Senior brother Li, do you want to go into seclusion for half a month?" Li Dazhuang was taken aback. "What do you mean? You've helped me feed the wolves for half a month. I can help you feed them for half a month. You can cultivate in seclusion, and who knows, you might break through." Li Dazhuang fell silent for a moment and shook his head. "With my talent, what's the use of cultivating? Even if I go into seclusion for half a year, I won't break through." Fang Ze walked over and patted his shoulder. "How do you know if you don't try? What if you break through?" Li Dazhuang looked up at him. "Why do you want to help me?" Fang Ze smiled. "Because you are a good person. Good people deserve good rewards." Li Dazhuang was taken aback, his eyes suddenly reddening. He lowered his head and rubbed his eyes forcefully. "Fang brother, you..." All right, Fang Ze interrupted him. "No need to get sentimental. Just say whether you'll go into seclusion or not." Li Dazhuang nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will." The next day, Li Dazhuang packed a few pieces of clothing and went to the outer sect seclusion room. Before leaving, he grabbed Fang Ze's hand, repeatedly reminding him, "Fang brother, you must be careful. Don't get too close while feeding the wolves. Especially those silver moon wolves. They are very fierce." Fang Ze nodded. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Li Dazhuang walked away, turning back 3 times. Fang Ze stood at the wooden house door, watching his figure disappear into the morning mist, then turned back inside. He closed the door and activated the formation. Then he smiled. Half a month. That's enough time to do many things. That night, Fang Ze began to take action. In the Silver Moon Wolf area, there were 8 silver moon wolves, 4 males and 4 females. He observed for several days and noticed that among the 2 female wolves, one seemed restless and had a poor appetite. They were likely coming into heat. During heat, silver moon wolves become less vigilant and easier to approach. Fang Ze prepared some sedative. It was a type of mist designed to deal with demon beasts purchased from the market. Under the cover of night, he quietly approached the Silver Moon Wolf area. The fence was tall, but it was no challenge for him. With his wind step perfected, he leaped over effortlessly. Landing silently, a few Silver Moon wolves sensed the movement, lifted their heads, and looked at him. Fang Ze held his breath, remaining perfectly still. The Silver Moon wolves stared at him for a moment before lowering their heads to continue lying down. Fang Ze slowly approached the 2 female wolves. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. He suddenly raised his hands. 2 puffs of sedative mist flew out simultaneously, hitting the 2 female wolves squarely in the face. The 2 female wolves struggled for a moment and then fell limp to the ground. The other Silver Moon wolves looked up but did not move. Fang Ze quickly stepped forward and collected the 2 female wolves into his spirit beast bag. Then he turned and leaped over the fence, disappearing into the night. In the space, the 2 Silver Moon wolves slowly awakened, realizing they were in an unfamiliar place. Surrounding them was a gray sky, black earth, and a group of swift-wind wolves staring at them. They stood up and cautiously backed away. Fang Ze approached and crouched in front of them. "Don't be afraid. It's very safe here." The 2 Silver Moon wolves looked at him, their eyes filled with wariness and confusion. Fang Ze pulled out 2 yellow spirit ginsengs from the spiritual field and held them out to their mouths. The Silver Moon wolves sniffed and hesitated for a moment before starting to eat. After finishing, their gazes softened a bit. Fang Ze smiled. "Stay well. In a few days, you'll find you companions." In the following days, Fang Ze visited the Silver Moon Wolf area every night. He caught another male wolf and 2 female wolves, totaling 5 Silver Moon wolves, 3 females and 2 males. He separated them from the Swift Wind wolves and enclosed them in a separate area on the other side of the spiritual field. The 5 Silver Moon wolves gradually adapted to life in the space. Every day, they ate yellow spirit ginseng, drank spiritual sea water, and occasionally caught a few green-scaled fish for a treat. Fang Ze observed their condition. The 2 earliest captured female wolves were gradually bulging. They were pregnant. He was delighted. The gestation period for silver moon wolves was 5 years. In the space, 5 years equated to 18 days. In another half-month, they would give birth to little wolves. However, plans could not keep up with changes. On this day, Fang Ze was cultivating in the space when he suddenly sensed a disturbance outside. He immediately exited the space. Inside the wooden cabin, the formation was slightly trembling. Someone was trying to break the formation from the outside. Fang Ze frowned and walked to the door, peering through the gap in the formation. Outside stood an old man in a gray robe, a consummate practitioner of qi refinement, the master of Wang Dachui. Fang Ze, come out. The old man's voice was hoarse and cold, carrying an oppressive force. Fang Ze paused for a moment, then pushed open the door and stepped outside. What brings you here, senior? The old man in gray looked at him with a sinister gaze. Did you kill my disciple Wang Dachui? Fang Ze shook his head. No. The old man in gray sneered. Then why did he die on the day you left? Fang Ze looked at him, his expression calm. I don't know. That day, I went to Longyuan mountain range to carry out a task, and did nothing. The old man in gray stared at him, suddenly releasing his oppressive aura. A tremendous pressure surged towards him. Fang Ze felt a constriction in his chest, his legs weakened, almost buckling beneath him. The spiritual power within him surged wildly, barely resisting the pressure. But his face had already turned pale, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Still not speaking the truth. The old man in gray stepped closer. You cannot escape the responsibility for my disciple's death. Even if you aren't the one who killed him today, I will make you accompany him in death. The oppressive force intensified. Fang Ze's legs trembled and his knees were nearly touching the ground. At this moment, he slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A red shadow flew out. The Chi-Yin fox landed in front of him, its tail erect, flames rising all over its body, forcefully blocking the oppressive force. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ze straightened his body. Old man. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly gazed at the old man in gray. You are not worthy to make me submit. The old man's pupils constricted. A first-tier consummate Chi-Yin fox. He took a step back, a trace of wariness flashing in his eyes. A beast of the same rank has combat power superior to that of a human, especially a fire attribute fox, which is even harder to deal with. Where did you get such a spirit beast? Fang Ze sneered. None of your business. I caught it in the mountain range. Nonsense. The old man in gray shouted angrily. You, a fourth-layer Qi refinement practitioner, can catch a first-tier consummate spirit beast. Fang Ze looked at him, remaining silent. The old man in gray fixated on him, suddenly recalling something. Did this kid have some sort of backing? Otherwise, how could he explain the presence of this spirit beast? He pondered for a moment, then sneered. Even if you have a first-tier consummate spirit beast, so what? I am a consummate practitioner of Qi refinement. If it really comes to a fight, your fox may not win. Fang Ze patted the head of the Chi-Yin fox. Want to give it a try? The Chi-Yin fox opened its mouth and spewed out a fireball. The flames exploded in the air, turning into countless sparks that fell. The old man's expression changed. This fox's fireball technique was much stronger than that of an ordinary first-tier consummate spirit beast. If a real fight broke out, the outcome would be hard to predict. And if this kid really does have some backing, he took a deep breath, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. Kid, today you are lucky. He turned and left. After taking a few steps, he looked back and coldly said, Don't think that having a fox means everything is fine. Anyone I want to kill cannot escape alive. After saying this, he vanished into the night. Fang Ze stood in place, watching the direction in which the old man in gray disappeared, his expression dark. Today was merely a retreat. What about next time? What if this old man seeks help from a foundation establishment practitioner? A foundation establishment practitioner can easily see through his concealment technique. At that time, his 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivation first-tier consummate spirit beast, and those secrets would all be exposed. He took a deep breath and turned back to the cabin. Inside the wooden cabin, Fang Ze sat cross-legged on the bed, quickly contemplating countermeasures. He must find help. Who to look for? Suddenly he thought of someone. Su Wanning, an inner sect disciple, 8th layer of Qi refinement. That alchemist, no matter how arrogant, wouldn't dare to act openly against an inner sect disciple. Moreover, Su Wanning owed him a favor. That water cloud lotus saved her sister's life. Fang Ze took out the jade token from his pocket. The token of Su Wanning. He infused it with spiritual energy and softly spoke a few words. The jade token glimmered slightly, transforming into a stream of light that flew out. Half an hour later, a figure landed outside the wolf demon garden. Su Wanning. She was still dressed in a moon-white long dress, her expression cool, but her eyes carried a hint of concern. Fang Ze. Fang Ze pushed open the door to greet her. Sister Su, thank you for coming. Su Wanning shook her head. Not a trouble at all. You saved my little sister, and I have always remembered this favor. Behind her stood another person. A young girl around 15 or 16 years old, resembling Su Wanning, but looking even more youthful, with big eyes full of innocence and curiosity. Fifth layer of Qi refinement. This is my sister Su Wanqing. Su Wanning introduced. The water cloud lotus was used to heal her injuries. Su Wanqing stepped forward smiling sweetly at Fang Ze. Hello, senior brother Fang. Thank you for saving me. Fang Ze quickly waved his hands. I don't deserve it. I just lent a bit of help. The real savior is your sister. Su Wanqing shook her head seriously. Sister said if you hadn't led away those 2 fire cloud leopards, she wouldn't have been able to gather the water cloud lotus at all. You are my lifesaver. Fang Ze looked at Su Wanning. She nodded. Let's go inside and talk. The 3 entered the wooden cabin. Fang Ze poured water for both of them and briefly recounted the earlier events. That alchemist is called Wang Qingshan, a consummate practitioner of Qi refinement and outer sect member. He concluded, he believes I killed his disciple and has been seeking revenge. He came directly to my door today. Su Wanning frowned slightly. Did you kill his disciple? Fang Ze shook his head. No. His disciple died under unknown circumstances. I was on a mission that day and many people witnessed it. He was not lying. Wang Dachui was indeed not killed by his hand. It was the wolves that killed him. Su Wanning was silent for a moment, then nodded. That's good. As long as you didn't kill anyone, this matter will be easier to handle. She stood up. I will go find Wang Qingshan and talk to him. Fang Ze hurriedly stopped her. Sister, won't this trouble you too much? Su Wanning shook her head. Not at all. You are my lifesaver. I will take care of this. Su Wanqing also stood up, tugging at her sister's sleeve. Sister, I want to go too. Su Wanning glanced at her. You stay here and wait. Su Wanqing pouted but still obediently sat down. After Su Wanning left, only Fang Ze and Su Wanqing remained in the wooden cabin. The young girl curiously looked around. Senior brother Fang, do you live here? Yes. It's so small. She wrinkled her nose, much smaller than the cave dwellings of me and my sister. Fang Ze smiled. I'm an outer sect disciple. Having a cave dwelling is already quite good. Su Wanqing nodded and asked again. Senior brother Fang, your 2 swift-wind wolves are amazing. They're mid-tier first rank. Where did you catch them? Fang Ze looked at her innocent and naive eyes, feeling somewhat complicated. This girl was completely different from her sister. So pure, like a blank sheet of paper. I caught them in the Longyuan mountain range, he said. Wow. Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled. Is Longyuan mountain range fun? I've never been there. Sister says my cultivation is too low and won't let me go. Fang Ze shook his head. Not fun. It's very dangerous. Your sister is right not to let you go. Su Wanqing pouted. You all say that. Half an hour later, Su Wanqing returned. I have reached an agreement. She sat down and took a sip of water. Wang Qingshan has promised not to trouble you anymore. Fang Ze was taken aback. So easily. Su Wanqing nodded. I told him you are my friend and also the lifesaver of my sister. If he dares to harm you, he is going against me. She paused and added, of course he may agree verbally, but I cannot be sure of his true thoughts. You still need to be cautious. Fang Ze nodded. Thank you, senior sister. He took out a small jade bottle from his pocket and handed it over. Senior sister, this contains 10 seeds of the golden lotus. A small token of my appreciation, please accept it. These 2 sisters had good character and were grateful. Perhaps they could help him obtain foundation establishment resources in the future. Su Wanqing was taken aback and quickly declined. No, this is too precious. You should keep it for yourself. Fang Ze shook his head. Senior sister has helped me so much. What is this small token worth? Besides, your sister has just recovered and needs to replenish her strength. Su Wanqing listened nearby, her eyes sparkling. Sister, please accept it. The golden lotus seeds are delicious. Su Wanqing shot her a glare. All you think about is food. Yet she still accepted the jade bottle. Fang Ze, thank you. Fang Ze smiled. Senior sister is too polite. The 3 chatted for a while longer, and then Su Wanqing took her sister to say goodbye. Before leaving, Su Wanqing turned back and waved to Fang Ze. Brother Fang, come visit us when you have time. Fang Ze nodded with a smile. Watching the sisters' figures disappear into the night, he turned back to the house and closed the door, activating the array. Then he leaned against the door and exhaled deeply. The matter with Wang Qingshan was temporarily resolved, but only temporarily. That old bastard would not give up easily. He had to break through as soon as possible. The 7th layer of Qi refinement was not enough. He needed to reach the peak of Qi refinement or even foundation establishment. By then it would be hard to say who would kill whom. He touched the whale pendant on his chest, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Just wait. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the space, the bellies of 5 silver moon wolves were swelling day by day, and finally they gave birth to cubs on this day. 3 of them. The fluffy little creatures had not yet opened their eyes, huddled beneath the mother wolf, making delicate sounds. Fang Ze crouched beside them, carefully observing the 3 little wolves. 2 were gray, and 1 had a tuft of blue fur on its head. The blue was faint, but stood out among the gray fur. He gently reached out to touch that little wolf. The little wolf let out a soft whine and nuzzled against his fingers. Fang Ze's heart stirred. This color did not seem like that of an ordinary silver moon wolf. Could it have a hidden bloodline? He recalled the previous wooden vine fox, which also had a hidden bloodline, allowing it to break through to the first level so quickly. If this little wolf also has a hidden bloodline, then its potential is at least at the second tier, or even higher. Fang Ze's heart raced. A second-tier beast is equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. If he can cultivate a second-tier beast, he would have a real foothold within the Yuling sect. "Grow up well," he said softly, "and I will take you out to fight in the future." The little wolf whined and continued to nuzzle beneath its mother. Half a month passed, and Li Dazhuang emerged from his secluded cultivation. He pushed open the door of the wooden house, his face filled with excitement. "Brother Fang, I have broken through. I am now at the 5th layer of qi refinement." Fang Ze looked at him, slightly taken aback. Previously, this chubby guy was at the 4th layer of qi refinement, and after half a month of seclusion, he actually broke through. "Congratulations, brotherly." Li Dazhuang waved his hand, his eyes slightly red. "Brother Fang, thank you. If it weren't for you encouraging me to seclude myself, I might never have broken through in my life." He walked over and patted Fang Ze's shoulder hard. "If there's anything in the future, just say it. Although I, Li Dazhuang, have no skills, half of this life belongs to you." Fang Ze smiled. "Brother Li is too modest. I only gave you an opportunity. Your breakthrough is due to your own abilities." Li Dazhuang shook his head seriously. "It's different. In these past 10 years, no one has ever given me a chance. You are the first." He looked at Fang Ze, his eyes complex. "Brother Fang, you are different from others." Fang Ze did not respond, but patted his shoulder. "All right, enough with the sentimentality. For the next half month, you will feed the wolves while I go out for a bit." Li Dazhuang was taken aback. "Where are you going?" "To Yulingxian City," Fang Ze replied, "to take care of some matters." Before leaving the wolf demon garden, Fang Ze released the 5 silver moon wolves from the space. They returned to their familiar environment, sniffing around and quickly adapting. The 3 little wolves were carried by the mother wolf and placed in their den. Fang Ze watched them, silently calculating. 3 cubs. As long as that blue-furred little wolf grows up, his strength would rise to another level. But for now, he had more important matters to attend to. His cultivation method. He had reached the peak of the 7th layer of qi refinement. To progress further, he needed an 8th layer cultivation method. However, the Yuling Ju can only be cultivated to the 7th layer of qi refinement. The subsequent cultivation methods could only be exchanged in the Scripture Pavilion. Exchanging in the Scripture Pavilion requires contribution points, and the exchanged methods are only the most basic, limited to the peak of qi refinement. After foundation establishment, he would need to exchange again. It would be better to directly purchase a method that could be cultivated to foundation establishment. A one-time solution. Stepping out of the wolf demon garden, as Fang Ze just stepped out of the spirit beast valley, he suddenly paused. His divine sense swept over and found a gaze fixed on him not far away. A mid-stage qi refinement cultivator was hiding behind a tree, secretly watching him. Fang Ze remained expressionless and continued walking forward. That person followed closely behind. Was he someone from the alchemist or a lackey of Lu Rian? It could be either. But no matter who it was, he did not have time to pay attention. The immortal city was more important. Fang Ze summoned the Qingyu eagle and leaped onto its back. The Qingyu eagle had already broken through to the 1st level of perfection with a wingspan of over 30 feet, its feathers a lush green, and its gaze sharp. It let out a long cry and took off, flying towards the direction of Yulingxian City. Behind him, the stalking cultivator also released a flying creature, following him from a distance. Fang Ze glanced back, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Want to follow? Then follow along." Over 1,000 miles the Qingyu eagle flew for an hour. In the distance, Yulingxian City appeared in his sight. Standing on the eagle's back, Fang Ze looked at the towering city, feeling a shock in his heart. The city walls were about 10 zhang high, made entirely of blue stones covered in intricate array patterns. Inside, the city buildings were densely packed, with the tallest being a tower that pierced the clouds. Outside the city, a long line stretched endlessly. There were at least 100 people. The Qingyu eagle landed outside the city. Fang Ze stored it away and walked toward the end of the line. In front of Fang Ze stood a middle-aged cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement, with a simple and honest face, idly glancing around. Fang Ze approached him and cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." The middle-aged cultivator turned his head and sized him up, noting he was at the 4th level of qi refinement. He nodded and returned the gesture. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. Is this your first time in the immortal city?" Fang Ze nodded. "Indeed. May I inquire why there are so many people queuing today?" The middle-aged cultivator chuckled. "Don't you know? In 3 days, the 3 major merchant associations of the immortal city will jointly hold an auction rumored to feature foundation establishment pills for sale. All these people are here for the auction." Fang Ze's heart jolted. Foundation establishment pills. Those are pills that only foundation establishment cultivators can refine, and just one can increase a qi refinement grand completion cultivator's chances of success in foundation establishment by 30%. In the outside world, a single Foundation establishment pill can fetch an astronomical price. Are you certain there will be Foundation establishment pills? He asked. The middle-aged cultivator nodded. Absolutely. The three major merchant associations include one from the Yuling sect, one from the Sihai Association, and one from the Bafang Association. The latter two are powerful forces with golden core cultivators overseeing them, boasting substantial financial resources. It is said that the Sihai Association has multiple second-tier alchemists in attendance. Fang Ze listened intently and took out 2 spirit stones from his pocket, offering them. Thank you for the information, fellow Taoist. These 2 spirit stones are to cover your entrance fee. The middle-aged cultivator was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. Oh, you shouldn't feel obligated, Fang Ze insisted, pressing the spirit stones into his hands. This is my first time here, and I understand little. I hope you will guide me in the future. The middle-aged cultivator looked at the spirit stones in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. You are too kind. My name is Ma Yuan, a loose cultivator. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Fang Ze nodded. I am Fang Ze, an outer disciple of the Yuling sect. The two chatted as they queued. Ma Yuan was quite the chatterbox, rambling on about various matters concerning the immortal city. Which shops have good reputations, which ones are likely to cheat customers, which streets have stalls with good finds, and which areas are unsafe at night. Fang Ze diligently noted everything. After half an hour of waiting, it was finally their turn. 2 guards stood at the city gate, both at Qi Refinement Grand Completion, clad in standard armor with sharp eyes. The entrance fee is 1 low-grade spirit stone. One of the guards extended his hand. Fang Ze handed over a spirit stone and received a jade slip in return. All the rules of the city are written inside. I read it yourself. Violators will be heavily punished. Fang Ze nodded and followed Ma Yuan through the city gate. As soon as he stepped inside, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. It was over 10 times stronger than the outer sect's cave dwellings. Fang Ze took a deep breath, feeling all his pores open wide. This spiritual energy, he murmured. Ma Yuan laughed beside him. There are several second-tier spiritual veins converging beneath the immortal city, so the spiritual energy is naturally dense. It is said that beneath the tall tower in the city center, there is even a 3rd-tier spiritual vein. Fang Ze looked towards the tall tower in the center of the city. What is that place? It is the branch of the Yuling sect stationed in the immortal city, Ma Yuan replied, and it is also one of the venues for this auction. The 3 major merchant associations take turns hosting, and this time it's the Yuling sect's turn. Fang Ze nodded. Brother Ma, I would like to inquire if there will be any Foundation establishment techniques available at the auction. Ma Yuan thought for a moment. There should be. Such large-scale auctions have everything. Pills, magical artifacts, techniques, and spirit beasts. If you have spirit stones, you can buy anything. He paused, lowering his voice. However, Foundation establishment techniques are not cheap. They will cost at least several thousand spirit stones. Fang Ze was mentally prepared. He had several thousand spirit stones. Selling a batch of the spiritual herbs in his space would be sufficient. Meanwhile, in the outer sect of the Yuling sect, Wang Teng was sitting cross-legged on a mat cultivating. The cave was small, but exquisitely arranged. Several luminous pearls were embedded in the walls, casting a gentle glow. In the corner stood a zeton wood table on which lay several jade slips, and an exquisite incense burner with tranquil incense burning inside, sending wisps of light blue smoke wafting. Wang Teng closed his eyes, forming hand seals, while the surrounding spiritual energy slowly flowed into his body. He was practicing the family heirloom technique, the Qingyuan technique, a mid-grade mysterious art that could be cultivated to the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Among the outer disciples, few possessed such a level of technique. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shortly after, a mid-Qi refinement disciple entered and bowed in greeting. Senior brother, that Fang Ze has left the sect. Wang Ting opened his eyes, his expression calm. Where did he go? Towards the immortal city, the disciple replied. I saw him walking that way with my own eyes, but must be true. Wang Teng's mouth curled into a cold smile. The immortal city. Just right. He stood up and stretched his limbs. Originally, he wasn't aware of Fang Ze, but after Lu Ru Yin came to him crying and complaining, he finally understood what was going on. A waste at the 4th level of Qi refinement dares to offend others, to publicly expose Lu Ru Yin, to embarrass her in front of so many outer disciples. Wang Teng felt disdainful. He had seen many women like Lu Ru Yin. On the surface, they appeared gentle and kind, but in reality, their minds were very deep. She came to him, wanting to use his hands to eliminate Fang Ze. But so what? He was more than willing. A waste at the 4th level of Qi refinement could be easily crushed. By crushing him, he could make Lu Ru Yin owe him a favor. In the future, controlling her would just be a matter of words. Moreover, Lu Ru Yin mentioned that Fang Ze possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones and spiritual herbs. How much could a mere menial disciple have? But since Lu Ru Yin said so, he must have some. Even the smallest mosquito is meat. It wouldn't hurt to earn a little from it. Wang Teng walked to the corner of the cave and took out a communication talisman, speaking a few words. Moments later, 4 mid to late Qi refinement disciples arrived at his cave one after another. The leader Zhou, who was at the 7th level of Qi refinement with a burly build and a face full of flesh, clearly the type who preferred to act rather than think. Behind him were 3 disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement, all of whom were Wang Teng's friends in the outer sect, usually hanging out with him, occasionally helping him with errands. "Senior brother, what's the matter?" Zhou asked boldly as soon as he entered. Wang Teng glanced at him and replied indifferently, "Come with me to the immortal city. We need to catch someone." "Who are we catching?" "A waste at the 4th level of Qi refinement, named Fang Ze." Wang Teng smiled. "Someone wants him dead." Zhou's spirit perked up upon hearing this. "A 4th level Qi refinement. Isn't that easy to catch?" "Senior brother, don't worry, I'll leave it to me, and you guys won't have to lift a finger." Wang Teng shook his head. "Don't be careless. Although that kid has low cultivation, it is said that he has several spirit beasts. Wang Dachui may have fallen at his hands." Zhou was taken aback. "Wang Dachui? That alchemist? Isn't he at the 5th level of Qi refinement? He fell to a 4th level Qi refinement. That's why I'm asking you all to come along," Wang Teng said. "Better safe than sorry. Zhou, you will handle the front while the others provide support from the side. Don't let him escape." The 4 disciples exchanged glances, all revealing smiles. "Senior brother, don't worry, a 4th level Qi refinement won't escape." Wang Teng nodded. "Let's go." Inside the immortal city, Fang Ze walked alone towards the east after parting ways with Ma Yuan. The streets were bustling with people, far more lively than the outer sect's market. On both sides were various shops selling pills, magical artifacts, talismans, spirit beasts, and even seeds for spiritual herbs. Each shop had attendants at the entrance warmly greeting the passing cultivators. As Fang Ze walked and observed, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was what a cultivator city should look like. Compared to the outer sect's market, this place resembled a rural fair. After searching for a while, he finally spotted the sign of the Yulai Inn in a secluded alley. It was a 3-story wooden building with 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance inscribed with the words Yulai. The facade wasn't particularly grand, but it was very clean. Fang Ze walked in. Behind the counter sat an old man with a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, focused on manipulating an abacus. "Room for rent." The old man looked up. "Yes, for a stay." Fang Ze nodded. 5 spirit stones per day. Payment in advance." Fang Ze took out 15 spirit stones from his pocket and placed them on the counter. "Stay for 3 days." The old man accepted the spirit stones and handed him a jade token. "Room 7 on the 3rd floor. There is an array in the room. The token is the key. Return the token when you check out." Fang Ze took the token and went up to the 3rd floor. Room 7 was at the end of the corridor. He pushed open the door, revealing a modest room. Inside was a wooden bed, a straw mat, a table, 2 chairs, and in the corner a simple array that could block divine sense probing and prevent intrusions. Fang Ze closed the door and activated the array, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He first walked around the room, confirming there were no hidden surveillance arrays before sitting cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes, and sending his divine sense into the spirit beast pouch. Everything was normal in the space. 12 gale wolves lay at the edge of the spirit field, lazily basking in the sun. 2 vermilion foxes lounged beside the wolf den, a red fox licking its paws, while a wooden vine fox napped with its eyes closed. The little vermilion fox rolled around happily next to its mother. Dozens of fire cloud pigs crowded in a corner, snorting and rooting around. The Qinglin fish swam around in the spirit sea, occasionally leaping out of the water and splashing droplets. A Qingyu eagle perched on a large rock by the spirit sea, preening its feathers. On the side of the silver moon wolf, 3 little wolves huddled together in their den, soundly asleep. Fang Ze glanced at a little wolf with blue fur on its head. It slept soundly, its little belly rising and falling, and its tail occasionally flicking. Fang Ze smiled. In the next moment, he swayed and entered the space. As soon as he landed, the 12 gale wolves surrounded him. De Hui rubbed against his leg, letting out soft sounds, its tail wagging like a windmill. The other wolves also gathered around, some licking his hands, others rubbing against him. Fang Ze patted each of their heads before heading towards the spirit field. The golden thread lotus in the spirit field had matured again. The golden thread lotus was a high-grade spiritual herb with a maturation period of 50 years. However, in this space, with the aid of black soil and accelerated time flow, its growth rate was astonishing. Fang Ze squatted down, picked a few lotus seeds, and popped them into his mouth. The lotus seeds melted, instantly releasing a surge of medicinal power that flowed into his limbs. Fang Ze closed his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. The sensation of being at the peak of the 7th layer of Qi refinement became more pronounced. The spiritual energy in his dantian was already saturated. With one more step, he could break through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. However, that step required a cultivation method. The Yuling Ju he practiced only allowed him to cultivate up to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Beyond that there was no further path. Without a subsequent cultivation method, no matter how much spiritual energy he accumulated, he could not break through. He needed to purchase a new cultivation method as soon as possible. Fang Ze stood up looking at the spirit field in front of him, calculating in his heart. The golden thread lotus combined with the previously planted Huangling ginseng and jade essence mushroom had all matured. If he sold them all, he could make at least 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. That should be enough to buy a foundation establishment cultivation method. However, he couldn't sell them all at once. Taking out too many high-grade spiritual herbs at once would surely raise suspicion. How could a disciple at the 4th layer of qi refinement possess so many high-level spiritual herbs? If he attracted attention, it would be troublesome. He decided to sell them in batches, selling a little at each shop. This was the safest approach. Fang Ze made up his mind and turned towards the spirit sea. The Qinglin fish swam around in the spirit sea, now even more numerous than before. He roughly counted there were at least 400 to 500. These fish reproduced quickly. In a few months their numbers could double. Over by the fire cloud pigs, more than 40 pigs huddled together, grunting and squealing. A few sows had bulging bellies, clearly pregnant again. Fang Ze looked at these spirit beasts, feeling a bit emotional. When he first acquired the space, there were only a few gale wolves. Now the space had developed into a small-scale spirit beast herd. Although most of these spirit beasts were only mid to latest stage of the 1st layer, their sheer number was impressive. If released, dozens of spirit beasts would swarm forward. Even a peak qi refinement cultivator would have to flee. Unfortunately, he couldn't release them all at once. His trump cards needed to be revealed one by one. Fang Ze stayed in the space for a while, completed his tasks, and then left the space, returning to the inn room. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. He walked to the window and looked out at the street. There were far fewer people on the street, but he could still see a few cultivators passing by in a hurry. In the distance at the city center, a high tower lit up with spiritual light, standing out prominently in the night. Fang Ze watched for a moment and was about to pull the curtains when his gaze suddenly sharpened. Across the street, a cultivator in gray robes stood there, looking up in his direction. The man wore ordinary loose-fitting clothing, appearing unremarkable. But Fang Ze recognized at a glance that this was the person who had followed him outside the Spirit Beast Valley. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Sure enough, they had followed him. Fang Ze pulled the curtains shut and sat back down on the bed. Was it someone from Lu Ruyan's side? Or perhaps from Wang Qingshan? Either was possible. But regardless of which side, it was the fact that they had come to the Immortal City indicated they were ready to take action. Although the Immortal City forbade violence, that was just for show. If someone truly wanted to kill, there were always ways. For instance, they could wait for the target to leave the city or strike in secluded areas within the city. Fang Ze closed his eyes, quickly calculating in his mind. His exposed cultivation level was at the 4th layer of qi refinement. In the eyes of his enemies, he was merely a useless person that could easily be crushed. Underestimation was the greatest flaw. Since they wanted to act, let them do so. It was a good opportunity to test whether his strength at the 7th layer of qi refinement, combined with over a dozen spirit beasts, could handle a few mid to latest stage qi refinement cultivators. Fang Ze opened his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing through them. Early the next morning, he awoke from his meditation. Outside the window, dawn was breaking and the sounds of bustling people filled the street. The mornings in the Immortal City arrived earlier than in the outer sects market. Those stall-selling cultivators had already taken their positions in the pre-dawn light, waiting for business to begin. He walked to the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to glance across the street. The gray-robed cultivator was still there. He had just changed his position, squatting by the entrance of a shop, pretending to look at something. Yet his gaze frequently darted over to the inn, clearly keeping watch. Fang Ze's lips curled into a cold smile. He hadn't left all night. He was truly persistent. But what difference does it make to keep watch for an entire night? If he wanted to shake off these people, he had plenty of ways. He turned back to the bedside and took out a set of gray shabby robes from his spirit beast bag to change into. Then he activated a disguise technique, and the muscles and bones on his face shifted slightly, transforming him into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. In his 30s, with dark skin and mediocre features, he would be completely unnoticeable in a crowd. He adjusted his aura, suppressing his cultivation to the 6th layer of qi refinement. The perfected disguise technique has this advantage: as long as no foundation establishment cultivator inspects with divine sense, it is nearly impossible to detect any flaws. Once he was ready, Fang Ze pushed open the door and walked down the stairs. The old man behind the counter was dozing off. Hearing the footsteps, he raised his head, glanced at Fang Ze, said nothing, and then lowered his head again. Fang Ze exited the inn and walked east along the street. He deliberately passed by the gray-robed cultivator who was tailing him. The man was squatting at the shop's entrance, pretending to examine a piece of magical equipment while keeping his eyes fixed on the inn's entrance. As Fang Ze walked past him, the man didn't even look up. Fang Ze chuckled to himself. With that level of skill, how could he call himself a tail? He turned into a narrow alley winding around to ensure no one was following him before heading towards the market in the east of the city. The market in the Celestial City was divided into several areas. The eastern part was primarily filled with spirit herb shops and pill shops with dozens of them large and small. The western part had magical tools and talismans. The southern part dealt with materials from demon beasts, while the northern part sold various miscellaneous goods. It is said there is also an underground market that specializes in trading illicit items, but Fang Ze didn't want to deal with those for now. He found the first spirit herb shop. The storefront was small with the words Bai Chao Pavilion written on the sign. A shop assistant stood at the entrance at the third layer of chi refinement, yawning in boredom. Fang Ze walked inside. An old man sat behind the counter at the 8th layer of chi refinement, engrossed in reviewing the account books. What do you wish to buy, guest? I want to buy spirit herbs, Fang Ze replied. The old man looked him over. 6th layer of chi refinement, dressed like a wandering cultivator with an unremarkable appearance, nothing special at all. What kind of spirit herbs? Show me. Fang Ze took out a cloth bag from his bosom and placed it on the counter. The old man opened the bag, glanced inside, and his eyes flickered slightly. Inside were 20 stalks of Huang Ling ginseng. Although Huang Ling ginseng was only a first-tier spirit herb, its quality was exceptional with intact roots clearly cultivated with care. How many years? The old man inquired. About 10 years. The old man took out a stalk and examined it closely for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, it is 10 years old. For 20 stalks, it would be 15 spirit stones, each totaling 300. Fang Ze shook his head. Shopkeeper, that price is too low. The market price outside is at least 20 spirit stones for 10-year-old Huang Ling ginseng, the old man said, looking at him. That is the retail price in the shop. What I offer is at wholesale price. If you think it's low, you can go ask other shops. Fang Ze pondered for a moment. Add 50 more, 350. Deal. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let's just consider it making a friend. He took out 350 spirit stones from under the counter and placed them on the table. Fang Ze accepted the spirit stones and turned to leave. For the next 2 hours, he visited more than 10 spirit herb shops. Huang Ling ginseng, Jin Xian, Lian Yu Sui Ji, batches of spirit herbs exchanged for heaps of spirit stones. Some were 10 years old, some 20 years old, and the oldest barely reached 50 years. Spirit herbs of these ages were not too rare and wouldn't attract much attention. But with so many of them selling a bit at each shop added up. By the time he exited the last shop, the spirit stones in his spirit beast bag had piled up into a small mountain. 6,300 stones. Fang Ze mentally calculated, adding what he had saved up before. He now had nearly 8,000 spirit stones. That was more than enough to purchase a foundation establishment technique. He found a secluded corner to store the spirit stones in his space, then changed his disguise again, switching to a different outfit and leaving via another route. Initially, he had considered whether to bid on that foundation establishment pill, but after careful calculation, he decided against it. A foundation establishment pill would start at least 20,000 spirit stones. With his meager funds, he wouldn't even have enough for a fraction of that. Furthermore, there would undoubtedly be many cultivators competing for the pill. Those foundation establishment families and powerful rogue cultivators were all wealthy. As a chi refinement disciple, even if he managed to win the bid, he wouldn't be able to protect it. Although he had 7 acres of spirit fields and 7 acres of water areas in his space, he had just recently expanded them. He had only just planted first-tier top-grade spirit herbs in 4 acres of spirit fields. It would take at least a few months for those spirit herbs to mature. He could plan for foundation establishment later. The most important thing right now was to acquire a foundation establishment technique. With the technique, he could break through to the 8th and 9th layers of chi refinement and finally reach foundation establishment. Once he truly achieved foundation establishment, there would be no need for him to remain in the Yuling sect. The Yuling sect was merely a golden core force, and as an outer disciple, with low cultivation and scarce resources, he constantly had to guard against being targeted. It would be better to leave the sect and become a rogue cultivator. Although being a rogue cultivator was dangerous, it offered freedom. With space at his disposal, what was there to fear? As Fang Ze walked, he thought, unknowingly arriving at the northern part of the city. This was the flea market. At a glance, it was densely packed with stalls. Some were laid out on the ground, some propped up on wooden frames, and some had canopies set up. They sold everything: spirit herbs, magical tools, talismans, jade slips, materials from demon beasts, and spirit beast cubs. Fang Ze stood at the market's entrance, scanning the area. Most of the vendors were chi refinement cultivators, with the occasional few being at the peak level of chi refinement. However, there were also a few stalls where the vendor's cultivation was hard to discern. Those were foundation establishment cultivators. Fang Ze had a sense of it. What he needed were second-tier spirit herb seeds. Such items were surely available at spirit herb shops, but buying them there could easily attract attention. As a chi refinement rogue cultivator, what would he want second-tier spirit herb seeds for? The flea market was different. It was a mixed crowd with all sorts of people. Especially at the stalls of Qi refinement rogue cultivators, the items they obtained were diverse, many of which they themselves didn't recognize. Perhaps there were second-tier spirit herb seeds mixed and waiting for him to pick up a bargain. Fang Ze slowed his pace, examining each stall. Most stalls were selling first-tier spirit herbs or unidentifiable weeds. Occasionally, there were a few stalls with second-tier spirit herbs, but they were all finished products priced exorbitantly. After a round, he found nothing of value. Just as he was about to move to the next area, his gaze suddenly sharpened. In a corner, a peak Qi refinement rogue cultivator was crouching with a tattered cloth spread out before him, displaying a few items. One of the items was a seedling. The seedling was only palm-sized with slender leaves that shimmered faintly in green, and its roots were wrapped in a clump of soil. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, like a wild grass casually dug up from the mountains. But the moment Fang Ze saw it, his heart skipped a beat. That was a Qingling fruit tree seedling. Fang Ze's lips curled into a cold smile. He hadn't left all night. He was truly persistent. But what difference does it make to keep watch for an entire night? If he wanted to shake off these people, he had plenty of ways. He turned back to the bedside and took out a set of gray shabby robes from his spirit beast bag to change into. Then he activated a disguise technique, and the muscles and bones on his face shifted slightly, transforming him into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. In his 30s, with dark skin and mediocre features, he would be completely unnoticeable in a crowd. He adjusted his aura, suppressing his cultivation to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The perfected disguise technique has this advantage: as long as no foundation establishment cultivator inspects with divine sense, it is nearly impossible to detect any flaws. Once he was ready, Fang Ze pushed open the door and walked down the stairs. The old man behind the counter was dozing off. Hearing the footsteps, he raised his head, glanced at Fang Ze, said nothing, and then lowered his head again. Fang Ze exited the inn and walked east along the street. He deliberately passed by the gray-robed cultivator who was tailing him. The man was squatting at the shop's entrance, pretending to examine a piece of magical equipment while keeping his eyes fixed on the inn's entrance. As Fang Ze walked past him, the man didn't even look up. Fang Ze chuckled to himself. With that level of skill, how could he call himself a tail? He turned into a narrow alley, winding around to ensure no one was following him before heading towards the market in the east of the city. The market in the Celestial City was divided into several areas. The eastern part was primarily filled with spirit herb shops and pill shops, with dozens of them, large and small. The western part had magical tools and talismans. The southern part dealt with materials from demon beasts, while the northern part sold various miscellaneous goods. It is said there is also an underground market that specializes in trading illicit items, but Fang Ze didn't want to deal with those for now. He found the first spirit herb shop. The storefront was small, with the words Bai Chao Pavilion written on the sign. A shop assistant stood at the entrance at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, yawning in boredom. Fang Ze walked inside. An old man sat behind the counter at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, engrossed in reviewing the account books. "What do you wish to buy, guest?" "I want to buy spirit herbs," Fang Ze replied. The old man looked him over. 6th layer of Qi refinement, dressed like a wandering cultivator with an unremarkable appearance, nothing special at all. "What kind of spirit herbs?" "Show me." Fang Ze took out a cloth bag from his bosom and placed it on the counter. The old man opened the bag, glanced inside, and his eyes flickered slightly. Inside were 20 stalks of Huangling ginseng. Although Huangling ginseng was only a first-tier spirit herb, its quality was exceptional, with intact roots clearly cultivated with care. "How many years?" the old man inquired. "About 10 years. The old man took out a stalk and examined it closely for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed, it is 10 years old. For 20 stalks, it would be 15 spirit stones, each totaling 300. Fang Ze shook his head. "Shopkeeper, that price is too low. The market price outside is at least 20 spirit stones for 10-year-old Huangling ginseng," the old man said, looking at him. "That is the retail price in the shop. What I offer is at wholesale price. If you think it's low, you can go ask other shops." Fang Ze pondered for a moment. "Add 50 more, 350. "Deal." The old man thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's just consider it making a friend." He took out 350 spirit stones from under the counter and placed them on the table. Fang Ze accepted the spirit stones and turned to leave. For the next 2 hours, he visited more than 10 spirit herb shops. Huangling ginseng, Jin Xian, Lian Yu Sui Ji, batches of spirit herbs exchanged for heaps of spirit stones. Some were 10 years old, some 20 years old, and the oldest barely reached 50 years. Spirit herbs of these ages were not too rare and wouldn't attract much attention. But with so many of them selling a bit at each shop added up. By the time he exited the last shop, the spirit stones in his spirit beast bag had piled up into a small mountain. 6,300 stones. Fang Ze mentally calculated. Adding what he had saved up before, he now had nearly 8,000 spirit stones. That was more than enough to purchase a foundation establishment technique. He found a secluded corner to store the spirit stones in his space, then changed his disguise again, switching to a different outfit and leaving via another route. Initially, he had considered whether to bid on that foundation establishment pill, But after careful calculation, he decided against it. A foundation establishment pill would start at least 20,000 spirit stones. With his meager funds, he wouldn't even have enough for a fraction of that. Furthermore, there would undoubtedly be many cultivators competing for the pill. Those foundation establishment families and powerful rogue cultivators were all wealthy. As a chi refinement disciple, even if he managed to win the bid, he wouldn't be able to protect it. Although he had 7 acres of spirit fields and 7 acres of water areas in his space, he had just recently expanded them. He had only just planted first-tier top-grade spirit herbs in 4 acres of spirit fields. It would take at least a few months for those spirit herbs to mature. He could plan for foundation establishment later. The most important thing right now was to acquire a foundation establishment technique. With the technique, he could break through to the 8th and 9th layers of chi refinement and finally reach foundation establishment. Once he truly achieved foundation establishment, there would be no need for him to remain in the Yuling sect. The Yuling sect was merely a golden core force, and as an outer disciple, with low cultivation and scarce resources, he constantly had to guard against being targeted. It would be better to leave the sect and become a rogue cultivator. Although being a rogue cultivator was dangerous, it offered freedom. With space at his disposal, what was there to fear? As Fang Ze walked, he thought unknowingly arriving at the northern part of the city. This was the flea market. At a glance, it was densely packed with stalls. Some were laid out on the ground, some propped up on wooden frames, and some had canopies set up. They sold everything: spirit herbs, magical tools, talismans, jade slips, materials from demon beasts, and spirit beast cubs. Fang Ze stood at the market's entrance, scanning the area. Most of the vendors were chi refinement cultivators, with the occasional few being at the peak level of chi refinement. However, there were also a few stalls where the vendors' cultivation was hard to discern. Those were foundation establishment cultivators. Fang Ze had a sense of it. What he needed were second-tier spirit herb seeds. Such items were surely available at spirit herb shops, but buying them there could easily attract attention. As a chi refinement rogue cultivator, what would he want second-tier spirit herb seeds for? The flea market was different. It was a mixed crowd with all sorts of people. Especially at the stalls of chi refinement rogue cultivators, the items they obtained were diverse, many of which they themselves didn't recognize. Perhaps there were second-tier spirit herb seeds mixed and waiting for him to pick up a bargain. Fang Ze slowed his pace, examining each stall. Most stalls were selling first-tier spirit herbs or unidentifiable weeds. Occasionally, there were a few stalls with second-tier spirit herbs, but they were all finished products priced exorbitantly. After a round, he found nothing of value. Just as he was about to move to the next area, his gaze suddenly sharpened. In a corner, a peak chi refinement rogue cultivator was crouching with a tattered cloth spread out before him, displaying a few items. One of the items was a seedling. The seedling was only palm-sized, with slender leaves that shimmered faintly in green, and its roots were wrapped in a clump of soil. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, like a wild grass casually dug up from the mountains. But the moment Fang Ze saw it, his heart skipped a beat. That was a Qingling fruit tree seedling. "Grow up well," Fang Ze said softly. The little wolf seemed to understand, extending its tongue to lick his finger. Fang Ze smiled and stood up. 3 days later, the auction was held as scheduled. Fang Ze left early in the morning, heading towards the branch of the Yuling sect in the city center. The tall tower shimmered with spiritual light under the sun. At the base of the tower stood a 3-story pavilion intricately decorated. A long line had already formed at the entrance, filled with cultivators attending the auction. Fang Ze observed from a distance for a while. Most of the attendees were at the late stage of chi refinement or at the peak of chi refinement, with quite a few foundation establishment cultivators among them. Those foundation establishment cultivators either wore luxurious robes or were accompanied by attendants, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Fang Ze felt a sense of vigilance rising within him. This auction was much grander than he had imagined. He adjusted his robe and walked towards the entrance. A few guards stood at the door, all at the peak of chi refinement. One of them glanced at Fang Ze. "Friend, the entrance fee is 50 spirit stones. The first floor hall has no seats. What about the second floor box?" Fang Ze asked. "The box costs 100 spirit stones and includes a pot of spirit tea." Fang Ze took out 100 spirit stones from his pocket and handed them over. The guard accepted the spirit stones and handed him a jade token. "Box number 7 on the second floor. Go up the left staircase." Fang Ze nodded and entered the pavilion. The first floor hall was already full of people, with at least 200 to 300 attendees. He ascended to the second floor via the staircase and found box number 7. The box was small but exquisitely arranged, featuring a soft couch and a tea table adorned with a pot of spirit tea and several plates of snacks. On the wall, there was a crystal mirror providing a clear view of the first floor hall and the high platform. Fang Ze sat down on the soft couch and took a sip of the spirit tea. The tea was warm and rich in spiritual energy, clearly of high quality. He put down the tea and looked at the crystal mirror. The auction had yet to begin, and an elder stood on the high platform at the early stage of foundation establishment, discussing something with several staff members. After a while, a middle-aged woman dressed in splendid attire stepped onto the high platform. She was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Standing in the center, she glanced around and smiled slightly. Dear friends, welcome to this auction hosted by the Yuling sect, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and the Bafang Chamber of Commerce. I am Lin Yu from the Yuling sect, responsible for presiding over this auction. There are a total of 108 auction items this time. Pills, magical tools, skills, talismans, and spirit beasts, everything is available. As usual, the highest bidder wins. Now let the auction begin. She clapped her hands. A maid brought a jade box onto the high platform. Lin Yu opened the jade box, revealing a pill the size of a longan, entirely golden and emitting a faint pill fragrance. The first auction item is a Foundation establishment pill. The starting price is 10,000 spirit stones, and each bid must increase by no less than 500. As soon as she finished speaking, the first floor hall erupted in excitement. 11,000, 12,000, 13,000. Fang Ze sat quietly in the box observing. The price soared rapidly, soon surpassing 20,000, 23,000, 25,000. Ultimately, the Foundation establishment pill was secured by someone in a box on the second floor. Fang Ze glanced in the direction of that box. That was box number 3, and those who could enter a box number 3 were at least Foundation establishment cultivators or members of a Foundation establishment family. He noted the location. Next, the auction continued. Second-tier magical tools, second-tier talismans, second-tier pills, and second-tier spirit medicines were brought out one after another, each item being auctioned off. The prices often exceeded 10,000, making Fang Ze secretly gasp in awe. The best items even reached the peak of the second tier. A peak second-tier flying sword magical tool was auctioned for 50,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze's understanding deepened. His current wealth was simply insufficient here. Finally, it was time for the skills. Lin Yu took a jade slip from the maid and raised it to showcase to everyone. The next auction item is a skill called 3 Transformations of Leaving Fire Sutra. She paused and continued. This skill is of the profound tier and can be cultivated to the peak of Foundation establishment. However, it should be noted that this is a fragment. The complete skill is said to reach the earth tier and above. This skill excels in combat, and the true essence of leaving fire it cultivates is immensely powerful, far surpassing others of the same level. But the drawbacks are evident. Each breakthrough to a major realm requires a refinement of one's spiritual power, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. After refinement, combat power will significantly increase, but cultivation time will double compared to others. Therefore, this skill has been left unsold multiple times. The starting price is 3,000 spirit stones, and each bid must increase by no less than 100. The crowd fell silent for a moment. People began to whisper, "Is it that skill again? I heard it has been left unsold for several years. Who can endure doubling the cultivation time? But its power is indeed great. I once saw a loose cultivator practicing this skill who defeated a peak Qi refinement cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. So what? Slow cultivation makes it hard to establish a foundation." Fang Ze sat in the box, his eyes gleaming slightly. The 3 Transformations of Leaving Fire Sutra. A profound tier skill that could be cultivated to the peak of Foundation establishment. The drawback was that it required refined spiritual power and the cultivation time was doubled. But the increase in combat power was substantial. He felt tempted. He had 5 spiritual roots, and his cultivation speed was already slow. Doubling the time was not a concern for him. After all, he had space, and what he lacked the least was time. Moreover, the increase in combat power was particularly suitable for him. What was his cultivation philosophy? Fight if he could win, flee if he couldn't. But what if he couldn't escape? Then he could only fight with all his might. The stronger the combat power during desperate times, the better. 3,100, Fang Ze spoke up. Someone on the first floor turned to look up, but said nothing. 3,200, someone raised the bid. 3,500, Fang Ze continued. 3,600, 4,000. Fang Ze directly raised the bid to 4,000. There was a moment of silence. 4,100, that voice rang out again. Fang Ze frowned. He glanced in that direction and saw a loose cultivator dressed in a way that suggested he was at the peak of Qi refinement in a corner of the first floor hall. 4,500, Fang Ze said. The man fell silent for a moment and did not speak again. 4,500 spirit stones going once, twice, 3 times. Sold. Lin Yu struck down with her small hammer. Congratulations to the friend in box number 7 for winning the 3 Transformations of Leaving Fire Sutra. Fang Ze breathed a sigh of relief. For 1,500 spirit stones to purchase a profound tier skill, albeit a fragment, was still worthwhile. Normal Foundation establishment skills would cost at least over 10,000 spirit stones. He stood up, preparing to make the handover. Just then he sensed several divine senses sweeping over from different directions. Some merely glanced over casually, while others lingered for a moment, seemingly trying to probe into his background. Fang Ze felt a chill in his heart. He activated the conceal breath technique, lowering his presence further while simultaneously employing the disguise technique to maintain the visage of a middle-aged loose cultivator. A few divine senses swept over him, seemingly assessing that he was merely a chi-refining 7th-layer cultivator with nothing special before retracting back. However, one divine sense originating from box No. 3 lingered for a while. Fang Ze's heart sank. That was the box that had purchased the Foundation establishment pill. He dared not show any signs of abnormality, pushed open the door, and exited the box. The handover location was in the lower hall. When Fang Ze entered, a maid was already waiting inside. "Fellow Taoist, please present the jade token." Fang Ze handed over the jade token. After the maid verified it, she took out a jade box from the cabinet and opened it for him to inspect. Inside the jade box was a blue jade slip intricately carved with dense patterns. Fang Ze picked up the jade slip and probed with his divine sense. After a moment, he nodded slightly. It was indeed the 3 turns of Leaving Fire Sutra. The content was complete with no missing pages. He took out 4,500 spirit stones and handed them to the maid. After the handover, Fang Ze did not rush to leave, but exited through another door in the side hall, took a detour, and returned to the 2nd floor. Just as he sat back down in the box, he saw another jade box being brought up to the high platform. Lin Yu opened the jade box, and inside was another Foundation establishment pill. The 2nd Foundation establishment pill. Starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze's heart stirred. 2 Foundation establishment pills. He glanced towards the main hall on the 1st floor. The middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator he had seen at the street market was currently sitting in a corner raising a bidding sign. Ultimately, this Foundation establishment pill was bid up to 28,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze withdrew his gaze. It was time to leave. He had already obtained what he wanted and had no need to linger further. He stood up, pushed open the door, and descended the stairs. The moment he stepped out of the pavilion, he felt a subtle gaze fall upon him. That gaze was faint and elusive. If not for his stronger divine sense compared to others of the same realm, he would have been completely unaware of it. Chi refining great perfection. Fang Ze did not look back and continued to walk forward. He turned into a narrow alley winding through several turns, arriving at a secluded corner. Behind him, that presence continued to follow. Fang Ze's lips curled into a cold smile. As expected, he quickened his pace, turned a corner, then with a flicker of his figure slipped into the spatial realm. Inside the space, 12 gale wolves surrounded him. Fang Ze patted the head of the big gray wolf and sneered. It seems to be a junior from the Zhou family who has reached Foundation establishment. He recalled box No. 3. The Zhou family. The Foundation establishment family that purchased the Foundation establishment pill. These Foundation establishment families are truly ruthless, daring to kill disciples of the spirit control sect at will. However, he was already prepared. Want to track him? Maybe in the next life. Meanwhile, in the alley, a gray-clad cultivator quickly chased after turned the corner and was stunned. Empty with nobody in sight. He released his divine sense and scanned again and again. There was nothing. It was as if the person had vanished into thin air. The gray-clad cultivator's expression darkened. He turned in circles, searched carefully again, and ultimately had to admit that he had lost the trail. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. A moment later, the Zhou family Foundation establishment cultivator, after hearing the report, said indifferently, "Then let it be. I just wanted to see what this person was made of." Being able to shake off your pursuit indicates he possesses some skill. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. In this light, he seems quite decent. In the space, Fang Ze sat cross-legged beside the spirit field, closed his eyes and contemplated. The tracking presence outside had already vanished. He waited for a full incense stick's time in the space, confirming safety before venturing out. At this moment, he had found an inconspicuous inn on the other side of the immortal city, disguised his appearance, and suppressed his cultivation to the 5th layer of chi refining. Zhou family, he murmured, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. But now was not the time for such thoughts. He took out the jade slip containing the 3 turns of Leaving Fire Sutra and probed with his divine sense to read it carefully. The content of the technique was more complex than he had imagined. 3 turns of Leaving Fire, as the name implies, requires undergoing 3 stages of spiritual energy refinement. With each refinement, the true essence becomes more condensed and its power multiplies. However, the costs are also significant. Each refinement requires a massive amount of time and resources, and during the refinement period, one cannot advance in cultivation. After reading, Fang Ze remained silent for a long time. This technique was practically tailor-made for him. He had space, and what he lacked the least was time. While others cultivate for a year, he can cultivate for 100 years. While others fear the time-consuming nature of refinement, what does he have to fear? Moreover, this technique does not have high requirements for spiritual roots. It only depends on willpower and resources. He took a deep breath and began to attempt cultivation according to the method recorded in the technique. The spiritual energy in his dantian began to circulate, slowly flowing along the new path. It felt a bit awkward at first, but soon became smooth. The spiritual energy circulated through the meridians a few times, and he could feel a subtle warmth as if it had been tempered. Fang Ze opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within. It was feasible. Though he had only just begun to cultivate, he could already sense that the refinement of the true essence had improved slightly compared to before. Though it was insignificant given time, the gap would only widen. He stood up and walked to the edge of the spirit field. The seedlings of the Qingling fruit were growing well, already sprouting new leaves. The golden thread lotus, yellow ling ginseng, and jade marrow mushroom were all lush and green. In the spiritual sea, the blue scale fish swam around in schools. The fire cloud pig had a few more piglets oinking and following behind their mother. Fang Ze looked around contemplating. Next, it would be time to break through to the 8th layer of qi refining. With the technique in hand, he could break through at any moment. But now was not the time. The auction outside had not yet concluded. How many eyes were drawn to those 2 foundation establishment pills? Which foundation establishment cultivator or family was not watching eagerly? He had to wait. Wait for the commotion to pass before leaving the immortal city. Fang Ze resolved to continue his training in the space. A day in the outside world equaled 100 days in the space. He waited for 3 days. 3 days later, Fang Ze emerged from the space and pushed open the door of the inn. The streets were much less crowded, no longer bustling as they had been in previous days. He walked to the street corner, bought a few buns, and while eating listened to a few loose cultivators chatting nearby. Have you heard? As soon as the auction ended yesterday, fighting broke out outside the city. Who fought whom? Several groups of people. The Zhou family, the Lin family, the Su family, and several loose cultivators. All because of the foundation establishment pills. So who won? I don't know. Anyway, many people died. I heard that a foundation establishment cultivator was injured and fled into the mountains. Fang Ze ate the buns, listening quietly. A foundation establishment cultivator injured. His heart stirred, recalling the foundation establishment cultivator he had seen at the street market. That person had purchased the 2nd foundation establishment pill and also brought along several second-tier demon beast cubs, making him a target. If he was injured, Fang Ze shook his head, pushing that thought down. What was he thinking? A qi refining 7th layer cultivator trying to target a foundation establishment cultivator. Was he seeking death? He finished his buns and continued on his way. Unknowingly, he had reached the city gate. A long line of cultivators queued outside the city, all preparing to leave. Some were discussing the battle from yesterday, while others displayed tense expressions or excitement. Fang Ze stood among the crowd, slowly moving forward with the line. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura and turned his head to look. In a corner outside the city gate, a middle-aged cultivator sat against the wall, his face pale and his robe stained with blood. He closed his eyes, his breath weak, clearly having sustained severe injuries. It was indeed the foundation establishment cultivator from the street market. Fang Ze's heart skipped a beat. Was it him? He looked closely. Yes, it was that person. Although he had changed his clothes and altered his appearance, Fang Ze remembered that aura clearly. The foundation establishment cultivator was in bad shape. The wounds on his body had stopped bleeding, but the chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy indicated that his foundation had been harmed. He leaned there motionless as if he were recuperating. A few scattered cultivators observed from a distance, but no one dared to approach. After all, he was a foundation establishment cultivator, and even injured was not something a qi refinement cultivator could provoke. Fang Ze moved forward with the line, but his heart was churning. A foundation establishment cultivator, a second-tier beast cub foundation establishment pills. Each of these was worth a fortune. If he pinched himself hard. Am I crazy? A qi refinement 7th layer, trying to kill a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if the other party was injured, he was still a foundation establishment. The gap between foundation establishment and qi refinement couldn't be bridged by numbers alone. He continued to walk forward, taking a few steps before stopping again. Wait a minute. He was not an ordinary qi refinement 7th layer. He had 12 gale wolves, 2 first-tier perfected scarlet flame foxes, 1 first-tier perfected azure feather eagle, dozens of fire cloud pigs, and hundreds of azure scale fish. Moreover, he had mastered the fire cloud serpent and the fire cloud escape technique, both fully cultivated. With so many beasts charging together, even a foundation establishment cultivator would be in a flurry right. Furthermore, the other party was also severely injured. Fang Ze's mind raced as he quickly calculated. He had seen some records of a foundation establishment cultivator's combat power. After foundation establishment, the true essence liquefies, and the magical power is at least 10 times more refined than that of the qi refinement stage. Moreover, foundation establishment cultivators possess strong divine sense, allowing them to control multiple magical artifacts simultaneously. Most importantly, foundation establishment cultivators can fly, with swords moving at incredible speeds. But this foundation establishment cultivator was severely injured. To what extent was he injured? From the look of him, he could barely stand. Though the bleeding from his wounds had stopped the chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy, clearly indicated damage to his dantian or meridians. Such injuries would take a long time to heal. Moreover, he was alone heavily injured and carrying so many valuable items. Fang Ze licked his lips. Fortune favors the bold. He turned around and walked in that direction, scolding himself in his heart as he did. Fang Ze, have you lost your mind? That's a Foundation Establishment cultivator. You, a Qi Refinement 7th layer, want to kill a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Are you tired of living? But his steps did not stop. He stopped about 10 zhang away from the Foundation Establishment cultivator, pretending to casually squat down and take out a water pouch to drink. Yet his gaze kept darting in that direction. The Foundation Establishment cultivator seemed to sense something, opened his eyes, and glanced at him. That gaze remained calm, but Fang Ze felt an intangible pressure. He lowered his head and continued drinking. The Foundation Establishment cultivator averted his gaze and closed his eyes again. Fang Ze secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't recognized him. Of course, he had changed his appearance 3 times and was now on his 4th face. Moreover, he was suppressing his cultivation to the Qi Refinement 5th layer, completely different from before. After finishing his water, he stood up, walked a few steps to the side, and squatted down again, pretending to rest. In reality, he was observing the condition of the Foundation Establishment cultivator, the surrounding environment, and whether anyone else was also eyeing the situation. The surrounding scattered cultivators had either left or were still watching. At the distance of the city gate, the guards continued to inspect those leaving the city. Further away, a few figures flickered in and out of sight, seemingly just passing by. Fang Ze waited for half an incense stick of time. During this time, several scattered cultivators passed by, glancing at the Foundation Establishment cultivator before quickly leaving. There were also 2 fully realized Qi Refinement cultivators who stopped to stare at the Foundation Establishment cultivator for a long time, but in the end they dared not take action. The Foundation Establishment cultivator remained leaning there motionless. Fang Ze noticed that his aura was growing weaker. It was not recovering, but deteriorating. The chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy were even more pronounced than before. His mouth occasionally twitched, as if he were suppressing pain. Fang Ze gradually felt reassured. This person's injuries were worse than he had imagined. After waiting for another incense stick's worth of time, the sky gradually darkened. Fewer people gathered at the city gate, and the guards had changed shifts. The distant flickering figures disappeared. Only he and the Foundation Establishment cultivator remained, along with a few hurriedly passing scattered cultivators. Fang Ze stood up and slowly walked towards the Foundation Establishment cultivator. When he was 3 zhang away, the Foundation Establishment cultivator opened his eyes. Stop. His voice was soft, but carried a sense of pressure. Fang Ze halted. Senior, please don't be offended. He cupped his hands respectfully, saying, I see that you are seriously injured and would like to ask if you need assistance. I have some knowledge of healing techniques. The Foundation Establishment cultivator stared at him, his gaze sharp. Get lost. Fang Ze nodded, turned, and walked away. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. Senior, are those beast cubs on you for sale? The Foundation Establishment cultivator's eyes turned cold. Do you want to die? Fang Ze hurriedly waved his hands. No, I wouldn't dare. It's just that those cubs are truly rare, and I wanted to inquire about the price. If you are not selling, I will leave right away. As he spoke, he took a step back. The Foundation Establishment cultivator stared at him for a moment before suddenly coughing. He covered his mouth, coughed for a while, and when he lowered his hand, there was a pool of blood in his palm. Fang Ze felt a surge of joy in his heart. His injuries were worse than they appeared. However, he put on a terrified expression. Senior, with your injuries, I truly understand some healing techniques. Shall I give it a try? The Foundation Establishment cultivator wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at him coldly. Kid, do you think I can't see through you? No matter how well you hide your killing intent, it won't escape my notice. Fang Ze's heart tightened. Had he been discovered? But his face remained calm. Senior, you jest. As a Qi Refinement 5th layer, where would I have killing intent? The Foundation Establishment cultivator sneered. Qi Refinement 5th layer. The spiritual energy you emit is at least Qi Refinement 7th layer and above. Your disguise is good, but it can't fool me. He propped himself against the wall and slowly stood up. You want to kill and rob. Just based on you. Fang Ze observed his struggle to stand and felt more reassured. Because as he stood up, his body swayed slightly. He could barely keep his balance. Senior, you misunderstand. Fang Ze took a step back. I will leave right away. He turned around and truly began to walk away. After taking 10 steps, he suddenly turned back. The Foundation Establishment cultivator was still standing there staring at him, but his body swayed even more violently. Fang Ze suddenly smiled. Senior, my apologies. He slapped the spirit beast pouch. 12 beams of azure light surged forth simultaneously. The Gale Wolves. Da Hui charged at the front, leading the 11 wolves toward the Foundation Establishment cultivator. The Foundation Establishment cultivator's expression changed, seeking death. With a wave of his hand, a beam of sword light flew out from his sleeve. It was a blue flying sword, a low-grade spirit weapon. The sword light flashed, and the first of the Gale Wolves was cleaved in two. However, the other 11 had already pounced in front of him. The Foundation establishment cultivator snorted coldly, his figure swaying as he dodged the wolf pack's attack. But as he moved, his body stiffened and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He was severely injured and his speed had drastically decreased. The 11 Gale Wolves surrounded him, gnashing their teeth wildly. Although he had slain 2 with his sword, several more wounds were torn open on his body. Fang Ze stood at a distance, forming seals with his hands. Fire Cloud Serpent. Flames in the form of serpents flew from his hands, wrapping around the Foundation establishment cultivator. This was the perfected Fire Cloud Serpent, each flame serpent comparable to the full force strike of a perfected Chi refinement cultivator. The Foundation establishment cultivator was entangled by the fire serpents and was also dealing with the wolf pack, leaving him flustered. However, he was still a Foundation establishment cultivator. He spat a mouthful of blood onto his flying sword, causing its light to intensify as it swept around, cleaving 3 Gale Wolves in half. Fang Ze's eyes twitched. That was the wolf he had raised for so long. But he did not stop. The fire cloud serpents continued to fly out, and the Gale Wolves continued to attack. 2 more wolves were slain, but the remaining 6 finally found an opportunity, biting the Foundation establishment cultivator's calf and arm. The Foundation establishment cultivator roared in fury as his true essence erupted, sending the wolf pack flying. But with this, his face turned even paler, and the blood from the corner of his mouth could not be stopped. Fang Ze gritted his teeth. "Dehui go!" The Wolf King Dehui, who had not moved until now, suddenly leaped forward, biting down on the wrist of the Foundation establishment cultivator, holding the sword. The flying sword fell to the ground. The Foundation establishment cultivator was taken aback, and with his other hand he struck at Dehui. Dehui was sent flying, crashing against the wall and bleeding from his mouth. But Fang Ze had already rushed over. Fire Cloud Escape. His figure flickered and appeared before the Foundation establishment cultivator, bringing down the fire cloud ring with great force. The Foundation establishment cultivator raised his hand to block, but was struck such that his arm bent painfully. Though he had Foundation establishment cultivation, his true essence was in chaos at this moment, greatly reducing his physical strength. Having landed a successful blow, Fang Ze immediately retreated while releasing 2 scarlet flame foxes. The red fox and the woodvine fox had long been prepared, charging at the Foundation establishment cultivator from left and right. They were both first-stage perfected beasts, extremely fast, spewing flames and vines from their mouths. The Foundation establishment cultivator was forced to retreat, repeatedly stepping on a bloodstain and slipping. It was at this moment that Fang Ze charged forward again. With the fire cloud ring smashing down the fire cloud serpents, entangling the Gale Wolves biting, and the scarlet flame foxes pouncing, he utilized all his means. The Foundation establishment cultivator finally could not hold on any longer, being bitten by Dehui on the throat. But in his dying struggle, he struck a palm at Dehui, causing Dehui to howl in pain as he flew back, crashing against the wall silent. Fang Ze's eyes turned red. That was his first wolf. He roared in anger, and the fire cloud ring slammed down on the Foundation establishment cultivator's head. Once, twice, 3 times. Until that person was completely motionless. Fang Ze stopped, gasping for breath. The surroundings were a mess. Out of 12 Gale Wolves, 7 lay dead. Dehui was also dead. The remaining 5 were all injured, lying on the ground whimpering. The 2 scarlet flame foxes limped over, also bearing injuries. Fang Ze squatted down, stroking the head of the red fox. "You've worked hard." He stood up and walked to the corpse of the Foundation establishment cultivator. On the corpse lay a spirit beast bag and a storage bag. Fang Ze collected both bags and picked up the blue flying sword. Then, with a wave of his hand, he collected the remaining 5 Gale Wolves, the 2 scarlet flame foxes, and the corpses of the dead wolves into the space. Taking one last look at the corpse on the ground, he activated Fire Cloud Escape and vanished into the night. Half an hour later, Fang Ze appeared on a desolate mountain 100 miles away. He found a concealed cave, set up a formation, and entered the space. As soon as he entered, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. In the recent battle, he had used all his abilities. If it weren't for the Foundation establishment cultivator being heavily injured, if he hadn't used the wolf pack to exhaust him, and if it weren't for the help of the 2 scarlet flame foxes, he would surely have died. After sitting for a while, he stood up and walked to the edge of the spirit field. The 5 surviving Gale Wolves lay there, licking their wounds. The 2 scarlet flame foxes were also recuperating. The 7 dead Gale Wolves, including Dehui, were neatly arranged on the ground. Fang Ze squatted down, looking at Dehui. Dehu's eyes were still open, but devoid of life. He reached out and gently closed its eyes. "Thank you," he whispered. After a long silence, he stood up, walked to the side, and took out the 2 bags. He first opened the storage bag. His divine sense probed inside, and there were quite a few items. Spirit stones piled up, at least a few thousand. Pills, several bottles, all second-tier healing and recovery pills. Jade slips, several of them containing records of some techniques and spells. There was also a pill the size of a dragon eye, golden, all over, emitting a faint pill fragrance. Foundation Establishment Pill. Fang Ze's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed the Foundation Establishment Pill. He took a deep breath, carefully stored the Foundation Establishment Pill, and went to check the Spirit Beast bag. Inside the Spirit Beast bag, 3 young demon beasts were huddled together. A blue eagle, a firebird, and a white crane. They were indeed the 3 second-tier potential flying beast cubs. Fang Ze glanced at them and released them. The 3 cubs looked around timidly in the space. Fang Ze tossed them a few pieces of jerky, and they sniffed and began to eat. Sitting on the ground watching all this, he suddenly smiled. 7 dead gale wolves exchanged for several thousand spirit stones, a Foundation Establishment Pill, a low-grade spirit weapon flying sword, and 3 second-tier potential demon beast cubs. Is it worth it? Worth it. But he still felt a pang of sadness. De Hui had been with him the longest. From the time he was in the outer sect, De Hui was his first demon beast. Later it followed him all the way, killing enemies and protecting its master, never backing down. Today it had blocked the dying counterattack of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator for him. Fang Ze sat for a long time before finally standing up. He buried the 7 dead gale wolves together, forming a small mound. There was no headstone, but he remembered each position. In the future I will take you all back, he said softly. The 5 living gale wolves lay beside the mound, whimpering. Fang Ze stroked their heads. You all take care of your injuries. In the future you will be the new wolf pack. He stayed in the space for 3 days, nursing the injuries and adjusting to his best state. Then he took out the 3 transformations of Leaving Fire Classic and began to cultivate. 1 day in the outside world equals 100 days in the space. 3 days later, Fang Ze opened his eyes. The spiritual energy in his dantian was already saturated, showing signs of a breakthrough. But he suppressed it. Now was not the time for a breakthrough. He stood up and walked out of the space. Outside the cave, the sky was slightly bright. Fang Ze looked at the distant sky and took a deep breath. It was time to return to the sect. But before going back, there was one more thing to do. He took out the blue flying sword and examined it closely. A low-grade spirit weapon. Once he reaches Foundation Establishment, he would be able to use it. Fang Ze put away the flying sword, summoned the Qingyu eagle, and leaped onto its back. The Qingyu eagle let out a long cry, flapping its wings and soaring towards the direction of the Yuling sect. Behind him, the Yuling immortal city gradually disappeared from view. But Fang Ze knew that when he came again, next time, he would no longer be in the Qi refinement stage. In the Spirit Beast Valley, the Wolf Demon Garden, Fang Ze pushed open the door of the wooden house, and a familiar scent rushed to greet him. The furnishings inside remained unchanged: a wooden bed, a mat, and a wooden table on which sat half a cup of spirit tea he had left behind before leaving. He checked the formation restrictions in the corner of the room, finding them intact. No one had come in the past half-month. Fang Ze let out a sigh of relief and turned to exit the wooden house. In the adjacent yard, Li Dazhuang was squatting by the wolf enclosure, holding a piece of dried meat, teasing a few silver moon wolves. The silver moon wolves circled around him, their tails wagging like windmills. Senior Brother Li. Fang Ze approached and greeted him. Li Dazhuang turned around, his face lighting up with surprise. Brother Fang, you finally returned. How was it? Was the immortal city fun? Did you buy anything good? Fang Ze smiled. It was okay. There were a lot of people, but things were quite expensive. Li Dazhuang's eyes brightened. So did you attend the auction? According to the sect, Senior Brother, there's a large auction held once every 10 years. I heard there are Foundation Establishment pills. Is that true? Indeed, Fang Ze nodded. There were 2. The first one was bought by a Foundation Establishment family, and the second one was taken by a loose cultivator. Li Dazhuang let out a few clicks of his tongue. Starting at 20,000 spirit stones, right? I could never save that much in a lifetime. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Brother Fang, you didn't encounter any trouble during your trip, did you? A few people came to inquire about you a few days ago. They didn't seem like good people to me. Fang Ze's heart stirred. What kind of people, 3 men and 1 woman, Li Dazhuang replied. The leader is a 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator named Zhou, claiming to be your friend here to invite you for drinks. I told them you were out, but they didn't believe me and insisted on checking your room. I stopped them. Zhou. Fang Ze's gaze turned cold. People from the Zhou family. It seemed that the Zhou family, who had bought the Foundation Establishment pill, not only sent someone to follow him, but also gathered information about him and came directly to his door. What happened next? They stayed for a while and then left, Li Dazhuang said. But those people looked sneaky. They didn't seem like good people. Brother Fang, did you offend someone? Fang Ze patted his shoulder. It's nothing. Just a few clowns. Li Dazhuang looked at him, hesitating to speak. Brother Fang, you should be careful. Those people don't look easy to deal with. Fang Ze nodded. I know. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. The 2 chatted for a few more moments before Fang Ze returned to his small loft. Closing the door and activating the formation restrictions, he sat cross-legged on the mat, but did not rush into the space. The Zhou family had come knocking. What did that signify? It indicated that the Zhou family's foundation establishment cultivator had developed greed and suspicion towards him. Although he had shaken off the person tailing him, they were still relentless, directly blocking him in the Spirit Beast Valley. Fang Ze pondered for a moment, formulating a plan. He would need to be more cautious when going out in the future. The disguise technique couldn't be used just once, he needed to change it several times. His movements needed to be more discreet. He couldn't let anyone figure out his patterns. As for the Zhou family, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. What if they were a foundation establishment family? Once he reached foundation establishment, he would have plenty of time to settle the scores. With that thought, he finally relaxed, his figure flickering as he entered the space. As soon as he landed, 5 Gale wolves surrounded him. Their wounds had mostly healed, and they were in good spirits. During the 3 days he spent recuperating, they had been running around in the space, leaving a circle of paw prints around the spirit field. Fang Ze patted each of their heads. There were 5 wolves, now 7 fewer than before. A pang of sorrow struck his heart, but he quickly adjusted. The world of cultivation was like that. Life and death were unpredictable. All he could do was ensure the survival of those that remained. He walked to the edge of the spirit field and glanced at the young Qingling fruit saplings. The saplings were growing, well, sprouting 2 new leaves. In a while they would grow into small trees. Then he walked to a corner, sat cross-legged, and took out the storage bag of the foundation establishment cultivator. Previously outside the immortal city, he had only skimmed through it hurriedly and hadn't had the time to examine it closely. Now he had ample time to carefully count the spoils. His divine sense probed in. First there were spirit stones. Piles of low-grade spirit stones were neatly stacked in the corner. Fang Ze counted, there were over 5,000. That was less than he had expected. A foundation establishment cultivator had only over 5,000 spirit stones on him. That was unusual. After pondering, he realized. This person had previously spent 28,000 spirit stones to buy a foundation establishment pill at the auction, and had also purchased a few second-tier demon beast cubs, so his spirit stones were likely nearly depleted. The over 5,000 left were likely what remained. Next he found some pills. A few bottles of second-tier healing pills were present. Fang Ze opened a bottle and inhaled the rich medicinal fragrance. The quality was quite good. He recalled how the foundation establishment cultivator had looked before his death, feeling a stir in his heart. This person was gravely injured, yet there were no traces of having consumed healing pills. Was it because he didn't have time? Or was it because he was reluctant? He continued to rummage and found a delicate jade box. Opening it, he discovered a pill completely snow white. A second-tier upper-grade healing pill. Fang Ze was momentarily stunned. This person had healing pills on him, but hadn't taken any. He remembered seeing this person at the street market. At that time, he had been squatting there selling demon beast cubs, looking normal and not like someone who was injured. Later at the auction, he had bid on the foundation establishment pill, appearing quite spirited. This meant that his injuries were sustained after the auction. He had been besieged, fought his way out, and escaped heavily injured. But why hadn't he taken the healing pills? There was only one explanation. This healing pill was not prepared for him. Fang Ze looked at the pill in his hand, deep in thought. It seems this person was in a hurry to leave, likely to save someone. Trading demon beasts for healing pills at the street market must have been for this one. He shook his head. But now I intercepted him midway. He stored the pill away and continued searching. There was another box in the storage bag, slightly larger than the previous one. Upon opening it, he found a golden yellow pill inside, exuding a fragrant aroma. A foundation establishment pill. Fang Ze's heart skipped a beat. Although he already knew that this person had bid on a foundation establishment pill at the auction, holding it in his hand felt entirely different. This pill could increase the probability of success in foundation establishment by 30%. Countless cultivators at the peak of Qi refining dreamed of obtaining one. Now it was in his hands. Fang Ze took a deep breath and carefully stored the foundation establishment pill. He continued to flip through the items. A formation plate, a set of formation flags. A first-tier top-grade defensive formation equipped with a simple warning function. Fang Ze examined it closely. The layout of the formation was simple, yet effective, suitable for isolating different regions of demonic beasts within a space. Currently, the number of demonic beasts was increasing. Wind Wolf, Crimson Flame Fox, Silver Moon Wolf, Fire Cloud, Pig, Azure Scale, Fish, Azure Featherhawk, along with 3 newly acquired second-tier cubs, all crowded together chaotically. Although there was enough space, conflicts among the demonic beasts were inevitable, especially among the lower-tier beasts whose intelligence was low, relying solely on instinct. If a fight broke out, casualties would be unavoidable. This formation came at just the right time. Several jade slips. Fang Ze probed with his divine sense, checking them one by one. One recorded a technique, a low-grade mystic tier water attribute named Songlongju. It could be cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment. For a loose cultivator, this was already a commendable technique. He had no use for it, but it could be traded for something later. Another slip recorded spells detailing the cultivation methods for several water-type spells. These were all common spells, nothing particularly special. There was also a slip detailing common knowledge of the cultivation world, introducing various spiritual, herbs, demonic beasts, and minerals. Fang Ze glanced over it roughly. There was a lot of content, but most of it he already knew. One final item caught his attention. A piece of demonic beast hide. About the size of a palm, it had a faint yellow hue with some damage at the edges, looking quite old. Some lines and marks were engraved on it resembling a map. Fang Ze studied the lines closely, growing more familiar with them. This terrain he suddenly recalled a jade slip he had seen earlier in Wang Dachui's inheritance. That jade slip contained some topographical maps around the Yuling sect, and one location resembled the terrain on this map, deep within the Lonyuan mountain range. Fang Ze's heart raced. He brought the map closer, carefully deciphering the markings. The map depicted a mountain with a river at its base and a grove of trees along the riverbank. At the mountain's waist was a marking for a cave accompanied by some small words that had become blurred. Above the cave was a marking for a restriction annotated with a few words. Core restriction, late foundation establishment. Fang Ze's heart jolted. A restriction of late foundation establishment. That meant the master of this cave was at least at the late foundation establishment stage, or even at the peak. Such a cave of this level was extremely rare among loose cultivators. Most could only manage a cave at the initial foundation establishment stage. He flipped the map over, and there was a line of small text on the back. Obtained Songlong Ju from the outer chamber, core restriction unbroken. Will explore again after reaching mid-foundation establishment. Fang Ze read this line, pondering for a moment. This foundation establishment cultivator must have accidentally discovered this ancient cultivator's cave and obtained that Songlong Ju and some other items from the outer chamber. However, the core chamber had restrictions of late foundation establishment, which he could not break and had to give up for the time being. His visit to Yuling Immortal City was partly to buy foundation establishment pills and partly to purchase healing pills. After buying the healing pills, he hurried back, seemingly to rescue someone. Little did he expect to be intercepted by Fang Ze along the way. Fang Ze stored the map away. The core restriction exceeds late foundation establishment. It appears this person only obtained part of the inheritance inside, but there is still the core chamber that he has not accessed. He thought for a moment. That's fine. After I reach foundation establishment, I can go take a look. After counting all the spoils, Fang Ze stood up and walked to the other end of the space. The 3 second-tier demonic beast cubs were huddled in a corner, pressed together. The azure eagle had messy feathers and looked spiritless. The firebird curled its neck, remaining motionless. The white crane was in the worst condition, lying on the ground with half-open eyes, as if it were about to die. Fang Ze frowned. The state of these 3 cubs was concerning. He squatted down and examined them closely. The azure eagle had several claw marks on its body, now scabbed over, but the surrounding area was red and swollen, as if infected. The firebird was missing a few feathers, revealing its pink skin with several shallow bite marks on it. The white crane was the most severe, with a broken leg bent at an odd angle. Fang Ze's heart sank. These 3 cubs had been left in the spirit beast pouch for several days, without care, fighting amongst themselves, and ending up like this. He quickly took out the healing pills, crushed them into powder, and carefully applied it to their wounds. He also took out a golden thread lotus seed, soaked it in water, and fed it to them. Initially, the 3 cubs resisted, but upon smelling the fragrance of the lotus seed, they couldn't help but take a few sips. After working for more than half an hour, he finally treated their wounds. He stood up, looking at the 3 listless cubs, pondering. There were already quite a few demonic beasts, making them hard to control. Next time, he would likely need to set up several formations to isolate different types of demonic beasts. Otherwise, the lower-tier demonic beasts with low intelligence and relying on instinct would inevitably fight among themselves, leading to casualties. He took out that first-tier top-grade formation and set it up in a corner of the space, placing the 3 cubs inside. The formation activated and a faint light curtain descended, isolating them from the outside. The 3 cubs remained in the formation for a while, gradually calming down and huddling together to sleep. Fang Ze watched for a moment before turning to leave. In the following days, he began a regular routine. During the day, he fed the silver moon wolves in the wolf demon garden with Li Dazhuang. Buckets of demonic beast meat were poured into the feeding troughs, and the silver moon wolves scrambled for food, their mouths stained with blood. At night, he returned to the small loft and entered the space to cultivate. In addition to his cultivation, he would snack on a few azure scale fish, refine a golden thread lotus seed, or use pills purchased from the market. The cultivation of the 3-turn leaving fire sutra was slower than he had anticipated. This technique had a very high requirement for the purity of spiritual energy, and each operation required repeatedly refining the qi in his dantian. Though it was immensely powerful, the progress was indeed slow. Fang Ze calculated that at the current speed, he would need to cultivate in the space for at least 2 to 3 more months to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. However, he was not in a hurry. With the space available, time was his most abundant resource. As for the task of feeding the wolf demons, he continued it for another half a year. The reward for this task was quite low, gradually decreasing from the initial 20 contribution points to 10, a meager profit barely enough for a mid-tier first-grade pill. Most people would not take on such tasks. However, the advantage was the freedom. No one managed him, and he could do whatever he wanted. To outsiders, he seemed like a cultivator who was not ambitious. At the fourth layer of chi refinement, he spent every day feeding wolves in the Spirit Beast Valley, not going out to experience the world, not taking on sect tasks, nor competing for resources. A typical case of living off others while waiting for death. On this day, Fang Ze was cultivating in the space when he suddenly sensed the formation being triggered. He opened his eyes and extended his divine sense. Outside the small attic stood a woman in white. Su Wanning. Fang Ze was taken aback and quickly left the space to open the door. Sister Wanning. Su Wanning stood at the door dressed in white, as cold as snow. Seeing Fang Ze come out, she nodded slightly. Junior brother Fang. Fang Ze hurriedly invited her into the room. What brings you here, sister? Please come in quickly. Su Wanning stepped inside and looked around. The room was not large, simply furnished, but very clean. Fang Ze took out 2 cushions from his spirit beast pouch and placed them on the floor. He also took out a pot of spirit tea and poured a cup for Su Wanning. Sister, please enjoy the tea. Su Wanning took the teacup and sipped. Junior brother Fang, I'm here specifically to thank you this time. She took out a jade bottle from her bosom and placed it on the table. The golden lotus seeds you gave me last time, I refined them into pills. A total of 35 golden lotus pills. These 10 are for you. Fang Ze was taken aback. Sister, are you an alchemist? Su Wanning nodded. I've learned a bit at home. Fang Ze took the jade bottle and opened it. Inside were 10 golden lotus pills, all of brilliant golden color with a fragrant aroma. Their quality was far superior to those pills he had bought from the market. Thank you, sister. He put away the jade bottle. Does your family also understand alchemy? Su Wanning paused for a moment. My family has no foundation establishment cultivators, just a chi refining level cultivation family. There are no foundation establishment techniques, nor high-level alchemists. I can only choose to join a sect and seek a chance for foundation establishment. Fang Ze understood in his heart. This was the plight of cultivators from lower-tier families. They had spiritual roots and inheritance, but limited resources and techniques. To establish a foundation, they could only rely on sects trading contribution points for techniques and pills. He thought of himself. If it weren't for the space for the golden finger, he might still be farming in the servant area, like old Wang, slowly waiting to die. You've worked hard, sister, he said. Su Wanning shook her head. It's not hard. The path of cultivation is just like this. She stood up. The pills have been delivered. I will take my leave now. Sister, please stay. Fang Ze quickly called out to her. Sister, if I find more spiritual herbs in the future, can I ask you to help refine them again? Su Wanning turned back to look at him. Of course I can. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a gentle smile. I won't charge you anything. Fang Ze hurriedly waved his hands. That won't do. Sister, helping me refine pills has already taken effort. Just give me half of the pills you make in the future. He thought for a moment and asked again. I wonder what other pills can you refine, sister? Su Wanning replied. I can refine low to mid-grade first-tier pills. As for high-grade pills, I can refine golden lotus pills and water essence pills. Fang Ze's heart leaped with joy. He was currently practicing the 3 transformations of fire, which required a much greater total amount of spiritual power than ordinary techniques. Relying solely on eating spiritual rice and refining spiritual herbs was simply insufficient. He must have pills to assist him. And Su Wanning could refine golden lotus pills and water essence pills, both of which were high-grade pills perfectly suitable for his current needs. He quickly took out 10 golden lotus seeds from his spirit beast pouch and handed them over. Then I ask you to continue helping me refine, sister. Su Wanning looked at the 10 seeds, slightly taken aback. Another 10. Last time it was 10, and now again it is 10. This outer sect disciple is rather extravagant. She raised her head to look at Fang Ze. Fang Ze felt a bit guilty under her gaze and quickly explained, I obtained this from the Longyuan mountain range last time. I was lucky and gathered quite a few. Su Wanning looked at him for a moment and nodded. Junior brother need not explain. I will take the seeds. Come to my cave in a month to collect the pills. After saying that, she turned to leave. Fang Ze sent her to the door, watching her departing figure, feeling a sudden complexity in his heart. As a single man in his past life, he had been on dates with dozens, if not hundreds of women. Some of those women looked down on him, some he looked down on, and some they looked down on each other. After all the fuss, in the end it was still a case of one person eating enough, while the whole family is not hungry. But Su Wanning was different. This girl was beautiful and kind-hearted, her temperament cold, yet loyal, skilled in alchemy, with a family background, but not arrogant. She was a good girl. If only she could be his Dao partner. Fang Ze shook his head, suppressing that thought. Dao partner. What qualification did he have to seek a Dao partner now? He had space, a golden finger, and secrets. How could he share any of these with others? What if one day someone discovered that he, a waste with 5 spiritual roots, was cultivating faster than a single spiritual root, raising piles of magical beasts and planting batches of spiritual herbs? At that time, how would he explain himself? Therefore, he could not seek a Dao partner for now, at least not before establishing his foundation. He took a deep breath and turned back to the room. On the other side, Su Wanning walked out of the Spirit Beast Valley, her steps slightly slowing. She looked back at that direction. That junior brother Fang, though his cultivation was not high, was generous and cautious and had a sense of gratitude. Last time in the Longyuan mountain range, he released so many magical beasts by himself, which helped her greatly. This time, asking him to help her find pills, he didn't hesitate and directly took out 10 golden lotus seeds. Such cultivators are rare in the sect. It's a pity he has 5 spiritual roots. She sighed softly in her heart. 5 spiritual roots lead to too slow a cultivation speed. No matter how many resources are available, it is difficult to cultivate to the later stage of qi refining, let alone foundation establishment. But if he could establish a foundation, she shook her head, shaking off that thought. Why think about these things? She quickened her pace towards her cave. The days in the Spirit Beast Valley were as calm as a stagnant pool. During the day, she fed the wolves, and at night, she cultivated day after day, week after week. Li Dazhuang sometimes came to chat with him, chattering about the gossip of the Spirit Beast Valley. Which wolf just had pups, which one lost a fight, and which servant was scolded. Fang Ze nodded along, while listening, occasionally responding with a few words, but in his heart, he was calculating his cultivation. The golden lotus pills sent by Su Wanning were more effective than he had imagined. Not only were those pills rich in spiritual energy, but they also contained very few impurities, making the refining process extraordinarily smooth. He took them for half a month in a row, and waves of spiritual energy surged upward in his dantian. In the space, the magical beasts were also growing wildly. 2 fire foxes had already reached the peak of first-tier perfection, with the red fox's fur becoming even more fiery red and the vine patterns on the wood vine fox becoming clearer. They chased and played in the space every day, occasionally bullying the few silver moon wolves. The silver moon wolves had also grown quite a bit. The 3 cubs were now all at the later stage of the first tier, especially the one with blue fur on its head, which was particularly lively, running around in the space all day, chasing the Qingyu eagle to play. The Qingyu eagle was so annoyed by it that every time it saw the cub, it would fly high up and refuse to come down. The fire cloud pig was even more rampant. Its breeding speed was too fast, with one litter after another, and now there were over 50 of them. They dug a big pit in one corner of the space, rolling around in it all day, grunting and squealing nonstop. The Qinglan fish was even more abundant. The Spirit Sea was densely packed with fish shadows, with at least 1,000 of them. Only the Gale wolves remained at 5. Their bloodline limitations were too obvious. The mid-stage of the first tier was their limit. No matter how much spiritual herbs they were fed, or how much magical beast meat they ate, their cultivation remained stagnant. Sometimes Fang Ze looked at them and felt a complex emotion. If it weren't for the space, if it weren't for those opportunities, he would likely be like these Gale wolves, restricted by his bloodline, forever stuck at a certain realm, unable to progress. This is the cruelty of the cultivation world. Talent determines the lower limit, while opportunities determine the upper limit. Without opportunities, even the best talent is in vain. Without talent, no matter how great the opportunity, it is hard to break through. Fortunately, he had space. One day, Fang Ze was cultivating in the space when he suddenly remembered something. The spiritual field needed to be replenished with spirit stones. He walked to the edge of the spiritual field, crouched down, and placed his hand on the black soil. His divine sense entered, allowing him to clearly sense the soil's depletion. The 7 acres of spiritual field had already consumed more than half of its fertility. If this continued, at most half a month later, the growth speed of the spiritual herbs would noticeably decline. He calculated that he would need 2,500 spirit stones to restore the fertility to full capacity. Fang Ze frowned. 2,500 was not a small number. He walked to the edge of the spiritual sea to check the water area. The water area also needed to be replenished with spirit stones. Although the water area consumed less than the spiritual field, it still needed to be replenished once every 6 months. It was the same 7 acres of water area, requiring 2,500 spirit stones. Combined, that was 5,000. Fang Ze stood by the spiritual sea, silent for a moment. 5,000 spirit stones, 5,000 every 6 months. That means 10,000 a year. This is just to maintain the current scale. If the space continues to expand in the future, the consumption will only increase. Fortunately, he had earned over 6,000 spirit stones by selling spiritual herbs in the Immortal City, plus the 5,000 from that foundation establishment cultivator, totaling around 12,000. After deducting the 4,500 for purchasing techniques, he still had over 7,000 left. He should be fine within 6 months. He thought for a moment and calculated the time again. 6 months. According to the flow rate of time in the space, 6 months is more than a day in the outside world. And 6 months in the outside world equals over 50 years in the space. 50 years was enough for him to cultivate to foundation establishment. Fang Ze felt more assured. He took out 2,500 spirit stones and buried them in the spiritual field. The black soil seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. The spiritual herbs planted on it had greener leaves, thicker roots, and their growth visibly improved. He took out another 2,500 spirit stones and tossed them into the spiritual sea. The surface of the spiritual sea shimmered with a faint spiritual light, and the Qinglin fish seemed to sense something swimming around happily. After doing all this, Fang Ze clapped his hands and returned to his cultivation spot to continue his seclusion. Time flew by in the space. After half a month in the outside world, over 4 years had passed in the space. On this day, Fang Ze sat cross-legged on the cushion, with spiritual energy pouring into his body like crazy. In his dantian, the originally gaseous spiritual energy began to thicken as if it were about to condense into liquid. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was about to break through. The 8th layer of qi refining. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and continued to operate his technique. Waves of spiritual energy surged in, and the thickening sensation in his dantian grew stronger. Finally, at a certain moment, he broke through. Fang Ze opened his eyes and let out a long breath of turbid air. He stood up and stretched his muscles. The magical power within him was much more refined than before, and his meridians had widened a bit. Although it was only a layer apart, the gap in strength was greater than he had imagined. The 3 transformations of leaving fire scripture truly lives up to its reputation. After several days of cultivation within the space, he solidified his cultivation level and then continued to challenge the next realm. 2 months later in the space, he reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Another 2 months later, he achieved the 10th level of qi refinement, bringing him to the great perfection of qi refinement. On this day, Fang Ze sat cross-legged beside his spiritual field, gazing at his own hands. His hands remained youthful, no different from when he first traversed here. Yet he knew the changes within his body were monumental. In his dantian, the gaseous spiritual energy surged abundantly. Even a droplet of liquid spiritual power had appeared. Although it was merely a thin drop, it contained 10 times the strength of before. This liquid spiritual power indicated that he could begin foundation establishment. With the great perfection of qi refinement, he had finally reached this step. It took him less than 2 years to progress from the 4th level of qi refinement to great perfection. In the world of cultivation, this was nothing short of a miracle. Fang Ze stood up and took a deep breath. Next, he would focus on foundation establishment. However, he did not rush to break through. Foundation establishment was not a trivial matter. How many cultivators at the great perfection of qi refinement got stuck at this step, unable to break through for 10-20 years, or even a lifetime? It was not that their talent was insufficient, but rather that the requirements for foundation establishment were too numerous. Cultivation methods, pills, opportunities, and mental state. None could be lacking. Though he had foundation establishment, pills, cultivation methods, and time, he could not afford to be careless. He needed to consolidate for a period, allowing his energy, spirit, and mindset to reach their peak before attempting to break through. Fang Ze walked slowly within the space, checking on his resources as he went. First, he inspected the demonic beasts. 2 red flame foxes had reached the pinnacle of first-stage perfection, their red fur glowing like fire, while the vine spirit foxes' vine patterns shimmered softly. They lounged lazily in the sun beside the wolf den, occasionally opening their eyes to glance at Fang Ze. As for the silver moon wolves, the 3 cubs had now matured into adult wolves. The 2 gray-furred ones were in the late stages of the 1st level, while the blue-furred one had reached the great perfection of the 1st level. Its aura was significantly stronger than the other wolves. The faint oppressive feeling it exuded was even more apparent than that of the red flame foxes. Fang Ze looked at it with some anticipation. The awakening of bloodlines. He wondered when it would happen. Other demonic beasts had also bred significantly. The silver moon wolves had produced a new litter of 4 cubs. The red flame foxes had a litter as well, with 2 cubs, 1 red and 1 green, inheriting their parents' bloodlines. Firecloud pigs had become rampant, with now 70 to 80 of them crowded in a corner snorting. Qinglin fish were countless, densely filling the spiritual sea with their shadows. The gale wolves remained at 5, but the number of cubs had increased to 6. Their bloodline limitations were too apparent, and no matter how much they were fed, they could not break through. However, they were unconcerned, patrolling the space daily to guard their territory. Fang Ze roughly estimated, if all the demonic beasts in the space were released, no one at the qi refinement stage would be a match for him. Foundation establishment. Hard to say, but at least he could put up a fight. Next, he looked at the spiritual plants. Water lotus, a 1st grade premium, 50 years old. When he planted it, it was a seedling, and now over half a year later it had matured. The lotus seeds produced were plump and rich in spiritual energy. Fire Ganoderma, also a 1st grade premium, 50 years old. This thing grows slowly, but within the space it matured in just half a year. Fang Ze harvested a batch to keep for future alchemy. As for gold thread lotus, it matured in just 20 years. In the space, he had harvested several batches and replanted a new batch in the spiritual field. The cloud mist immortal buds were also growing well. Over the past few months, he had steeped it many times, and the flavor of the spiritual tea was better than any tea he had ever tasted. After drinking, his mind felt clear, and his cultivation efficiency improved significantly. The blue wave spiritual bamboo was still growing. It grew slowly, and even after all this time it remained at the first level. However, it was progressing quickly. In a little while it would reach 100 years. At that point it would become a second-grade spiritual bamboo suitable for refining spiritual tools. The Qingling fruit tree was what he was most concerned about. The seedling had now grown into a small tree bearing 12 green fruits. The fruits were only the size of a thumb, unripe, and exuding a faint fragrance. It takes 100 years to mature. Fang Ze looked at those fruits with some emotion. If it weren't for the space, he would never have been able to eat such spiritual fruits in his lifetime. Fortunately, he had the space. After checking everything just as he was preparing to return to continue his cultivation, he suddenly sensed the array's restrictions being triggered. Fang Ze extended his divine sense. Outside the small attic stood a woman in white. Su Wanning. He left the space and opened the door. Senior Sister Wanning. Su Wanning stood at the door holding a jade bottle. Seeing Fang Ze come out, she smiled slightly. Junior brother Fang, I brought some pills. Fang Ze hurriedly welcomed her inside. Su Wanning sat down on the mat and placed the jade bottle on the table. Junior brother, thank you for the gold thread lotus seeds over the past 6 months. My alchemy skills have improved, and I can now refine mid-grade gold thread pills with a success rate exceeding 50%. She opened the jade bottle and poured out the pills inside. This time there are 10 furnaces totaling 52 pills. There are 3 mid-grade ones. Fang Ze looked at the pills and was secretly astonished. 52 gold thread pills with 3 of them being mid-grade. The success rate was significantly higher than before. It seemed that Su Wanning's alchemy skills had indeed progressed. He took half 26 pills, keeping the 2 mid-grade ones as well. Thank you, senior sister. Su Wanning shook her head. No need to thank me. We both benefit from this. After a pause, she added, by the way, I came here today to ask if you would like to participate in something. Fang Ze looked at her. What is it? I posted a mission in the outer sect to search for flying beasts with bloodlines above the 2nd grade. Su Wanning continued. Currently, someone has taken it, having found a location deep within the Longyuan mountain range suspected to be a nest of flying beasts. I'm planning to go capture them and need 3 mid-stage chi refinement cultivators to control the array. She looked at Fang Ze. Junior brother Fang, our last collaboration was very pleasant. I wanted to ask if you would be willing to join. If you agree, I will give you 100 contribution points. Fang Ze's heart stirred. 100 contribution points was not a small amount in the outer sect. For ordinary tasks, one would only earn 20 points in a month. Moreover, flying beasts with bloodlines above the 2nd grade reminded him of the 3 cubs in the space. The Qing Eagle Firebird and White Crane all had 2nd grade bloodlines. They had all reached the great perfection of the 1st level. If he could capture a few more and raise them, his strength would increase further. When do we depart? He asked. 10 days from now, Su Wanning replied. Fang Ze pondered for a moment. 10 days. That was sufficient. That sounds good. He nodded. I will hand over the task in the Spirit Beast Valley in 10 days, so I can depart with you then. Su Wanning smiled slightly. All right, I'll come to pick you up in 10 days. She stood up and bid farewell. Fang Ze walked her to the door, watching her departing figure, suddenly feeling a sense of urgency. Departing in 10 days. During these 10 days, he must break through to Foundation Establishment. Mid-stage Chi Refinement Cultivators to help control the array. No, he would go to the Longyuan mountain range under the hidden identity of a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. That would ensure greater security. Fang Ze turned around, closed the door, and activated the array's restrictions. He then went to the neighboring courtyard to find Li Dazhuang. Senior brother Li, I need to enter closed-door training for 5 days. Could you please take care of the wolf demon during this time? Li Dazhuang was feeding the wolf and looked up upon hearing this. Just leave the wolf to me. He patted his chest. Don't worry, I've been feeding wolves for over 10 years. This is nothing. Fang Ze nodded. Thank you. He returned to the small attic and entered the space. As soon as he landed, a dozen swift wolves surrounded him, seemingly sensing the change in his aura, all wagging their tails excitedly. Fang Ze patted their heads and walked to the spiritual field. In the spiritual field, the spiritual herbs were lush and green. In the spiritual sea, the blue-scaled fish swam in schools. In the corner, the demon beasts were all well. He sat cross-legged and took out the jade slip that contained insights on Foundation Establishment from the Spirit Beast bag. This was something from the Foundation Establishment loose cultivator. The jade slip detailed the entire process of his Foundation Establishment, including how to condense chi into liquid and how to transform divine sense. Fang Ze carefully read through it again. Then he closed his eyes and began to recall. The Foundation Establishment cultivator mentioned in the Jade slip that the first step of Foundation Establishment is to condense qi into liquid. Cultivators in the qi refining stage stored gaseous true essence in their dantian. After establishing a foundation, the true essence will change into a liquid state. Liquid true essence is over 10 times more refined than gaseous true essence, and its power is naturally much greater. However, condensing qi into liquid requires a vast amount of spiritual energy. Ordinary cultivators preparing for foundation establishment usually take foundation establishment pills. Those with conditions may set up spiritual gathering arrays to accumulate the surrounding spiritual energy. Fang Ze had foundation establishment pills, Jinxian pills, spiritual herbs, and the rich spiritual energy in the space. His conditions were better than most cultivators. He took a deep breath, took out a foundation establishment pill, and placed it under his tongue. Then he closed his eyes and began to operate the 3 transformations of Leaving Fire Sutra. The spiritual liquid in his dantian began to slowly rotate, as if stirred by an invisible hand. The surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body like a torrent flowing through the meridians into his dantian, merging with the spiritual liquid. The amount of spiritual liquid increased, and the speed of rotation grew faster. Fang Ze felt as if his dantian was about to burst, both swollen and painful. But he gritted his teeth and continued to operate the technique, absorbing spiritual energy. Finally, at a certain moment, the spiritual liquid in his dantian suddenly came to a halt. It no longer rotated but quietly floated there like a small lake. Fang Ze's heart leaped with joy. Has it worked? At that moment, a sharp pain surged from his dantian. The spiritual liquid suddenly began to violently tremble, as if it were about to scatter. Fang Ze's expression changed as he hurriedly followed the method in the Jade slip, using his divine sense to suppress them. Divine sense. He suddenly realized that he had not yet transformed his divine sense. Cultivators in the qi refining stage use spiritual sense. Spiritual sense can only sense the surrounding situation but cannot interfere with the outside world. After establishing a foundation, spiritual sense will transform into divine sense, which can be released, can control objects, and can manipulate spiritual tools. However, transforming divine sense takes time. And right now he had no time at all. The spiritual liquid trembled more violently, and Fang Ze felt as if his dantian was about to explode. He gritted his teeth and desperately operated the technique, trying to stabilize the spiritual liquid. But it was useless. The spiritual liquid was like a wild beast out of control, struggling frantically. Fang Ze broke out in a cold sweat. Was he going to fail? At that moment, he suddenly recalled something. The 3 transformations of Leaving Fire Sutra records that this technique is harder to establish a foundation with than ordinary techniques. This is because the Leaving Fire true essence is too domineering. Once condensed into liquid, it becomes extremely unstable and needs to be forcibly suppressed by divine sense. But the transformation of divine sense also requires time. Therefore, those who cultivate this technique must transform divine sense while condensing the liquid. Fang Ze steeled his heart. He was going all in. He abandoned suppressing the spiritual liquid and focused all his mind on his sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the originally chaotic area was undergoing intense changes at this moment. Those vague consciousnesses, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand, gradually condensed into shape. Pain surged from the sea of consciousness, more intense than the pain in his dantian. Fang Ze felt as if his head was about to split open, with countless images flashing before his eyes. Memories of his past life, experiences of his journey, the hardships of cultivation, and the companionship of demon beasts. Those images spun faster and faster, finally exploding. The sea of consciousness became clear. Fang Ze opened his eyes. Everything around him became extraordinarily clear. He could clearly see the patterns of every spiritual herb in the spiritual field, sense the movements of every fish in the spiritual sea, and perceive the breathing of every demon beast in the corner. He could even see the situation in his dantian. The spiritual liquid was no longer trembling, but quietly floating there like a pale blue lake. Divine sense. He finally had divine sense. Fang Ze closed his eyes and used his divine sense to explore his body. The spiritual liquid in the dantian was stable. In the meridians, true essence flowed. Every muscle and every bone was clearly visible. This was foundation establishment. He stood up and took a deep breath. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body, and that feeling was completely different from the qi refining stage. During the qi refining stage, spiritual energy entering the body needed to be refined slowly. But now, as soon as the spiritual energy entered, it directly merged with the spiritual liquid, becoming a part of his power. Fang Ze extended his hand, and with a thought, a flame emerged from the palm of his hand. That was leaving fire. It was completely different from the fireball technique during the qi refining stage. This flame was more solid and at a higher temperature. He waved gently, and the flame shot out, landing on a nearby stone. The stone instantly turned to ashes. Fang Ze gasped in surprise. Is this the power of the foundation establishment stage? He suddenly began to understand why Qi refining stage cultivators had no chance to fight back in front of foundation establishment cultivators. This kind of power gap cannot be compensated for by quantity. He withdrew his hand and tried to manipulate the flying sword again. The green flying sword obtained from the foundation establishment loose cultivator was quietly lying in the storage bag. After he refined it with a thought, the flying sword automatically flew out hovering in front of him. As he probed with his divine sense, the flying sword trembled slightly, as if it had come to life. Go! The flying sword transformed into a streak of green light swiftly darting through the space. It moved so quickly that Fang Ze's divine sense nearly couldn't keep up. He manipulated the flying sword to fly a few circles before bringing it back. The low-grade spiritual tool was indeed as good as its reputation. Fang Ze stored the flying sword again and spent a few more days in the space to consolidate his cultivation. A few days later, he stepped out of the space. Everything in the small attic was as usual. He opened the window and looked at the sky outside. The sun was shining and the clouds were floating leisurely. Fang Ze took a deep breath. He had established a foundation. From now on, he was a foundation establishment cultivator. 5 days passed quickly. Early on the 6th day, Su Wanning arrived at the Spirit Beast Valley as promised. Fang Ze had already completed the handover and was waiting for her at the valley entrance. Su Wanning was slightly taken aback when she saw him. Junior brother Fang Yu, she felt something was different about Fang Ze, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Fang Ze smiled slightly. He had practiced the perfect breath-holding technique, making it impossible for ordinary foundation establishment cultivators to see through. Sister Wanning, let's go. Su Wanning nodded, not thinking much of it, and flew towards the task hall with him. Behind them, the Spirit Beast Valley gradually disappeared from view. Fang Ze glanced back. By the time he returned next time, it should be when he leaves the sect. The Yuling sect was merely a golden core power, and he was already at foundation establishment. He would check if he could obtain some second-tier or above bloodline demon beasts from the sect before considering leaving. The Longyuan mountain range stretched for 30,000 miles, spanning the eastern side of the Yuling sect's territory. It was a paradise for demon beasts and a burial ground for countless cultivators. When Fang Ze arrived at the task hall with Su Wanning, there were already 2 cultivators waiting there. One was tall and thin at the 5th level of Qi refining, wearing a dull gray robe with an ordinary face and somewhat evasive eyes. The other was shorter and plumper at the 6th level of Qi refining, wearing a blue robe with several spirit beast bags hanging from his waist, clearly a more affluent disciple of the Yuling sect. Su Wanning walked over, and both quickly paid their respects. Sister Su. Su Wanning nodded and introduced them. This is junior brother Fang Ze, who is also taking on my task at the 4th level of Qi refining. This time we are capturing the Qingfeng Peng in the Longyuan mountain range in a group of 4. You can just call me sister, no need for formalities. The tall thin one and the plump one glanced at Fang Ze, their eyes flashing with a hint of disdain. 4th level of Qi refining. Isn't going to Longyuan mountain range, just asking for death. But the 2 said nothing further and only clasped their hands. Junior brother Fang. Fang Ze also clasped his hands. Greetings, senior brothers. The 4 exchanged pleasantries and then left the task hall. Su Wanning took out a flying boat from her spirit beast bag and tossed it into the air. The flying boat expanded in the wind, quickly transforming into a small boat, 3 zhang long and 1 zhang wide, hovering in midair. Get on. She leaped onto the flying boat first, and Fang Ze and the other 2 followed. The flying boat started up, turning into a streak of flowing light, flying towards the Longyuan mountain range. Fang Ze stood at the edge of the flying vessel, gazing at the mountains and rivers rushing by below, yet his mind was occupied with other thoughts. After his foundation establishment, his divine sense had grown significantly stronger, allowing him to clearly sense everything around him. However, he noticed that there was no change in the space. It remained a 10-acre expanse of land and 10 acres of water. The concentration of spiritual energy also stayed at the 1st level of perfection, showing no signs of improvement. This was not right. Logically, after his breakthrough in cultivation, the space should have upgraded as well. Previously, when he progressed from the 4th to the 7th level of Qi refining, the space had expanded once. Now, with such a significant breakthrough from the peak of Qi refining to foundation establishment, how could the space possibly remain unchanged? Fang Ze furrowed his brow. He recalled the gravel at the stall of the old man in Yuling Immortal City. At that time, the whale pendant had a strong reaction to that gravel. He had intended to purchase it, but fearing it would draw attention due to it being a second-tier resource, he decided against it. In hindsight, that gravel must have been something capable of upgrading the space. Second-tier gravel. It could potentially be some spirit mine or a rare treasure. Fang Ze formulated a plan in his mind. After this mission, he needed to find a way to investigate the situation regarding that gravel and perhaps even obtain it. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a gaze resting upon him. Fang Ze remained calm, slightly extending his divine sense. It was that short and chubby cultivator at the 6th level of qi refining. The man stood on the other side of the flying vessel, seemingly admiring the scenery, yet his gaze flickered over to Fang Ze from time to time. Each time the man's gaze flicked over, it lingered for a moment, as if he were sizing something up. Fang Ze's heart sank. This person was suspicious. Was he a lackey of Lu Ruyan? Or was he from the Zhou family? He remembered Su Wanqing mentioning that these two were scattered cultivators taking on tasks in the outer sect. One was a rogue cultivator, and the other was a disciple of the Yuling sect. Neither bore the Zhou surname. But what if he was sent by the Zhou family? Fang Ze withdrew his gaze, pretending to be oblivious. No matter who it was, now that he was a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could easily crush them. He was curious to see what kind of trouble this person could attract. The flying vessel continued eastward, and after 2 hours it entered the range of the Longyuan mountain range. Below lay a series of undulating mountains covered in dense primordial forests. Occasionally the sounds of beast roars echoed from deep within the woods, sending chills down one's spine. Su Wanqing controlled the flying vessel, gradually lowering its altitude while flying along the mountain's contour. 500 miles ahead is the territory of the Qingfeng Peng. She said, that beast is at the peak of the 1st level, but its bloodline is of the 2nd level, making it incredibly powerful. We must set up the formation before it discovers us. Fang Ze nodded. Sister, where is the nest of the Qingfeng Peng? Su Wanqing took out a jade slip and glanced at it. According to the person who accepted the task, it's on a cliff ahead. Below the cliff is a valley with a patch of forest perfect for setting up the formation. Fang Ze's heart stirred. The person who accepted the task. He looked towards the short and chubby cultivator. That man still stood on the other side of the flying vessel, casually admiring the scenery. A cold smile crept onto Fang Ze's lips. Interesting. After flying for a while longer, they finally reached their destination. It was a concealed valley flanked by mountains on 3 sides with one open side. The valley floor was covered in dense woods with tall trees and lush foliage. In the center of the woods was a clear area just right for setting up the formation. Su Wanqing maneuvered the flying vessel to land in the clearing. The 4 of them jumped down from the vessel, and Su Wanqing took out the array plate and flags, beginning to arrange the formation. Fang Ze assisted while also releasing his divine sense to carefully scout the surroundings. After his Foundation establishment, his divine sense could cover a radius of more than a mile. This range was larger than that of an ordinary initial Foundation establishment cultivator, almost reaching the mid-Foundation establishment level. As his divine sense swept through the woods, the cliffs, and the valley's entrance, he suddenly sensed 3 concealed auras. Just a mile outside the valley, 3 cultivators were hiding behind a large rock. One was at the peak of qi refining, another at the 8th level, and the last at the 7th level. They all wore matching robes with the character Zhou embroidered on the cuffs. People from the Zhou family. Fang Ze's heart sank. That short and chubby cultivator might be a spy for the Zhou family. He sensed again and discovered that the 3 Zhou family cultivators were also accompanied by a green flying beast. At the peak of the 1st level with green wings and a fierce aura. The Qingfeng Peng. Fang Ze instantly understood. This was not a task at all, but a trap. That Qingfeng Peng was arranged by the Zhou family, and this task was also issued by them. They had intentionally allowed Su Wanqing to take the task, luring her here, and then using the Qingfeng Peng to hold them down before launching a surprise attack. The target was him. Now they believed he was nothing more than a waste at the 4th level of qi refining, so they sent a few younger cultivators to deal with him. A cold smile appeared on Fang Ze's lips. Wanting to find death, then he would grant them their wish. The formation was quickly completed. It was a 4 symbols confinement formation, a 1st-tier upper grade requiring 4 people to operate it simultaneously. Each person guarded one formation, infusing spiritual power to activate the formation. Once trapped, even a beast at the initial Foundation establishment level would take a long time to break free. Su Wanqing checked everything and nodded in satisfaction. All right, next we need someone to lure the Qingfeng Peng over. She looked at the 3 qi refining cultivators. The tall and thin one immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at her. The short and chubby cultivator raised his head, but his eyes flickered, clearly reluctant to go. Fang Ze stepped forward. He'll go. Su Wanqing was taken aback. Fang Shidi, you're only at the 4th level of qi refining. It's fine, Fang Ze smiled. I run fast. He insisted, walking toward the valley's exit. Su Wanqing watched his retreating figure, hesitating to say something. Fang Ze stepped out of the valley and began to climb up the mountainside. Reaching halfway up the mountain, he released his divine sense to sense the location of the Qingfeng Peng. That beast was still crouched behind the boulder, unmoving, as if waiting for some signal. Fang Ze chuckled inwardly. Quite the act. He deliberately circled around, approaching the Qingfeng Peng from another direction. When he was 30 yards away, he picked up a stone and threw it at the Qingfeng Peng. The stone struck a tree beside the Qingfeng Peng, producing a loud thud. The Qingfeng Peng, startled, flapped its wings and let out a sharp cry. Fang Ze turned and ran. He ran swiftly, shouting as he did, "Sister, the Qingfeng Peng is coming." The Qingfeng Peng chased closely behind him. It was a beast at the peak of the first level, remarkably fast. But Fang Ze was also quick, executing the perfection light wind technique to its fullest, dashing into the valley like a gust of wind. One person and one bird dashed and racing through the woods and into the clearing. Su Wanqing shouted, "Activate the formation." The four of them simultaneously infused their spiritual power, and four beams of spiritual light rose from the four formation eyes, intertwining in the air to form a massive light shield that enveloped the Qingfeng Peng. The Qingfeng Peng was trapped, struggling frantically. It clawed, pecked, and flapped its wings, causing the light shield to tremble precariously. "Steady," Su Wanqing commanded. "It can't hold on for long." The four of them increased their spiritual power output, and the light shield gradually stabilized. Su Wanqing freed one hand, took out a flying sword from her spirit beast pouch, and attacked the Qingfeng Peng. The flying sword pierced the Qingfeng Peng's body, leaving a shallow wound. The Qingfeng Peng cried out in pain, struggling even more fiercely. Fang Ze maintained the formation while observing the surrounding movements. The three Zhou family cultivators had yet to move. What were they waiting for? He glanced at the short and chubby cultivator. At that moment, the man was nervously maintaining the formation, appearing normal. But Fang Ze could sense that his spiritual energy fluctuations were very unstable, as if he were deliberately suppressing something. After a while, the short and chubby cultivator suddenly swayed, and his output of spiritual power sharply weakened. One corner of the formation dimmed instantly, and the Qingfeng Peng seized the opportunity to charge in that direction. Not good. Su Wanqing's expression changed steady. Fang Ze immediately increased his output of spiritual power. On the surface, he was at the fourth level of qi refining, but in reality, he was at the foundation establishment stage with an abundance of spiritual power. With this increase, he managed to stabilize two formation eyes by himself. The formation stabilized again, and the Qingfeng Peng was trapped once more. Su Wanqing let out a sigh of relief and looked at the short and chubby cultivator. "What's wrong with you?" The short and chubby cultivator looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, sister, my spiritual power was insufficient, and I almost couldn't hold on just now." Su Wanqing frowned. "This is just the beginning, and you're already running low on spiritual power. Just hold on a little longer, it won't last much longer." The short and chubby cultivator nodded and continued to maintain the formation, but a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. How was this different from his expectations? According to the plan, he was supposed to deliberately let go, allowing the Qingfeng Peng to break the formation. At that point, the scene would be chaotic, and the Zhou family would take the opportunity to strike and capture that Fang Ze. But Fang Ze managed to stabilize two formation eyes by himself, preventing the formation from collapsing. He gritted his teeth and continued to feign outputting spiritual power. Outside the valley, three cultivators from the Zhou family waited for a while, their faces darkening as the formation showed no signs of breaking. "What's going on?" The grand full-circle cultivator furrowed his brows. "Why hasn't the formation broken?" "I don't know," said the eighth layer of qi refinement. "There might have been an accident." "We can't wait any longer," said the seventh layer of qi refinement. "If they really exhaust the Qingfeng Peng, we will have no chance." The grand full-circle cultivator pondered for a moment and nodded. "Let's take action." The three of them rushed out from behind the boulders and flew towards the valley. Fang Ze sensed their movement instantly. A cold smile crept across his lips. Finally, they have arrived. The three Zhou family cultivators dashed into the valley and landed at the edge of the clearing. Su Wanqing's expression changed. "Who are you?" The grand full-circle cultivator smiled. "Sister Su, don't be nervous. We are from the Zhou family, here to find someone." He looked at Fang Ze. "You are Fang Ze, right? Come with us." Fang Ze stared at him, his expression unchanged. "Zhou family. What do you want with me?" "What do you want?" The grand full-circle cultivator's smile grew wider. "You know in your heart. Come with us obediently, and don't make things difficult for Sister Su." Su Wanqing stood in front of Fang Ze. "What do you want?" "I am an inner sect disciple. Do you dare to harm me?" The grand full-circle cultivator shook his head. "Sister Su, what you're saying is misplaced. So what if you are an inner sect disciple? If you die while capturing a beast, who will care when the investigation is over?" He waved his hand. "Take action." The three Zhou family cultivators attacked, simultaneously lunging at Fang Ze. The stout cultivator on the sixth layer of qi refinement let go of the formation, stepping back to watch coldly. The tall and skinny one turned pale with fright, standing there in a daze. Fang Ze looked at the three approaching him, quickly calculating in his mind. He could easily reveal his strength now and eliminate these three qi refinement wastes in an instant. But if he did that, Su Wanqing would know he was a foundation establishment cultivator. It was not the right time yet. He needed to find a secluded place before taking action. Fang Ze patted his spirit beast pouch. Two streaks of red light shot out, landing beside Su Wanqing. One was a scarlet flame fox, and the other a woodvine fox. Both were first-stage perfect beasts. Su Wanning was taken aback. Junior brother Fang. Fang Ze looked at her and transmitted his voice. Sister, they are targeting me. Take my scarlet flame fox and run outside the mountain range and notify the sect immediately. After saying this, he severed the contract with the scarlet flame fox. The fox, since the contract had vanished, paused for a moment and then ran over to Su Wanning, rubbing against her leg. Su Wanning's expression changed. Severing the contract. This was equivalent to giving her a first-stage perfect beast for free. Fang Ze. Fang Ze had already turned and run. He dashed into the depths of the mountain range with 5 wind wolves by his side. The 3 Zhou family cultivators exchanged glances. Chase. The grand full circle cultivator and the 8th and 7th layers of qi refinement immediately pursued. The stout cultivator on the 6th layer hesitated for a moment, choosing instead to deal with Su Wanning. At the same time, Qingfeng Peng, free from the constraints of the formation, charged out. It did not chase Fang Ze, but lunged at the tall and skinny cultivator. The tall and skinny cultivator screamed in horror as he was torn in half by Qingfeng Peng's claw. The stout cultivator engaged Su Wanning in battle. Though he was on the 6th layer of qi refinement, Su Wanning was on the 8th layer and had the assistance of the scarlet flame fox, quickly gaining the upper hand. However, Su Wanning did not wish to linger in battle. Remembering Fang Ze's words, she flew towards the mountain range's outer area with the scarlet flame fox. The stout cultivator wanted to chase, but was met with a burst of flame from the scarlet flame fox, forcing him to halt. He gritted his teeth and turned to pursue Fang Ze's direction. Fang Ze sprinted through the forest. 5 wind wolves kept pace with him, running swiftly. As he ran, he released his divine sense, sensing the pursuers behind him. The 3 Zhou family cultivators were closing in tightly, the distance decreasing. The grand full circle cultivator was the fastest, already within 20 zhang. Fang Ze, you can't escape. Fang Ze said nothing and continued to run. He passed through a grove, crossed a small stream, and ran past a mountain wall. Finally, the surroundings fell completely silent. There were no other cultivators' auras. Fang Ze stopped. The 5 wind wolves also halted, surrounding him and panting heavily. Behind him, the 3 Zhou family cultivators caught up. The grand full circle cultivator looked at him and laughed. Running? Why aren't you running anymore? Fang Ze turned around to face them. I'm not running anymore. The grand full circle cultivator was taken aback. Why was this person so calm? He frowned. Hand over the resources if you know what's good for you, and I'll spare your life. Fang Ze chuckled. Is that how the Zhou family wants to kill me? The grand full circle cultivator sneered. Enough with the nonsense. Will you hand them over or not? Fang Ze shook his head. Hand over. Hand over what? Suddenly he released his aura. A tremendous pressure emanated from him, instantly enveloping a 10 zhang radius. The 3 Zhou family cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Foundation establishment. This was the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. You are a foundation establishment cultivator. Fang Ze looked at them and smiled slightly. Only just realizing it. It's too late now. With a thought, a streak of azure light flew out from the spirit beast pouch. It was a low-grade spirit weapon flying sword he obtained from a foundation establishment loose cultivator. The flying sword transformed into a flash of light, slashing towards the grand full circle cultivator. The grand full circle cultivator was alarmed and hurriedly summoned his magical artifact to defend. However, his artifact was merely a superior grade artifact, crumbling like paper before the spirit weapon. The flying sword flashed, shattering the magical artifact and taking his head along with it. Blood sprayed forth as the headless corpse collapsed. The 8th and 7th layers of qi refinement were terrified and turned to flee. Fang Ze walked over, looking at the qi refinement stage 7 practitioner pinned down by the wolf pack. Tell me how many people are left in the Zhou family. The qi refinement stage 7 practitioner was full of fear. Please spare me, senior. I was just following orders. It was the Grand Elder who sent us here. Grand Elder. He is the foundation establishment practitioner of our Zhou family. He said you have a secret and ordered us to capture you. Fang Ze nodded. Indeed, that Zhou family foundation establishment practitioner had never intended to let him go. With a single sword strike, he ended the qi refinement stage 7 practitioner, then turned to look back. The short and plump practitioner was stumbling towards him, and upon seeing this scene, his legs went weak with fear. Fang Ze looked at him and smiled slightly. Come here. The short and plump practitioner wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't obey. He collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Please spare me. Fang Ze walked closer, looking down at him. I won't kill you. Go back and tell that foundation establishment practitioner of the Zhou family that I will be waiting for him in the Lonyuan mountain range. If he wants revenge, he should come himself. The short and plump practitioner nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I will definitely deliver the message. Fang Ze waved his hand. Get lost. The short and plump practitioner scrambled to his feet and ran away, stumbling. Just then a flying sword shot towards the back of his head, killing him instantly. You? Did you really think I wouldn't kill? Letting a tiger return to the mountain while exposing my foundation establishment cultivation, how could I still pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? A smile appeared at the corner of Fang Ze's mouth as he turned to look into the distance. There Qing Feng Peng was crouching on a large tree, watching him warily. It did not run or attack, it just crouched there as if waiting for him to approach. Fang Ze walked over. The Qing Feng Peng wanted to fly, but as soon as it flapped its wings it was forced back by a beam of sword light. Don't move. Fang Ze looked at it suddenly curious. This Qing Feng Peng had a restriction on it likely set by that Zhou family foundation establishment practitioner. As long as he gave the order this creature would have to obey. But now with the Zhou family people dead, it was left alone. Fang Ze thought for a moment, releasing his divine sense to probe into the Qing Feng Peng's body. The restriction was exposed under his divine sense. It was a simple beast control restriction which could be set up in the early stages of foundation establishment. Fang Ze studied it carefully for a while before forcibly breaking it. The Qing Feng Peng let out a mournful cry, trembling all over. The forced removal of the restriction would cause some damage to its potential, but it was still better than being controlled by others. It might not grow to the perfection of the second tier, but it could reach the mid-stage of the second tier. Moments later the restriction shattered. The Qing Feng Peng collapsed on the tree, gasping for breath. Fang Ze looked at it. Come with me. Following me is better than following the Zhou family. The Qing Feng Peng lifted its head, looking at him, its eyes filled with wariness. Fang Ze smiled, taking out a piece of jerky and a Huang Lingshun from his spirit beast bag and tossing them over. The Qing Feng Peng hesitated for a moment, then picked up the jerky and spirit herb and swallowed them. After eating, its gaze towards Fang Ze softened somewhat. Fang Ze extended his hand. After hesitating for a long time, the Qing Feng Peng finally jumped down and landed on his arm. Fang Ze stroked its feathers. Another second-tier bloodline monster. In the depths of the Longyuan mountain range, the smell of blood gradually dissipated. Fang Ze stood beside four corpses, expressionless, watching as 5 swift-winged wolves tore at the remains. The wolf pack had not tasted the flesh of cultivators many times before and was currently devouring the blood and flesh with great gusto, occasionally letting out low growls of satisfaction. The 4 Zhou family cultivators, those at the peak of Qi Refinement Stage 8, Qi Refinement Stage 7, and Qi Refinement Stage 6, were now indistinguishable from one another. Their storage bags had been taken by Fang Ze, their magical artifacts picked up, and their corpses turned into fodder for the monsters. Killing people for treasure, destroying the corpses. This is the rule of the cultivation world. Fang Ze squatted down, looking at the scattered blood and flesh, but felt no disturbance in his heart. This was the first time he had personally killed so many people. 3 Qi refinement practitioners had not even been able to withstand a single strike from him. Once the flying sword was unleashed, heads would fall. That feeling of controlling life and death was both unfamiliar and real. But he did not become obsessed with it. The Zhou family. He silently recited these 2 words in his heart. Since entering Yulingxian City, the Zhou family had been watching him. First they sent someone to follow him, then found the Spirit Beast Valley, and now they had set a trap in the Longyuan mountain range. What did that Zhou family foundation establishment practitioner really want? Was it just because he had bought the 3 transformations of Departure Fire Sutra at the auction? Did they think he had a secret? Did they really send a few Qi refinement trash to capture him? The more Fang Ze thought about it, the more he felt something was off. That Zhou family foundation establishment practitioner should know he was a disciple of the Yuling sect. To dare act against a sect disciple, they must either have some backing or be insane. But that foundation establishment practitioner didn't seem insane. That left only one possibility. The Zhou family had someone in the Yuling sect. Fang Ze's eyes turned cold. No matter who was behind the Zhou family, since a deadly feud had been established, they could only be eradicated completely. Upon returning to the sect, he would first deal with Lu Ruyan's matter, then find an opportunity to uproot the Zhou family. He stood up and glanced at the wolf pack. The 5 swift-winged wolves had nearly finished gnawing at the corpses, leaving only a few bones scattered on the ground. They licked their lips, gazing at Fang Ze with lingering desire. Fang Ze waved his hand, recalling the wolf pack into the spatial realm. Then he used the light wind technique and sped towards the mountain range. An hour later, Fang Ze stopped on a ridge. Ahead, several figures were flying towards him. Leading them was Su Wanning, dressed in white, her face somewhat pale. Following her were 4 practitioners, all at the Qi refinement stage. 1 at stage 7, 1 at stage 8, and 2 at stage 9. A warmth spread through Fang Ze's heart. Su Wanning had gone to fetch reinforcements. Though he had no immediate need for it, he appreciated the gesture. Upon seeing him, Su Wanning's eyes brightened, and she flew over faster. Are you all right? Fang Ze shook his head. I'm fine. I ran fast and lost them. Su Wanning inspected him from head to toe, confirming he was unhurt before letting out a sigh of relief. That's good, I thought. She didn't finish her sentence, but Fang Ze understood her meaning. The 4 cultivators flew over, their eyes filled with curiosity as they looked at Fang Ze. Su Shiji, is this the junior brother you mentioned? Asked a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Su Wanning nodded. Fang Ze, an outer sect disciple. She then introduced the four to Fang Ze. This is senior brother Li at the 9th level of Qi refinement. This is senior brother Wang at the 8th level of Qi refinement. These two are senior brothers, Zhao and Zhang, both at the 7th level of Qi refinement. They are willing to help. Fang Ze cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior brothers. No need to be polite. Senior brother Li waved his hand. Since Su Shiji has spoken, we naturally must show some respect. Moreover, we cannot turn a blind eye to the pursuit of sect disciples. He paused and asked, where did your pursuers go? Fang Ze had already prepared his answer. I led them to a beast den. There is a nest of first-tier perfect red flame lions inside, and they are trapped. It is unlikely they will escape unscathed. Senior brother Li's eyes lit up. Red flame lions. Those are valuable creatures. Their hides can be used for crafting, and their inner cores can be refined into pills. Fang Ze shook his head. I didn't dare to get close. There are at least 3 or 4 red flame lions in that den. Going there would be tantamount to seeking death. Senior brother Li felt somewhat regretful, but said no more. Fang Ze took out a cloth bag from his bosom and handed it to senior brother Li. Since you all made the trip, this small amount of spirit stones is just a token of appreciation. Consider it a reward for your hard work. Senior brother Li accepted the bag and probed inside, with his divine sense revealing a smile on his face. There were 1,000 spirit stones inside. For a Qi refinement cultivator, it was quite a windfall. You are too polite, Fang Shidi. He put away the spirit stones, then we won't disturb you further. Su Shiji, Fang Shidi, we shall meet again. The four bid farewell and flew toward the mountains. Su Wanning watched them leave, then turned back to Fang Ze. Are you really okay? Fang Ze smiled. Really am fine. Su Wanning gazed at him, hesitating to speak. Many questions lingered in her heart. Why were the Zhou family members pursuing him? How did he escape from those 3 Qi refinement cultivators? Was the beast den he mentioned real? But she didn't ask. Everyone has their secrets. Let's go back to the sect, she said. Fang Ze nodded. The two flew together in the direction of the Yuling sect. On the flying boat, the two stood side by side. The wind howled past their ears, and the mountains and rivers rapidly receded beneath them. Neither spoke. Su Wanning stood beside Fang Ze, occasionally glancing at him. She wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. Fang Ze gazed into the distance, lost in his own thoughts. Su Wanning was a good girl. Beautiful and kind-hearted, loyal and righteous, skilled in alchemy, yet not arrogant due to her family background. It would be wonderful if they could become Dao partners. But he could not. He had secrets, things he could not share with anyone. Once exposed, these secrets would spell disaster. Dao partners? No, at least not now. The two remained silent, flying back to the Yuling sect. In front of the mountain gate, the flying boat slowly descended. Fang Ze jumped off the boat and turned to look at Su Wanning. She also looked at him, her eyes filled with complexity. She returned the red flame fox to Fang Ze. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Fang Ze suddenly spoke. Thank you, Shiji, for your help during this time. He spoke lightly and flatly, as if it were a mere conversational courtesy. But Su Wanning was taken aback. She looked at Fang Ze, trying to read something from his eyes. Yet Fang Ze's gaze was calm, revealing nothing. He cupped his hands, turned, and walked toward the mountain gate. Su Wanning stood on the flying boat, watching his back, her brow slightly furrowed. What did that mean? That phrase sounded like a farewell. But wasn't he still well within the sect? She pondered for a long time, unable to comprehend. In the end, she could only shake her head, stow away the flying boat, and return to her cave dwelling. Fang Ze entered the mountain gate, but did not head toward the outer sect disciple living area. He took a turn and walked toward another mountain peak. That was a relatively good peak for outer sect disciples possessing a first-tier top-quality spiritual vein. Fang Ze learned from Su Wanning that Lu Ru Yin currently lived here alongside an outer sect steward at full Qi refinement. The steward was an old man reportedly stuck at full Qi refinement for decades with no hopes of foundation establishment, merely biding his time in the outer sect. Lu Ru Yin had likely cozied up to him, probably eyeing his resources and connections. Fang Ze stood at the foot of the mountain looking up at that peak. Lu Ru Yin, the woman the original owner had pined for over 10 years, the one who had deceived him out of 10 years' worth of spirit stones, leading to the original owner's demise. Before leaving the sect, it was time to settle this score. He walked up the mountain path and arrived at a cave dwelling. The entrance was set with simple restrictions, first-tier high-grade, which were negligible to him. Fang Ze did not force his way in, but instead reached out to touch the restriction. After a moment, the cave door opened, and an old man walked out. At full Qi refinement, his hair was gray, his face deeply wrinkled, and his eyes murky. He wore a gray Dao robe, looking like an ordinary servant. Fang Ze sized him up, feeling somewhat emotional. Lu Ru Yin was now relying on the old man's meager support. Her taste had indeed gotten worse. The old man looked at him, frowning. Who are you? Why did you trigger my restriction? Fang Ze cupped his hands, displaying a harmless smile. Don't take offense, senior. I am Fang Ze, a good junior brother of Lu Ruyan. Please inform her that her good junior brother has come to see her. The old man's brows furrowed even tighter. Good junior brother. When did Lu Ruyan have such a junior brother? But he didn't think much of it and turned back into the cave. After a moment, a figure flew out of the cave. Lu Ruyan, dressed in thin gauze, had her collar wide open, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and her face still bore a lingering blush, clearly indicating what she had just been doing. But the moment she saw Fang Ze, the blush instantly faded, replaced by a hint of surprise. Fang Ze. She quickly walked over, inspecting him from head to toe. What brings you here? I thought. She suddenly stopped, switching to a look of grievance. Fang Ze, I was wrong last time, but I truly have my reasons. You don't know how difficult it is for me in the sect. Fang Ze watched her act, feeling a wave of nausea. For 10 years, the original owner had been deceived by this face and expression. The two of them walked one after the other, leaving the mountain peak and arriving at a remote corner of the outer sect. This was an abandoned medicinal herb garden, overgrown with weeds and desolate. Surrounded by rocky hills, the inside of the garden was completely hidden from view. Fang Ze stopped in his tracks. Lu Ruyan also halted, looking at him with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Fang Ze, if you have something to say, just say it. Senior sister is listening. Fang Ze turned around and looked at her. Lu Ruyan, do you remember 10 years ago? Lu Ruyan was taken aback. 10 years ago? Yes, Fang Ze replied. Back then I had just entered the sect as a servant disciple. You were already an outer sect disciple. You smiled at me, and I remembered it for 10 years. Lu Ruyan's face showed a look of nostalgia. That's all in the past, shut up. Fang Ze suddenly interrupted her. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Fang Ze looked at her with cold eyes. 10 years. In these 10 years, how many spirit stones have you stolen from me? How many medicinal herbs? How many materials from demon beasts? Have you ever counted? Lu Ruyan's expression changed. Fang Ze, you, what about me? Fang Ze sneered, do you think I don't know? Every time you needed spirit stones, you would come to me, say a few flattering words, and give me a smile, and I would naively give you the spirit stones. For 10 years, what have you given me? Not even a hair. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. Fang Ze, let me explain. What is there to explain? Fang Ze stepped closer to her. Is it to tell me you had your reasons? To tell me life in the sect is difficult? To tell me you will repay me in the future? He laughed a very cold laugh. How many times have you said these words? You probably can't even count it yourself, right? Lu Ruyan took a step back, bumping into the rocks behind her. What do you want? Fang Ze looked at her with a gaze full of disgust. Do you know how I died in my previous life? Lu Ruyan was taken aback. How did you die? I was killed by someone, Fang Ze said. A pill refiner named Wang Dechui killed me while I was asleep using a dark shadow. Lu Ruyan's face turned ghostly white. Wang Dechui. Yes, Fang Ze said. Do you know why he wanted to kill me? Because he liked you and wanted to please you. How many times did you complain about me in front of him? How many times did you speak ill of me? You know in your heart. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Fang Ze looked at her, speaking each word deliberately. Lu Ruyan, I almost lost my life. Do you know what my first thought was when I woke up? Lu Ruyan shook her head. Fang Ze smiled. It was revenge. To seek revenge on Wang Dechui, to seek revenge on you. Lu Ruyan trembled all over. Fang Ze, I truly didn't know he would kill someone. You didn't know? Fang Ze sneered, there are many things you don't know. Did you not know that Wang Qingshan later came to trouble me? Did you not know that Wang Tung also sent people to capture me? He stepped closer. All of this is because of you. Because of your face, because of your pitiful act. Lu Ruyan collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Fang Ze, I was wrong, I was truly wrong, please spare me. Fang Ze looked at her, his gaze cold. Spare you? He squatted down, looking at her. Lu Ruyan, do you know? I actually wanted to ask you a question all along. Lu Ruyan raised her head, looking at him with tear-filled eyes. What question? Fang Ze looked at her, speaking each word slowly. For 10 years the original owner has licked your shoes. Did you have even a hint of feeling in your heart? Lu Ruyan was stunned. Original owner. She didn't understand what these two words meant. But she didn't have a chance to ask anymore. Fang Ze pointed at her forehead. A surge of spiritual power rushed into her body, instantly sealing her dantian. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in fear. What would have you done to me? Fang Ze stood up, looking down at her. Don't worry, I won't let you die too quickly. He took out a green flying sword, pointing the tip at Lu Ruyan. In the past 10 years, you have stolen a total of 1,300 spirit stones from the original owner. A total of 47 medicinal herbs. A total of 23 materials from demon beasts. He counted each item as if calculating accounts. Lu Ruyan trembled all over. I will retrieve each of these items. The sword tip fell. Lu Ruyan let out a scream as her left pinky was severed. Blood gushed out, and Lu Ruyan clutched her severed finger, curling up in pain. Fang Ze remained expressionless. The first one. 10 years, 10 fingers, just enough. Lu Ruyin cried, bitterly, desperately pleading for mercy. Fang Ze, I beg you to spare me. I will never dare again. Fang Ze said nothing. The sword tip fell again. The second finger, the third, the fourth. Lu Ruyan's screams echoed in the abandoned medicinal herb garden, but no one heard. This place was too remote, usually no one came here. Fang Ze severed her fingers one by one, and after finishing he moved on to her toes. Lu Ruyin fainted from the pain, then woke up again only to faint once more. Fang Ze remained expressionless. He was not a pervert, he did not enjoy torturing people. But he had to do this. Because the original owner's revenge must be taken. The original owner was also in so much pain when he was killed by the dark shadow that rainy night. Perhaps even more painful, because he was killed in his sleep without a chance to resist. All 10 fingers, all 10 toes completely severed. Lu Ruyin was no longer in human form, collapsed in a pool of blood, her breath faint. Fang Ze looked at her with a complex expression. Lu Ruyin, do you know where you went wrong? Lu Ruyin had no strength to answer. Fang Ze spoke to himself. Your mistake was that you thought too highly of yourself. You thought that with just your face you could make all men revolve around you. You thought that with a few drops of tears you could get others to forgive you. You thought that the bad things you have done could be erased with time. But you were wrong. Some things once done are done. Some people once indebted remain indebted. Time cannot erase it, and tears cannot wash it away. He raised the sword. Lu Ruyan's pupils dilated, her lips trembling as she tried to say something. But Fang Ze did not give her the chance. The sword light flashed. The head fell to the ground. Fang Ze looked at the head silent for a long time. Then he waved his hand, releasing 5 gale wolves. Eat it all. The pack of wolves lunged forward, tearing and biting. Moments later, Lu Ruyin completely disappeared. Not even a bone remained. Fang Ze gathered the wolves and turned to leave. At the moment he stepped out of the abandoned medicinal herb garden, he suddenly stopped, looking back. In that direction there was nothing left. But he knew the original owner's revenge had been avenged. Brother, rest in peace, he said softly. Then he turned and walked away with large strides. The Yuling Sect Exchange Hall. This is a 3-story pavilion located in the core area of the sect, right next to the scripture hall. The pavilion is entirely constructed of blue stone with 2 stone lions standing majestically at the entrance. Every day numerous outer disciples come and go, exchanging contribution points for various resources. Fang Ze stood at the entrance of the exchange hall looking up at the plaque. The 3 characters exchange hall are vigorous and powerful, said to be the calligraphy of a senior from the Golden Core stage. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. The hall on the first floor is spacious and bright, supported by several stone pillars that hold up the high dome. Around the hall is a circle of counters filled with various resources. Pills, magical tools, talismans, skill, jade slips, spirit herb, seeds, a dazzling array, everything one could imagine. However, most of them are of the first tier. Behind each counter sits a steward at the peak of Qi, refining realm, expressionless as they attend to the disciples who come to exchange. Fang Ze walked to an empty counter, took out his identity token, and handed it over. Exchange contribution points. The steward accepted the token and pressed it against a jade plate. A line of numbers appeared on the jade plate. 200. 10 years ago, Fang Ze was a servant disciple, and all his contribution points and spirit rice earnings went to Lu Ruyin. Now 10 years later, his task is in the Spirit Beast Valley. In the first month, he earned 30 points, and in the following 6 months, he earned 20 each month, totaling only 190 contribution points. Adding the last 10 points from his time as a servant, he has a total of 200 contribution points. There really is a mix of small and large amounts. The steward glanced at the points, and then at Fang Ze. Is that all? Fang Ze nodded. That's all. The steward returned the token to him. What do you wish to exchange for? Fang Ze did not answer immediately, but walked to the counter and looked at the resources displayed inside. What can 200 contribution points buy? In the sect, 1 contribution point can only be exchanged for half a low-grade spirit stone. 200 contribution points equate to 100 low-grade spirit stones. This amount of spirit stones is not even enough for him now. However, exchanging for spirit stones is the most unwise choice. Using contribution points to buy spirit stones, then using spirit stones to buy resources incurs a significant loss. The best approach is to directly exchange contribution points for resources unique to the sect. Fang Ze looked around, and his gaze fell on a corner. There were several jade boxes containing small particles resembling insect eggs. Spirit insect eggs. His eyes lit up. He had inquired before coming here that the Yuling sect is quite famous for spirit insect cultivation throughout the eastern wilderness. Especially several types of special spirit insects which are strong in combat and easy to cultivate are very popular among loose cultivators. However, exchanging for spirit insect eggs with contribution points in the sect is the most cost-effective. Taking them outside to sell would at least double the price. Fang Ze approached that counter. Steward, how much for the spirit insect eggs? The steward at the counter was a middle-aged woman who looked up at him. First-tier spirit insect eggs are 10 to 50 contribution points each. Second-tier ones are 100 to 500 contribution points each. Fang Ze calculated in his mind. With 200 contribution points, he could just afford one second-tier spirit insect egg and some first-tier ones. But he didn't rush to make a decision. Instead, he carefully examined the labels on the jade boxes. Fire ant eggs, first-tier middle-grade social type proficient in fire attacks. Adult fire ants can spit flames, and when hundreds move together, even latest-stage first-tier demon beasts must retreat. Golden armored beetle eggs, first-tier upper-grade single defense type with shells as hard as iron, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from latest-stage first-tier. However, its attack power is average, only suitable as a meat shield. Ice silkworm eggs, second-tier lower-grade single attack type proficient in ice spells. Adult ice silkworms can exhale cold air, freezing opponents of the same tier. However, the difficulty of cultivation is high, requiring ice attribute spirit materials for feeding. Blue wing bee eggs, first-tier upper-grade social type proficient in speed and toxicity. When hundreds of blue-winged bees swarm, even latest-stage first-tier cultivators will find it troublesome. Fang Ze examined each one, quickly calculating in his mind. Group attack spirit insects combined with his army of demon beasts can unleash greater power. Single attack spirit insects can serve as trump cards, delivering deadly strikes to enemies at critical moments. After some contemplation, he made a decision. Steward, I want to exchange for two types, one type of fire ant egg and one type of ice silkworm egg. The steward looked at him. Fire ant eggs are 10 and ice silkworm eggs are 150. Fang Ze nodded. 5 fire ant eggs and 1 ice silkworm egg. That's just right. Exactly. The steward paused for a moment and then smiled. You're quite good at calculations. The survival rate of ice silkworm eggs might not be high. Are you sure? Fang Ze nodded. Sure. The steward took out 2 jade boxes from the counter and opened them. One box contained dozens of fiery red insect eggs, each the size of a grain of rice, densely packed together. The other box contained 3 ice blue insect eggs, each the size of a soybean, emitting a faint chill. The steward took out 1 ice silkworm egg, placed it in a new jade box, and handed it to Fang Ze. A total of 200 contribution points. Fang Ze received the jade box and handed over his identity token. The steward swept the jade plate, and 200 contribution points were deducted. All set. Fang Ze stored the jade box and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the exchange hall, he glanced back. This pavilion he had visited only a handful of times. Before, he had no contribution points and couldn't exchange for much. Now he had exchanged and was about to leave. Yuling sect. He had been here for over a decade. Though he had crossed over, the original owner's memories held too many scenes from here. The shabby houses in the servant area, the sweat in the spirit fields, old Wang's ramblings, Lu Ru Yan's smiling face, those memories sweet and bitter, filled with love and resentment. But at this moment, all of that was in the past. Fang Ze took a deep breath and strode toward the mountain gate. Before the mountain gate, the array's light flickered slightly. Fang Ze stood before the shimmering barrier, gazing at the sect he had been in for over a decade. Yuling sect, a golden core power. For someone like him, a servant disciple with 5 spiritual roots, being able to enter the sect was already a tremendous opportunity. Without the spatial abilities, he might have spent his life in the servant area, farming, slowly aging into death, like old Wang. But now he had established his foundation. After foundation establishment, the Yuling sect felt too small. In golden core sects, the strongest are those in the golden core stage. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he could manage to be a steward in the sect, but resources, techniques, and vision are limited. To go further, he must venture to larger places. Nascent soul powers, or even transformation stage powers. Fang Ze looked at the towering mountain gate and the faint blue array barrier, feeling a sudden wave of sentiment. Yuling sect, although just a golden core sect, is also my starting point. He murmured. I hope you can develop towards 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years of foundation. After a pause, he added, additionally, Sister Wan Ning, I wish you a smooth path. With that, he turned and walked away, without looking back. Behind him, the array's light continued to flicker, and the mountain gate remained majestic. But for Fang Ze, that place was already a thing of the past. An hour later, Fang Ze appeared in a mountain forest. He paused, taking out an identity token from his pocket. The token was made of jade with the words Yuling sect engraved on the front and his name Fang Ze on the back. This was his identification within the sect. But now it was no longer needed. Fang Ze glanced at it and casually tossed it into the grass. The token landed among the dry leaves, quickly becoming buried. From that moment on, Fang Ze, an outer disciple of the Yuling sect, was considered dead. He would start anew under a different identity. Fang Ze changed his appearance and suppressed his cultivation to the 7th level of qi refinement, then continued on his journey. His destination was the Yuling Immortal City. There lay the resources he needed. Along the way, he contemplated his next steps. Leaving the Yuling sect meant he needed to venture to a larger place. Ideally, it would be a nascent soul force, or even a transformation god force. Only then could he access a broader world and obtain more resources. However, he couldn't run around blindly. He needed to gather information on which force would suit him best. Ideally, it would be a Beastmaster force. This way he could maximize the use of his space. Fang Ze was formulating a plan in his mind. First, he would inquire in the Immortal City to see if there were any maps or relevant information. Half an hour later, the Yuling Immortal City appeared in his view. Fang Ze landed outside the city and queued to enter. Everything was just as it had been the last time he visited. The guards at the city gate were still the same. The entrance fee remained 1 spirit stone, and the line of people was just as long. Fang Ze paid the spirit stone and walked into the Immortal City. The streets were bustling with people, lively and vibrant. Fang Ze didn't rush to the large merchant shops, but instead found a small inn to settle in. After closing the door and activating the formation, he entered his space. As soon as he landed, 5 wind wolves surrounded him. Fang Ze patted their heads and walked towards the spiritual field. In the spiritual field, the spiritual herbs flourished. The golden thread lotus had matured again, and the water essence lotus had produced a few lotus seeds. The fruits on the Qingling fruit tree had grown larger, but were not yet ripe. Fang Ze approached the edge of the spiritual sea, watching the Qinglin fish swim back and forth. Their numbers had increased again. Roughly counting, there were at least 2,000 of them. He crouched down and took out the spiritual insect eggs from his pocket. The fire ant eggs and ice silkworm eggs. He placed the fire ant eggs by the edge of the spiritual field and found a cool spot to secure the ice silkworm eggs. After completing these tasks, Fang Ze left the space and exited the inn. He first visited several small shops to sell the surplus spiritual herbs from his space in batches. Golden thread lotus, yellow spirit ginseng, jade spirit, mushroom water essence lotus. He only sold a little each time, 400 or 500 spirit stones, to avoid drawing attention. Suppressing his cultivation to the 7th level of Qi refinement suited his identity as a loose cultivator. 1 shop, 2 shops, 3 shops. He visited over 20 and sold off most of the excess spiritual herbs from his space. He gathered over 8,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze stored 5,000 spirit stones in his space, burying them in the spiritual field and the spiritual sea. Both land and sea needed spirit stones for replenishment. With 5,000 stones, he could sustain for at least half a year. He carried over 3,000 stones with him. Coupled with the leftover 1,000, he now had over 5,000 spirit stones at his disposal. That was sufficient. Fang Ze adjusted his robe and walked towards the center of the city. There was a merchant shop called Duobao Building. He had learned about it from the guiding cultivator during his last visit to the Immortal City. It was said that this shop was an external force with considerable influence, backed by a nascent soul cultivator. The other shops in the Immortal City were merely golden core forces. Fang Ze stood at the entrance of Duobao Building, looking up at the plaque. The 3-story building was adorned with intricate carvings. 2 guards, both at the peak of Qi refinement, stood at the entrance, their sharp gazes revealing they had seen blood. Fang Ze stepped inside. The hall on the 1st floor was even more spacious than the exchange hall, surrounded by a circle of crystal counters filled with various resources. 1st-grade spiritual herbs, 1st-grade spiritual weapons, 1st-grade talismans, 1st-grade elixirs, everything one could wish for. A few cultivators were selecting items in the hall, all at the late stage of Qi refinement. As soon as Fang Ze entered, he felt a gaze fall upon him. He looked up to see a middle-aged cultivator descending from the 2nd floor. At the midstage of Foundation establishment, the middle-aged cultivator glanced at Fang Ze, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he swiftly approached. Esteemed friend, greetings. He clasped his hands with a smile. Fang Ze returned the gesture. Greetings, esteemed friend. The middle-aged cultivator appraised him and smiled. You have hidden yourself well. Fang Ze's heart tightened. Had he been seen through? But his face remained impassive. You jest, esteemed friend. I'm merely a loose cultivator, nothing to hide. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head. There's no need for you to be nervous. Duobao Building conducts business without inquiring about origins, only concerning spirit stones. Since you are a Foundation establishment cultivator, you are our esteemed guest. Please follow me upstairs. He gestured for Fang Ze to proceed. Fang Ze hesitated for a moment and then followed him upstairs. The 2nd floor was much quieter than the 1st, with only a few Foundation establishment cultivators selecting items. Each crystal counter was tended to by a maid, all at the late stage of Qi refinement and stunning in appearance. The middle-aged cultivator brought Fang Ze to a private room, invited him to sit, and had someone serve spiritual tea. Please enjoy the tea, esteemed friend. Fang Ze picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea warmed his insides, dispersing a wave of gentle spiritual energy. 2nd-grade spiritual tea was indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged cultivator watched him and smiled. My surname is Qian, and I am the manager of this Duobao Building. May I ask how to address you, esteemed friend? Fang Ze pondered for a moment. A loose cultivator, surname Lin. Manager Qian nodded. Lin Dao, friend. What brings you here this time? Is there something you wish to purchase? Just as Fang Ze was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. The whale pendant within him trembled violently. The sensation was identical to when he sensed 2nd-grade sand grains in the market last time. Following the direction of the guidance, Fang Ze extended his divine sense to feel along the direction. Second floor. It was right on the second floor. He took a deep breath, steadying his mind. Manager Qian, I would like to see the second-grade resources in your building first. Manager Qian nodded. No problem. What would you like to see, Lin Dao friend? Spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, or techniques? Fang Ze thought for a moment. All of them. Manager Qian stood up and led him out of the private room, leisurely walking around the second floor. At each crystal counter, Manager Qian would pause to introduce the items inside. This is a second-grade lower-tier spiritual herb, a 100-year-old Jinsui mushroom priced at 200 spirit stones each. This is a second-grade mid-tier magical artifact, the Flame Sword Adept at Fire-type attacks priced at 3,000 spirit stones. This is a second-grade lower-tier technique suitable for water spiritual roots priced at 2,000 spirit stones. As Fang Ze listened and walked, he continued to sense the guidance of the pendant. He was getting closer. It was just ahead. He stopped in his tracks. Before him was a small crystal counter displaying several pieces of ore. There were silver ones, blue ones, fiery red ones, and one gray one. The gray ore was only the size of a fist with a rough surface, looking quite unremarkable, but the guidance from the pendant was emanating from it. Fang Ze's heart skipped a beat. Manager Qian, what is this? Or Manager Qian glanced at it. Oh, this one. It's a second-tier inferior, or called gray star iron. It can be used to refine spiritual tools, but its quality is relatively soft and not very popular. That's why it has never been sold. He paused and smiled. Taoist Lin, are you interested? 300 spirit stones, and it's yours. Fang Ze nodded. All right, I'll take it. Manager Qian was somewhat surprised, but didn't say much, letting the maid take out the ore and wrap it up. Fang Ze paid with spirit stones and put the ore into his spirit beast pouch. The tremor of the pendant finally settled. Fang Ze breathed a sigh of relief. After walking around the second floor and buying some second-tier spiritual medicine seeds, he took his leave. The moment he stepped out of the Duobao building, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. On the other side, Manager Qian frowned slightly at Fang Ze's hurried figure. This boy is interesting. Back at the inn, he closed the door and activated the formation. Fang Ze entered the space. The gray star iron lay quietly in his palm. He took a deep breath and pressed it against the whale pendant. The pendant burst forth with brilliant light. The gray star iron seemed to melt, slowly seeping into the pendant. After a moment, everything returned to calm. Fang Ze closed his eyes and entered within. In the space, Fang Ze sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly feeling the changes around him. The gray star iron had completely merged with the whale pendant, and patterns emerged on the surface of the pendant as if it had come to life. He could sense that the space was undergoing some profound transformation. First, the spiritual energy. The original spiritual energy in the space was at the first level of completion. Although rich, it was insufficient for Foundation establishment cultivators. Foundation establishment cultivation requires second-tier spiritual veins. No matter how rich the first-tier spiritual energy is, it cannot support his continued breakthrough. But now the concentration of spiritual energy was rapidly increasing. From first-tier completion to second-tier inferior, then second-tier middle, and still rising. Fang Ze held his breath, staring intently at his surroundings. The concentration of spiritual energy continued to climb until it reached second-tier top grade before slowly stopping. Fang Ze took a deep breath, feeling as if he were floating in the air. Second-tier top grade. This was already the best spiritual energy available for Foundation establishment. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would be fortunate to have a second-tier inferior spiritual vein. A second-tier top-grade spiritual vein is a privilege reserved for those who have achieved great completion in Foundation establishment. And now he had one. He stood up and walked to the edge of the spiritual field. The spiritual field had also changed. Originally 10 acres, it had now expanded to 20 acres. The dark soil was even darker, shimmering with a faint spiritual light, clearly indicating a significant increase in fertility. Fang Ze squatted down and reached out to touch the soil. With his divine sense probing in, he could clearly perceive that the potential limit of the dark soil had increased. Previously, he could only plant spiritual medicines with a maturity of less than 100 years. Now those under 500 years were also feasible. 500 years. That already classified as second-tier top-grade spiritual medicine, or even some third-tier inferior spiritual medicines. He stood up and walked to the edge of the spiritual sea. The spiritual sea had also doubled in size, expanding from 10 acres to 20 acres. The water was clearer with a faint blue tint, and the spiritual energy was so rich that it seemed ready to overflow. In the spiritual sea, the blue-scaled fish were happily swimming back and forth. They seemed to sense the changes in the space, each one excited, occasionally leaping out of the water and splashing droplets everywhere. Fang Ze watched all of this, feeling a surge of satisfaction. From the fourth layer of Qi refinement to the early stage of Foundation establishment, from a first-tier space to a second-tier space. This step had taken him a long time, but now it had finally been achieved. He He walked slowly within the space, pondering his next plans. 20 acres of spiritual field, 20 acres of water area. How to utilize them needed careful consideration. First, he must not stop planting first-tier spiritual medicines. Although he was already a foundation establishment cultivator and first-tier spiritual medicines were of little use to him, they remained a hot commodity for chi refinement cultivators. Whether to sell them for spirit stones or use them to nurture low-level monsters, they were excellent resources. Moreover, first-tier spiritual medicines had a short growth cycle. Golden Line Lotus could mature in 20 years, Water Nourishing Lotus in 50 years, and Fire Spirit Mushroom in 50 years. In this space, these times would be reduced by 100 times. This means that for every year in the outside world, several harvests could be obtained in the space. This is the most stable source of income. Moreover, selling first-tier resources would be much safer. Fang Ze decided to allocate 10 acres of the spiritual field to continue planting a large quantity of first-tier top-grade and above spiritual medicines. Golden Line Lotus, Yellow Spirit Ginseng, Jade Marrow Mushroom, Water Nourishing Lotus, and Fire Spirit Mushroom. These all needed to be planted in abundance. Especially the Golden Line Lotus, as it can be used for alchemy and direct consumption, making it in high demand, so he could plant several acres of it. Additionally, he needed to plant more Cloud Mist Immortal buds. He loved drinking this spiritual tea himself, and it's also a great gift for others. Next, he turned to second-tier spiritual medicines. Second-tier spiritual medicines have long growth cycles, often taking hundreds of years, even up to several hundred years. But their value is also high. A 100-year-old Bai Bo Ling bamboo can sell for several hundred spirit stones, and if it continues to grow to 300 or 400 years, it could sell for 1,000 or even several thousand. Fang Ze decided to allocate 5 acres of the spiritual field specifically for planting second-tier spiritual medicines. The Qingling fruit tree had already been planted, but the 12 fruits had not yet matured and would need to wait a while longer. This fruit tree matures once every 100 years and can yield a dozen or so fruits at a time. Each fruit can sell for several hundred spirit stones, making each harvest worth several thousand spirit stones. In addition to Qingling fruit, he would also plant some other varieties. Before leaving, he bought several types of second-tier spiritual medicine seeds from Duobao Building, Purple Heart Orchid, Blood Jade Ginseng, and Xianbing Grass. These are all second-tier, middle, and lower-grade spiritual medicines with growth cycles ranging from 100 to 300 years. Once planted, waiting for them to mature would yield a significant fortune. As for the remaining 5 acres of spiritual field, they would be kept as a reserve. In case any rare spiritual medicines are obtained in the future, they could be planted at any time. The planning for the water area was also quite simple. The blue-scaled fish would continue to be raised, allowing them to breed freely. This fish reproduces quickly, has delicious meat, and is rich in spiritual energy, making it an excellent source of meat. Whether for personal consumption or feeding to monsters, it is very good. Moreover, blue-scaled fish can also be sold. An average first-tier middle-grade blue-scaled fish can sell for several or even 10 spirit stones. There are now at least 2,000 to 3,000 fish in the spiritual sea. If all sold, it would amount to tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, Fang Ze does not plan to sell them. These fish are the food for the monsters. Fire Cloud Pig, Swift Wind Wolf, Crimson Flame Fox, Silver Moon Wolf, Blue Feather Eagle, Azure Wind Rock, and those spiritual insects all require food daily. Without these fish, relying solely on purchasing monster meat would cost a significant amount of spirit stones each month. He would keep them and let them continue to breed. In the future, if the water area expands to 20 acres, raising over 10,000 fish would be no problem. In addition to blue-scaled fish, he could also raise some others, such as second-tier spiritual fish. He had seen at Duobao Building a second-tier spiritual fish called Ice Scale Fish, which has delicious meat and contains ice attribute spiritual energy, greatly benefiting cultivators practicing ice-based techniques. One could sell for over 1,000 spirit stones. However, Ice Scale Fish requires an ice attribute environment and cannot survive in ordinary water areas. He must find a way to transform part of the water area. Fang Ze committed this thought to memory. In the future, when there is an opportunity, he would acquire some ice attribute spiritual items to create an ice domain. The demon beasts also need to be restructured. The Gale Wolves remain the same dozen or so. Their bloodline limitations are too obvious, only capable of reaching the mid-stage of the first level. However, they have resigned themselves to their fate, patrolling the area daily to guard this territory. There are 2 Scarlet Flame Foxes, both at the peak of the first level. The Red Fox and the Woodvine Fox, one fire and one would cooperate seamlessly. Recently, they had another litter of 2 cubs, one red and one green, inheriting their parents' bloodline. Once they grow up, combined with a previous Scarlet Flame Fox, the Scarlet Flame Fox family will have 7 members. The Silver Moon Wolves currently have 7 adult wolves and 4 cubs. The one with blue fur on its head has already reached the peak of the first level, its aura significantly stronger than the other wolves. Fang Ze suspects that its bloodline is about to awaken. The Fire Cloud Pigs are the most numerous. They reproduce rapidly, and now there are already hundreds of them. They have dug a large pit in one corner of the space and spend all day rolling around in it. Sometimes Fang Ze looks at them and feels a headache coming on. The blue feather eagle is still just one at the peak of the first level. It is Fang Ze's mount, usually resting on a large rock by the Spirit Sea. The Qing Feng Peng is newly acquired, also at the peak of the first level. Its bloodline is superior to that of the blue feather eagle with greater potential. Fang Ze plans to train it well, hoping it might advance to a second-level demon beast in the future. As for the spirit insects, the fire ant eggs have hatched. A few fire ant larvae are lying by the edge of the spirit field, munching on the remnants of spirit herbs that Fang Ze has fed them. Once they grow up, they will be able to fight in groups. The ice silkworm eggs are still hatching. The survival rate is only 50%. Fang Ze checks on them daily, hoping they can survive. Fang Ze walked around the space, completing the necessary planning before sitting cross-legged by the spirit field. 20 acres of spirit field, 20 acres of water area, and second-level top-grade spiritual energy. This is his current foundation. He closed his eyes, activated the 3 transformations of leaving fire scripture, and began to cultivate. The spiritual energy surged into his body, and the sensation was completely different from before. The purity of the second-level spiritual energy is far beyond that of the first level. Each strand of spiritual energy entering his body can be directly converted into true essence with almost no loss. Fang Ze felt a secret joy in his heart. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Of course, for someone with his 5 spiritual roots, this speed is quite fast. 1 night in the outside world equals 100 days in this space. The next morning, Fang Ze carefully sensed the changes in his body. Given his current cultivation situation, it would take at least 100 years for a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots to advance from the early to mid-stage. However, if he uses pills, he should be able to shorten that time to several decades, which in the space would only take a few years. A few years to rival a heavenly spiritual root cultivator is considered quite fast. He took a deep breath, left the space, and stepped out of the inn. The street was bustling with people just like yesterday. Fang Ze stood at the inn's entrance watching the hurried cultivators pass by, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. Among these people, there are scattered cultivators in the Qi refining stage, disciples from sects, merchants, and street vendors. They hustle for a few spirit stones, fight for a few spirit herbs, and go bankrupt for a chance at foundation establishment. And he is already at foundation establishment. Yuling Immortal City Duobao Building. Fang Ze stood at the entrance looking up at the plaque. He had visited 3 days ago and purchased the gray star iron that upgraded the space. 3 days later, he returned with a new purpose. Pushing open the door, the first floor hall was still lively. Several Qi refining stage cultivators were selecting items at the counter, whispering to each other. The manager in charge of money in the mid-stage of foundation establishment was not present. Instead, a young attendant at the peak of the Qi refining stage sat behind the counter. Fang Ze walked over. "Is the manager in?" The attendant looked up and glanced at him. "Qi refining 7th layer. Yes, please wait a moment, I will inform him." He turned and went upstairs. Moments later, the manager descended, his eyes brightening upon seeing Fang Ze. "Lin Daoyu, you're back again. Please come upstairs." Fang Ze nodded and followed him to the second floor's private room. The two sat down, and a maid served them spirit tea. The manager smiled warmly at him. "What does Lin Daoyu wish to purchase this time?" Fang Ze did not beat around the bush. "2 things. First, I want to ask if your building has any second-level bloodline demon beasts for sale. Demon beast eggs or cubs are fine." The manager shook his head. "Lin Daoyu, to be honest, it is very difficult to find second-level bloodline demon beasts throughout Yuling Immortal City. Although our Duobao building is an external force, we only replenish resources once a year and mainly rely on local acquisitions. Most of what we can obtain locally are first-level demon beasts. Second-level ones are rare and hard to come by." Fang Ze nodded, not too disappointed. He hadn't held much hope anyway. "The second thing is I would like to see if your building has any maps for sale. I want to understand the situation in the southern wilderness." The manager smiled. "We have that." He stood up and walked out of the private room, returning shortly with a jade slip in hand. "This is a map of the southern wilderness marking hundreds of countries, large and small, along with the influence of various families. Lin Daoyu, take a look and see if it suits you." Fang Ze took the jade slip and probed with his divine sense. A massive map unfolded in his mind. The southern wilderness is vast, vaster than he had imagined. The map marks hundreds of countries densely packed together. Each country is labeled, indicating which is under the control of golden core forces and which is governed by nascent soul forces. Fang Ze observed carefully, silently calculating in his heart. With his foundation establishment, early-stage cultivation, being able to move around a few neighboring countries would be quite good. In farther places, just traveling would take months, and he might encounter second-level demon beasts, robbers, or dangerous areas along the way. It's better to focus on strengthening his power first. Once he reaches the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he can consider venturing into territories controlled by nascent soul sects. How much is it? 200 spirit stones. Fang Ze paid the spirit stones and stored the jade slip. The manager looked at him and smiled. Does Lin Daoyu need anything else? Fang Ze pondered for a moment. Does your building sell the inheritance of the 100 arts of cultivation? The manager was taken aback, then smiled. Lin Daoyu wishes to study the 100 arts. You have good taste. However, mastering the 100 arts is easy to start, but difficult to excel at, requiring a lot of time and effort. Many foundation establishment cultivators wish to learn, but few succeed in the end. He paused. Our duobao building does sell them, but only for the first level. The inheritances for the second level are considered the foundation of many foundation establishment forces and cannot be sold. Fang Ze nodded. The first level is fine. Do you have anything on formations, weapon refining, or alchemy? Yes, the manager stood up. Lin Daoyu, please wait a moment, I will retrieve them. Moments later, he returned with 3 jade slips. The formation inheritance is a complete first-level set covering everything from first-level low-grade to first-level top-grade. The weapon refining inheritance ranges from first-level low-grade to first-level mid-grade. The alchemy inheritance is similarly from first-level low-grade to first-level mid-grade. He placed the jade slips on the table. Formations are difficult to learn, so the complete set is quite comprehensive. As for weapon refining and alchemy, first-level top-grade inheritances are rare, and we do not have those. Lin Daoyu, take a look to see if they are suitable. Fang Ze picked up the arrayed jade slip, his divine sense probing inside. It contained a wealth of information. The basic principles of formations, various methods for arranging first-tier formations, and the techniques for crafting array discs and flags were indeed comprehensive, covering everything from entry-level to top-tier. He also glanced at the jade slips on weapon forging and alchemy. The content was considerable, but as Qian Guanshi had said, it only covered up to first-tier high quality. There were no methods for crafting top-tier weapons or pill recipes. Fang Ze put down the jade slip. How much for these 3 items? 1,000 spirit stones each. 3 together, 3,000. Fang Ze nodded. This price was not expensive. A complete set of first-tier inheritance would sell for at least 2,000 outside. Duobao Pavilion charged only 1,000, which was quite reasonable. He took out 3,000 spirit stones from his spirit beast pouch and placed them on the table. Qian Guanshi accepted the spirit stones and pushed the 3 jade slips over. Lin Daoyu, these inheritances are all imprints. You can look at them freely, but they must not be shared outward. This is the rule. Fang Ze nodded. Understood. He stored the jade slips and asked, does your pavilion have any first-tier spirit herb seeds for sale? Preferably ones I don't have. Qian Guanshi smiled. Lin Daoyu comes from a farming background. Alright, I'll take you to have a look. The two went downstairs and arrived at a corner on the first floor. Dozens of jade boxes were arranged here, each containing various spirit herb seeds. These are all collected by our duobao pavilion. There were first-tier ones and also second-tier ones. Lin Daoyu can pick freely. Fang Ze squatted down looking at them one by one. He already had the seeds for Jin Xian Lian, Huang Ling Shin Yu Sui, Ji Shui Yun Lian, and Hua Ling Ji. He continued to look further. Suddenly his gaze fell on a jade box. Inside was a cluster of tiny black seeds, each the size of a sesame seed, densely packed together. The label read black, jade ginseng, first-tier, high quality. Fang Ze's eyes brightened. He had heard of this item. It was a very special spirit herb that could not be consumed directly, but was an auxiliary spirit herb for refining various second-tier pills. It was highly valuable and difficult to cultivate due to its stringent environmental requirements. How much for this? Qian Guanshi glanced over. Black jade ginseng seeds, 100 spirit stones per portion. Each portion contains about 50 seeds. Fang Ze nodded. He'll take 1 portion. He continued to look down. Star leaf, grass, moonlight flower, earth dragon, vine, blood orchid. He bought 7 or 8 types of first-tier spirit herb seeds that he didn't have, each ranging from 100 to 200 spirit stones. In the end, he also set his sights on an item. A pill furnace. First-tier, top quality, entirely bronze-colored with intricate patterns carved on its body. The lid of the furnace had several small holes for regulating the fire. The entire pill furnace looked heavy and extraordinary. How much for this pill furnace? Qian Guanshi glanced at it. First-tier, top-quality magic tool pill furnace, 2,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze thought for a moment and nodded. He'll take it. After paying the spirit stones and packing all his items, Fang Ze bid farewell and left. At the moment he stepped out of duobao pavilion, he looked back. Qian Guanshi stood at the door smiling as he watched him. Fang Ze nodded and turned to leave. Qian Guanshi watched his departing figure and muttered. Foundation establishment cultivators, many wish to study the myriad arts of cultivation, but in the end few succeed. If this child can become a master of the myriad arts, I could sell my incomplete second-tier formation inheritance to him, forging a good relationship, while also earning a wave of spirit stones. He shook his head and turned back inside. Fang Ze walked through the streets without hurrying to leave the city. He wove through the crowd, taking several turns occasionally, releasing his divine sense to sense the surroundings. There was no one following him. A large merchant like Duobao Pavilion did not stoop to such despicable acts. However, he still cautiously circled several times to ensure absolute safety before heading toward the city outskirts. Once outside the city gate, Fang Ze did not summon his Qingyu eagle, but chose to walk away. After walking a distance, he turned into a dense forest. The forest was thick with tall trees blocking the sky and sun. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, soft and springy. Fang Ze walked deeper until he stopped in front of a cliff. There was a crack in the cliff that was just wide enough for a person to squeeze in sideways. He squeezed in, and inside was a small cave. The cave wasn't large, only a few zhang in square area, but it was sufficiently concealed. Fang Ze released his divine sense and carefully examined it. There were no demonic beasts, no cultivators, and no traces of formations. He nodded, took out the array disc and flags, and set up a simple warning formation at the cave entrance. Then he shifted his figure and entered the space. Upon landing, dozens of gale wolves surrounded him. Fang Ze patted their heads and walked to the spirit field. In the spirit field, the spirit herbs were lush and green. The second-tier spirit herb seeds he planted a few days ago had already sprouted, tiny tender shoots poking up from the black soil. The fruits on the Qingling fruit tree had grown larger once again, but were still unripe. Fang Ze counted carefully, still 12 in total. The fire ant eggs had hatched, and the fire ant larvae crawled around the edge of the spirit field, nibbling on the spirit herb remnants Fang Ze had fed them. These larvae were still small, but once they grew up, they would be able to swarm out to battle. The ice silkworm eggs had also hatched. Fang Ze would check on them every day, hoping they could survive. He walked around the space, feeding the necessary demonic beasts and watering the plants, then sat cross-legged at the edge of the spirit field. He took out the 3 jade slips and first looked at the one on formations. His divine sense probed inside, and a wealth of information flooded his mind. The basic principles of formations. Using spirit stones as energy sources guided by formation patterns, invoking the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to create various effects. The categories of first-tier formations included confinement formations, killing formations, illusion formations, spirit-gathering formations, and defensive formations. The methods for arranging various formations, refining array discs, and sacrificing array flags, as well as engraving formation patterns, captivated Fang Ze. These concepts were entirely new to him. Previously, he had only been exposed to some simple formations such as the restrictions in rooms and the 4 symbols confinement formation he had arranged last time. But those were already made. He only needed to inject spiritual power. This was the first time he was truly starting from scratch to learn formation arrangement. After looking for a while, he put down the jade slip and fell into contemplation. Formations were indeed difficult to learn. It wasn't because the principles were complex, but because they required a great deal of practice. Each type of formation had to be arranged repeatedly and adjusted repeatedly to grasp its essence. Without sufficient time, one couldn't even get through the doorway. But what he lacked the least was time. 1 day outside equaled 100 days inside the space. While others took a year to learn something, he could learn it in a day. Fang Ze felt a surge of confidence within himself. He picked up the jade slip for refining tools. The principles of tool refinement were somewhat simpler than those of formations. It was merely about melting or shaping them, inscribing patterns, and infusing them with spiritual energy. However, in practice, it was even more difficult than formations. Every step required meticulous control. A slight mistake could ruin the materials. Fang Ze glanced at it for a while before setting it down. Finally, he turned to the jade slip for alchemy. Alchemy was what he valued the most. With a 5-element root constitution, his cultivation speed was inherently slow. By the time he reached the foundation establishment stage, this flaw became even more apparent. Relying solely on refining spirit herbs was no longer sufficient for his cultivation needs. He had to practice alchemy. The potency of pills was much stronger than that of directly consuming spirit herbs. The same spirit herb could, when refined into a pill, enhance its efficacy by 30 to 50%. Moreover, some spirit herbs could not be consumed directly and had to be refined into pills for absorption. For instance, the black jade ginseng, if consumed directly, would not only be ineffective, but could also lead to poisoning. However, refined pills were excellent resources for cultivation. Fang Ze carefully studied the contents of the alchemy jade slip. Identifying, processing, and combining spirit herbs, controlling the heat, utilizing the pill furnace, timing the pill formation. Each type of pill had its formula, refining method, and precautions. He was so engrossed that he unknowingly spent several days in the space. By the time he finished reading all 3 jade slips, half a month had passed. Fang Ze opened his eyes and let out a long breath of stale air. The myriad arts of cultivation were indeed profound and extensive. Formations, tool refinement, and alchemy. Each of these arts could occupy a person for a lifetime. He was merely scratching the surface at this point. The true essence still required a great deal of practical experience. However, he had plenty of time. Yet now, after reaching foundation establishment, there were too many things to do. Cultivating, nurturing demon beasts, studying myriad arts, seeking opportunities. Each task required time and energy. Although space made time no issue, priorities still had to be established. He closed his eyes and mentally organized his thoughts. The first task was to wait for the second-tier spirit herbs to mature. The purple heart orchid, blood jade, ginseng, and profound ice grass. These second-tier spirit herbs were the foundation for his future cultivation and alchemy. He had to wait for them to grow before he could proceed with the next steps. At the same time, the first-tier perfected demon beasts should also attempt to break through. The blue-haired silver moon wolf was at first-tier perfection. The Qingfeng Peng was also at first-tier perfection. Additionally, he had obtained 3 second-tier bloodline demon beasts from that loose cultivators foundation establishment. These 5 demon beasts were all stuck at the threshold of first-tier perfection. If they could break through to the second tier, his strength would increase significantly. Second-tier demon beasts were equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. 5 second-tier demon beasts plus himself would mean 6 foundation establishment combat powers. By then, he wouldn't fear even 2 or 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family. However, breaking through required resources. Second-tier demon beasts needed a large amount of spiritual energy and high-tier spirit herbs. Ordinary demon beast meat was no longer sufficient. They had to be fed second-tier spirit herbs or second-tier pills. Fang Ze glanced at the second-tier spirit herbs in the spirit field. The purple heart orchid had just sprouted, still far from maturity. The blood jade, ginseng, and profound ice grass were the same. The qingling fruit tree, however, had 12 fruits, but they were not ripe yet. He had to wait. He could only wait. The second task was to study the myriad arts of cultivation, formations, tool refinement, and alchemy. He had to master these 3 skills. Formations were used to break restrictions, set up arrays, and protect oneself. Tool refinement was for crafting personal magical treasures, spirit tools, and formation plates. Alchemy was for enhancing cultivation speed, nurturing demon beasts, and exchanging for resources. Each of these 3 skills was indispensable. He possessed a complete set of first-tier formation inheritance, as well as high-quality first-tier tool refinement and alchemy inheritances. With the time flow rate in the space, he could completely master them in a short time. The third task was to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. He was currently at the early foundation establishment stage, still a distance away from the mid-stage. Once the second-tier spirit herbs matured and he refined them into pills, he should be able to push forward. 3 tasks to be approached step by step, one after another. Fang Ze opened his eyes and stood up. First, he would plant trees. He took out a small cloth bag from his spirit beast pouch, which contained iron pearwood seeds he had bought from the treasure pavilion. Iron pearwood, a first-tier spirit wood, was as hard as iron and had dense grains, making it an ideal material for crafting formation plates. It was much more effective than ordinary wood for drawing formation patterns. He walked to a corner of the spirit field, crouched down, and dug a row of small pits with a small shovel. He placed a seed in each pit, covered it with soil, and watered it with spiritual spring water. In total, he planted 50 seeds. The growth cycle of iron pearwood is not short. It takes over a decade to mature in the outside world. However, in this space, with its black soil accelerating growth, it could be ready in a month at most. After planting the trees, Fang Ze checked on the other spirit herbs. The fruits on the qingling fruit tree had grown larger and emitted a faint fragrance. He counted carefully and still found 12 fruits. It won't be long now. He turned and walked to the area where the demon beasts gathered. 2 red flame foxes lay lazily in the sun near the wolf den. Upon seeing him approach, the red fox lifted its head and called out. Fang Ze crouched down and patted its head. Don't worry, once the spirit herbs ripen, I'll feed you guys. The red fox seemed to understand, rubbing against his hand. He then walked over to the silver moon wolf. The blue-haired silver moon wolf was lying on a stone, eyes closed in slumber. Sensing Fang Ze's approach, it opened its eyes and glanced at him. Those eyes with their light blue pupils were as deep as a lake. Fang Ze felt a stir in his heart. This gaze was much more intelligent than that of an ordinary silver moon wolf. He reached out to pet its head. The blue-haired wolf did not shy away, instead it rubbed against his hand. Wait until you break through, Fang Ze said softly. The blue-haired wolf let out a low sound before closing its eyes again. Fang Ze stood up and walked to the edge of the spirit sea. The Qingyu eagle was perched on a large stone, grooming its feathers. The Qingfeng Peng squatted on the other side, vigilantly watching its surroundings. These 2 birds of prey were each more proud than the other. Usually they ignored each other, each claiming their own territory. Fang Ze tossed them a few pieces of demon beast meat, and the 2 birds immediately rushed over to snatch the food. He shook his head and turned to leave. Next, it was time to practice alchemy. Fang Ze walked to the edge of the spirit field, sitting cross-legged, and took out the first-tier top-grade alchemy furnace. The furnace was entirely bronze in color with complex patterns carved onto its surface. He examined it carefully for a moment before taking out several spirit herbs from his storage bag. The nourishing herb, a low-grade first-tier spirit herb, was the main material for refining the pill of nourishment and the pill of diminution. Following the method from the alchemy jade slip, he first processed the spirit herbs. Cleaning, drying, grinding. Each step was done with utmost caution, fearful of making a mistake. After processing the spirit herbs, he began to ignite the fire. The base of the alchemy furnace had a fire opening where fire spirit stones could be placed or flames could be summoned using magical power. Fang Ze used fire spirit stones, making it easier to control the heat. The flames ignited and the furnace gradually warmed up. He added the processed spirit herbs into the furnace in order, while simultaneously sensing the changes within using his divine sense. Temperature, humidity, and the fusion of medicinal properties had to be precisely controlled at every step. After a stick of incense, Fang Ze furrowed his brows. The medicinal liquid in the furnace began to solidify, but the color was wrong. The normal pill of abandoning food should be pale blue, yet it had turned a grayish-black. It failed. He sighed, cleared away the waste, and started again. The second time it failed. The third time it failed. The fourth time still a failure. Fang Ze looked at the pile of waste, feeling somewhat helpless. Alchemy was truly difficult. He had meticulously followed the methods outlined in the jade slip, and everything from temperature to timing to order was correct, yet he still could not succeed. Where was the problem? He picked up the jade slip and glanced over it again. Suddenly, he noticed a line of small text. The way of alchemy lies in perception. Heat, medicinal potency, and fusion all require spiritual sense to perceive and adapt accordingly. One must not be rigid in the methods. Fang Ze was taken aback. Adapt accordingly. He recalled the process he had just gone through. Each time he had strictly adhered to the steps, knowing exactly when to add which medicine, when to raise the temperature, and when to lower it without any deviation. But perhaps the issue lay here. Alchemy was not a rigid process, but a dynamic one. The same spiritual herbs, the same heat under different environments, and at different times required different approaches. Fang Ze closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The fifth attempt. He reprocessed the spiritual herbs, reignited the fire, and reinvested himself. But this time he did not strictly follow the steps. Instead, he carefully sensed the changes within the furnace with his spiritual sense. If the temperature rose too high, he would lower the flame. If the fusion of the medicinal potency slowed down, he would wait a bit longer. If the color was off, he would adjust the order. After a stick of incense, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace. Fang Ze opened his eyes and looked at the alchemy furnace. 3 pale blue pills lay at the bottom. Pill of abandoning food. It worked. Fang Ze picked one up and examined it carefully. It was of ordinary quality, but it was indeed a pill of abandoning food. He let out a sigh of relief and stored the pill away. His first success, though only of ordinary quality, was a step forward. Next he continued. 1 furnace, 2 furnaces, 3 furnaces. He spent a whole month in the space every day devoted to alchemy, and more alchemy. From the pill of abandoning food to the nourishing pill, from the nourishing pill to the gathering chi pill, and from the gathering chi pill to the yellow ginseng pill, each type of pill required dozens of furnaces to master. With poor talent, he had to rely on quantity. Fortunately, the space provided endless spiritual herbs, allowing him to have the cost of constant trial and error. After a month, he finally stabilized his ability to refine a mid-grade yellow ginseng pill. Fang Ze looked at the pile of pills before him, feeling a bit emotional. If he were in the outside world with his talent, it would be impossible for him to become an alchemist. A portion of spiritual herbs cost dozens to hundreds of spirit stones, and a single failure would waste them all. Which family could afford to let him squander them like this? Only with the space could he play like this. He rested for a day and then began to challenge the high-grade pill. The golden line pill. This was the pill he needed most right now. The golden line pill was primarily made from golden line lotus seeds, and its efficacy was far superior to consuming them directly. If he could refine it in bulk, his cultivation speed would greatly increase. Fang Ze took out several golden line lotus seeds and began to process them. Processing golden line lotus seeds was much more complicated than ordinary spiritual herbs. They needed to be soaked, then ground, filtered, and finally dried. Each step had to be flawless. He worked tirelessly for half a day to prepare the materials. Then he began the alchemy process. First attempt, failure. Second attempt, failure. Third attempt, still failure. Fang Ze was not discouraged. He had long grown accustomed to failure over the past month. Continuing. 4th furnace, failure. 5th furnace, failure. 6th furnace, it finally succeeded. Fang Ze looked at the 2 golden pills at the bottom of the furnace and let out a long breath. Golden line pill, a high-grade pill. Ordinary quality, but indeed a golden line pill. He picked one up and placed it in his mouth. The pill melted instantly, a warm medicinal force spreading through his limbs. That feeling was at least 3 times stronger than consuming the golden line lotus seeds directly. Fang Ze closed his eyes, feeling the medicinal power circulating within him. Indeed, alchemy was the right path. Next, he refined dozens of golden line pills. From ordinary to fine quality, from fine quality to perfection. By the time he refined a perfect quality golden line pill from a single batch of materials, it was already 3 months later. Fang Ze looked at the perfect pill in his hand, a surge of accomplishment swelling within him. Perfect quality. A high-grade pill of perfect quality. This meant he had truly become a high-grade alchemist. Fang Ze stored the pill away and stood up. After 3 months of inactivity, his body felt somewhat stiff. He stretched his muscles and walked to the spirit field. The iron pear tree had grown as tall as a person, its trunk straight, and its wood sturdy. In a while it would be ready to be cut down. Fang Ze walked to the area where the beast gathered. A few crimson flame foxes spotted him and immediately ran over, circling around him. They had caught the scent of the Qingling fruit and were staring eagerly at the jade box in his hands. Fang Ze smiled. Don't rush, wait until the pills are refined, and there will be some for you. He stored the jade box and took out a few golden line pills, tossing them to them. The foxes caught the pills and swallowed them, then lay on the ground starting to refine them. Fang Ze then walked over to the silver moon wolf. The blue-haired wolf was still lying on the stone, and when it saw him coming it raised its head. Fang Ze squatted down and also gave it a golden line pill. The blue-haired wolf swallowed the pill and closed its eyes. Fang Ze watched it, feeling a bit hopeful. Once it breaks through, he would know whether it truly had a hidden bloodline. Next, he began to learn artifact crafting. After 3 months of alchemy, it was time to switch gears. Fang Ze walked to the edge of the spirit sea, looking at the patch of blue wave spirit bamboo. These bamboos had been planted for a long time, growing in the space for over 100 years, all reaching a century of age. The bamboo was a light blue, all over shimmering with spiritual light. A gentle knock produced a crisp sound. Second-grade spirit bamboo. Fang Ze took out a magical axe and chopped one down. The blue wave spirit bamboo was hard, and an ordinary axe could not cut through it. He exerted great effort to chop down one. Dragging the bamboo to the spirit field, he began processing it according to the methods in the artifact crafting jade slip. First strip the skin, then cut, and finally polish. Every step had to be precise. Artifact crafting was different from alchemy. In alchemy, a failure ruined the materials. In artifact crafting, if one failed, the materials could still be reforged. Therefore, Fang Ze found it somewhat easier to learn. He first attempted to craft the simplest magical artifact, a bamboo sword. He cut the bamboo into sword shape, polished it smooth, and then engraved the formation patterns. The formation patterns were crucial. If engraved too deep, the bamboo would crack. If engraved too shallow, the spiritual energy would not circulate. It needed to be just right. On his first attempt, he engraved too deep, and the bamboo split in half. On his second attempt, he engraved too shallow, leading to a blockage of spiritual energy, and it was wasted. The third, fourth, and fifth attempts, he failed a dozen times before finally succeeding in carving a complete bamboo sword. Fang Ze held the bamboo sword and infused it with spiritual power. The sword emitted a faint glow, and the tip released a 1-inch blade of light. A low-grade magical artifact. It worked. He let out a sigh of relief and continued practicing. From the bamboo sword to the bamboo knife, from the bamboo knife to the bamboo spear, and from the bamboo spear to the bamboo shield, each type of magical artifact required dozens of repetitions to master the techniques. A month later, he began to challenge the mid-grade first-tier magical artifacts. Mid-grade first-tier magical artifacts require the embedding of spirit stones or the inner cores of demon beasts while inscribing array patterns. Only then can the magical artifact store spiritual power and unleash greater power. Fang Ze tried it, and the difficulty was significantly higher than that of the low-grade first tier. Failure, failure, failure. Yet he did not lose heart. He had space materials and an endless supply of blue wave spirit bamboo. If one attempt fails, there will be 10. If 10 fails, then 100. 2 months later, he finally stabilized the refinement of mid-grade first-tier magical artifacts. 3 months later, he progressed to the high-grade first-tier magical artifact. Fang Ze gazed at the bamboo sword he had just completed, examining it closely. The sword body was light blue with a first-tier demon beast inner core embedded in the handle. Injecting spiritual power, the sword's aura flickered sharp and imposing. It was a high-grade first-tier. He stood up and exhaled a long breath. 3 months of alchemy, 3 months of artifact refinement. Half a year had passed. At the outer edge of the Spirit Beast Valley of the Yuling sect, Zhou Mingde stood on a hilltop, his face dark. He was the only Foundation Establishment cultivator of the Zhou family at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment and was considered a prominent figure around the entire Yuling Immortal City. Although the Zhou family was a small clan, no one dared to provoke them for decades with him at the helm. But now he had lost 3 clan members who were at the late stage of Qi refinement. Latest stage Qi refinement cultivators belonged to the upper tier within Foundation Establishment forces. Each was a pillar of the family, nurtured with vast resources. 3 had died all at once. Zhou Mingde took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within, and looked at the clan member beside him. What did you find out? We have found out, clan head. The last place those individuals were seen was deep in the Lonyuan mountain range. We found traces of a struggle there and blood stains. Whose blood is it? Uncertain, but we can confirm that the life tokens of those clan members are all shattered. Zhou Mingde fell silent for a moment. What about Fang Ze? He has also vanished. We inquired at the Yuling sect, and that kid hasn't returned to the sect since that mission. Some say he is dead, some say he ran away, no one knows where he is. Zhou Mingde frowned. What about Su Wanning? That fairy Su is still in the sect. We went to find her, but she said nothing. She only stated that she was pursued that day and Fang Ze drew away the enemies, allowing her to escape. As for what happened afterward, she is completely unaware. Zhou Mingde let out a cold laugh. Completely unaware. He did not believe it. 3 latest-stage Qi refinement clan members along with a fully matured first-tier Qingfeng Peng against a mere 4th-layer Qi refinement waste and an 8th-layer female cultivator, how could they have been completely wiped out? Unless someone intervened. Or Zhou Mingde shook his head, discarding this absurd thought. A 4th-layer Qi refinement cultivator could not possibly be so capable. Continue investigating, he said. We must see the living or find the dead. Understood. The clan member took his leave. Zhou Mingde stood on the hilltop, gazing at the distant Longyuan mountain range, his eyes cold and harsh. Fang Ze, no matter where you hide, I will find you. In the days that followed, the Zhou family began a frantic investigation. They sought news both inside and outside the Yuling sect, searched for traces in the Longyuan mountain range, and set up spies around the immortal city. But Fang Ze seemed to have evaporated, leaving no trace. There were no records of him leaving the city, no records of him staying in an inn, and no trading records in the market. Nothing at all. Zhou Mingde grew increasingly anxious. How could a 4th-layer Qi refinement waste evade his surveillance? Unless he was dead, eaten by a demon beast, or fallen into some perilous location. Zhou Mingde felt this possibility was quite high. The depths of the Longyuan mountain range were teeming with demon beasts. A 4th-layer Qi refinement cultivator entering would be risking their life. That kid must have rushed deep in to draw away the enemies, and then he let out a cold laugh. Forget it. If he is dead, then so be it. Although he could not take revenge personally, it would still be a form of relief. Zhou Mingde ceased his pursuit and returned to the clan with his members. But what he did not know was that Fang Ze was not dead at all. He was merely hiding in the space, quietly cultivating, refining pills, crafting artifacts, and nurturing demon beasts. Everything from the outside world had nothing to do with him. In the space, Fang Ze stood before the Qingling fruit tree, looking at the 12 ripe fruits, feeling great joy. Qingling fruits, 2nd-tier spirit fruits. Each could be sold for several hundred spirit stones, and 12 would amount to several thousand. However, he did not plan to sell them. These fruits were meant to aid the demon beasts in breaking through. He turned and walked to the area where the demon beasts gathered. 5 fully matured 1st-tier demon beasts were lying there eagerly watching him. One was a blue-haired silver moon wolf, and the other was a Qingfeng Peng. They had been stuck at full 1st tier for a long time, and were just waiting for an opportunity to break through to the 2nd tier. Fang Ze squatted down and first looked at the blue-haired silver moon wolf. This little fellow had been different from birth. The tuft of blue fur on its head stood out among a litter of gray fur. As it grew larger, the blue fur became more pronounced, and now its entire head glimmered with a faint blue hue. It lay on a stone, eyes closed in slumber. Sensing Fang Ze's approach, it opened its eyes and glanced at him. Those eyes with their light blue pupils were as deep as a lake. Fang Ze took out 2 Qingling fruits and placed them before it. The blue-haired wolf sniffed, raised its head to look at him. Eat up, Fang Ze said. The blue-haired wolf lowered its head and swallowed 1 fruit in 1 bite. As the Qingling fruit entered its belly, a surge of immense spiritual energy erupted instantly. The blue-haired wolf shuddered, lying there beginning to refine it. Fang Ze took a few steps back and watched quietly. The spiritual energy surged within the blue-haired wolf, and its aura began to rise. The peak of full 1st tier was still climbing, and suddenly the blue-haired wolf howled towards the sky. That howl was completely different from an ordinary wolf's howl, longer and clearer, like moonlight piercing through the night sky. Fang Ze's heart trembled. With that howl, the blue-haired wolf's body began to undergo changes. Its size grew at a visible rate. Originally, it was only half a person's height, but moments later it had reached a full person's height. Its fur became denser, glistening with a silvery white sheen. The tuft of blue fur on its forehead formed a crescent shape. Most astonishing were its eyes. Those eyes had completely turned light golden, as if a bright moon was slowly rotating within their depths. The howling lasted for an entire incense stick's time before gradually calming down. The blue-haired wolf lowered its head, looking at Fang Ze. No, it was no longer a blue-haired wolf. It was a howling moon celestial wolf. Fang Ze's heartbeat quickened. The howling moon celestial wolf was a demon beast with 3rd-tier potential. After reaching adulthood, it could grow to the 3rd-tier equivalent to the golden core stage. He squatted down and extended his hand. The howling moon celestial wolf walked over, lowered its head, and nuzzled against his hand. That sense of intimacy was even more profound than before. Fang Ze stroked its head. I didn't expect it to truly be a howling moon celestial wolf. He stood up, gazing at the imposing giant wolf before him, feeling an indescribable joy surge within. He had struck gold. Among the Silver Moon Wolf pack of the Yuling sect, there was actually a bloodline of the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, and he had obtained it. Fang Ze took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and turned to look at the other demon beasts. There were still 4 waiting to break through. He approached the 3 demon beasts obtained from the Foundation Establishment Cultivators, Qing Ying Huanyao and Bai He. These 3 cubs were half dead when he rescued them from the spirit beast pouch. After nurturing them in the space for so long, they finally reached the first level's perfection. Fang Ze took out 7 Qingling fruits, distributing 2 to 3 to each demon beast. Qing Ying swallowed the fruit, its entire body radiating a shimmering blue light. Moments later, it let out a long cry, its size rapidly increasing, wings stretching to 5 zhang. Its feathers became even more emerald, and its eyes sharp as blades. Second tier Qing Yuing. Huanyao swallowed the fruit, flames bursting forth from its body. It opened its mouth, releasing a pillar of fire that distorted the air. Its feathers turned a fiery red, faint golden patterns emerging. Second tier Hui Uk. Bai He swallowed the fruit, an aura of coldness radiating from its body. It spread its wings, instantly covering the surroundings with a thin layer of ice. Its feathers were pure white, its gaze cold, resembling a moving iceberg. Second tier Shui Yuhi. All 3 demon beasts broke through. Fang Ze looked at them, feeling extremely satisfied. 3 second-tier demon beasts along with the Howling Moon Sky Wolf made 4. With 4 second-tier beasts along with himself, they had 5 Foundation Establishment combat powers. He looked at the last demon beast, Qing Feng Peng. This Qing Feng Peng was originally used by the Zhou family as bait for a trap. After Fang Ze forcefully broke the restrictions, its spirit was damaged, and it had remained in a state of languor. Fang Ze took out the last 3 Qingling fruits and placed them in front of it. Qing Feng Peng looked at the fruits, a glimmer of desire flashing in its eyes, but more so hesitation. It lowered its head, sniffed, and then swallowed one. The spiritual energy surged. However, the aura around it only slightly increased, showing no signs of breaking through. Fang Ze frowned. It swallowed the second one. Still no breakthrough. The third one. Still no breakthrough. Fang Ze looked at it, feeling somewhat disappointed. Qing Feng Peng looked at him, its eyes filled with fatigue and helplessness. Sigh. Fang Ze sighed. Does it really have no potential for the second tier? The Qing Feng Peng lowered its head, curling into a ball, as if it knew it had disappointed its master. Fang Ze crouched down and stroked its feathers. It's all right. If you can't break through, then just take care of yourself. Qing Feng Peng raised its head, looking at him, its eyes filled with a hint of warmth. Fang Ze stood up, looking at the 4 second-tier demon beasts and the one that couldn't break through Qing Feng Peng. 4 second tier and 1 first tier. That was enough. He walked to the spirit field, observing the mature second-tier spirit herbs, the thriving spirit trees, and the spirit fish swimming around. 20 acres of spirit field, 20 acres of water area, second-tier, top-quality spiritual energy. 4 second-tier demon beasts, over 100 first-tier demon beasts, and countless resources. Dozens of bottles of first-tier pills. This was his current foundation. Fang Ze took a deep breath. It was time to go out. Yuling Immortal City Duobao Tower. Fang Ze stood at the door, looking up at the plaque, a slight smile on his lips. It had been half a year. Half a year outside, but 50 years in the space. He had transformed from a novice in alchemy to a first-tier top-quality alchemist and a first-tier top-quality artifact refiner. The accumulation of 50 years was now all hidden within him. And now he was ready to start reaping the rewards. Pushing open the door, the first-floor hall was still bustling. Several Qi refinement cultivators were selecting items at the counter, whispering to one another. The mid-foundation establishment manager, Qian, was not present, but as soon as Fang Ze walked in, a familiar voice came from the staircase. Friend Lin. Qian came down from upstairs, a broad smile on his face. Long time no see. Where have you been this past year, friend Lin? Fang Ze cupped his hands. I was in seclusion for a while. Qian looked him up and down, his eyes brightening slightly. Your aura, friend Lin, has solidified much compared to before. It seems your seclusion has yielded considerable results. Fang Ze smiled, but said nothing more. Qian did not press further and gestured for him to take a seat. Please, upstairs. The two ascended to the second-floor private room, took their seats, and a maid served tea. Qian looked at Fang Ze with a smile. What would you like to buy this time, friend Lin? Fang Ze did not respond directly, but took out a jade bottle from the spirit beast pouch and placed it on the table. Qian was taken aback. What is this? Fang Ze pushed the jade bottle forward. Take a look, Manager Qian. Qian picked up the jade bottle, opened the cork, and poured out a pill. The pill was a light blue color, round and plump, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. He scrutinized it for a moment, then sniffed it, revealing a look of surprise on his face. This is Huang Shindan. First tier mid-grade. Fang Ze nodded. Exactly. Qian lifted his head, looking at Fang Ze. Friend Lin, did you refine this pill, eh? Fang Ze nodded again. Qian was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Friend Lin, you have been hiding quite deeply. He placed the pill back into the jade bottle and pushed it back to Fang Ze, a first-tier mid-grade alchemist. Friend Lin, do you know what this means? Fang Ze shook his head. I would like to know more. Qian picked up his teacup and took a sip. In the profession of alchemy, it is easy to enter but difficult to master. For first-tier low-grade, anyone can find a lineage and practice for a few months, and most would be able to enter. But from low-grade to mid-grade, it's different. He set down the teacup. An ordinary alchemy apprentice takes half a year to stabilize their ability to refine first-tier low-grade pills. From first-tier low-grade to mid-grade, it takes at least 2 to 3 years. And that is with considerable talent. He looked at Fang Ze's eyes filled with admiration. The last time you came was at half a year ago. At that time, you had just purchased the alchemy inheritance. In just half a year from a novice to a first-tier mid-grade alchemist, that speed, he paused. Even among those golden core sects, you could be considered a genius. Fang Ze secretly smiled. Half a year. It had been 50 years. But he maintained a composed expression. Manager Qian, you flatter me. I merely had some luck and refined a few more batches. Qian waved his hand. Luck is also a part of strength. Friend Lin, I will take this pill from you. A first-tier mid-grade Huang Shindan is worth 10 spirit stones each. How many do you have? Fang Ze took out 5 jade bottles. A total of 50 pills. Qian took the jade bottles, counted them, and nodded. 500 spirit stones. He'll have someone fetch them for you. He called over a maid and instructed her briefly. The maid quickly returned with a storage bag and placed it on the table. Fang Ze's divine sense probed inside, finding all 500 spirit stones intact. He stored the bag away. Qian looked at him, smiling. Since you've become an alchemist, would you be interested in looking at higher-tier items? Fang Ze's interest was piqued. What is it? Qian stood up, walked to a cabinet in the corner of the private room, opened the door, and took out a jade box. He placed the jade box on the table and opened it. Inside were 3 jade slips. Second-tier alchemist inheritance, Qian said. Although it is incomplete, it contains 2 second-tier pill formulas. Fang Ze picked up a jade slip, probing his divine sense into it. 9 Heaven's Mystic Art. A second-tier low-grade pill primarily made from Qingling fruit supplemented with Huangling ginseng and Jinxian Lian, capable of enhancing the magical power of Foundation establishment cultivators. Its effects are several times stronger than directly refining Qingling fruit. Fang Ze nodded inwardly. This is precisely what he needs. He then picked up the second jade slip. Foundation establishment pill. A second-tier high-grade pill primarily made from Tianling fruit that is over 400 years old, capable of increasing the probability of successful foundation establishment. It is a treasure coveted by all refining Qi great perfection cultivators. Fang Ze's heart raced a few beats faster. The formula for the foundation establishment pill is a closely guarded secret in many sects. Although it is occasionally sold in the outside world, the price is exorbitantly high. A single recipe costs at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. He raised his head and looked at the money manager. Money manager, about the recipe for the foundation establishment pill. The money manager smiled. Does Taoist Lin think this recipe is very precious? Fang Ze nodded. The money manager shook his head. Taoist Lin, you are unaware. The foundation establishment pill itself is not worth much. What truly holds value is the raw materials. He paused and explained the main material for the foundation establishment pill, especially one of the main ingredients, Tianling fruit, which requires over 400 years to mature. He looked at Fang Ze. A golden core cultivator only has a lifespan of 600 years. A spirit herb of 400 years requires several generations to cultivate. Only those golden core sects or nascent soul forces with profound foundations can afford to cultivate them in bulk. So while there are quite a few recipes for the foundation establishment pill on the market, very few people can gather the raw materials. Fang Ze understood the meaning behind the money manager's words. The money manager implied that this recipe is a double-edged sword. It is tasteless to consume, yet a pity to discard. But he is different. He has space. For 100 years. In my space, it only takes 4 years. Fang Ze suppressed his excitement and feigned contemplation. How much for this inheritance? The money manager raised a finger. 10,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze frowned. That's too expensive. The money manager smiled. Taoist Lin, this is the inheritance of a second-tier alchemist. Although there are only 2 recipes, just the recipe for the foundation establishment pill is worth this price outside. Fang Ze shook his head. Money manager, you just said that the raw materials for the foundation establishment pill are rare. This recipe is of little use to me. How many Qingling pills can I buy with 10,000 spirit stones? The money manager looked at him and was silent for a moment. Then Taoist Lin, name your price. 3,000. The money manager nearly choked on his tea. 3,000. Taoist Lin, that's too steep a cut. Fang Ze smiled. Money manager, your Duobao Tower must have printed many copies of this inheritance, right? The cost is nearly 0. At 3,000 spirit stones, you would make a profit without any risk. The money manager thought for a moment and nodded. All right, 3,000 it is. Consider it making a friend. Fang Ze took out 3,000 spirit stones and handed them to the money manager. The money manager accepted the spirit stones and pushed 3 jade slips over. Taoist Lin, keep this inheritance safe. However, I must remind you in the field of alchemy, greed can lead to failure. First, master the first-tier recipes before attempting the second-tier ones. Otherwise, not only will you waste materials, but you could also easily go astray. Fang Ze nodded. Thank you for the reminder, money manager. He carefully stored the jade slips and asked, by the way, money manager, does your tower have any ice-scale fish eggs for sale? The money manager was taken aback. Ice-scale fish eggs. Does Taoist Lin wish to raise second-tier spirit fish? Fang Ze nodded. If you have them, I would like to buy some. The money manager shook his head. Taoist Lin arrived too late. The ice-scale fish eggs were just bought by someone a few days ago, and not a single one is left. Fang Ze felt somewhat disappointed. The money manager looked at him and suddenly smiled. However, if Taoist Lin really wants them, you can check with the Zhou family. Fang Ze's heart stirred. Zhou family. Yes, the money manager said most of the ice-scale fish around Yuling Immortal City come from the Zhou family. They have a specialized breeding ground for ice-scale fish said to have been passed down for several generations. The ice-scale fish eggs sold in our Duobao Tower are also purchased from them. Fang Ze's eyes flickered. Is the Zhou family that foundation establishment family? The money manager nodded. Yes. The family head Zhou Mingda is at the mid-foundation establishment stage. He is considered a prominent figure around the Immortal City. Fang Ze fell silent for a moment. Thank you for the information, money manager. He stood up, preparing to take his leave. The money manager also stood up and escorted him to the door. Taoist Lin, in the future, if you have any pills, feel free to bring them. Our Duobao Tower offers fair prices and is honest with everyone. Fang Ze nodded and turned to leave. Stepping out of Duobao Tower, Fang Ze walked slowly down the street. The Zhou family. The family that sent people to hunt him down. The same Zhou family that lost 3 late refining Qi clan members. The foundation establishment family head was still searching for him. A cold smile curled at the corner of Fang Ze's mouth. He had initially planned to take revenge before leaving. Ice-scale fish eggs. Perfect for seizing as well. He quickened his pace, heading toward the outskirts of the city. An hour later, Fang Ze returned to the hidden cave. After setting up the warning array, he entered the space. As soon as he landed, 4 second-tier demon beasts surrounded him. The howling moon wolf rubbed against his leg, the Qingyu eagle perched on his shoulder, the fire feather sparrow squatted on his head, and the snow feather crane stood aside, watching coldly. Fang Ze patted each of their heads. Don't rush, once I finish my tasks, I'll take you out to fight. The 4 demon beasts seemed to understand, excitedly calling out a few times. Fang Ze walked to the spirit field, observing the thriving spirit herbs. There are now 13 Qingling fruit trees. The original tree had borne 12 fruits, and he had planted all the seeds. In the past 10 days, those seeds have grown into small trees. In another year, I will have an endless supply of Qingling fruits. Fang Ze murmured to himself. So for this year, I can only feed these demon beasts first-tier spirit herbs. At the same time, I will thoroughly master this array. He sat cross-legged and took out the array jade slip. In the next 6 months, he mastered all first-tier arrays. From the simplest warning array to the most complex first-tier exquisite trapping array, he could set them all up. But it wasn't enough. The study of arrays deepens the more one learns. His current level is considered good among first-tier array masters, but when faced with second-tier arrays, he was still at a loss. Fang Ze took a deep breath and continued to delve into his studies. In the space-time flowed quickly. After another month, Fang Ze opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. He had thoroughly mastered the exquisite first-tier array. He can now arrange 23 types of first-tier arrays, from trapping arrays, killing arrays, illusion arrays, to gathering spirit arrays and defensive arrays, excelling in all. The success rate of crafting array discs remained around 2/3. That is to say, from 3 sets of materials, 2 could be successfully produced. This success rate is already quite impressive among first-tier array masters. Fang Ze stood up and stretched his muscles. 5 months remain. It is time for alchemy and artifact crafting. In these 2 arts of cultivation, he is merely a beginner, not yet at a master level, and must continue to improve. He took out the materials for alchemy and artifact crafting, beginning a new round of practice. Another 5 months had passed. Fang Ze looked at the pile of pills and magical tools before him, a sense of accomplishment swelling in his heart. In terms of alchemy, he was now capable of refining high-grade first-tier pills with a stable output rate of over 5 pills. The quality of each batch of pills was consistently above average, with the occasional appearance of 1 or 2 top-grade pills. However, the ultimate quality seemed to have never manifested. It was exceedingly difficult. Fang Ze shook his head. Achieving ultimate quality in first-tier pills required not only skill, but also luck and comprehension. He had enough technical skill now, but he still lacked a bit in luck and understanding. In terms of crafting magical tools, he was now able to consistently refine high-grade first-tier tools without failures. The success rate exceeded 70%, and he could occasionally produce a few perfect-grade items. Especially when using the Blue Wave Spirit Bamboo, the quality of the tools was exceptionally good. He had refined a large number of bamboo, swords, bamboo knives, bamboo shields, and bamboo spears, all piled up in a corner of his space. Looking at those magical tools, Fang Ze suddenly smiled. If these items were sold outside, they could easily fetch several thousand spirit stones. However, he had no intention of flooding the market here. He would keep them. After he left, he would attempt to sell them. Fang Ze took a deep breath. 1 year outside equated to 150 years here. He had transformed from an amateur into a high-grade first-tier alchemist, a high-grade first-tier tool master, and a first-tier ultimate formation master. The accumulation of 150 years had now manifested within him. In the space, 100 years had quietly slipped away. To the outside world, it was just a brief year. But for the beings within the space, it was a long century. Fang Ze sat cross-legged beside the spiritual field, quietly feeling the changes around him. For second-tier demon beasts had been lying beside him for the past century, absorbing the rich spiritual energy in the space. Nurtured by the ultimate second-tier spiritual vein, their cultivation had steadily progressed. The first to open its eyes was the howling moon wolf. It raised its head and let out a low, rumbling growl. Though the growl was not loud, it contained an astonishing pressure. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be stirred, forming a visible vortex that surged into its body. Fang Ze opened his eyes and looked at it. The howling moon wolf had grown larger, now standing tall, with its shoulders exceeding a foot in height. Its fur was silvery white, and the crescent-shaped mark on its forehead was now radiating a faint golden light. Its aura had become more powerful than it had been 100 years ago, exceeding by more than 10 times. It was in the late stage of the second tier. Not just at the mid-stage, it had advanced 2 small realms consecutively. Fang Ze felt a surge of joy in his heart. The other 3 demon beasts were also waking up one after another. The azure feather eagle flapped its wings and circled in the air before landing beside Fang Ze. Its feathers were even more vibrant, its gaze sharp, and its aura had significantly strengthened compared to before. It was at the mid-stage of the second tier. The fire feather sparrow perched on Fang Ze's shoulder, its flames more intense and golden patterns appearing. It opened its mouth and spat out a wisp of flame, warping the air around it. It was also in the mid-stage of the second tier. The snow feather crane stood not far away, emanating a chilling aura. A thin layer of frost had formed on the ground around it. Its gaze remained icy, but when it looked at Fang Ze, it softened a bit. Mid-stage of the second tier. Fang Ze gazed at the 4 demon beasts, feeling a wave of joy rise within him. With 4 second-tier demon beasts, 1 in the late stage and 3 in the mid-stage, combined with himself, they formed a formidable force. He stood up and walked over to the howling moon wolf, reaching out to stroke its head. "Your bloodline is indeed extraordinary." The howling moon wolf nuzzled against his hand, emitting a satisfied growl. Fang Ze looked at it and suddenly thought of something. With such an excellent bloodline, if it were to mate with the silver moon wolves or the swift wind wolves, would it produce offspring with howling moon wolf bloodline? Even if the bloodline were diluted, those offspring should still possess second-tier potential, right? But after some thought, he shook his head. No, it would not do. The howling moon wolf was only in the late stage of the second tier, still having the potential to break through to the third tier. If it were to mate now, the energy expenditure would affect its potential. He decided to wait until it advanced to the third tier. At that time, he would let it become a breeding wolf and improve the bloodlines of the wolf demons in this space. Fang Ze kept this thought in mind and turned to observe the other demon beasts. Over by the swift wind wolves, their numbers had increased again. 100 years had passed, and the initial dozen swift wind wolves had long since perished. Their bloodline limitations were too apparent. The mid-stage of the first tier was their ceiling, and they would die of old age after living a couple of 100 years. However, their offspring had survived. Now there were 21 swift wind wolves in the space, most of them at the mid-stage of the first tier with a few at the early stage. They dashed around in the space, occasionally engaging in skirmishes with the silver moon wolves, living a rather comfortable life. As for the silver moon wolves, their numbers had also increased significantly. The howling moon wolf had emerged from the silver moon wolf pack. After its breakthrough, the silver moon wolf pack had reproduced for several generations. Now there were a total of 9 silver moon wolves, all in the late stage of the first tier or at the peak of the first tier. Fang Ze looked at them with some anticipation. Each of these silver moon wolves had some traces of howling moon wolf bloodline within them. Though diluted, perhaps one of the future generations would awaken again. The red flame fox and the woodvine fox had increased in number as well. When the red fox and the woodvine fox mated, the offspring inherited either the fire attribute, the wood attribute, or both. Through generations of breeding, there were now a total of 8 red flame foxes. Of these, 5 had reached the peak of the first tier, while the remaining 3 were in the mid to late stages of the first tier. Fang Ze looked at the group of foxes, secretly nodding in approval. These 8 foxes, combined with the 4 second-tier demon beasts, possessed sufficient combat power. As for the fire cloud boar and the azure-scaled fish, there was even less to say. These 2 types of demon beasts reproduced rapidly, with over 400 fire cloud boars and more than 2,000 azure-scaled fish now present. They had formed their own ecosystem within the space, providing a continuous supply of meat. After Fang Ze conducted his inspection, he was just about to continue his cultivation when he suddenly frowned. He walked to the edge of the spiritual field, squatted down, and pressed his hand against the black soil. His divine sense probed in. The fertility was quickly depleting. He then walked to the edge of the spiritual sea and looked at the seawater. The color of the seawater had faded and the concentration of spiritual energy had also decreased significantly. Fang Ze's heart sank. The last time he replenished the spirit stones was a year ago. At that time he had invested 5,000 spirit stones, which should have lasted for half a year. How could it have depleted so quickly? Suddenly he realized a problem. After the space upgrade, the consumption had also escalated. Previously in the first-tier space, he could maintain it with first-tier spirit stones. Now in the second-tier space, what was needed were second-tier spiritual veins. Although spirit stones could still be used, the consumption would undoubtedly be much greater. Fang Ze took a deep breath and retrieved spirit stones from his storage bag. He would try it out first. He buried the spirit stones one by one into the spiritual field. 100, 200, 500, 1,000. Spirit stones vanished like flowing water, but the black soil seemed like an endless abyss that could never be filled. Fang Ze frowned and continued to bury them. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. He took out all the spirit stones he had on him, totaling 6,000 or 7,000, and buried them all. After the black soil absorbed the last spirit stone, it finally showed some response. The vitality had recovered somewhat, but it was still far from full. Fang Ze's expression looked somewhat grim. 6,000 to 7,000 spirit stones, and not even half was filled. He walked to the edge of the spiritual sea and tossed the remaining spirit stones into the water. The color of the sea returned somewhat, but it was still not full. Fang Ze stood in place, silent for a long time. 40,000 spirit stones for the spiritual fields. He estimated that to fully restore 20 acres of spiritual fields and 20 acres of water, at least 80,000 spirit stones were needed. 80,000. He currently had not a single spirit stone on him. Fang Ze sighed. It seemed he must sell those pills and magical artifacts. He took one last look at the space, his figure flickering as he left Yulingxian City. In the following 2 days, Fang Ze began to sell those pills and magical artifacts in batches. He changed his appearance and suppressed his cultivation to the late qi refining stage, wandering through various small shops in the immortal city. Each time he sold only 2 or 3 magical artifacts and a bottle of pills, exchanging them for several hundred to over 1,000 spirit stones. Yulingxian City was vast with thousands of shops of all sizes. After 2 days of wandering, he sold all those magical artifacts, but still had a considerable amount of pills left. During this time, several shops sent people to follow him, but he was well prepared. After each transaction, he would dive into the crowd, twisting and turning, and then use a disguise technique to change his appearance, easily shaking them off. Finally, he arrived at Duobao Tower. Fang Ze stood at the door, adjusted his robe, and pushed the door inside. The manager Qian was speaking with a customer in the hall on the first floor. Upon seeing Fang Ze enter, his eyes lit up. "Friend Lin, long time no see." He hurried over and led Fang Ze to a private room on the second floor. "What good items do you have this time, friend Lin?" Fang Ze took out a storage bag from his spiritual beast pouch and placed it on the table. "A batch of pills, please take a look, Manager Qian." Manager Qian took the storage bag and probed inside with his divine sense. After a moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "So many. All are golden line pills and nourishing essence pills." Fang Ze nodded. "I spent a year in seclusion and refined quite a few." Manager Qian poured out the pills, counting them one by one. Golden line pills, upper grade first tier, 300 pieces. Nourishing essence pills, middle grade first tier, 500 pieces. Huangshin pills, middle grade first tier, 200 pieces. He raised his head and looked at Fang Ze. "Friend Lin, your efficiency is truly astonishing." Fang Ze smiled. "Just lucky the pill yield is high." Manager Qian nodded and began to calculate. Golden line pills have a market price of 30 spirit stones, each 300 pieces is 9,000. Nourishing essence pills are 10 spirit stones, each 500 pieces is 5,000. Huangshin pills are 10 spirit stones, each 200 pieces is 2,000. He calculated for a while and raised his head. "In total, it's 16,000 spirit stones. But friend Lin, you also know that Duobao Tower's purchase price is somewhat lower. Calculating at 80% of the market price, I'll round it up for you to 13,000. Fang Ze shook his head. Manager Qian, the quality of this batch of pills is quite good. Calculating at 80% is too low. Manager Qian thought for a moment. Then friend Lin, what price do you suggest? 90%. Manager Qian pondered for a moment and nodded. Fine, 90% it is. 14,004, rounding it up, 15,000. Fang Ze nodded. Deal. Manager Qian called over a maid and instructed her to fetch the spirit stones. Moments later, a storage bag was placed in front of Fang Ze. Fang Ze probed inside with his divine sense, confirming 15,000 spirit stones, not a single one missing. He secured the storage bag and stood up. Manager Qian, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Manager Qian escorted him to the door and suddenly called out to him. Friend Lin, there's something I'm unsure if I should mention. Fang Ze halted his steps. Manager Qian, please speak. Manager Qian lowered his voice. Friend Lin, you've been selling pills and magical artifacts in the city recently. It would be best to be a little cautious. I've heard that someone is inquiring about your whereabouts, suspecting that you have some force behind you. After all, the amount you deal with each time is quite large. Fang Ze's heart tightened. Thank you for the reminder, Manager Qian. He cupped his hands and turned to leave. After exiting Duobao Tower, Fang Ze did not rush to leave the city, but walked slowly on the street. He kept Manager Qian's warning in mind. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, he was about to leave soon. 2 days later, Fang Ze returned to that concealed cave. As soon as he entered the space, he began counting the spirit stones. The pills sold at Duobao Tower amounted to 15,000 spirit stones. The magical artifacts sold at various small shops totaled 62,000 spirit stones. In total, 79,000. Adding the spirit stones he had previously buried, it was a little over 80,000. Fang Ze took a deep breath and began to bury spirit stones in the spiritual fields. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. The spirit stones disappeared like a flowing stream, greedily absorbed by the black soil. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. When it reached 40,000, the black soil finally became saturated. Fang Ze walked again to the edge of the spiritual sea and continued to bury. 10,000, 20,000, 25,000. The color of the sea returned to its original state, and the concentration of spiritual energy also reached its peak. Fang Ze calculated. The spiritual fields used 34,000 and the spiritual sea used 40,000. In total, 74,000. Adding the 6 to 7,000 he had thrown in before, it came to about 80,000. His spirit stones had gone from 80,000 to less than 2,000. Fang Ze looked at the remaining spirit stones and smiled wryly. This space is truly a money pit. He shook his head and secured the remaining spirit stones. Once a year, 8,000 at a time. If it weren't for the support of pills and magical artifacts, he would have been drained long ago. Fang Ze walked to the edge of the spiritual fields, gazing at the lush spiritual herbs. The Qingling fruit trees had borne fruit again, this time yielding more than 30 fruits. The second-tier spiritual herbs also grew, while the purple heart orchid, blood jade, ginseng, and xianbing grass were all nearing maturity. Next, it was time to refine second-tier pills. Although first-tier pills could also be sold for money, selling too many would easily draw attention. This time in the Immortal City, someone was already inquiring about his news. Though after his last sale, he hadn't gone back, who knows if those people would continue to investigate. It's better to go into seclusion to break through and leave directly. Fang Ze took a deep breath and arrived at the edge of the spiritual fields, looking at the 13 Qingling fruit trees, his face unable to hide his joy. A year had passed. Since he last replenished the spirit stones, he had devoted himself to cultivating in the space, while waiting for this batch of spiritual herbs to mature. 1 year in the outside world equaled 100 years in the space. For the past 100 years, he had come to check on these fruit trees every day, watching them grow little by little, blossom little by little, and bear fruit little by little. Now they were finally ripe. 13 Qingling fruit trees, each one laden with dense fruits ranging from 6 to 18 each. Fang Ze counted them once, then counted again. 140 pieces. Exactly 140 Qingling fruits. That's enough, he murmured, sufficient for me to extensively refine Qingling pills. He carefully picked each fruit and placed them into a jade box. Each fruit was plump and round, of exquisite quality. These were all second-tier spiritual fruits, and each could sell for several hundred spirit stones outside. After picking the Qingling fruits, he went to the other side. The purple heart orchid, blood jade, ginseng, and xianbing grass, all 3 types of second-tier inferior spiritual herbs, were also fully mature. The purple heart orchid blooms with delicate lavender flowers, its leaves thick and its stem robust. The blood jade ginseng has a stem as red as blood with visible sap flowing. A thin layer of frost surrounds the xianbing grass, emanating a chilling aura. These 3 types of spiritual herbs mature over a period of 1 to 200 years. Last time I bought only a few seeds from the Duobao Tower with just a dozen of each type. Now that they have all matured, it represents quite a fortune. However, Fang Ze did not harvest them all. He left a few of each type to continue growing and producing seeds. When they mature next time, he will be able to plant them on a larger scale. After gathering what needed to be collected, Fang Ze walked to the alchemy spot and sat cross-legged. He took out a first-grade top-quality alchemy furnace and 10 Qingling fruits. Next, he began to refine the second-grade elixir, the Qingling Dan. Fang Ze took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and recalled the recipe and refining steps in his mind. The Qingling Dan is a second-grade low-quality elixir primarily made from Qingling fruits. The difficulty of refining it is more than 10 times that of a first-grade top-quality Jinxian Dan. He opened his eyes and began to process the spiritual herbs. The Qingling fruits were peeled and pitted, leaving only the flesh. Each step was performed with utmost care, fearful of making a mistake. Once the spiritual herbs were processed, he started the fire. He placed a fire spirit stone at the bottom of the alchemy furnace, channeling his magical power to ignite the flames. The furnace temperature gradually rose as Fang Ze carefully sensed every subtle change with his divine sense. The temperature was right. He first added the purple heart orchid. The orchid melted in the furnace, turning into a ball of purple liquid. Next, he added the yellow spirit ginseng, causing the red juice to merge with the purple liquid, transforming it into a deep purple. Then came the flesh of the qingling fruit. As the flesh entered the furnace, it instantly released a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Fang Ze hastily increased his divine sense to firmly suppress the surging spiritual energy while adjusting the heat to allow the flesh to slowly melt and blend with the previous medicinal liquid. Finally, he added the powdered seeds of the Jinxian lotus. As the powder was sprinkled in, a surge of spiritual power erupted violently, colliding with the heat wave in the furnace. Sweat beaded on Fang Ze's forehead as he desperately stabilized the balance within the furnace. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks, 3 incense sticks. The medicinal liquid in the furnace gradually solidified, forming round shapes of elixirs. Fang Ze felt a surge of joy in his heart. Almost there. Just then a muffled sound suddenly came from the furnace. The elixir shattered, and the liquid splattered everywhere, filling the air with a burnt smell. It was a failure. Fang Ze looked at the residue at the bottom of the furnace, giving a wry smile. Indeed, refining second-grade elixirs was not that simple. He cleaned up the residue and started again. The second attempt failed. The third attempt failed. The fourth attempt also ended in failure. Fang Ze looked at the pile of residues on the ground, his expression somewhat grim. His talent for alchemy was indeed quite average. If it were those with exceptional talent in alchemy, they might succeed in just a few furnaces. But what about him? After 4 furnaces, he hadn't even seen a shadow of an elixir. Yet he did not lose heart. Lacking talent, he would make up for it with quantity. He had spaced a continuous supply of spiritual herbs and countless opportunities to trial and error. Continuing on. The 5th furnace failed. The 6th furnace failed. The 7th furnace failed. Fang Ze continued refining one furnace after another, the residues piling up into a small mountain. Although those failed elixirs did not take shape, they were refined using second-grade spiritual herbs and still contained some medicinal power. He collected the residues and fed them to the second-grade demon beasts. The howling moon sky wolf and the others did not disdain them, eating with great relish. The 20th furnace failed. The 30th furnace failed. The 40th furnace succeeded. Fang Ze took a deep breath and added the processed spiritual herbs into the furnace. This time he felt as though he had grasped some of the nuances. The control of temperature, the fusion of medicinal power, and the suppression of divine sense. Each step flowed much smoother than before. After 3 incense sticks, a fragrant aroma emanated from the furnace. Fang Ze held his breath, staring intently at the alchemy furnace. When the fire extinguished, he opened the lid. 3 green elixirs lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace, round and plump, emitting a faint fragrance. It worked. Fang Ze picked one up and examined it carefully. It was of ordinary quality, but indeed it was a qingling dan. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, a smile appearing on his face. The 40th furnace had finally succeeded. He stored these 3 elixirs and continued to refine. The 41st furnace failed. The 42nd furnace failed. The 43rd furnace succeeded, yielding 2 elixirs. The 44th furnace succeeded, yielding 3 elixirs. Fang Ze became increasingly adept as he refined one furnace after another. By the time he reached the 100th furnace, he could consistently produce 3 to 4 elixirs per furnace. Occasionally, he would even produce 1 or 2 mid-quality elixirs. He paused his actions and looked at the pile of jade bottles before him. Each bottle contained 10 qingling dan, and after counting, he found 23 bottles in total. 230 elixirs. Among them, 210 were low quality and 20 were mid-quality. Fang Ze picked up 1 mid-quality qingling dan and examined it closely. This elixir was more translucent and fragrant than the low-quality ones. When placed in the mouth, its medicinal power was undoubtedly far superior to that of the low-quality ones. He stored the mid-quality elixirs separately and packed the low-quality ones into another storage bag. He did not intend to consume these low-quality elixirs himself. As a cultivator with 5 elemental roots, he understood better than anyone the side effects of elixirs. Low-quality elixirs contain many impurities, and consuming too many can easily lead to the accumulation of elixir poison within the body, making breakthroughs difficult. Even though he had space and ample time, he did not wish to create trouble for himself. These low-quality elixirs could be sold, fed to demon beasts, or used for bartering in the future. As for himself, he would only consume mid-quality or higher. Fang Ze tidied up his belongings, stood up, and walked over to the howling moon sky wolf. The sky wolf lay there with its eyes closed, digesting the residues it had just consumed. Sensing Fang Ze's approach, it opened its eyes and looked at him. Fang Ze took out a mid-quality Qingling Dan and offered it to its mouth. "Here, eat this." The howling moon sky wolf sniffed and swallowed it in one gulp. As the elixir entered its belly, it trembled and closed its eyes to begin refining it. Fang Ze watched it, feeling a bit of anticipation. This sky wolf was already at the late stage of the second grade, and with some elixirs, it might be able to break through to the great perfection of the second grade. He then approached the other demon beasts, feeding each one a mid-quality Qingling Dan. The Qingyu Eagle, Huiyu Sparrow, Shuiyu Crane, and Qingfeng Peng all swallowed the elixirs and began refining them. Fang Ze returned to his spot, sat cross-legged, and also took out a mid-quality Qingling Dan to swallow. As the elixir entered his belly, a tremendous amount of medicinal power erupted instantly. Fang Ze hurriedly operated the 3-turn Lihua Classic to guide the medicinal power through his meridians. Wherever the medicinal power flowed, his meridians warmed slightly, and the spiritual liquid in his dantian began to stir. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the cultivation. Time flew swiftly into space. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Fang Ze would consume a Qingling Dan every so often, refining it, then consuming again, then refining again. When he had finished refining all 20 mid-quality Qingling Dan, a whole century had passed. On this day, Fang Ze sat cross-legged by the spiritual field, with spiritual energy wildly surging into his body. In the dantian, those liquid true essences began to spin violently, forming a gigantic vortex. The vortex spun faster and faster, drawing in all the surrounding spiritual energy. Fang Ze gritted his teeth, steadfastly holding onto his mental state. He did not know how long had passed when the vortex suddenly paused, then exploded violently. The true essence scattered and then recondensed. The recondensed true essence was even denser and purer than before. Fang Ze opened his eyes and let out a long breath of turbid air. He had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. He stood up, feeling the power within his body, a smile creeping onto his lips. After 100 years plus the previous time, he had cultivated for nearly 200 years in this space, breaking through from the initial stage to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. 5 spiritual roots of poor talent. If it weren't for the space and the endless supply of pills, he would never have been able to establish his foundation in this lifetime. He walked over to the Xiao Yu Tianlang. The Xiao Yu Tianlang had just awakened from its cultivation. Its aura was stronger than before, reaching the second-tier perfection level. The other 3 beast companions, the Qingyu Eagle, the Huiyu Sparrow, and the Shuiyu Crane, had all broken through from the mid-stage to the latest stage of the second tier. What surprised Fang Ze the most was the Qingfeng Peng. This Qingfeng Peng, which had initially failed to break through, had surprisingly succeeded under the continuous feeding of Qingling Dan during his 100 years. It was at the initial stage of the second tier. Fang Ze looked at it, feeling a mix of emotions. This Qingfeng Peng had suffered damage to its soul, greatly reducing its potential. He had thought it would never break through in its lifetime, yet under the accumulation of a large number of pills, it had indeed succeeded. Although it was only at the initial stage of the second tier, it still counted as a form of combat strength. Now he had 5 second-tier beasts. 1 second-tier perfection, Xiao Yu Tianlang, 3 second-tier latest stage, Qingyu Eagle, Huiyu Sparrow, Shuiyu Crane, and 1 second-tier initial stage, Qingfeng Peng. Fang Ze nodded with satisfaction. He went to check on the other beasts. There were 46 G-Phone wolves, all at the mid-stage of the first tier, with a few at the initial stage. There were 15 Inu wolves, all at the latest stage in perfection of the first tier. The Chi-Yin fox and Mu-Tong fox, totaling 22, had 12 at perfection of the first tier, with the rest at the mid to late stage of the first tier. There were over 800 Huiyun pigs, all at the initial and mid-stage of the first tier. The Qinglin fish numbered over 3,000, also at the initial and mid-stage of the first tier. Although these beasts did not have second-tier bloodlines, their numbers were significant. If released, they would still represent a considerable force. Fang Ze turned around about to continue his cultivation when he suddenly remembered something. He walked to the edge of the spiritual field and pressed his hand on the black soil. He probed with his divine sense. The fertility was gone again. He then walked to the edge of the spiritual sea and looked at the water. The color of the sea water had lightened again. Fang Ze sighed. Once a year, 8,000 at a time. This space was truly a gold-consuming entity. He counted the spirit stones on him. There were only over 2,000. But it didn't matter. This time he did not plan to sell resources. Instead, he was going for revenge. He stayed in the space for a few more days, solidifying his cultivation and completing what needed to be done before leaving the space. Everything in the cave was as before. Fang Ze walked out of the cave, releasing the Qingyu Eagle, and leaped onto its back. Let's go to the Zhou family. The Qingyu Eagle let out a long cry and took to the sky. This time going to the Zhou family was just in time to test the combat strength of these second-tier beasts. Furthermore, as a foundation establishment family, the Zhou family should have quite a few spirit stones, right? Tens of thousands. Perhaps even over 100,000. A smile crept onto Fang Ze's lips. Then he would conveniently borrow some spirit stones as well. 300 miles east of Yulingxian City, there was a small mountain peak named Qingxia Mountain. The mountain was not high, but the spiritual energy was dense with a second-tier medium spirit vein surrounded by several first-tier spirit veins. On the mountain stood a cluster of buildings including pavilions, caves, martial arts arenas, and spiritual fields resembling a small-scale residence of a cultivation family. This was the Zhou family. Fang Ze stood on a small hill 5 miles away gazing at the mountain peak. The Zhou family had been a foundation establishment family for over 300 years. The family head Zhou Mingde was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, the only foundation establishment cultivator in the Zhou family. There were over 100 qi refinement cultivators in the clan, with more than 20 at the late stage or above, making them a notable force in the vicinity of Yulingxian City. Unfortunately, they had provoked those they should not have. A cold smile crept onto Fang Ze's lips. He patted the spirit beast bag, and 5 second-tier beasts appeared in front of him. The Xiao Yu Tian Lang stood at the forefront, its silver-white fur gleaming with golden light under the sun. It stood over 10 feet tall, resembling a small mountain. The crescent moon mark on its forehead was radiating a chilling light. It was a second-tier perfection beast. Behind it were the Qing Yu Eagle, Hua Yu Sparrow, Shui Yu Crane, and the newly promoted second-tier Qing Fengpeng. 3 second-tier latest-stage beasts in front, and 1 second-tier initial-stage beast behind. 5 second-tier beasts in total. Fang Ze looked at them, feeling a surge of pride. Xiao Yu. The Xiao Yu Tian Lang raised its head and looked at him. Take them and destroy the Zhou family. Fang Ze ordered. Remember, first kill the latest-stage qi refinement and the perfection qi refinement, then kill that foundation establishment ancestor. Xiao Yu let out a low growl in response. Having followed Fang Ze for so long, it had developed intelligence and could understand human speech. Fang Ze patted the spirit beast bag again. More light flashed. Over 40 G-phone wolves rushed out from the spirit beast bag and landed on the ground. They were all at the mid-stage of the first tier, numerous and densely packed together. Following that, over 20 Qiyan foxes and Mu Tung foxes also emerged. Then a dozen Inu wolves followed suit. Fang Ze looked at this group of beasts, calculating in his mind. 5 second-tier beasts, over 40 first-tier G-phone wolves, over 20 first-tier Qiyan foxes, and a dozen Inu wolves. This scale, although not comparable to a true beast tide, was enough to crush the Zhou family. Go! Fang Ze waved his hand. The Xiao Yu Tian Lang howled to the sky and rushed towards Qingxia Mountain first. Behind it, the second-tier beasts led the first-tier beasts, surging towards the mountain like a tide. At the Zhou family Qingxia Mountain, Zhou Mingde was sitting in his cave cultivating when he suddenly sensed a violent fluctuation from the formation's restrictions. He opened his eyes and frowned. An enemy attack. He stood up and quickly walked out of the cave. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw clouds of dust rising in the distance with countless beasts charging towards Qingxia Mountain. At the forefront was a massive silver-white wolf over 10 feet tall, exuding an astonishing pressure. A second-tier perfection beast. Zhou Mingde's face changed dramatically. Enemy attack. Activate the formation. He shouted loudly, while taking a jade slip from his bosom and crushing it with force. That was a signal for help to Yuling's sect. Although the Zhou family had no deep ties with Yuling's sect, they were still a subordinate force on the territory of Yuling's sect. When encountering a beast tied, the sect would not sit idly by. As the jade slip shattered, a beam of spiritual light shot into the sky, flying towards Yuling's sect. Zhou Mingde had no time to think further and turned to rush towards the martial arts arena. All clan members, assemble. Prepare for battle. The Zhou family was in chaos. Those who were cultivating, chatting, or working heard the clan heads shout and rushed out of their houses. When they saw the dark mass of beasts in the distance, their faces turned pale. Beast tide. It's a beast tide. So many demon beasts. That giant wolf is of the second tier. Definitely a second tier. Some turned to flee, some collapsed on the ground, while others frantically searched for their magical artifacts. Zhou Mingde stood on the training ground, watching the chaotic clansmen with a grim expression. What are you panicking for? Activate the protective mountain formation. As long as we hold on for a stick of incense, the reinforcements from the Yuling sect will arrive. Just as he finished speaking, the beast horde had already rushed to the foot of the mountain. The howling moon wolf was the first to crash into the protective barrier. That barrier was a second-tier low-grade protective formation set up by the Zhou family at great expense of spirit stones capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. However, the howling moon wolf was of the second tier, fully perfected. It struck the barrier with a claw, causing it to shake violently and crack with numerous fissures. Immediately after, the Qingyu eagle descended from the sky, clawing at the same spot. The barrier shattered completely. Zhou Mingde's pupils constricted. It was over. Kill. He roared and unleashed his flying sword, charging towards the howling moon wolf. Behind him, some Zhou family clansmen followed him in a charge. Some turned to flee, while others hid trembling in corners. But it was all too late. 5 second-tier demon beasts rushed into the Zhou family like it was an unguarded territory. The Howling Moon Wolf swatted a latest-stage Qi refinement clansman away, causing his chest to cave and killing him instantly. It didn't even glance at him, and continued towards the next target. The Qingyu eagle circled in the air, diving down to attack any Qi refinement cultivator it spotted, one claw at a time. Those mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators were utterly powerless against it. The fire feather sparrow spat out flames, igniting the Zhou family's buildings in a blaze. The fleeing clansmen were engulfed by flames, falling to the ground with screams. The snow feather crane exuded chilling air, freezing the ground wherever it passed. A few Qi refinement cultivators attempted to escape, but were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by its icy breath. Though the Qingfeng Peng had just broken through, it showed no sign of weakness. It chased after the fleeing clansmen, devouring them one by one. More than 70 first-tier demon beasts followed, closely pouncing on the lower-tier clansmen. Screams, pleas for mercy, and cries echoed throughout. Zhou Ming's eyes turned red. These clansmen were the fruits of his 300 years of labor. With a roar, he swung his sword at the Howling Moon Wolf. The Howling Moon Wolf turned its head, coldly gazing at him. Then it struck with a claw. The sword light shattered, and Zhou Mingde was sent flying, crashing into a wall, spitting blood. The fully perfected second tier was 2 small realms above him. Coupled with the demon beast's innate physical strength, he was simply no match. Zhou Mingde struggled to stand, looking at the corpses of his clansmen, at the burning buildings, and at the massive silver-white wolf, his eyes filled with despair. Why? He muttered. Why would a beast-tide attack the Zhou family? The Zhou family had been here for 300 years, never offending any major powers. Why? The Howling Moon Wolf approached him, looking down at him. Zhou Mingde raised his head, meeting those faint golden eyes, and suddenly trembled all over. Those eyes held wisdom. Not the ferocity of a wild beast, but the calmness of a hunter. This demon beast was being controlled by someone. Who? He hissed, who is it? The Howling Moon Wolf did not respond. With a claw strike, Zhou Mingde's head shattered like a watermelon, his headless corpse falling. In the distance, Fang Ze stood on a hill, watching the scene with a cold smile. Almost done. He changed his appearance, suppressing his cultivation to latest-stage Qi refinement, then performed the light wind technique, flying towards Xianxia Mountain. Moments later, he passed by the Zhou family. What would happen here? He looked at the devastated Zhou family in shock, his eyes filled with terror. The demon beasts had already left. According to his orders, after wiping out Zhou Mingde, they quickly retreated to a valley 5 miles away to wait for him. At this moment, only a few low-tier clansmen were left, crying and wailing among the ruins. Fang Ze anxiously looked around, then accidentally spotted the Zhou family's storeroom. The storeroom's door had been smashed open by the demon beasts, leaving it in disarray. But Fang Ze had sharp eyes and saw several storage bags piled in a corner, along with some scattered spirit stones. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and charged inside. He collected the storage bags and picked up the scattered spirit stones, then hurriedly ran out. On his way, he stumbled upon a few storage bags on corpses and collected those as well. The surviving Zhou clansmen, immersed in grief and fear, would only see him as a wandering cultivator. Fang Ze circled around the Zhou family, scavenging all the resources he could find, then fled the scene in panic. In the valley 5 miles away, the demon beasts were waiting for him. Fang Ze recalled all the demon beasts into his space, then released the Qingyu eagle and leaped onto its back. Let's go. The Qingyu eagle let out a long cry, flapping its wings and soaring into the distance. Behind them, thick smoke billowed from Xianxia Mountain and cries filled the air. The Zhou family was finished. An hour later, Fang Ze landed in a secluded valley. He found a cave, set up a formation, and entered the space. As soon as he landed, he began to count his spoils, starting with Zhou Mingde's storage bag. His divine sense probed inside, and there were quite a few items. Spirit stones stacked in heaps, no less than 10,000. Elixirs, several bottles, all second-tier healing and recovery pills. Magic artifacts, several pieces, including a second-tier low-grade flying sword, a second-tier low-grade defensive inner armor, and several first-tier premium items. Jade slips, several recording the Zhou family's techniques, spells, and some secrets. There was also a jade box. Upon opening it, he found a stalk of ice blue spiritual herb radiating a rich chill. Fang Ze's eyes lit up. Ice scale grass, a second-tier mid-grade spiritual herb, is the favorite food of ice scale fish. With this, raising ice scale fish will be much easier. He packed the items away and continued to check other storage bags. The storage bags of the Qi refinement clansmen contained significantly fewer items. Each bag contained several hundred to 1,000 spirit stones, along with some elixirs, magic artifacts, and materials totaling around 20 to 30,000. Zhou Mingde 10,000 plus those of the clansmen totaled just over 30,000. With the several thousand he had left over from before, he now had about 40,000 in total. Fang Ze felt extremely pleased. This trip was worth it. He counted the other items again. 1 second-tier low-grade flying sword, 1 second-tier low-grade inner armor, several first-tier premium artifacts, several first-tier elixirs, several first-tier spiritual herbs, and various materials. All these items combined were worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. After all, it was the accumulation of a foundation establishment family over several hundred years. Fang Ze sorted the items and then walked to the spiritual field. The spiritual field had lost its fertility and needed replenishing. He took out the 40,000 spirit stones he had on him and buried them in the spiritual field. The field was just enough for now, but the sea area also lacked fertility. This batch of Qing scale fish reproduces too much, but it doesn't benefit me much. I must harvest them all and clean them regularly, otherwise the consumed spirit stones would be wasted. In the end, he only kept 200 to 300 Qing scale fish with a maximum of 500 in the future. Whenever there were more than that, he would throw them all to the demon beasts for a feast. He found fish eggs of the ice scale fish among the storage bags of the Qi refinement cultivators, and Zhou Mingda, having over 30 of them. He used the powder of the Xianbing grass to incubate them. After placing them all into the sea area and watching them hatch, he left the space contentedly. Next, he would leave the territory of the Yuling sect. As for the Zhou family, Fang Ze's lips curled into a cold smile. If you dare to provoke me, this is the consequence. The moon-gathering immortal city, the foremost immortal city of the Zhoutian kingdom. Fang Ze stood atop a small hill 3 miles from the city gate, gazing at the towering grand city, before him lost in thought. Over the past year, he had traversed over a dozen nations, flying across 30 million miles of mountains and rivers, and had seen no fewer than 300 immortal cities and market towns. Yet this immortal city still left him in awe. The city walls reached 30 zhang in height, constructed entirely from massive black stones, with intricate arrays carved into their surfaces. It was indeed a third-tier supreme city defense array. On the walls, every 100 steps, stood a watchtower with guards at the top in the foundation establishment stage. They wore uniform silver-white armor, their gaze as sharp as they scanned the crowds outside the city. Within the city, the buildings were densely packed with a towering structure in the very center that soared 100 zhang into the sky. The tower was adorned with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, with the power of moonlight circulating around it. This was the moon-gathering immortal city, the gateway to the Zhoutian moon-gathering sect. Fang Ze took a deep breath and approached the city gate. A long line was formed at the entrance with at least 1,000 people waiting. There were solitary loose cultivators, groups of sect disciples, merchant caravans, and beast tamers accompanied by spirit beasts. Each individual possessed considerable cultivation, with many in the late stage of Qi refinement and numerous in the foundation establishment stage. Fang Ze waited in line for half an hour before it was finally his turn. The gatekeepers were 2 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators clad in silver-white ceremonial robes with a crescent moon embroidered on their chests. Entrance fee is 1 medium-grade spirit stone. One of the guards extended his hand. Fang Ze couldn't help but feel astonished. 1 medium-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. This entrance fee was enough to stay in the spirit beast immortal city for a month. However, he maintained a calm expression as he retrieved a medium-grade spirit stone and handed it over. The guard accepted the spirit stone and handed him a jade slip. All the rules within the city are written inside. Read it yourself. Violators will face severe penalties. Fang Ze nodded and walked through the city gate. Upon stepping into the city, a rich and overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rushed toward him. Fang Ze's entire body trembled, feeling as though he were immersed in a pool of spiritual liquid, with every pore greedily absorbing the qi. A third-tier supreme spiritual vein. It was a level higher than his own space. He took a deep breath and walked down the street. The street was bustling with people, lively and vibrant. On both sides were various shops selling pills, magical tools, talismans, spirit beasts, and jade slips containing cultivation methods. Each shop was lavishly decorated with foundation establishment stage assistants standing at the entrance, warmly greeting passing cultivators. As Fang Ze walked along, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was the true immortal city. Compared to the spirit beast immortal city, it felt like a rural market. He found an inn within the city to stay. It cost 20 low-grade spirit stones per day, which was exorbitant, but the rich spiritual energy made it worthwhile. Closing the door and activating the array, Fang Ze lay on the bed, exhaling a long breath of stale air. A year had passed. Departing from the spirit beast immortal city, heading eastward, and traversing 30 million miles, he had finally arrived. This year he had experienced so much. He had encountered bandits 3 times. The first group consisted of 5 latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators who were swiftly dispatched by the 5 second-tier demon beasts he released. The second group comprised 3 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators who fell victim to his ambush alongside the demon beasts. The third group was a complete foundation establishment cultivator accompanied by 8 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. He couldn't defeat them and had to flee, running 1,000 miles before finally shaking them off. He had encountered countless demon beasts of all tiers both in groups and solo. Some took detours, some charged heat, and some trapped him with arrays while others directly attacked. He faced dangerous terrain 7 or 8 times. Poisonous miasmas, restrictions, illusion arrays, and natural mazes posed significant threats, each time narrowly escaping thanks to his spatial abilities. The 5 second-tier demon beasts had been incredibly helpful, especially the 4 flying creatures, the Qingyu eagle, the Huoyu sparrow, the Shuoyu crane, and the Qingfeng peng. They took turns carrying him through the air, traveling day and night, allowing him to cover 30 million miles in just 1 year. Now the cultivation of these 5 demon beasts had also improved. The Xiaoya heavenly wolf was at the peak of the 2nd tier, just a step away from the 3rd tier. The Qingyu eagle, Huoyu sparrow, and Shuoyu crane were all at the peak of the 2nd tier. Throughout this year of constant fighting, he had consumed numerous demon beast inner cores, rapidly advancing his cultivation. The Qingfeng peng had limited potential, but had reached the mid-stage of the 2nd tier. Fang Ze himself remained at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This year had been spent on the road, leaving him no time for closed-door cultivation. However, he had finally arrived. Next, it was time to join a sect. He spent a month in the Moon Gathering Immortal City, getting a comprehensive understanding of the situation here. The Jiutian Moon Gathering sect was the foremost sect in the Jiutian Kingdom, a top-tier nascent soul force. The sect had over 5 nascent soul true monarchs stationed within, with the strongest said to possess latest-stage nascent soul cultivation. The sect had previously produced a transformation god. Although he was no longer present, their foundation remained deep, ranking high in the entire southern wilderness. This sect had 2 important inheritances. One was the beast taming inheritance, especially concerning flying creatures. Most cultivators of the Jiutian Moon Gathering sect raised flying spirit beasts. They excelled at cultivating any creatures with wings, whether they flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in water. The other was the inheritance of moonlight power. With the term moon in their name, it was naturally related to the moon. They possessed a special cultivation method that could absorb moonlight power for cultivation, wielding immense power. Both inheritances aligned perfectly with Fang Ze's expectations. For beast taming, he had a spatial ability and a continuous supply of demon beasts, making a systematic beast taming method essential. As for moonlight power, his Xiaoya heavenly wolf could precisely absorb it. Regarding how to join the sect, he had also gathered information. With his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he could become a steward in a nascent soul sect. However, as he was a loose cultivator, joining midway meant he couldn't enter the inner sect and could only serve as an outer sect steward. The position of an outer sect steward was not high, but at least he would have a formal identity. With this identity, he could exchange resources within the sect, learn cultivation methods, and accept tasks. To become an outer sect steward, the best way was to find an elder to recommend him. He learned that there was an elder in the Moon Gathering Immortal City, surnamed Meng, who was at the early stage of Golden Core. He was greedy with a particular fondness for spirit stones. As long as one offered enough spirit stones, he would dare to send anyone, even bandits, into the sect. Of course, he would not dare to take in devil cultivators. But for righteous loose cultivators, he welcomed them all. Fang Ze felt that this person was just right for him. One day, Fang Ze left the inn and headed westward in the city. The west of the city was a district where Golden Core cultivators gathered with even richer spiritual energy than the city center. On both sides of the street were individual courtyards, each set up with third-tier arrays exuding a faint pressure. Fang Ze stopped in front of one courtyard. The gate was tightly closed, and a plaque hung on it with the characters Meng Fu. He took a deep breath and approached to knock on the door. After a moment, the courtyard door opened, and a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator peeked out. The cultivator appeared to be in his 30s with a thin face, dressed in gray robes, and wore a detached expression. "Who are you looking for?" Fang Ze cupped his hands. "I am Fang Ze, seeking an audience with Elder Meng. Please inform him." The cultivator assessed him with a glance. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator dressed like a loose cultivator with an ordinary appearance. "Follow me." He turned and walked inside, and Fang Ze hurriedly followed. The courtyard was small but meticulously arranged. There were rockeries, ponds, pavilions, and towers, everything one would expect. The pond housed several second-tier spirit fish, and the rockery had some second-tier spirit herbs planted with a faint medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. The two crossed the courtyard and arrived at a small building. "Master, someone seeks an audience." The cultivator stood at the door and respectfully announced. "Come in." A hoarse voice echoed from within the building. The cultivator pushed the door open, gesturing for Fang Ze to enter. Fang Ze stepped into the small building. Inside, the furnishings were simple: a soft couch, a tea table, and several cushions. Sitting on the soft couch was an old man with graying hair and a kind face, looking just like an ordinary neighbor. However, Fang Ze could sense an astonishing power contained within the old man. He was at the initial stage of Golden Core. Fang Ze approached the old man and bowed respectfully. "I am Fang Ze, a wandering cultivator, greeting Elder Meng." Elder Meng lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. Mid-foundation establishment bone age. Can't see through. He frowned slightly. Fang Ze felt a chill in his heart. His bone age was obscured by spatial concealment. Even golden core cultivators could not see through it. I have practiced a technique that conceals my aura, he quickly explained. Elder Ming nodded, not probing further. What brings you here? Fang Ze took out a storage bag from his bosom and presented it with both hands. I wish to join the Jiutianlanyu sect and request Elder Ming's recommendation. This is a token of my sincerity. I hope Elder will accept. Elder Ming accepted the storage bag and probed inside with his divine sense. 20,000 spirit stones. A smile appeared on his face. Not bad, you understand the rules. He stored the bag away and looked at Fang Ze. What is your background? What technique do you practice? How many people have you killed? Fang Ze was well prepared. I am a wandering cultivator raised by my master in the mountains since childhood. After my master passed away, I traveled alone. I practiced a fire attribute technique and have killed people, but not many. They were all bandits and monsters. Elder Ming nodded, sweeping his divine sense over Fang Ze. After a moment, he withdrew his divine sense. Your spiritual energy is pure without the impurities of demonic cultivators. The killing intent around you is also light. Indeed, you haven't killed many. He paused. All right, you've passed. Fang Ze felt a surge of joy in his heart. Thank you, Elder Ming. Elder Ming waved his hand. Don't rush to thank me. Although I have accepted you, there are some things that must be said up front. He straightened up, looking at Fang Ze. You are a wandering cultivator. Joining the sect halfway means you can only be an outer sect steward. The position of outer sect steward is not high, but the tasks remain significant. Fang Ze nodded. Please make it clear, Elder. Elder Ming extended one finger. First, as an outer sect steward, you need to take on a disciple. This disciple will be at the Qi refinement stage assigned to you by the sect. You will be responsible for teaching him cultivation. Naturally, he will also assist you, serving as your aide. Fang Ze nodded. Understood. Elder Ming extended a second finger. Second, every year the sect will assign you a task. This task may involve exterminating monsters, assisting affiliated forces in resolving troubles, or participating in righteous and demonic battles. The difficulty of the tasks varies, but they must be completed. Failure to complete them will result in a deduction of contribution points. If you fail 3 times consecutively, you will be expelled from the sect. Fang Ze continued to nod. Understood. Elder Ming extended a third finger. Third, although you are an outer sect steward, you will not lack the benefits you deserve. Each month you will receive spirit stones, pill supplies, and the ability to exchange techniques. However, contribution points must be earned by yourself and tasks must be undertaken by yourself. The sect does not support idlers. Fang Ze nodded again. Understood. Elder Ming lowered his hand and leaned back on the soft couch. Those are the 3 points. If you can adhere to them, come tomorrow with my token to report to the sect. If not, you may leave now. Fang Ze bowed respectfully. I will comply. Thank you, Elder Ming, for your guidance. Elder Ming nodded, took out a jade slip from his bosom, inscribed a few words on it, and then handed it to Fang Ze. Take this and go to the sect's steward hall tomorrow. Someone will arrange for you. Fang Ze accepted the jade slip, carefully storing it. I take my leave. Fang Ze exited the small building and followed the foundation establishment cultivator out of the courtyard. Standing outside the courtyard gate, he glanced back once. Meng residence. 20,000 spirit stones for a spot in the sect. Worth it. Early the next morning, Fang Ze left the inn, heading towards the center of Lanyu Immortal City. The mountain gate of the Jiutianlanyu sect was located behind the tall tower in the center of the city. He passed through bustling streets and lively markets, arriving before a giant archway. The archway stood 10 zhang high, 20 zhang wide, constructed entirely of white jade. The words Lanyu sect were engraved in 3 large characters on the archway. Beneath the archway stood 2 foundation establishment guards dressed in silver-white official robes, wearing long swords at their waists, their gazes sharp. Fang Ze walked over and took out the jade slip given by Elder Ming. I am Fang Ze, sent by Elder Ming to report. One of the guards took the jade slip, examined it, and nodded. You may enter. The steward hall is on the 3rd mountain peak. Someone will naturally arrange for you when you arrive. Fang Ze cupped his hands and walked through the archway. Before him lay a wide bluestone road leading straight into the distance. On both sides of the road were vast fields of spirit crops filled with various spirit herbs. Several Qi refinement disciples were working in the fields, and upon seeing Fang Ze, they cast curious glances his way. Fang Ze walked along the bluestone road. He passed the 1st mountain peak, then the 2nd, arriving at the 3rd mountain peak. At the foot of the mountain stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Steward Hall. Fang Ze followed the mountain path up to a large hall. The hall was not high but quite imposing. A plaque hung at the entrance bearing the 3 characters Steward Hall. He entered the hall. Inside there were many people, all at the foundation establishment stage. Some were queuing, some were conversing, while others were checking the task board on the wall. Fang Ze approached a counter. Sitting behind the counter was a mid-foundation establishment female cultivator with a delicate appearance dressed in green robes. New here? She asked. Fang Ze nodded, handing her the jade slip. The female cultivator took the jade slip, glanced at it, and then recorded a few notes in the ledger. Fang Ze, mid-foundation establishment outer sect steward. Here is your identity token, keep it safe. She handed over a silver-white token engraved on the front with Jutian Lanyu sect and on the back with outer sect steward and Fang Ze. Fang Ze accepted the token and tucked it into his bosom. The female cultivator then handed over a storage bag. This is your salary for the first month, 100 spirit stones and 50 contribution points. There was also a bottle of pills of benefit for joining the sect. You will receive this every month at the steward hall. Fang Ze accepted the storage bag and probed inside with his divine sense. 100 spirit stones, a bottle of second-tier low-grade Qing Ling Dan, and 50 contribution points. Quite a bit. The female cultivator looked at him and added, you need to take on a disciple. Will you find one yourself, or have the sect assign one? Fang Ze thought for a moment. Let the sect assign, please. The female cultivator nodded and flipped through the ledger. There is a female cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, newly entered the outer sect, and she doesn't have a master yet. She has 3 spirit roots, decent aptitude, but her temperament is a bit cold. Would you like her? Fang Ze nodded. That works. The female cultivator took out a jade slip and inscribed a few words on it. She is in the 7th room of the east courtyard. Take this to find her. Fang Ze accepted the jade slip and took his leave. Exiting the steward hall, he took a deep breath. Jiutian Lanyu sect, outer sect, steward Fang Ze. A new identity, a new beginning. Next it was time to meet that disciple. In the east courtyard, the residence area of the outer disciples of the Lanyu sect. Though referred to as the east courtyard, it is actually a cluster of low stone houses tightly packed together. Each stone house is merely about 10 square meters, containing only a stone bed and a mat with nothing else inside. The disciples in the Qi refinement stage live and cultivate in such places day after day, year after year. Fang Ze stood at the entrance of the east courtyard, gazing at the dilapidated buildings, and suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. A few years ago, he was just like this. In the menial workers area of the Yuling sect, he lived in even worse conditions, farming every day, struggling for a few spirit stones. Now he has become a foundation establishment cultivator. He walked along the blue stone path, glancing at the house numbers on the stone houses. The 7th house in the east courtyard. After a short while, he spotted the designated number. At the entrance of the stone house stood 2 people. One was a girl in green at the 9th level of Qi refinement, with a delicate face, currently bowing her head with a pale complexion. Her robe was somewhat disheveled, as if it had been tugged at by someone. The other was also a woman, a perfect Qi refinement, dressed in a luxurious red robe adorned with a jade hairpin, her face painted with exquisite makeup. She stood in front of the girl in green, looking down at her with a gaze full of disdain. Lin Weiner hand over 300 contribution points. The girl in green bit her lip and shook her head. Senior sister, Zhou, those contribution points were earned by me through tasks. Why should I give them to you? Why should you? The girl in red laughed. Because I am Zhou Jia's direct daughter, and you, a sideline branch, are worthy to negotiate terms with me. She stepped closer, pressing the girl in green. Your Lin family is merely a vassal of our Zhou family. Your parents would bow and salute upon seeing the head of our Zhou family. What are you even worth? The girl in green stepped back, bumping into the wall behind her. The sect has rules against disciples robbing each other's contribution points. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the Elder Hall? The girl in red laughed, even more joyfully. Report me. What do you have to report? Those in the Elder Hall know all about our Zhou family. Do you think they would offend me, a direct daughter of the Zhou family, for a sideline branch like you? She reached out and tightly grabbed the collar of the girl in green. Hand over the contribution points obediently, and I might let you suffer a little less. Otherwise, she didn't finish her sentence before suddenly feeling a tightening at her wrist. A hand reached over from the side, firmly grasping her wrist. The girl in red was taken aback and turned her head. A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance stood beside her at the midstage of Foundation establishment, looking coldly at her. Who are you? Fang Ze did not answer, merely slowly releasing his grip. I am her master, he said. Do you have any objections? Hey. The girl in red's expression changed. Master? When did this Lin Weiner get a master? She quickly took a few steps back, creating distance, and warily looked at Fang Ze. Senior, this is a matter between our Zhou family and the Lin family. You, an outsider and a Foundation establishment cultivator, should not meddle. Fang Ze glanced at her. Zhou family. Which Zhou family? The girl in red puffed out her chest. The Zhou family of Lanyu City. My father is at the peak of Foundation establishment, and my grandfather is at the early stage of Golden Core. The Zhou family is also a prominent family within the Lanyu sect. Fang Ze nodded. Oh, I see. He turned around to look at the girl in green. Lin Weiner, right? I am your master, Fang Ze. Come with me. Lin Weiner was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded. Yes, master. She hurried to Fang Ze's side, lowering her head, not daring to look at the girl in red. Fang Ze led her away, turning to leave. The girl in red stood there, her face alternating between green and white. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but looking at Fang Ze's retreating figure, ultimately did not dare to speak. A Foundation establishment cultivator was not someone she could provoke, but she secretly remembered this debt. Lin Weiner and that Master Fang, just wait for me. Fang Ze took Lin Weiner towards the residence of the Outer Deacons. The residence of the Outer Deacons is located on a small hill behind the east courtyard. Though referred to as a hill, it is actually just a small mound no more than a few tens of meters high and a few kilometers in circumference. On the hill there are sparsely arranged stone houses, with each house separated by several tens of meters, providing some private space for the Foundation establishment cultivators. Fang Ze led Lin Weiner up the mound and arrived in front of his stone house. The stone house is not large, similar to those of the Qi refinement disciples, but the entrance has a rudimentary barrier. Pushing open the wooden door, it was empty inside, containing only a stone bed, a mat, and a stone table with nothing else. Fang Ze looked around and felt a bit helpless. These conditions are even worse than those in the Spirit Beast Valley of the Yuling sect. But there was no choice. This is the treatment for Outer Deacons. He turned around to look at Lin Weiner. Have a seat. Lin Weiner sat on the stone bench, lowering her head, not daring to look at him. Fang Ze sat opposite her, examining her. This girl appeared to be about 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate face and a hint of frailty in her features. Although she was fearful in front of the girl in red, she was still able to argue her case, not too weak. Tell me what happened, Fang Ze asked. Lin Weiner raised her head, glanced at him, then lowered it again. Master, that senior sister Zhou is Zhou Riyun, the direct daughter of the Zhou family from Lanyuxian City. Our Lin family is a vassal family of the Zhou family. She has always bullied me. This time, after completing a task and earning 300 contribution points, she found out and came to demand them from me. Fang Ze nodded. Does the sect not intervene? Lin Weiner shook her head. The Zhou family has connections within the Lanyu sect. The people in the Elder Hall are unwilling to offend them. Fang Ze smiled. So you've just been enduring it. Lin Weiner bit her lip. I didn't know what to do. Fang Ze looked at her, remaining silent for a moment. All right, with me around, you need not fear that sister of yours. If she comes looking for you again, just mention my name. Lin Weiner raised her head, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Thank you, Master. Fang Ze waved his hand. Don't rush to thank me. Taking you as my disciple isn't just for you to enjoy a life of comfort. Next, I need you to help me with something. Lin Weiner quickly nodded. Please give your instructions, Master. Fang Ze took out a storage bag from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is 5,000 spirit stones. Go to Lanyuxian City and help me find a shop ideally located and reasonably priced. Once you find it, let me know. Lin Weiner was stunned. 5,000 spirit stones. She took the storage bag, probing her divine sense inside, and indeed found 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones neatly stacked. Master, this is too much. Fang Ze shook his head. It's not too much. I want to open a shop in the Xian City specializing in selling pills, magical artifacts, and formations. You will help me manage the shop, and you will receive spirit stones every month. Lin Weiner's eyes lit up. Managing a shop. Doesn't that mean she would be the shopkeeper? Master, are you a master of various skills in cultivation? Fang Ze nodded. A second-tier alchemist. Lin Weiner gasped in surprise. A second-tier alchemist? That is someone capable of refining second-tier pills. Master, rest assured I will handle it well. She carefully stored the storage bag and asked, Master, what is mainly sold in the shop? Fang Ze thought for a moment. For now, we will focus on first-tier pills, first-tier magical artifacts, and first-tier formation plates. We will gradually increase to second-tier later. Lin Weiner nodded. Understood. Does Master have any other instructions? Fang Ze shook his head. Go ahead. After you find it, come back and tell me. Lin Weiner stood up and bowed. Disciple takes her leave. She turned to leave when Fang Ze suddenly called out to her. By the way, do a good job. If you perform well, I might take you as my true disciple and even reward you with a Foundation establishment pill. Lin Weiner trembled all over. Foundation establishment pill. She turned around, looking at Fang Ze, her eyes filled with excitement. Thank you, Master. Disciple will certainly do my best. Fang Ze waved his hand. Lin Weiner exited the stone house and hurried down the mountain. Fang Ze watched her departing figure, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Establishing a shop was something he had long contemplated. Previously at the Yuling sect, every time he needed spirit stones, he had to disguise himself to sell at the shops. Once or twice was fine, but with increased frequency, it was bound to raise suspicion. Now that he had a disciple, this matter became much easier. He would have the disciple manage the shop while he supplied from behind the scenes. It was worry-free and safe. As for whether he could trust this disciple, Fang Ze shook his head. Trust required time to cultivate. First, he would observe how she performed. If she proved reliable, he could offer more benefits in the future. If not, he would simply find another. Fang Ze stood up and walked out of the stone house. Not far next door there were several other stone houses. Each was separated by several dozen meters, and he could vaguely see people moving inside. Since he would be living here for some time, he ought to greet the neighbors. He walked to the nearest stone house and knocked on the door. After a moment the door opened, and a middle-aged man peeked out. He was at the mid-foundation establishment stage with a simple face dressed in a gray robe. Who was the fellow Taoist? Fang Ze cupped his hands in greeting. I am Fang Ze, a new outer sect steward living next door. I came to pay a visit. The middle-aged man smiled. So it's fellow Taoist Fang. Please come in. Fang Ze followed him into the stone house. This stone house was larger than his, containing an extra wooden table, 2 chairs, and several paintings on the walls. In the corner stood a Dan furnace emitting a faint herbal fragrance. Please take a seat, fellow Taoist Fang. The middle-aged man poured a cup of tea. I am Zhao Wuji, and I have lived here for over a decade. Is fellow Taoist Zhao an alchemist? Fang Ze asked, taking the cup. Zhao Wuji nodded. A first-tier, upper-grade alchemist. Just to make a living. Fang Ze smiled. What a coincidence, I am also an alchemist. Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened. Oh, what tier are you, fellow Taoist Fang? Fang Ze pondered for a moment. 2nd tier. Zhao Wuji was stunned. Second tier. He looked Fang Ze up and down, a face full of disbelief. Fellow Taoist Fang, you are a 2nd-tier alchemist. Fang Ze nodded. I just managed to break through not long ago. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, stood up, and respectfully cupped his hands. I am honored. Fellow Taoist Fang, a 2nd-tier alchemist, is truly a rare find among our outer sect stewards. Fang Ze waved his hand. Fellow Taoist Zhao is too polite. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me. We can exchange knowledge about spiritual herbs, pill formulas, and alchemy insights. Zhao Wuji nodded repeatedly. Certainly. After chatting for a while, Fang Ze took his leave. He also visited a few other neighbors. One named Qian Duodua, at the early foundation establishment stage, was a merchant specializing in trading resources. Upon hearing Fang Ze was a 2nd-tier alchemist, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed Fang Ze's hand, discussing a bunch of collaboration ideas. Another named Sun Tai at the mid-foundation establishment stage was a craftsman. Upon hearing Fang Ze was an alchemist, he showed little interest, merely greeting him blandly. Another named Li Qingshan at the late foundation establishment stage was the most skilled among this group. He lived at the top of the small hill, and his stone house was the largest. When Fang Ze went to visit, he was in closed-door cultivation and could not be seen. After making the rounds, Fang Ze had a clearer picture. This small hill housed over a dozen outer sect stewards. There were alchemists, craftsmen, merchants, and farmers, a diverse mix. Everyone usually lived their own lives, occasionally interacting without interfering with one another. Quite good. Fang Ze returned to his stone house, closed the door, and activated the barrier. Then he took out the sect manual and began to study it carefully. The manual was thick, detailing every aspect of the 9 Heavens sect. The sect had been passed down for over 5,000 years, producing transformation stage cultivators, nascent souls, and countless golden cores. Currently, there were more than 5 nascent soul true lords overseeing things, over 30 golden core true lords, and thousands of foundation establishment cultivators. The outer sect stewards were merely the lowest tier foundation establishment cultivators in the sect. Above them were the inner sect stewards, true disciples, elders, and peak masters. Fang Ze flipped to the page on cultivation methods. The highest level methods available for outer sect stewards were top tier, profound methods. To exchange for earth tier or higher methods, one must enter the inner sect or achieve significant contributions. He flipped through again and found information about the inner sect. There were several ways to enter the inner sect. One was to break through to the golden core stage and automatically become an inner sect elder. The second was to complete sect missions, accumulate enough contribution points, and apply for promotion. The third was to perform excellently in the sect's grand competition and attract the attention of nascent soul true lords. The fourth was to have an elder recommend them and pass the assessments. Fang Ze contemplated. Reaching the golden core was still a long way off. He had just reached mid-foundation establishment, still needing 2 major realms. The sect's grand competition occurred every 10 years. The next one was in 3 years, which could be worth a try. As for missions and recommendations, those would take time. He set the manual down and fell into deep thought. His current cultivation method, 3 turnings of the Fire Sutra, could only be cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment. Once he reached the peak of foundation establishment, he would need to change his cultivation method. It would be best to exchange for one of earth tier or higher. Earth tier methods could cultivate to the golden core peak, even nascent soul. Heaven-ear would be even better, leading directly to transformation. However, there were only 2 heaven-ear methods in the sect, which were core inheritances. Even entering the inner sect did not guarantee he could learn them. Fang Ze shook his head. No need to think too much. To reach the peak of foundation establishment would at least take 4 or 5 years. During these 4 or 5 years, he should first find a way to enter the inner sect. As for now, he should break through to late foundation establishment first. Fang Ze closed his eyes and entered the space. As soon as he landed, 5 second-tier demon beasts surrounded him. The howling moon wolf rubbed against his leg, the azure feather eagle perched on his shoulder, the fire feather sparrow squatted atop his head, the snow feather crane stood nearby, and the azure wind rock lingered at the back. Fang Ze patted each of their heads. Wait a bit longer. Once I break through to the late stage, they'll take you all out to fight. The 5 demon beasts seemed to understand and excitedly called out a few times. Fang Ze walked over to the spirit field, gazing at the lush spiritual herbs. The Qingling fruit had borne another batch, while the purple heart orchid, blood jade, ginseng, and xianbing grass were also growing well. In a while he would be able to harvest another large batch. He sat cross-legged, took out a mid-grade Qingling pill, and swallowed it. Next he would simultaneously enter closed-door cultivation while refining pills, magical artifacts, and formation plates in preparation for opening the shop. The Zhou family, located within the Lanyu Immortal City, resides in a grand mansion. As a foundational golden core family affiliated with the Lanyu sect, the Zhou family has operated in the Immortal City for centuries, accumulating a vast fortune. The mansion spans over 100 acres, complete with pavilions, towers, rockeries, and ponds. At the entrance stand 2 guards at the peak of Qi refinement, adorned in brocade robes, exuding an imposing presence. Zhou Ruyan sat in her boudoir, her face filled with rage. Today she was humiliated in public by a foundation establishment cultivator surnamed Fang, a grievance she could not swallow. Even more infuriating was that Lin Weiner, that wretched woman, had actually gained the favor of the master. A branch-line descendant, how dare she? Slamming her palm on the table, the teacup jumped, and tea splashed everywhere. Now I lack a few thousand spirit stones to exchange for a foundation establishment pill from the sect, and this person has spoiled it. Please calm down, miss. The maid hurried forward to tidy up. Zhou Ruyan took a deep breath and stood up. Go have someone investigate the background of that Fang Ze. The maid complied and left. 3 days later the news returned. Miss, we have found out. The maid presented a jade slip. That Fang Ze entered the sect just a day ago through Elder Meng. Originating from a loose cultivator background, he is at the mid-foundation establishment stage. He currently resides on a mound behind the eastern courtyard with only Lin Weiner as his sole disciple. Zhou Ruyan took the jade slip, her divine sense probing inside. Coming from a loose cultivator background, mid-foundation establishment. A cold smile crept onto her lips. A loose cultivator without support dares to offend the legitimate daughter of the Zhou family. She put away the jade slip and walked outside. Prepare the carriage, returned to the estate. In the Zhou family mansion's main hall, Zhou Ruyan's father Zhou Mingshan sat in the principal seat. After listening to his daughter's account of events, his brows furrowed slightly. Zhou Mingshan, at the peak of foundation establishment, is the current head of the Zhou family. He has been stuck at this stage for 30 years, just one step away from the golden core. However, this step has proved elusive. Nevertheless, in this territory of the Lanyu Immortal City, his words still carry weight as a peak foundation establishment cultivator. A mid-foundation establishment loose cultivator dares to bully my daughter. He let out a cold laugh. Father, you must seek justice for me. Zhou Ruyan pouted. That Fang Ze humiliated me in front of so many people. If I don't teach him a lesson, how will I survive in the sect in the future? Zhou Mingshan nodded. Rest assured, father will support you. He stood up and paced the hall. However, that Fang Ze is indeed a sect member, we cannot act overtly. We need to think of a way to lure him out. Zhou Ruyan's eyes lit up. I can invite him out, just say I want to resolve our misunderstanding and treat him to a meal. Zhou Mingshan smiled. My daughter is indeed clever. He patted Zhou Ruyan on the head. You go invite him. Just say the Zhou family wishes to befriend him. If he dares to come, father will naturally have a way to deal with him. If he doesn't dare come, then he fears the Zhou family and will have trouble holding his head high in the sect in the future. Zhou Ruyan nodded. I will go right away. 3 days later, in Lanyu Immortal City at the Wangyue Tower. This is the best restaurant in the Immortal City, 5 stories high, adorned with intricate carvings and lavish decor. Those who can dine here are at least foundation establishment cultivators. A table of food and drink costs at least several hundred spirit stones. Zhou Ruyan stood in a private room on the 3rd floor, gazing out at the street scene with a smug smile on her face. That Fang Ze has arrived. Although she wished to cut him into 1,000 pieces, her face still wore a respectful smile. Senior Fang, please take a seat. Fang Ze walked into the private room and glanced at the 2 people inside. Zhou Ruyan, at the peak of Qi refinement, stood beside him. A middle-aged man with a stern face at the peak of foundation establishment sat in the main seat, examining him with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhou Mingshan. Fang Ze understood the situation. He sat down in the chair opposite Zhou Ruyan, his expression calm. Zhou family head, you summoned me. What guidance do you have? Zhou Mingshan did not answer, merely observing him. Mid-foundation establishment, his bone age was inscrutable and his aura was solid, suggesting he indeed possessed some skill. But a loose cultivator is still a loose cultivator, no matter how capable they are, but a weed without roots. He lifted the teacup and took a sip. Fang Ze, right. I've heard you took one of our Zhou family's vassals as a disciple. Fang Ze nodded. Lin Weiner is indeed my disciple. Zhou Mingshan set down the teacup. That girl Lin Weiner belongs to our Zhou family's vassal, the Lin family. Her matters are our Zhou family's matters. As an outsider, it is not quite appropriate for you to meddle in them, is it? Fang Ze chuckled. Zhou family head, you say this as if I am meddling. I am her master as she is my disciple. If my disciple is bullied, who else would stand up for her if her master does not? Zhou Mingshan's expression darkened. What do you mean? Are you saying my daughter bullied her? Fang Ze looked at him, his expression calm. Zhou family head knows in his heart. Zhou Mingshan suddenly stood up, a wave of oppressive aura emanating from him toward Fang Ze. The pressure of a peak foundation establishment cultivator bore down on Fang Ze. Fang Ze raised an eyebrow and gently patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A faint aura emanated from the spirit beast pouch, merging with his own aura to counter the oppressive force. That was the aura of the Qingfeng Peng. Mid-second tier. Fang Ze's face slightly flushed as if he was using all his strength, but he ultimately withstood it. Zhou Mingshan was taken aback. This kid could actually withstand his pressure. Zhou Mingshan exerted more force, but Fang Ze remained steadily seated, unmoving. Zhou Mingshan's expression turned grim. He withdrew his oppressive aura and sat back down. Fang Daoist, you do possess some skill. Fang Ze looked at him, enunciating each word. Zhou family head, I respect you as a senior, which is why I came to this banquet. But if you intend to use your power to intimidate, then I am not afraid. He stood up. I, Fang Ze, come from a loose cultivator background without support, but I am not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Your daughter bullied my disciple, and I am justified in protecting her. If you feel dissatisfied, feel free to bring it on. Within the sect, I truly do not believe you dare to act. Moreover, it was your daughter who insulted her first. Even if it were brought to the sect, we would still have the moral high ground. With that, he turned and left. Zhou Riyun's expression changed. You dare speak to my father like that? Fang Ze did not look back. Miss Zhou, take care of yourself. He pushed open the door and strode away. Zhou Mingshan sat there, his face dark as thunder. Zhou Riyun looked at him cautiously, asking, Father, what should we do? Zhou Mingshan remained silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. He has some backbone. But what use is having backbone alone? A loose cultivator dares to challenge my Zhou family. He stood up. Does he think that within the sect I have no means to deal with him? Naive. He walked to the window, watching Fang Ze's retreating figure. Within the sect we have our own people in the Zhou family. A day later, at the Zhou family's residence in the study, Zhou Mingshan sat behind the desk while a young man stood before him. The young man appeared to be in his late 20s, with mid-foundation establishment cultivation, dressed in a silver-white robe adorned with a crescent moon on his chest, the attire of an inner disciple of the Lanyu sect. Minghui, sit down. Zhou Mingshan gestured to a chair beside him. Zhou Minghui took a seat and looked at him. What does the family head want to discuss with me? Zhou Mingshan recounted the events of the day. After listening, Zhou Minghui frowned slightly. A mid-foundation establishment rogue dares to offend our Zhou family. Zhou Mingshan nodded. I would like you to help me with something. Zhou Minghui looked at him. Please, family head, go ahead. Zhou Mingshan pondered for a moment. That boy is currently in the sect, making it difficult to act. However, the outer sect deacons have tasks assigned every year. Can you figure out a way to arrange a dangerous task for him? Zhou Minghui thought for a moment. This is not difficult. The tasks of the outer sect deacons are assigned by the deacon hall. I know a few people there and can make an inquiry. Zhou Mingshan nodded. It would be best to send him on a life-threatening task. If he dies during the mission, that would be that. Zhou Minghui smiled. Rest assured, family head, leave it to me. He stood up, preparing to leave, but Zhou Mingshan called him back. By the way, that boy seems to have asked Lin Weiner to open a shop. He might be a cultivator skilled in various arts. If you have the chance, investigate what kind of cultivation legacy it is and see if it can be retrieved. Zhou Minghui's eyes brightened. That indeed has some value. He nodded and pushed the door to leave. Zhou Mingshan sat behind the desk, gazing at the night outside, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Fang Ze, a rogue dares to offend the Zhou family. Just wait. On the other side, outside Wanhua Tower, Fang Ze walked along the streets of Lanyu City, his expression calm. In the previous confrontation, he had deliberately shown weakness, merely releasing the aura of the Qingfeng Peng, making Zhou Mingshan believe he was just barely withstanding the pressure. But in reality, he hadn't revealed his true trump cards. 5 second-tier demon beasts, 4 of them fully matured, and 1 in mid-stage. If he truly wanted to fight, Zhou Mingshan, a peak foundation establishment cultivator, might not fare well. However, now is not the time. He had just arrived at the Lanyu sect, and his foundation was not yet stable. It was best to keep a low profile. Fang Ze quickened his pace towards the eastern district of Lanyu City. That area is the commercial district of the Xian City, filled with various shops selling pills, magical artifacts, formations, and spirit beasts. The largest among them is the Lanyu Pavilion, established by the Lanyu sect. The Lanyu Pavilion, directly operated by the Lanyu sect, covers dozens of acres with 5 stories, making it the largest business in the entire Lanyu City. It sells valuable goods brought back by sect disciples and elders from various places, with fair prices and no deceit. Fang Ze stood at the entrance of the Lanyu Pavilion looking up at the huge plaque, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. The hall on the first floor was spacious and bright, bustling with people. Dozens of crystal counters were neatly arranged, filled with various resources. Pills, magical artifacts, talismans, cultivation, jade slips, and seeds of spirit herbs were all available. Behind each counter stood a chi refining clerk dressed in uniform blue robes, smiling and greeting the customers who passed by. Inside the hall there were also several foundation establishment cultivators attending to customers. As soon as Fang Ze walked in, a young clerk in late chi refining stage approached him. "Senior, what would you like to see?" Fang Ze glanced at him. "I want to buy some beast tamers, those with bloodlines of second tier or higher." The clerk's eyes lit up. "Senior, you came at the right time. Our store's Uncle Long is holding an internal auction today. He just returned from the Heifeng mountain range with a lot of good items. It is said that there is even a beast tamer with a third-tier bloodline." Fang Ze's heart stirred. "Uncle Long, haven't you heard of him?" The clerk lowered his voice. "Uncle Long Fanyuan, the top inner disciple, with peak foundation establishment cultivation, a genius in the beast taming system. He just took a team to the Heifeng mountain range to capture beast tamers and returned yesterday. I heard his haul was quite good, and he's holding this small internal auction today." Fang Ze nodded. "Can you take me in to have a look?" The clerk quickly nodded. "Of course. You are a sect deacon and have this qualification. Please follow me." He led Fang Ze through the first floor hall and up the stairs to the third floor. The environment on the third floor was much quieter than the first. The corridor was covered with a soft carpet and several landscape paintings hung on the walls with spirit lamps emitting a gentle glow every few steps. The clerk arrived at a door and gently knocked. The door opened from the inside and a female cultivator in early foundation establishment poked her head out. "What is it?" The clerk respectfully replied. "This deacon wishes to participate in the auction." The female cultivator glanced at Fang Ze and nodded. "Come in." Fang Ze followed her into the room. The room was small, only a few dozen square meters, but it was decorated very exquisitely. In the center stood a long zeton wood table with spirit tea and spirit fruits on it. Around it sat more than 30 people, all foundation establishment cultivators, both male and female, some whispering to each other, while others were meditating with closed eyes. Fang Ze found a corner seat and sat quietly waiting. After a moment, a young man walked onto the high platform at the end of the room. The young man appeared to be in his late 20s with peak foundation establishment cultivation, sharp brows, and starry eyes exuding an extraordinary presence. He wore a silver-white robe with a crescent moon and a soaring green phoenix embroidered on his chest, the attire of a true inheritor disciple of the Lanyu sect. Long Fanyuan. He stood on the high platform looking around with a slight smile. "Fellow Taoists, welcome to this internal auction. I am Long Fanyuan, just returned from the Heifeng mountain range bringing some beast tamer cubs. All of them have bloodlines of second tier or higher. Interested Taoists can take a look." He clapped his hands. A maidservant walked up to the high platform holding a tray. On the tray was a beast bag. Long Fanyuan took the beast bag and gently patted it. A flash of light appeared, and a fluffy little tiger landed on the high platform. The little tiger was only the size of a kitten, entirely purple, with a pair of tiny fleshy wings on its back flapping them in excitement. It opened its round, curious eyes looking around while letting out a sound of a woo, a woo. This is a purple-winged tiger cub with a second-tier bloodline capable of growing to full second-tier status. Long Fanyuan said, "If raised, it can become the guardian beast of a foundation establishment family. The starting bid is 1,000 spirit stones." As soon as he finished speaking, someone called out a bid. 1,001, 1,002, 1,005. Fang Ze sat in the corner quietly watching. The purple-winged tiger was indeed impressive. But for him, one was not enough. If he was going to buy, he wanted a pair. The price climbed steadily, finally stopping at 3,800 spirit stones. 3,008, is there any higher bid? Long Fanyuan asked. No one responded. Sold. The purple-winged tiger was purchased by an elder in mid-foundation establishment. Long Fanyuan clapped the beast bag again. Once more, a purple-winged tiger cub landed on the ground. Like the first, it had purple fur and tiny wings, but its eyes were livelier. The second purple-winged tiger, also with a second-tier bloodline. The starting bid is 1,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze finally spoke. 4,000. The crowd was momentarily stunned. 4,000 spirit stones to buy one purple-winged tiger. This price was 200 more expensive than the last one. The key issue was that it was a cub and raising it would take a lot of time. Someone glanced at Fang Ze, but no one raised the bid. Long Fanyuan glanced at Fang Ze with a slight smile. Deal. Fang Ze stood up, walked onto the high platform, and took the spirit beast bag from Long Fanyuan. Long Fanyuan looked at him and nodded. Friend, you are straightforward. Fang Ze cupped his hands. Too kind. He returned to his seat and stored the spirit beast bag. The auction continued. Next came several Pepluing tigers and a few other second-tier demon beasts. The Flame Lion Ice Crystal Python and Azure Wind Eagle each fetched a good price. Fang Ze did not bid again, merely watching quietly. Finally, after the 10th second-tier demon beast was auctioned, Long Fan Yuan clapped his hands. Next up is the highlight of today. He took out a jade box from his robe and gently opened it. Inside the jade box lay a young tiger about the size of a kitten. This young tiger was different from the previous Pepluing tigers. Its fur was not pure purple, but a blend of purple and gold with cloud patterns emerging. Most notably, its eyes stood out. A pair of light purple pupils. Purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger, Long Fan Yuan said. A variant breed among the Pepluing tigers. We took it back to the sect for the elders to examine and confirmed that its bloodline can reach at least 3rd tier. There is also a slight probability for 4th tier. He paused. The starting bid is 3,000 spirit stones. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted. 3,005. 4,000. 4,005. 5,000. Fang Ze sat in the corner watching the purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger, quickly calculating in his mind. 3rd tier bloodline. It can at least grow to 3rd tier. There is also a slight probability for 4th tier. But he knew that slight probability was basically negligible. If there were really a chance to advance to 4th tier, the sect would have kept it for themselves. They wouldn't auction it off. However, 3rd tier is sufficient. A 3rd tier demon beast is equivalent to the golden core stage. He currently had 5 second-tier demon beasts, but the strongest, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, was merely at the peak of the 2nd tier, still 1 step away from 3rd tier. If he had this purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger once it grew up, it would be his 6th second-tier demon beast. When it broke through to 3rd tier, it would be his first 3rd tier. Worth it. 8,000. 9,000. 9,005. The price surged, eventually stopping at 10,000 spirit stones. 9,005. Is there any higher? Long Fan Yuan asked. No one responded. 10,000 spirit stones for a 3rd tier bloodline cub, although expensive, was reasonable. Fang Ze stood up. 10,000. He directly announced his price. The cultivator who had previously bid 10,000 glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, then did not raise the bid. Long Fan Yuan looked at him with a slight smile. Deal. Fang Ze walked up to the high platform and took the jade box from Long Fan Yuan. Inside the box, the purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger was curiously watching him with its light purple eyes. A surge of joy welled up in Fang Ze's heart. 3 demon beasts. 2 Pepluing tigers, 1 male and 1 female. 1 purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger with a 3rd tier bloodline. In total, he spent 18,000 spirit stones. Worth it. He took out 18,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Long Fan Yuan. Long Fan Yuan accepted the spirit stones and looked at him. I am Long Fan Yuan, an inner sect disciple of the Beastmaster faction. Fang Ze cupped his hands. I am Fang Ze, an outer sect deacon who just joined the sect. Long Fan Yuan nodded. So it's Junior Brother Fang. This time at the auction, Junior Brother Fang has acquired 3 demon beasts, making you the honored guest of our small team. He took out a jade slip from his robe and handed it to Fang Ze. This is my communication jade slip. If you need any help in the future, feel free to contact me. If I can help, I will certainly do so. Fang Ze took the jade slip and carefully stored it. Thank you, Brother Long. He thought for a moment and asked, Brother Long, if there are any demon beasts with 3rd tier or above bloodlines in the future, please save some for me. Long Fan Yuan smiled. Is Junior Brother Fang quite infatuated with beast mastery? Fang Ze nodded. Indeed. Long Fan Yuan patted his shoulder. Don't worry, in the future if there are good items, you'll be the first to know. The two chatted a bit more before Fang Ze took his leave. After exiting the Moonview Pavilion, Fang Ze did not hurry back to the sect, but wandered around the Immortal City again. He visited several shops and bought some items. A 2nd-tier middle-grade formation, the 4 Directions Trapping Array. It can trap cultivators at the late Foundation establishment stage, and combined with his attack, can surround and kill those at the peak of Foundation establishment. He also acquired some seeds for spirit herbs of 2nd-tier middle grade and above. Iceheart, Lotus, Fire Yang Grass, Earth Dragon Vine, all of which were varieties he had not cultivated before. Finally, he bought a batch of materials for refining weapons and pills. After finishing these tasks, he returned to the sect. On the hill behind the east courtyard, his stone house remained as it was. Fang Ze took out the 2nd-tier middle-grade formation and began to set it up. The formation plate was buried underground, the formation flags inserted around, and the spirit stones embedded in the formation eye. After working for an hour, the formation was finally completed. A faint light curtain enveloped the entire stone house, isolating it from external prying and disturbances. Fang Ze nodded in satisfaction, walked into the stone house, activated the formation, and entered the space. As soon as he landed, 5 2nd-tier demon beasts surrounded him. The Howling Moon Celestial Wolf rubbed against his leg, the Azure Feather Eagle perched on his shoulder, the Fire Feather Sparrow squatted on his head, the Snow Feather Crane stood beside him, and the Azure Wind Pung shrank back at the back. Fang Ze patted each of their heads. Come, let me introduce you to some new friends. He took out the 3 spirit beast bags and gently patted them. 3 beams of light flashed. 2 purple-winged tiger cubs landed on the ground looking around nervously. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger crouched in the jade box, curiously observing its surroundings with its light purple eyes. The 5 second-tier demon beasts looked at the 3 little ones with curiosity in their eyes. The howling moon celestial wolf stepped forward, lowered its head, and sniffed the purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger shrank its neck, but did not hide. The howling moon celestial wolf extended its tongue and licked its head. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger froze for a moment, then let out a woof-woof sound, rubbing against the leg of the howling moon celestial wolf. Fang Ze smiled. It seemed they were getting along well. He settled the 3 cubs and then walked to the spirit field. In the spirit field, the spirit herbs were lush and green. The Qingling fruit tree had grown taller with green fruits hanging from its branches. Counting them, there were at least 700 or 800. The purple heart orchid, blood jade ginseng, and profound ice grass, 3 types of second-tier spirit herbs, also thrived. Each had over 100 plants with thick leaves and robust roots, and soon they would be ready for harvest. Fang Ze took a deep breath. Next, it was time to get to work. He walked to the pill refining area, sat cross-legged, and took out a first-tier excellent-grade alchemy furnace. He would first refine the yellow spirit pill. The yellow spirit pill is a middle-grade first-tier pill made mainly from yellow spirit ginseng, which can enhance the magical power of cultivators in the qi refining stage. This pill is in high demand and is a flagship product in the shop. Fang Ze took out several yellow spirit ginseng, starting to process them. Cleaning, drying, grinding, each step was done with familiarity. Over 100 years of alchemy experience had made him well-versed in these processes. 1 furnace, 2 furnaces, 3 furnaces, each batch of yellow spirit pills was produced, placed into jade bottles, and labeled. After refining the Huang Ling Dan, he proceeded to refine the Jinxian Dan. The Jinxian Dan is a high-grade first-tier pill primarily made from Jinxian lotus seeds with effects far superior to those of the Huang Ling Dan. This pill is favored by cultivators in the late stages of qi refinement and those who have reached great perfection. 1 furnace, 2 furnaces, 3 furnaces, and again dozens of furnaces. After refining the Jinxian Dan, he began to refine the Qingling Dan. The Qingling Dan is a low-grade second-tier pill primarily made from Qingling fruit mint for foundation establishment cultivators. It is also the highest-end pill in his shop. 1 furnace, 2 furnaces, 3 furnaces. This time he was particularly meticulous. Each furnace utilized the best materials and the most refined techniques, striving to produce more mid-grade and high-grade pills. Time flew swiftly into space. A month later, Fang Ze halted his actions. He gazed at the pile of jade vials before him, silently calculating in his heart. Huang Ling Dan, 300 vials, 10 pills per vial, totaling 3,000 pills. Jinxian Dan, 200 vials, totaling 2,000 pills. Qingling Dan, 50 vials, totaling 500 pills. In addition to the refined magical artifacts and array plates, the total value is approximately 80,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze nodded in satisfaction. 80,000 spirit stones are just enough to cover a year's consumption in the space. The purpose of opening the shop was precisely for this. In the future, these matters would be left to Lin Weiner. He only needed to refine pills, forge artifacts, cultivate in the space, and periodically send out resources. As for cultivation, Fang Ze looked toward the spirit field. 5 second-tier demon beasts were lying there, absorbing the spiritual energy from the space. He himself was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. If he could break through to the late stage of foundation establishment, his chances of success in executing missions would be even greater. But would the Zhou family give him that time? Fang Ze sneered coldly. Regardless of whether they grant it or not, he must strive for it. He left a storage bag at the entrance of the stone house containing the first batch of pills and magical artifacts, and left a jade slip instructing Lin Weiner on how to handle them. Then he returned to the space, sat cross-legged, took out a mid-grade Qingling Dan, and swallowed it. Next, he entered seclusion. Whatever breakthrough he could achieve, he would take. Outside, time flowed quietly. A month, 2 months, 3 months. Fang Ze immersed himself in cultivation, ignoring external affairs. Until one day, he suddenly sensed fluctuations from the formation outside the stone house. Someone has arrived. He opened his eyes and left the space. At the entrance of the stone house stood a disciple from the Deacon Hall at the great perfection of qi refinement. Deacon Fang, the sect has issued a task. Please proceed to the Deacon Hall within 3 days to collect it. He handed over a jade slip. Fang Ze received the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. Task: go to the Heifeng mountain range to investigate the movements of the demon beasts. Task deadline: 1 year. Task reward: 500 contribution points. Fang Ze frowned. Heifeng mountain range. Isn't that on the border of the Lanyue sect's territory? It is adjacent to the demonic paths domain, where it is said that the demon beasts are numerous, with second-tier beasts everywhere and quite a few third-tier ones. How could such a task be assigned to an outer deacon who has just entered? He recalled Zhou Mingshan's cold gaze. The Zhou family has made their move. Fang Ze took a deep breath and looked at the disciple. Can I refuse this task? The disciple shook his head. Sect missions must be executed. Unless you have special approval from an elder or above. Fang Ze remained silent for a moment. All right, I understand. The disciple cupped his hands and turned to leave. Fang Ze stood at the entrance of the stone house, gazing at the distant sky, his expression calm. The Zhou family wants him to send himself to his death. Then let's see who dies first. He turned back into the house and closed the door. There is still half a month left. In these remaining days, he must make the final preparations. Time flowed quietly in the space. Fang Ze stood by the spirit field looking at the three fully grown tiger demons before him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. For months have passed in the outside world, but over 30 years have passed in the space. Over 30 years is enough for the three cubs to grow into true second-tier demon beasts. The first to catch his eye were the two popluing tigers. There was one male and one female, both lying at the edge of the spirit field, lazily basking in the ever-setting sun of the space. Their size had increased more than tenfold since their arrival, standing nearly a meter tall, their entire bodies covered in purple fur that shimmered like satin under the spiritual light. Their pair of fleshy wings had fully unfurled with a wingspan of 3 meters, gently flapping and stirring up waves of spiritual wind. They were in the early stages of the second tier. As Fang Ze approached, the two popluing tigers raised their heads, glanced at him, and then let out a low growl as if greeting him. Their eyes were filled with closeness and reliance. For over 30 years, Fang Ze had fed them Qing Ling Dan and first-tier spiritual herbs daily, played with them, and in their hearts, he was the closest person. Fang Ze reached out and patted the head of the female tiger. She squinted her eyes in pleasure, producing a purring sound from her throat. Not bad, Fang Ze smiled. After a few more years of care, you'll reach the mid-stage of the second tier. He turned to look at the other side. There lay an even grander giant tiger. The purple-eye cloudwing tiger. It was larger than the two popluing tigers, standing over 1.5 meters tall, its fur a blend of purple and gold shining brilliantly in the sunlight. The most striking feature was its forehead. There an upright eye had appeared at some point. A purple eye. That eye was half open, occasionally flashing a cold glimmer that sent shivers down one's spine. In the mid-stage of the second tier, Fang Ze approached it, squatted down, and carefully observed that upright eye. Over the past 30 years, he had witnessed its growth firsthand. Initially, it was merely a faint mark which gradually became clearer, ultimately taking shape during its breakthrough to the second tier. He had once seen this eye unleash its power. That was a few years ago when a new batch of first-tier demon beasts in the space provoked the purple-eye cloudwing tiger. The purple-eye cloudwing tiger merely glanced at them, and the eye on its forehead suddenly opened, shooting out a beam of purple light that instantly pierced through the first-tier perfect demon beast. That demon beast died on the spot, leaving a fist-sized charred hole in its body. Fang Ze was right beside it, witnessing it clearly. The power of that purple light could definitely threaten second-tier latest-stage demon beasts. If caught off guard, even second-tier great perfection could be injured. However, the cost of this technique was also substantial. After emitting that purple light, the purple-eye cloudwing tiger was weak for 3 whole days. During those 3 days, it could barely stand and had to lie on the ground, relying on Fang Ze to feed it Qing Ling Dan to recover slowly. This technique must be used with caution, Fang Ze thought at the time. At a critical moment, it could save lives. At this moment, the purple-eye cloudwing tiger opened its eyes, and the eye on its forehead also opened a slit. It looked at Fang Ze with eyes full of reliance. Fang Ze reached out and patted its head. Take good care of yourself. In the future, you will be my trump card. The purple-eye cloudwing tiger let out a low growl in response. Fang Ze stood up, looking at the 3 tiger demons before him, then gazing at the 5 demon beasts that had followed him for quite some time in the distance. The howling moon sky wolf was still lying on that giant rock, eyes closed as it absorbed spiritual energy. Its aura had solidified more than before, although it had not yet broken through to the third tier. It was close. The Qing Yu eagle, fire feather sparrow, snow feather crane, Qing Feng Peng, and howling moon sky wolf each occupied their own space, quietly cultivating. 8 second-tier demon beasts. A surge of indescribable satisfaction welled up within Fang Ze. Among them, the Xiaoya sky wolf is a second-stage fully perfected beast, while the purple-eyed cloudwing tiger is at mid-second stage, and the other 6 range from early to late second stage. With such strength, not to mention fully perfected foundation establishment, even if he encounters a golden core practitioner, he can still put up a fight. However, it is still not enough. Fang Ze looked at the Xiaoya sky wolf, pondering in his heart. If he could break through to the third stage, that would be a true qualitative change. Third-stage beasts are equivalent to golden core stage. By then, he would truly have a foothold in the Lanhua sect. He murmured soon. Just a little longer. He stayed in the space for a while longer, feeding the beasts that needed feeding and watering the plants that needed watering before leaving the space. Inside the stone house, everything was as usual. Fang Ze adjusted his robe and pushed the door open. It was time to check out the shop. Fang Ze stood at the entrance of a small shop looking up at the newly hung sign that read Lin's Pill and Artifact Shop. This was a shop that Lin Weiner had opened upon his suggestion. The shop was not large with only 2 storefronts, but it was well located near the street, bustling with people. 2 mid-stage chi refining assistants stood at the door hired by Lin Weiner from among the scattered cultivators responsible for attending to customers. Fang Ze walked inside. The shop had several crystal display cases neatly arranged with various pills, artifacts, and formation plates. There were Huang Ling pills, Jin Xian pills, Qing Ling pills, bamboo, swords, bamboo, knives, bamboo shields, and various first-stage formation plates. Several scattered cultivators in the chi refining stage were selecting items at the counter, whispering to each other. Behind the counter, Lin Weiner was checking out a customer. She wore a light blue long dress, her hair styled in a simple bun, and a proper smile on her face, looking considerably more mature than a few months ago. Upon seeing Fang Ze enter, her eyes lit up, and she quickly said something to the customer before hurrying over. "Master." She lowered her voice, her face filled with joy. Fang Ze nodded. "How are things?" Lin Weiner nodded, then shook her head. "Business is decent, but..." She glanced around, hesitant to continue. Fang Ze understood. "Let's talk in the back." The 2 crossed the shop and entered the backyard. The backyard was small, with only a few rooms where Lin Weiner usually rested and stored goods. Fang Ze had her set up a low-grade second-stage defensive formation, just in case. After closing the door and activating the formation, Lin Weiner finally relaxed. "Master, over these past few months, someone has been watching us." Fang Ze raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Lin Weiner took out a jade slip from her pocket and handed it to Fang Ze. "I had someone secretly investigate. There are a few people from the Zhou family frequently loitering around the shop. On several occasions, Foundation establishment cultivators have come to the shop asking questions without making any purchases, trying to find out who the owner of the shop is." Fang Ze took the jade slip and probed with his divine sense. Inside were recorded the appearances, cultivation levels, and activity patterns of several individuals. Among them, he recognized 2 servants of the Zhou family. Fang Ze sneered. "Zhou Mingshan indeed not willing to give up. Master, is it serious?" Lin Weiner asked worriedly. "Should we temporarily close the shop?" Fang Ze shook his head. "No need. Just operate normally." He thought for a moment, then took out a storage bag from his pocket and handed it to Lin Weiner. "This contains the resources refined recently. Sell them as you see fit, but remember to control the quantity. Instead of selling 10 bottles at a time, like before, now sell 5. Previously there were goods every day, now bring in a little every few days. In short, make it hard for them to figure out our details." Lin Weiner took the storage bag and nodded. "I understand, Master." Fang Ze looked at her and suddenly asked, "Are you afraid?" Lin Weiner was taken aback. "Afraid of what?" "Afraid of the Zhou family," Fang Ze replied. "They have golden core elders backing them and inner sect disciples. Being with me might involve you in trouble." Lin Weiner was silent for a moment before raising her head to look at Fang Ze. "Master, I am not afraid." Her gaze was resolute. "I have been bullied since I was young. In my family, being a collateral line, I was looked down upon by the direct line. In the sect, without a backing, I was oppressed by Zhou Ruin. Only you, Master, are the first person willing to protect me." She took a deep breath. "You offended the Zhou family for my sake, and I have no way to repay you. From now on, I will do whatever you ask, Master. Even if I die, I won't be afraid." Fang Ze looked at her, his heart slightly moved. This girl is indeed exceptional. Kind, compassionate, intelligent, and with a bit of backbone. If nurtured well, she could become his right-hand assistant in the future. He nodded. "Rest assured, with me here, no one can touch you." He paused, then added, "I will be going out on a mission soon, and it may take some time. Take good care of the shop, and if you encounter danger, activate the formation directly. Spare no spirit stones. They do not give Foundation establishment practitioners the chance to injure you severely." Lin Weiner's expression changed. "Master is going on a mission. Is it because of the Zhou family?" Fang Ze did not answer, but smiled. "Those who want to kill me have yet to be born." Lin Weiner looked at him, her eyes slightly red. "Master, you must come back safely." Fang Ze patted her shoulder. "I will." He turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and looked back. "By the way, how has business been these past few months? How about spirit stones?" Lin Weiner quickly took out a storage bag from her pocket and handed it to him. "This is the income from the past 4 months, a total of 32,000 spirit stones. I kept a portion for turnover, the rest is all here." Fang Ze took the storage bag and probed with his divine sense. 32,000 spirit stones. Not a small amount. He nodded and stored the bag away. "Keep up the good work. When I return, there will be rewards." Lin Weiner's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Master." Fang Ze waved his hand and turned to leave. Upon returning to the sect, he did not rush back to his stone house, but headed towards the top of the earth mound. There lived a weapon refiner, Sun Tai. Fang Ze remembered that during his first visit, this person had a cold attitude, showing no interest when he learned Fang Ze was a pill refiner. However, when he later discovered Fang Ze was a second-stage pill refiner, his attitude changed. After all pill refiners and weapon refiners can collaborate. Fang Ze arrived at Sun Tai's stone house and knocked on the door. Moments later the door opened and Sun Tai peeked out. Upon seeing Fang Ze, his eyes lit up. Fang Daoyu, please come in. Fang Ze followed him into the stone house. Sun Tai's stone house was considerably larger than his, filled with various materials for weapon refining. Minerals, beast bones, beast skins, and spiritual wood were everywhere. In the corner stood a refining furnace, flames roaring, emitting a scorching aura. What brings you here, Fang Daoyu? Sun Tai asked. Fang Ze sat down in a chair. Sun Daoyu, I want to buy a spiritual artifact. Sun Tai was taken aback. Buy a spiritual artifact. Fang Daoyu is a pill refiner. You shouldn't be short on spirit stones. You could just go to Lanhua Pavilion to buy one. Fang Ze shook his head. The spiritual weapons from the Moon Gathering Pavilion are all standard models and don't suit my needs. I want something custom-made. Sun Tai became interested. Oh, what kind does Taoist Fang want? Fang Ze thought for a moment. Ideally, it should be both offensive and defensive. I specialize in fire attributes, so it should preferably be fire attribute. As for the grade, it should be above medium quality, and high quality is best. Sun Tai pondered for a moment. I can refine high-quality spiritual weapons. However, the success rate is not high, probably only around 30%. I can provide the materials myself. Fang Ze nodded. That works. How much will it cost? Sun Tai took a jade slip from the shelf and handed it to Fang Ze. This is the list. For a high-quality fire attribute spiritual weapon, you will need second-tier fire attribute, or second-tier fire attribute beast core, and second-tier spiritual wood, which will cost around 6,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze took the jade slip and glanced at it. 6,000 spirit stones is not expensive. High-quality spiritual weapons sell for at least 4,000 to 5,000 outside. Providing the materials himself saved a lot of trouble. 6,000 spirit stones is a fair price. Alright, he said, I'll take it. How long will it take? Sun Tai thought for a moment. 10 days. Fang Ze nodded. I'll come back in 10 days. He took out a bottle of Qing Ling Dan from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is the deposit. Sun Tai picked up the jade bottle, opened it, and his eyes lit up. Qing Ling Dan second tier, low quality, 10 pieces. The market price is at least 2,000 spirit stones. Taoist Fang is too polite. He smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely refine a good item for you. Fang Ze nodded and stood up to take his leave. 10 days later, Fang Ze returned to Sun Tai's stone house. This time, Sun Tai's attitude was even more enthusiastic than last time. Taoist Fang has arrived. Please take a seat. He presented a jade box and placed it in front of Fang Ze. Taoist Fang, take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction. Fang Ze opened the jade box. Inside lay a circular ring. The ring was entirely fire red with intricate patterns engraved on its surface. It was small, only the size of a palm, but one could feel the astonishing power contained within it when held. Fang Ze infused it with spiritual energy. The ring instantly expanded into a fiery red halo, slowly rotating around him. With a thought, the halo shot out, carving an arc in the air as it struck a piece of trial iron ore. The iron ore cracked loudly, the cut blackened. Fang Ze recalled the halo and tested its defensive capabilities. The halo transformed into a light curtain, enveloping him within. He had Sun Tai attack with the spiritual weapon, striking 3 times, yet the light curtain stood unwavering. A high-quality spiritual weapon excelling in both offense and defense. Fang Ze was immensely satisfied. Sun Taoist, excellent craftsmanship. He stored the halo and took out another jade bottle from his pocket, placing it on the table. This is the remaining spirit stones. The extra is my little token of appreciation. Sun Tai took the jade bottle and opened it. Inside were another 20 Qing Ling Dan. He couldn't help but smile widely. Taoist Fang is too polite. If you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. Fang Ze nodded and was about to take his leave when Sun Tai suddenly called out to him. Taoist Fang, there's something I'm unsure whether to mention. Fang Ze paused. Please go ahead, Sun Taoist. Sun Tai glanced outside, lowering his voice. Has Taoist Fang offended anyone recently? Fang Ze raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that, Sun Taoist? Sun Tai sighed. You've only been in the sect for less than a year, yet the task hall has assigned you a task. That's not normal. I've lived here for over a decade and know a thing or two. He looked at Fang Ze. That task is related to the Zhou family. Fang Ze fell silent for a moment. Thank you for the reminder, Sun Taoist. Sun Tai waved his hand. Taoist Fang is straightforward, so I won't hold back. That Zhou family has some connections with the Moon Gathering sect. You must be cautious when you go out this time. Fang Ze nodded. I understand. When I return, I will surely drink with you, Sun Taoist. Sun Tai smiled. Good, I'll be waiting for you. Leaving Sun Tai's stone house, Fang Ze did not return to his own place, but headed in another direction. The Scripture Pavilion. The Moon Gathering Sect Scripture Pavilion is located in the core area of the sect and stands 7 stories tall. It houses a vast collection of cultivation techniques, spells, and various informational jade slips. Fang Ze entered the Scripture Pavilion and presented his identity token. Outer sect disciples can access the first 3 floors, said the guarding disciple. Fang Ze nodded and walked into the scripture pavilion. He headed directly to the 3rd floor, finding the section that recorded geography and beasts. Black Wind Mountain Range. He searched through row after row of jade slips, finally finding one about the Black Wind Mountain Range. As his spiritual sense probed in, a flood of information surged into his mind. The Black Wind Mountain Range is located on the eastern side of the moon-gathering sect's territory, stretching for 300,000 miles and bordering the domain of the demonic path. The depths of the mountains are teeming with beasts, with second-tier beasts roaming everywhere, and quite a few third-tier beasts as well. It is said that there are traces of fourth-tier beasts in the deepest part of the mountains. The Jade Slip also marked several dangerous areas: Black Wind Valley, Netherworld Pool, and the 10,000 Snake Cave, all of which are territories of third-tier beasts. Fang Ze examined, carefully, silently memorizing the information. The task only required investigating the unusual movements of the beasts, so he probably wouldn't need to venture too deeply. However, since the Zhou family arranged this task, they certainly wouldn't allow him to complete it easily. Perhaps they would even send someone to follow him or lay an ambush. Fang Ze sneered. Come on then. It's just the right time to test my newly acquired spiritual weapon and those 8 second-tier beasts. Zhou family moon gathering, Immortal City. Zhou Mingshan sat in his study listening to the reports of several individuals before him. Patriarch, we found out that Fang Ze has opened a shop in the Immortal City selling pills, artifacts, and formation plates. The shopkeeper is his disciple Lin Weiner. 10 days ago, he went to the sect's refiner to customize a high-quality spiritual weapon. He also visited the scripture pavilion to consult information on the Black Wind Mountain Range. After listening, Zhou Mingshan curled his lips into a cold smile. It seems he is preparing to undertake the task. He glanced at the 2 cultivators sitting beside him. Both cultivators were late Foundation Establishment stage, one with a sinister face, and the other with a burly figure, clearly the type accustomed to bloodshed. You 2 Taoists, you are already aware of that. Fang Ze. He is a mid-Foundation Establishment rogue cultivator, has some alchemy skills, but lacks any background. He possesses quite a few valuable items. A second-tier alchemist owning a shop, having customized a high-quality spiritual weapon, not to mention the spirit stones in that female disciple's hands. He paused. If you 2 can capture him, everything on him will be yours. Additionally, I will add another 10,000 spirit stones. The 2 cultivators exchanged glances, both revealing greedy smiles. Rest assured, Patriarch, a mid-Foundation Establishment rogue cultivator is easy to handle. Zhou Mingshan nodded. Then I'll leave it to you both. There is a place called Black Wind Valley on the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountain Range. It is the only path to the depths of the mountain range. We will lie in ambush there and wait for him to pass, then strike directly. He took out a jade slip from his pocket. This is his image and aura. Make sure to recognize him. 2 cultivators received the jade slip and probed it with their divine senses. Understood. They stood up and left. Zhou Mingshan sat in his study, gazing out at the night sky, a cold smile on his lips. Fang Ze, a loose cultivator daring to offend the Zhou family. This time let's see how you die. The Heifeng Mountain Range stretches for 300,000 miles, serving as a natural boundary between the Lanyue sect and the forces of the demonic path. Fang Ze stood outside the teleportation array of the frontline Immortal City, glancing back at the towering city before turning around and walking deeper into the mountains without looking back. This Immortal City is called Jinbei City, with a low-grade, third-tier spiritual vein far inferior to Lanyue Immortal City. The city is garrisoned by many cultivators from the Lanyue sect, with elders in the Golden Core stage stationed there, always on guard against invasions from the demonic path and fierce beasts. Fang Ze did not stop, barely glancing at the streets within the city, and directly passed through the city gates, stepping into the territory of the Heifeng Mountain Range. This mission is clearly a trap. As Fang Ze walked, he coldly laughed to himself. Investigating the movements of fierce beasts. A task that could be completed by a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator requires using the sect's teleportation array to send him here from millions of miles away. What a joke. Just do a casual investigation and return to report, that's all. He resolved in his heart. After all, the task only said to investigate without specifying that he had to uncover anything. Find a place where fierce beasts gather, take a look around, note down a few anomalies, and then report that it was a battle caused by fierce beasts fighting for territory. Such reasoning would leave no room for criticism. Fang Ze slowed his pace and gently patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A thin red light flashed and landed on his shoulder. It was a fire ant. This fire ant was several times larger than an ordinary ant, entirely fired, with a pair of transparent wings on its back. It perched on Fang Ze's shoulder, its antennae gently swaying, as if sensing something. Fang Ze patted the spirit beast pouch a few more times. More red light flew out, densely populating the trees, rocks, and grass around him. Fire ants, social spirit insects, first tier, middle grade. Back at the Yuling sect, he exchanged contribution points for a fire ant egg and cultivated it in space for over 100 years. Now the number of fire ants had exceeded 3,000. 3,000 fire ants charging together could make even second-tier fierce beasts retreat. With a thought, Fang Ze commanded the fire ants to scatter into the forest. They would serve as his eyes, helping him scout the surrounding movements. After arranging the fire ants, Fang Ze continued to advance. The terrain of the Hefeng mountain range was rugged, filled with towering ancient trees and jagged rocks. Mist swirled through the mountains, and distant roars of beasts could be heard. Fang Ze did not release the second-tier fierce beasts. He merely kept them in the spirit beast pouch, ready to strike at any moment. After walking for a short while, a foul wind suddenly gusted from ahead. A giant black wild boar charged out from the woods, heading straight for Fang Ze. A second-tier early-stage black bristle wild boar. Fang Ze did not falter, simply lightly patting his spirit beast pouch. A green light flashed, and a Qingyu eagle appeared in the air, clawing at the wild boar. The wild boar let out a mournful cry, its skull crushed by the Qingyu eagle, killing it on the spot. Fang Ze did not even glance at it, continuing onward. After traveling several dozen miles, he encountered a pack of first-tier wolf beasts. The swarm of fire ants surged forward quickly, overwhelming the wolf beasts. Fang Ze remained unperturbed. A second-tier early-stage fierce beast and a pack of first-tier fierce beasts were not worth his attention, until he ventured 1,000 miles deep into the mountains, arriving at the entrance of a gorge. Hefeng Gorge. This was the only path leading deeper into the mountains. On both sides of the gorge were steep cliffs with only a narrow passage in between. Once inside the gorge, he would be trapped with no way to escape. Fang Ze stood at the gorge's mouth, looking into the deep canyon, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He sensed it. 2 hidden auras were concealed on the cliff walls on both sides of the gorge. Latest Foundation establishment. 2 of them. With a thought, the fire ants scattered around him immediately conveyed information. On the left cliff of the gorge, there was a natural stone cave. A burly man was hiding inside, wielding a high-grade spiritual weapon, a ghost-headed large knife. On the right side of the gorge, among the rubble, a middle-aged man was crouched there, enveloped in a faint layer of black mist, clearly practicing some kind of concealment technique. Fang Ze smirked. The Zhou family had indeed sent people. 2 latest Foundation establishment cultivators, each with a high-grade spiritual weapon. If it were an ordinary mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, they would undoubtedly die upon encountering these 2. But unfortunately, he was not an ordinary mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Fang Ze stood at the gorge's mouth, not entering. He gently patted his spirit beast pouch. 8 beams of light flashed simultaneously. The Xiaoya Skywolf landed at the forefront, its second-tier perfected aura released without reservation. It stood at the gorge's mouth, howling skyward, its roar causing stones to tumble down from the cliffs on either side. The Qingyu eagle took to the skies, circling above the gorge, its second-tier perfected aura enveloping the area. The awakens landed on a massive rock, flames rising from its body, also second-tier perfected. The Shuiyu crane stood on the opposite side, exuding coldness, also second-tier perfected. The Qingfeng Peng hovered in midair, second-tier mid-stage. 2 popluing tigers landed on the ground, second-tier early stage, their purple flesh wings unfurled, emitting low growls. The Zitong Uni tiger stood beside the Xiaoya Skywolf, second-tier mid-stage, its vertical eye on the forehead, half open, radiating a chilling light. 8 second-tier fierce beasts lined up in formation. On both sides of the gorge, the faces of the 2 latest Foundation establishment loose cultivators turned pale. What is happening? The burly man widened his eyes, nearly dropping the ghost-headed large knife in his hand. He had seen beast tamers before, but he had never encountered someone capable of controlling 8 second-tier fierce beasts simultaneously. Moreover, one of them was even a perfected second-tier beast. Run! The middle-aged man reacted the fastest, turning to flee. But as soon as he moved, the Xiaoya Skywolf sprang into action. It transformed into a silver-white streak of light, dashing up the cliff and clawing at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was alarmed and hurriedly summoned his spiritual weapon to defend. However, his spiritual weapon was merely a high-grade flying sword, and before the Xiaoya Skywolf's massive claw, it shattered like paper. With a crack, the flying sword shattered. The massive claw continued its descent, striking the middle-aged man's chest. Puff! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward, crashing against the stone wall behind him, sliding down limply, no longer making a sound. A single strike was fatal. On the other side, the burly man also failed to escape. The Qingyu eagle swooped down, shattering his protective spiritual light with a single claw. The awakens spewed forth a flame, blocking his path. The Shuiyu crane released a breath of cold air, freezing him in place. It was this moment of hesitation that allowed the 2 popluing tigers to pounce, biting down on his legs. "Opt!" The burly man screamed, struggling desperately. But the next moment, the Zitong Uni tiger moved. Its vertical eye suddenly opened wide, and a purple beam shot out, striking the burly man's chest. The burly man's scream abruptly stopped. A fist-sized charred hole appeared in his chest, transparent from front to back. His corpse fell down devoid of life. From the moment Fang Ze unleashed the fierce beasts to the moment both latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivators perished, merely a few breaths had passed. Fang Ze stood at the mouth of the valley, his expression calm. He approached the two corpses, picked up their storage bags, and took the two high-grade spirit tools. Then he waved his hand, instantly retrieving 8 second-tier demon beasts into his spirit beast bag. The entire process was fluid and graceful. The Zhou family sends such lowly pawns. Fang Ze let out a cold laugh and continued forward. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Were there any other auras apart from these two late Foundation establishment beings? He released his divine sense and carefully scanned the area. There were none. Only these two. Fang Ze nodded and continued deeper into the gorge. As he walked, he examined the two storage bags. There were 12,000 spirit stones. A few bottles of pills, all second-tier low-grade. The spirit tools included 2 high-grade items, a ghostly blade and a flying sword. There were also some miscellaneous materials. Fang Ze sorted the items and was about to discard the storage bags when his gaze suddenly sharpened. A jade slip. He took out the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. Inside was a map detailing the terrain of the Heifeng mountain range, including mountains, rivers, gorges, and forests, with a red dot marked at one location. Next to the red dot were a few small characters. Ancient Cultivators Cave, Golden Core, real person, restrictions unbroken. Fang Ze's heart raced. The cave of a Golden Core, real person. He continued to read. The jade slip also recorded the origins of this cave. It was said that a Golden Core, real person who started as a loose cultivator discovered a spiritual vein deep within the Heifeng mountain range and thus established a cave there, ultimately perishing within. These two loose cultivators had accidentally obtained the map and came to seek treasure, but the cave's restrictions were too strong for them to break. They needed the power of a Golden Core to do so. Fang Ze pondered for a moment. Golden Core power. Could he count? With 8 second-tier demon beasts and himself, he should be able to exert close to the power of a Golden Core in its initial stage. Moreover, he had offended the Zhou family and urgently needed to increase his strength. If he could find some good items in this Golden Core cave, such as 3rd-tier techniques, 3rd-tier pills, or 3rd-tier magical tools, perhaps he could help the Xiaoya Celestial Wolf break through to the 3rd tier. By then, what would the Zhou family be? Fang Ze's mind was made up. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. He put away the jade slip and continued deeper into the Heifeng mountain range. In the following days, Fang Ze traveled while carrying out tasks. Though called tasks, it was really just wandering around to see if there were any abnormalities. Indeed, he discovered some abnormalities. In a certain valley, he saw a ground strewn with demon beast corpses. The bones were densely packed, covering the entire valley with at least 1,000 remains. Some were 1st tier, some 2nd tier, and some even reached the late 2nd tier. Judging by the traces on the bones, these demon beasts had perished from mutual slaughter. A great battle among demon beasts, and it was quite large in scale. Fang Ze crouched down and carefully inspected a few of the corpses. The wounds were deep, some were torn by claws, some charred by flames, and others frozen by cold. Such wounds could only be inflicted by at least 3rd-tier demon beasts. Multiple 3rd-tier demon beasts must have participated in this battle. Fang Ze stood up, looking at the corpses scattered all over, and a plan began to form in his mind. This was the anomaly he needed to report. Demon beasts fighting for territory, 3rd-tier demon beasts clashing, resulting in numerous deaths. This reason would be unquestionable. He collected a few representative corpses into his space and continued on his way. Destination: the ancient cultivator's cave. It was approximately 30,000 miles from his current location. Fang Ze released the Qingyu eagle and leaped onto its back. The Qingyu eagle spread its wings and soared deep into the mountains. 30,000 miles was just a few hours' time for a late 2nd-tier Qingyu eagle. Along the way, Fang Ze encountered many demon beasts. For the early 2nd-tier ones, he couldn't be bothered to engage and simply avoided them. For the mid-2nd-tier ones, he let the fire ant swarm and the 2nd-tier demon beasts handle them. For the late 2nd-tier ones, he unleashed 2 demon beasts to work together and easily resolve the encounters. He even encountered a latest-stage 2nd-tier demon beast, a massive black bear. The black bear had tough skin and astonishing combat strength. Fang Ze teamed up with 5 demon beasts and fought for a full hour before finally slaying it. He stored the black bear's inner core in his space for future alchemy. A few days later, Fang Ze finally reached the location marked on the map. It was an inconspicuous peak hidden among the mountains. At the waist of the mountain, there was a pile of rubble that looked no different from the surroundings. But Fang Ze knew that behind the rubble was the entrance to the ancient cultivator's cave. He instructed the Qingyu eagle to land on a distant tree and quietly approached. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, he sensed several auras. Someone was there. Fang Ze focused his mind and released 2 flying creatures. The Qingyu eagle and Qingfeng Peng silently soared into the sky, peering through the dense foliage towards the pile of rubble. The flying creatures could see further than a cultivator's divine sense. Moments later, through their bond, Fang Ze saw the scene over there. In front of the pile of rubble stood 3 cultivators. 2 were late Foundation establishment, and 1 was at the great perfection of Foundation establishment. They wore black robes adorned with a blood-colored cloud pattern on their chests. Tianma sect, devilish cultivators. Fang Ze's gaze turned cold. The Tianma sect was the greatest rival of the Lanyue sect. The two had been at odds for over 1,000 years with countless casualties. In the border area of the Heifeng mountain range, encountering Tianma sect cultivators meant only one outcome: life or death. The 3 demonic cultivators were attempting to break the cave's restrictions. Before the pile of rubble, a faint golden light flickered, which was the protective formation of the cave. The 3 demonic cultivators each held a formation flag, continuously casting spells at the light curtain, which shook violently, clearly on the verge of breaking. Fang Ze did not move. He quietly concealed himself at a distance, suppressing his aura, remaining completely still. 3 cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage, combined with their ability to break the restrictions of the Golden Core Cave, undoubtedly possessed formidable skills. Rushing out now wouldn't guarantee victory. Wait for them to break the restrictions, wait for them to enter the cave, wait for them to expend their strength. Only then would he strike. Fang Ze concealed himself in the shadows, patiently waiting. 1 day, 2 days. The 3 demonic cultivators took a full 2 days and nights before finally breaking the restrictions. As the golden light shattered, the pile of rubble exploded, revealing a deep cave entrance. The 3 demonic cultivators exchanged glances, excitement evident on their faces. Let's go. The one at the great perfection of Foundation establishment waved his hand, and the 3 entered in single file, disappearing into the cave. Fang Ze remained motionless. He was waiting. A quarter of an hour passed. Half an hour passed. Finally, movement came from the cave entrance. A figure staggered out. Fang Ze focused his gaze and recognized it was the demonic cultivator at the great perfection of Foundation establishment. However, at this moment he appeared very unwell. His face was pale, his eyes unfocused, and his aura was chaotic. Most bizarrely, his eyes alternated between clarity and confusion, as if he had become a different person. Possession. The words flashed through Fang Ze's mind. Within this cave, the Golden Core real person had not truly died. He left behind a remnant soul, wishing to possess those who came seeking treasure. Fang Ze's mind raced. The 2 latest Foundation establishment demonic cultivators had likely perished. Although this one at the peak of Foundation establishment had come out, it was evident that either he had successfully possessed a body or was in the process of doing so. Regardless of the situation, he was still an enemy. Fang Ze stood up and emerged from his hiding place. The demonic cultivator's eyes shifted upon seeing him. Who are you? The voice was hoarse and grating, as if 2 voices were overlapping. Fang Ze did not respond. He gently patted his spirit beast pouch. 8 beams of light flashed, and 8 second-tier demon beasts landed before him. The howling moon wolf howled skyward, its peak second-tier aura released without reservation. The Qingyu eagle took flight, circling in the air. The fire feather sparrow was engulfed in flames. The snow feather crane emanated a chilling aura. The Qingfeng pung hovered in midair. 2 purple-winged tigers emitted low growls. The vertical eye on the forehead of the purple-pupiled cloud-winged tiger was half open, its cold gaze locking onto the demonic cultivator. It had been in this space for over 3 days and had fully recovered, its eyes capable of launching another attack. The 8 second-tier demon beasts watched with predatory intent. The demonic cultivator's complexion changed dramatically. Are you from the Lanyue sect? Fang Ze finally spoke. Which one are you? Is it the original demonic cultivator or the one who has been possessed? The demonic cultivator's gaze flickered and he did not answer. But in the next moment, he suddenly laughed. That smile was exceedingly strange. One half of his face was smiling while the other half was filled with terror. Junior, we have no enmity between us. Let me go, how about that? The hoarse voice rang out again, but this time its tone was entirely different. He was gravely injured now, and dealing with 8 second-tier demon beasts was utterly impossible. Fang Ze raised an eyebrow. You are that Golden Core true person? Correct. The man nodded. I am the true person of the alchemy furnace, a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. Those 2 little brats entered the cave to seek treasure and were possessed by me. Unfortunately, this body is too weak, only able to exert the strength of a latest-stage Foundation establishment. He paused and looked at Fang Ze. Junior, you 2 are here to seek treasure, right? Let me go, and I will swear an oath to the heavens that I will never be your enemy. Moreover, I can give you all of my legacy. Fang Ze let out a cold laugh. If I kill you, your legacy will also belong to me. The true person of the alchemy furnace's expression changed. Junior, don't be ungrateful. Even if I only have my residual soul left, a desperate strike from me won't feel good for you either. Fang Ze was too lazy to waste more words. He waved his hand. Kill. The 8 second-tier demon beasts pounced simultaneously. The howling moon wolf charged at the forefront, a paw striking toward the true person of the alchemy furnace's head. The Qingyu eagle dove from above, its sharp claws aiming for his back. The fire feather sparrow exhaled a stream of flames, sealing off his escape route. The snow feather crane unleashed a blast of cold air, freezing his feet. Two purple-winged tigers lunged from either side, biting at his arms. The Qingfeng Peng hovered in midair, ready to deliver a finishing blow. The purple-pupiled cloud-winged tiger did not move, but glared intently at him, its forehead's vertical eye glowing ominously. The true person of the alchemy furnace's complexion changed drastically. He never expected that a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator could control so many second-tier demon beasts. However, he was after all a golden core true person. Although he only had his residual soul left, and his body was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, his battle experience remained. He suddenly slapped his chest, and a beam of golden light shot out from within. It was two top-grade spirit artifacts, a small golden sword and a green shield. The small sword transformed into a beam of golden light, slashing at the charging Howling Moon Wolf. The shield turned into a light curtain enveloping him. The Howling Moon Wolf struck the small sword, sending it flying, but left a deep wound on its paw. The Qingyu eagle collided with the light curtain and was bounced back. The fire feather sparrow's flames sputtered against the curtain, but it remained unyielding. The snow feather crane's cold air was equally ineffective. The two purple-winged tigers were also repelled by the light curtain. The true person of the alchemy furnace laughed heartily. Junior, even with just my residual soul left, I am not someone of your caliber that you can contend with. Fang Ze's expression remained unchanged. Continue. The 8 demon beasts lunged again. This time they no longer fought individually, but began to coordinate. The Howling Moon Wolf engaged head-in, while the Qingyu eagle and fire feather sparrow harassed from the sides, and the snow feather crane released cold air from a distance, with the two purple-winged tigers waiting for an opportunity. The true person of the alchemy furnace's face grew increasingly grim. Although he possessed 2 top-grade spirit artifacts, controlling them required a significant amount of spiritual energy. Yet his current body was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, with limited spiritual energy. Worse still, he had just undergone possession, and his soul was unstable, leaving him in a dire state. If this continued, he would undoubtedly perish. Junior, stop, he suddenly shouted. Fang Ze waved his hand, and the 8 demon beasts paused momentarily. The true person of the alchemy furnace gasped for breath, looking at him. Junior, I concede. What do you want in order to let me go? Fang Ze looked at him and slowly spoke. Hand over all your possessions. Then swear an oath to the heavens to never be my enemy. The true person of the alchemy furnace's face turned ashen. Junior, don't go too far. Fang Ze sneered. Then let's continue. He waved his hand, and the 8 demon beasts were ready to pounce again. The true person of the alchemy furnace gritted his teeth. Wait. He took a deep breath, pulled out a storage ring from his bosom, and tossed it to Fang Ze. This is everything I have. Take a look. Fang Ze received the storage ring and probed inside with his divine sense. The space was vast, far larger than his spirit beast pouch. Spirit stones, elixirs, spiritual herbs, magic artifacts, and jade slips filled the storage ring, piled like a small mountain. Fang Ze's eyes lit up, but in the next moment he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. From within the storage ring, a beam of golden light shot out, piercing straight towards his forehead. It was the golden core true person's trump card. It was a small golden sword, but unlike the previous top-grade spirit artifact. This small sword emitted an aura stronger than that of a top-grade spirit artifact by 10-fold. A magical treasure. A low-grade magical treasure. Fang Ze's expression changed dramatically. He had no time to think further. With a thought, the Howling Moon Wolf lunged forward, blocking in front of him. But the golden small sword was too fast. It transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly piercing through the Howling Moon Wolf's protective spiritual light, leaving a deep wound upon it. The Howling Moon Wolf let out a pained howl and was sent flying. The golden small sword continued its assault toward Fang Ze. The Qingyu eagle crashed from the side, its wings severed by a single slash, plummeting to the ground. The fire feather sparrow's flames were dispelled by another strike. The snow feather crane's cold air was pierced through by a single slash. As the two purple-winged tigers lunged, and they were both swept away by a single strike. The purple-pupiled cloud-winged tiger opened its vertical eye, shooting a purple beam toward the golden small sword. The beam collided with the small sword, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The purple-pupiled cloud-winged tiger let out a cry, blood seeping from its forehead's vertical eye as it collapsed to the ground. However, the golden small sword merely paused for a moment before continuing toward Fang Ze. Fang Ze's face turned ashen. Is this the true power of a golden core true person? Even with just a residual soul, even with only a single strike left, it was not something he could withstand. As the golden small sword was about to pierce his forehead, Fang Ze gritted his teeth and slapped his spirit beast pouch with force. A beam of blue light flashed. The Qingfeng Peng charged out, blocking in front of him. No! Fang Ze's eyes widened. But it was already too late. The golden small sword pierced through the chest of the Qing Feng Peng, emerging from its back. The body of the Qing Feng Peng instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Fang Ze was taken aback. The Qing Feng Peng, that underwhelming creature he had always ignored, the one he had rescued from the Zhou family, had it really taken a sword for him? Fang Ze's eyes turned red instantly, but he had no time to grieve. Although the golden small sword had been blocked by the Qing Feng Peng, its power remained and continued to stab towards him. Fang Ze roared angrily, summoning the high-grade spiritual tool, the circular ring. The ring transformed into a fiery red barrier blocking in front of him. The golden small sword struck the barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered. The ring broke into 2 pieces, falling to the ground. But the golden small sword had finally exhausted its power, turning into a beam of golden light and flying back to the hands of the Dan Ding Junren. The Dan Ding Junren's face turned pale, gasping for breath. This strike had drained his last ounce of strength. He looked at Fang Ze, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Young one, your life is truly remarkable. Fang Ze looked at him, his gaze icy. Kill him. The Xiao Yu Tianlang struggled to stand up, limping towards the Dan Ding Junren. The Qing Yuing approached, dragging its broken wings step by step. The Hui Uk was covered in blood, but its eyes remained fierce. The Shui Yu he had its wings pierced, yet it continued to emanate cold air. 2 purple-winged tigers got up, emitting low growls. The Zitong Yun, who lay on the ground, but the vertical eye on its forehead still fixed its gaze on the Dan Ding Junren. 7 demon beasts, heavily injured, surrounded the Dan Ding Junren. His face was ashen. He had no strength left. He looked at Fang Ze and suddenly smiled. Young one, you have won. In the next moment, the 7 demon beasts pounced together. The screams of the Dan Ding Junren echoed through the canyon. Moments later, everything returned to tranquility. Fang Ze stood in the pool of blood, staring at the place where the Qing Feng Peng had vanished, speechless for a long time. He slowly crouched down and picked up a green feather from the ground. That was the only thing the Qing Feng Peng had left for him. Fang Ze tucked the feather into his pocket and stood up. He looked at the corpse of the Dan Ding Junren, his eyes cold. Descendant of the Medicine King Valley. Golden Core Junren. He kicked the corpse and picked up the storage ring on the ground. Then he turned and walked towards the injured demon beasts. The Xiao Yu Tianlang lay on the ground with a deep wound visible to the bone. The Qing Yuying's wing was broken, curled up beside it. The Hui Uk had most of its feathers burned and was breathing weakly. The Shui Yu had a bloody hole in its chest, bleeding profusely. The 2 purple-winged tigers also had multiple injuries, lying on the ground, unable to move. The Zitong Yun, who was the worst off, with the vertical eye on its forehead still bleeding, its breath faint. All 7 demon beasts were heavily injured. Fang Ze looked at them, a sharp pain in his heart. But he had no time to mourn. He hurried to the side of those demon beasts, taking out healing pills from his bag, feeding them one by one. Then he recalled all of them into the space, allowing them to recuperate inside. After completing all this, Fang Ze stood up and looked towards the cave entrance. Golden Core Cave Dwelling. He took a deep breath and walked inside. The cave was not large, but it was very exquisitely arranged. Upon entering, there was a hall with several stone tables and chairs, and a few paintings hung on the walls. Fang Ze passed through the hall and arrived at the back spiritual herb garden. The garden was not big, covering only a few acres, but the spiritual vein was decent at the 3rd tier, low grade. The garden was planted with many spiritual herbs, but most had already been harvested, leaving only some seedlings. Fang Ze crouched down and examined them closely. There were several 2nd-tier spiritual herbs, some varieties he had never seen. For 3rd-tier spiritual herbs, only a golden fruit tree remained, bearing a few golden fruits. Golden Yuan fruit. A 3rd-tier spiritual herb, it could enhance the magical power of golden core cultivators. Fang Ze carefully dug up the fruit tree and stored it in his space. He looked around other places. The closed meditation room was empty, with only a futon remaining. The alchemy room was piled with some jade slips and materials, all left by the Dan Ding Junren. Fang Ze stored all those items in the storage ring and then left the cave dwelling. At the moment he stepped out of the cave, he glanced back. This cave dwelling buried the life of a golden core Junren. It also buried his Qing Feng Peng. Fang Ze took a deep breath and turned to leave. 3 days later, Fang Ze found a natural cave in a secluded valley. He set up a formation at the cave entrance and then entered the space. As soon as he landed, he saw the 7 demon beasts lying by the spiritual field, their breaths much improved compared to before. The 2nd-tier top-grade spiritual energy in the space, along with the healing pills he had fed them, allowed their injuries to recover rapidly. The Xiao Yu Tianlang raised its head, glanced at him, then lowered its head again, licking its wounds. The Qing Yuying's wing had reattached and was slowly recovering. The feathers of the Hua Uk had regrown. The bloody hole in the chest of the Shui Yu he had healed. The 2 purple-winged tigers were also able to stand up. Only the Zitong Yun, who remained lying there, the vertical eye on its forehead tightly closed, its breath weak. Fang Ze approached, crouching down to gently stroke its head. The Zitong Yun, who opened its eyes, looked at him for a moment, then closed them again. Fang Ze remained silent for a moment, taking out the storage ring from his pocket. The legacy of the Dan Ding Zhenren. He probed his divine sense in and began to count. First were the spirit stones. Piles of low-grade spirit stones no less than 200,000. There were also several pieces of mid-grade spirit stones exuding rich spiritual energy. Fang Ze gasped. 200,000 spirit stones plus those mid-grade spirit stones would be enough for the space to consume for several years. Next were the pills. Several bottles of third-tier pills, some for healing, some for restoring magical power, and one bottle of golden yuan pills. Pills refined from golden yuan fruits could enhance the magical power of golden core cultivators. Fang Ze's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't use these pills right now, they would come in handy when the Xiaoyu Tianlang broke through to the third tier. Next were the magical tools. Several top-grade spiritual tools and one low-grade magic treasure. The golden small sword. Fang Ze picked up the small sword and examined it carefully. A low-grade magic treasure was more than 10 times stronger than a top-grade spiritual tool. However, controlling it required a large amount of magical power, making it difficult for Foundation establishment cultivators to use for long periods. However, as a trump card, it was sufficient. He stored the small sword away and continued to inspect. Jade slips. A pile of jade slips. Fang Ze looked through them one by one. Third-tier alchemy inheritance, recording various third-tier pill formulas and alchemy insights. Third-tier refining inheritance, recording methods for refining various third-tier spiritual tools and magic treasures. There was also a jade slip that contained a cultivation method. The 4 Transformation Flame Departure Sutra. Fang Ze was taken aback upon seeing this name. What he was cultivating was the 3 Transformation Flame Departure Sutra. He quickly read on. The 4 Transformation Flame Departure Sutra was an upgraded version of the 3 Transformation Flame Departure Sutra, capable of cultivating to the perfect nascent soul. A top-grade, earth-level cultivation method. It said that the complete version has 6 transformations and even 7 transformations which can reach the heavenly level. Fang Ze's heartbeat quickened. He originally planned to find a way to exchange for an earth-level cultivation method after returning to the sect. He didn't expect to find it here. Moreover, it was an upgraded version of the method he was cultivating. He continued to read further down. The jade slip also recorded the origin of this cultivation method. Master Dan Ding was a solitary cultivator who in his youth accidentally obtained a legacy from the ancient sect Lihua Palace. The 4 transformations of Lihua Jing is one of the core cultivation methods of Lihua Palace. The jade slip also indicated the location of the ruins of Lihua Palace, the South Sea. Fang Ze frowned. South Sea? What kind of place is that? He thought for a moment and decided to not worry about it for now. After all, he couldn't go there anyway. He would deal with it when the opportunity arose. He continued to examine other jade slips. One of the jade slips contained the cultivation insights of Master Dan Ding. Each step from Foundation establishment to Golden Core was clearly written. The key to breaking through to the Golden Core was detailed, and Fang Ze felt as if he had found a treasure. With these insights, his chances of breaking through to the Golden Core in the future increased significantly. Lastly, there were spirit herbs. The storage ring contained many jade boxes, each filled with spirit herbs. Fang Ze opened them one by one. There were dozens of second-tier spirit herbs, all varieties he had never seen before. Among them was one called Tian Yun grass, the main material for refining the second-tier mid-grade Tian Yun pill. There was also Mu Xian grass, the main material for refining the second-tier high-grade Mu Xian pill. For third-tier spirit herbs, there was only one, the Jin Yuan fruit tree. Additionally, there was another one he recognized, the Tianling fruit tree. It was one of the main materials for Foundation establishment pills and took 400 years to mature. Fang Ze's eyes brightened. With the Tianling fruit tree, he could refine Foundation establishment pills. Although he didn't need them himself, he could give them to Lin Weiner or sell them for money. He continued to read. The last item left him stunned: a spirit bamboo, the Fun Yin bamboo. It was completely fired with golden patterns on its stalk. It grew one segment every 100 years, 300 years for third year, and 1,000 years for fourth year. Judging by its age, this Fenyin bamboo was already 300 years old. Fang Ze took a deep breath. This trip had been incredibly rewarding. He categorized all the items and then walked to the edge of the spirit field. In the spirit field, the 7 spirit beasts were still recovering from their injuries. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger was still lying down, its aura improved somewhat compared to before. Fang Ze walked over, planted the Tian Yun grass and Mu Xian grass, and positioned the Jin Yuan fruit tree and Tianling fruit tree in the best spots. He planted the Fun Yin bamboo at the edge of the spirit field close to the spirit sea. After completing these tasks, he sat cross-legged and began to organize his thoughts. First, there was cultivation. He was currently at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, still some distance away from the late stage. However, with the Tian Yun pill, that distance would shrink considerably. The Tianyun pill, a second-tier mid-grade pill made primarily from Tianyun grass, could enhance the magical power of Foundation establishment cultivators. There were more than a dozen mature Tianyun grass in the storage ring, enough to refine several batches. Even if his alchemy talent was average, he could still produce a few batches. Then there was the breakthrough. Once he reached the late stage of Foundation establishment, he would continue cultivating to strive for the perfect completion of Foundation establishment. Finally, there was the golden core. With Master Danding's cultivation insights, the Jin Yuan pill, and the 4 transformations of Li Huijing, his hopes of breaking through to the golden core were much greater than those of ordinary cultivators. As for the Zhou family, Fang Ze sneered. Once he broke through to the late stage of Foundation establishment, or even the golden core, what was the Zhou family to him? He picked up those dozen Tianyun grass and began to process them. Alchemy. This time he was especially serious. Each batch received his full focus. The first batch failed. The second batch failed. The third batch failed. The 10th batch failed. Sweat beaded on Fang Ze's forehead, but he did not stop. The 11th batch. This time he felt particularly good. The fusion of spirit herbs, control of the fire, and suppression of divine sense were all just right. After 3 incense sticks, a fragrant aroma wafted from the alchemy furnace. Fang Ze opened the furnace lid. At the bottom of the furnace lay a pill quietly resting. It was light blue and round, the Tianyun pill. He had succeeded. Fang Ze let out a long breath and carefully stored the pill. In the next 5 batches, he produced 13 Tianyun pills, 2 of which were of premium quality, far superior to the ordinary ones. Fang Ze looked at these pills, silently calculating in his heart. 13 Tianyun pills were enough for him to enter seclusion for a while. He put away the pills and walked to the edge of the spirit field. The injuries of the 7 spirit beasts had mostly healed. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger stood up, its vertical eye still closed, but its aura had stabilized significantly. Fang Ze patted its head, then sat cross-legged and took out a Tianyun pill, swallowing it. As the pill entered his abdomen, its medicinal power began to diffuse. Fang Ze closed his eyes and began to cultivate. In the space-time flowed quietly. A month later, in the outside world, Zhou Mingshan sat in his study, his brow furrowed. It had already been a month, and the 2 Foundation establishment latest-stage cultivators he sent out had not returned with any news. He sent someone to check the Hefeng mountain range, but only found traces of a fight in Hefeng Valley with blood and spirit beast footprints everywhere. However, no bodies were found, no storage bags, nothing at all. The 2 cultivators seemed to have vanished into thin air, and that Fang Ze was also missing in action. Zhou Mingshan felt a vague sense of unease. Could it be that those 2 Foundation establishment latest-stage cultivators were killed by Fang Ze? Impossible. How could a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator kill 2 latest-stage ones? Unless... He recalled that day at Wangyue Tower when Fang Ze faced his pressure with such composure. Could it be that the young man was hiding his true strength? Zhou Mingshan stood up and paced back and forth in his study. No, he needed to send someone to check again. He walked to the door and called for a servant. Go send a few more people to carefully search the Hefeng mountain range. If they are alive, we must see them. If they are dead, we must see their bodies. Understood. The servant accepted the order and left. Zhou Mingshan stood at the door looking at the distant sky with a sinister expression. Fang Ze, have you lived or died? 5 months later, in the outside world. In the space, 50 years had passed. On this day, Fang Ze sat cross-legged at the edge of the spirit field with spiritual energy wildly rushing into his body. In his dantian, the liquid true essence spun violently, forming a massive vortex. The vortex spun faster and faster, sucking in all the surrounding spiritual energy. Fang Ze gritted his teeth, firmly holding onto his focus. He did not know how long it had been, but suddenly the vortex paused. Then it exploded. The true essence scattered and then recondensed. The recondensed true essence was denser and purer than before. Fang Ze opened his eyes and let out a long breath of turbid air. Late stage of Foundation establishment. He stood up, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After 50 years, he had finally broken through. He walked to the edge of the spirit field looking at the 7 spirit beasts. The howling moon sky wolf was still lying on the boulder, its aura more solid than before, getting closer to the 3rd tier. The Qingyu eagle's injuries had long since healed, its wings wider than before, and its feathers even more vibrant. The fire feather sparrow's flames burned even brighter, with golden patterns appearing. The snow feather crane was engulfed in cold air, a thin layer of ice forming on the ground around it. Both pulp-winged tigers were at the mid-stage of the 2nd tier, their bodies larger and their wings broader. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger had also reached the late stage of the 2nd tier, its vertical eye occasionally opening. All 7 spirit beasts had fully recovered and were stronger than before. Fang Ze nodded in satisfaction. It was time to return. He took one last look at the space, and with a flicker of his figure he left. Inside the cave, everything was as it had been. Fang Ze retracted the formation and stepped out of the cave. The sun outside shone brightly, and the air was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. He released the Qingyu eagle and leaped onto its back. Let's go home. The Qingyu eagle let out a long cry, flapping its wings and soaring in the direction of the Lanyue sect. 3 days later, while Fang Ze was flying over the mountains, his eyes suddenly hardened. Below, a strange beast was darting back and forth. It resembled a pangolin with a body entirely covered in earthy yellow and scales of jade on its back. It would burrow into the ground one moment, only to emerge from dozens of meters away, the next moving freely. It was the jade-armored earth dragon beast. First-level perfection. Fang Ze's eyes brightened. This type of beast excelled at earth evasion and was extremely difficult to capture. If he could tame it, it would prove invaluable for scouting, mining, and burrowing in the future. He instructed the Qingyu eagle to land at a distance and then quietly approached. The jade-armored earth dragon beast seemed to sense something, raising its head warily and glancing around. Fang Ze held his breath, remaining completely still. After observing for a while, the jade-armored earth dragon beast saw nothing unusual and lowered its head, continuing to burrow into the ground. With a thought, Fang Ze released a swarm of fire ants. 3,000 fire ants surrounded the beast from all directions, forming an encirclement. The jade-armored earth dragon beast finally sensed the danger and turned to burrow into the ground. But it was already too late. The swarm of fire ants surged forward, completely surrounding it. The jade-armored earth dragon beast struggled desperately, but there were too many fire ants. It could not break free. Fang Ze stepped closer, watching it. The jade-armored earth dragon beast lifted its head to look at him, and a glimmer of intelligence flashed in its eyes. Fang Ze was taken aback. First-level beasts mostly possessed only instincts, rarely showing intelligence. However, the gaze of this jade-armored earth dragon beast was clearly much sharper than that of ordinary beasts. Could it have a higher-tier bloodline? Fang Ze concentrated and took out a first-level spiritual herb from his spirit beast pouch, tossing it to the beast. The jade-armored earth dragon beast sniffed it and swallowed it whole. After swallowing, its gaze towards Fang Ze softened a bit. Fang Ze threw another herb. It ate again. Fang Ze smiled. He stored the jade-armored earth dragon beast in his space and tossed a few more spiritual herbs inside. The beast looked around curiously in the space and then found a corner to start consuming the herbs. Fang Ze watched it, feeling a sense of anticipation. If this jade-armored earth dragon beast truly had a high-tier bloodline, he would gain another potential beast. He patted the Qingyu eagle and continued on his journey. Lanyue, Immortal City, Eastern District. Lin's Alchemy and Artifact Shop. Lin Weiner stood behind the counter, watching the few customers in the store, feeling a vague sense of unease. It had been half a year. Her master had been gone for a full 6 months with no news. Every day she would stand at the shop entrance for a moment, gazing towards the street, hoping to see that familiar figure. But each time it ended in disappointment. Over the past 6 months, the shop's business had remained relatively stable. According to her master's instructions, she kept the inventory low, only putting a small amount of pills and artifacts on the shelves each time, selling out and waiting for the next batch. Although it resulted in less profit, it did not attract too much attention. However, trouble had begun. 3 months ago, some shady individuals started appearing in front of the shop. They loitered at the door, pretending to browse, but actually assessing the situation inside the shop. Lin Weiner recognized a few of them. They were servants of the Zhou family. 2 months ago, a Foundation establishment cultivator came to the shop asking questions without buying anything, trying to find out who the owner of the shop was. Following her master's instructions, Lin Weiner replied, "I don't know." A month ago, Zhou Ruoyan came in person. She stood at the entrance looking at the plaque of the Lin's Alchemy and Artifact Shop, smiling mischievously. "Lin Weiner, I heard you opened a shop. Not bad, you've made some progress. But the items in your shop, they're not stolen, are they?" Lin Weiner trembled in anger, but still held back her fury. Zhou Ruoyan took a look around the shop, bought nothing, and left, dropping a parting remark. "Take good care of it. Who knows, one day this shop might just disappear." Lin Weiner hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but now she understood the meaning of those words. Boom. The shop's door was kicked open. Lin Weiner looked up, her face turning pale instantly. 7 or 8 people stood at the entrance. At the front was an elderly man in the mid-Foundation establishment stage, wearing a gray robe. Behind him followed 7 or 8 late Qi refinement cultivators, each looking fierce, holding bright and shiny artifacts. Members of the Zhou family. Lin Weiner took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. "What brings you all to my shop?" The Foundation establishment elder glanced at her and sneered. "You must be Lin Weiner. Is this shop yours?" Lin Weiner nodded. "Yes." "Good," the elder said. "From today onward, this shop belongs to the Zhou family. Pack your things and get lost." Lin Weiner's expression changed. "On what grounds?" The elder laughed. "On what grounds? Because our Zhou family is a golden core family in Lanyue Immortal City. And you, a mere Qi refinement waste, think you can run a shop in the Immortal City." He waved his hand. "Smash it." The late Qi refinement cultivators charged forward, rushing into the shop. "Stop!" Lin Weiner shouted loudly, taking out a formation plate from her pocket and slapping it hard on the counter. A beam of light flashed and a barrier rose around the shop, blocking those chi refinement cultivators outside. A second-tier low-grade formation. It was left to her by her master to be activated in case of danger. The elder frowned. A second-tier formation. This is interesting. He looked at Lin Weiner, his gaze cold. Little girl, do you really think a mere second-tier formation can stop me? He raised his hand and slapped it against the barrier. The barrier shook violently, cracking with lines. Lin Weiner's face turned pale. She was only at the 9th level of chi refinement, and controlling a second-tier formation was already a strain, as she could not withstand the full force of a Foundation Establishment cultivator's attack. But she did not give up. She desperately injected spiritual energy into the formation plate to maintain the barrier. Law enforcement team! Law enforcement team! She shouted loudly. But outside there was silence and no one came. The elder laughed heartily. Shout as much as you want, even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come. Do you think the law enforcement team will save you? Let me tell you, the law enforcement team on this street has long been handled by our Zhou family. Even if you die here today, no one will care. Lin Weiner's heart sank. It was over. The elder struck again. The barrier finally could not hold and shattered with a loud bang. Lin Weiner spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying back, crashing into the wall behind her and sliding down to the floor. Those chi refinement cultivators rushed into the shop, starting to wreak havoc. The counter was overturned, crystals shattered, and pills rolled across the floor. Shelves were knocked over, artifacts scattered everywhere. The formation plate hanging on the wall was pulled down and trampled on the ground. Lin Weiner slumped in the corner, watching all of this, tears streaming down her face. Master, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect your shop. The elder walked in front of her, looking down at her. Little girl, hand over your storage bag. There should be plenty of good things inside, right? Lin Weiner bit her lip, saying nothing. The elder sneered, reached out, and grabbed her collar, lifting her up. Not going to hand it over. Then die. His other hand raised, ready to strike Lin Weiner's head. At that moment, a cold voice came from the doorway. Dare to touch her, and see what happens. The old man was taken aback and turned his head. At the entrance stood a young man. With an unremarkable face and latest Foundation Establishment cultivation, he was covered in dust, as if he had just returned from a long journey. His gaze was icy, fixed on the old man, as if he were staring at a corpse. Fang Ze. Lin Weiner saw that figure, and tears streamed down her face. Master. Fang Ze did not look at her, only staring at the old man. The old man frowned. Latest Foundation Establishment. No, this pressure was 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary latest Foundation Establishment. Fang Ze walked up to the old man and looked down at him. Go back and tell Zhou Mingshan that I want his life, and I also want the Zhou family. The old man's face turned pale, struggling to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. Fang Ze kicked him away. Get lost. The old man crawled out of the shop, struggling, followed by the other chi refining cultivators, who also staggered to their feet and stumbled out. The shop was in disarray. Fang Ze turned around and looked at the corner. Lin Weiner was slumped there, her face pale with blood at the corners of her mouth. Her breath was weak, clearly severely injured. Fang Ze quickly walked over, crouched down, and reached out to check her pulse. She was still alive. He breathed a sigh of relief and took out a pill from his pocket, feeding it to Lin Weiner. Water essence, lotus seed. Then he placed his hand on Lin Weiner's back, helping her refine the medicinal power. After a moment, Lin Weiner's complexion gradually improved. She opened her eyes and looked at Fang Ze, tears streaming down her face again. Master, I'm sorry. I was useless and couldn't protect the shop. Fang Ze shook his head. It's not your fault. Lin Weiner took out a storage bag from her bosom, trembling as she handed it to Fang Ze. Master, this is the income from the past 6 months. I kept it safe and didn't let them take it. Fang Ze looked at the bloodstained storage bag, feeling warmth in his heart. This girl, even in such a state, was still thinking of protecting his belongings. He took the storage bag and gently patted Lin Weiner's head. Take care of your injuries. Leave the rest to me. Lin Weiner nodded, leaning on his shoulder, and closed her eyes. At that moment, footsteps came from outside. Several cultivators in uniform robes walked in, led by a middle-aged man in latest Foundation Establishment with a stern expression as the street's law enforcement captain. Seeing the chaos in the shop and noticing Fang Ze and Lin Weiner, he frowned. What happened? Fang Ze raised his head and looked at him. Are you with the law enforcement team? The middle-aged man nodded. I am the captain of the law enforcement team on this street. I received a report that there was a fight here. A fight? Fang Ze interrupted him. Is this how your law enforcement team operates? The middle-aged man's expression changed. What do you mean? Fang Ze stood up and looked at him. Where were you when the Zhou family came to smash the shop? Where were you when my disciple cried for help? Now that the people have left, you arrive. Really timely. The middle-aged man's face turned dark. Watch your words. Our law enforcement team has its own rules. We can only respond after receiving a report. Since we didn't receive a report just now, naturally we couldn't come. Fang Ze smiled. Didn't receive a report. My disciple was screaming so loudly you couldn't hear. The middle-aged man fell silent. Fang Ze looked at him, enunciating each word. Go back and tell the person who sent you that I have noted this account. The middle-aged man's expression changed repeatedly. Finally, he cupped his hands. Farewell. He turned and left with his men. Fang Ze watched their retreating figures, his eyes icy. The Zhou family, the law enforcement team, very well. He turned around to look at Lin Weiner. She had already fallen asleep, her breathing much steadier. Fang Ze picked her up and walked out of the shop. Let's head back to the sect first. At the Lan Yu sect, the outer sect deacon's residence. Fang Ze settled Lin Weiner in his stone room, letting her rest well. Then he walked out of the stone room and looked up at the distant sky. Zhou family, Zhou Mingshan, Golden Core ancestor, and those bribed law enforcement officers. He sneered. Since they want to play, then let's play big. Fang Ze took out a jade slip from his pocket. It was the communication jade slip from Long Fanyuan. After thinking for a moment, he infused a strand of spiritual power into it. Moments later, the voice of Long Fanyuan came from the jade slip. Fang Dao friend, you're back. Fang Ze nodded. Senior brother Long, do you have time? I would like to meet. Long Fanyuan smiled. Just in time, I also have something to discuss with you. Come to my cave dwelling. Fang Ze put away the jade slip, summoned the Qingyu eagle, and leaped onto its back. The Qingyu eagle flapped its wings and flew towards the inner door. In the inner door, Long Fanyuan's cave dwelling. It was an independent peak with a low-grade spirit vein of the third rank, far superior to the dirt hills of the outer sect. The mountain was filled with various spiritual herbs, and several demon beasts strolled leisurely. Fang Ze landed at the foot of the mountain and walked up the bluestone path. Reaching halfway up the mountain, Long Fanyuan was already waiting at the door. Fang Dao friend, long time no see. He smiled and welcomed him, leading Fang Ze into the cave. The two sat down, and Long Fanyuan poured Fang Ze a cup of spiritual tea. Fang Dao friend, it seems you have gained quite a bit this trip. Fang Ze nodded. Not bad. Long Fanyuan surveyed him and suddenly smiled. Latest foundation establishment. Congratulations. Fang Ze smiled back. Senior brother Long has a good eye. Long Fanyuan waved his hand. It's not about having a good eye, it's just that your aura is significantly stronger than it was 6 months ago. It seems the trip to the Black Wind Mountains was not in vain. Fang Ze nodded, not saying much. He took out a jade box from his pocket and placed it on the table. Senior brother Long, this is a gift for our meeting. Long Fanyuan was taken aback, opening the jade box. Inside was a golden fruit the size of a fist, exuding a rich spiritual energy. Golden yuan fruit. A third-grade spiritual herb. Long Fanyuan's expression changed slightly. Fang Dao friend, this is too precious. Fang Ze shook his head. Senior brother Long, don't be polite. I have something to ask. This small token of appreciation is nothing. Long Fanyuan looked at him silent for a moment, then nodded. Fang Dao friend, you are straightforward. Speak, what do you need my help with? Fang Ze looked at him. 2 things. First, I need information about the Zhou family. The more detailed, the better. Long Fanyuan raised an eyebrow. Zhou family. Do you have a grudge against them? Fang Ze nodded, briefly recounting Lin Weiner's situation. Of course, he did not reveal his true strength, only mentioning that he had narrowly escaped from the Black Wind Mountains and coincidentally encountered the Zhou family smashing the shop. Long Fanyuan listened and gave a cold chuckle. The Zhou family is truly amusing, all for that useless granddaughter. Fang Ze was taken aback. Does senior brother Long know Zhou Run? Long Fanyuan nodded. I've heard of her. That girl doesn't have a good reputation in the inner sect. She has relations with quite a few male cultivators and often bullies the outer sect disciples. However, the Zhou family has some connections in the Lan Yu sect, so no one has moved against her. He looked at Fang Ze. Friend Fang, the Zhou family isn't actually that strong. They have only 1 ancestor in the early Golden Core stage and fewer than 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators. But with your late Foundation Establishment cultivation, it might still be a bit challenging. I suggest you endure more and don't confront them, Heaton. Fang Ze shook his head. Senior brother Long, this person has already bullied me. Am I not allowed to resist? Forget about this immortal path then. Long Fanyuan was taken aback and then laughed. Friend Fang, your words are quite reasonable. Fine, if you need information on the Zhou family, I will provide it to you. He took a jade slip from the shelf and handed it to Fang Ze. This contains detailed information about the Zhou family, including the cultivation levels, addresses, activity patterns of the clan members, and their connections within the sect. Fang Ze took the jade slip and probed with his divine sense. Indeed, it was documented in great detail. Zhou Mingshan, perfect Foundation Establishment, head of the Zhou family. Zhou Mingshan's father Zhou Yuanda, early Golden Core ancestor of the Zhou family. Zhou Rian, perfect Qi refinement, daughter of Zhou Mingshan. There are also 7 or 8 Foundation Establishment cultivators and dozens of Qi refinement clan members. Most critically, the Zhou family has good relationships with several Golden Core elders in the sect. Fang Ze silently noted this down. What about the second matter? Long Fanyuan asked. Fang Ze put away the jade slip. I need a channel for high-level bloodline demon beasts. Those of tier 3 and above. Long Fanyuan frowned. Do you want to cultivate demon beasts yourself, friend Fang? Fang Ze nodded. I am an alchemist with resources. I want a few more means of protection. Long Fangyuan pondered for a moment. Tier 2 bloodline demon beasts can be bought casually within the sect. But for Tier 3, you need connections. He looked at Fang Ze. Let me help you inquire. There are several golden core true practitioners in the inner sect. They might have pregnant demon beasts or demon beast eggs. I will ask around for you. Fang Ze cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Long. Long Fangyuan waved his hand. No need for thanks. The golden yuan fruit you gave me is worth quite a bit of favor. He paused for a moment and suddenly asked, by the way, friend Fang, are you really from a loose cultivator background? Fang Ze nodded. Yes. Long Fangyuan looked at him deep in thought. It's not simple for a loose cultivator to reach the late foundation establishment stage and produce a golden yuan fruit, a tier 3 spiritual herb. Fang Ze smiled. Just lucky, that's all. Long Fangyuan also smiled. All right, I want to ask further. Everyone has their secrets. I will help you with your matters. He stood up. Wait for my news. Fang Ze also stood up. Thank you, senior brother Long. The two bid farewell. Exiting Long Fangyuan's cave, Fang Ze looked up at the distant sky. The Zhou family with a golden core ancestor and fewer than 10 foundation establishment cultivators, he couldn't help but smirk. Soon, once he breaks through another layer, once the Xiaoya Skywolf reaches tier 3, and once he cultivates a few more tier 3 demon beasts. At that time, it will be the Zhou family's end. Zhou family's residence. Zhou Mingshan sat in his study, his face dark as thunder. In front of him knelt a foundation establishment elder, the very one who had gone to smash the shop today. I am incompetent, please punish me, housemaster. This child should be a newly advanced late foundation establishment cultivator. Zhou Mingshan remained silent for a moment and waved his hand. You may go. The elder, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly exited. Zhou Mingshan stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the night outside. Fang Ze is not dead. The two late foundation establishment loose cultivators indeed perished. The people he sent to investigate the Heifeng mountain range found nothing. But today's scene has already said it all. How could a late foundation establishment cultivator kill two late foundation establishment cultivators? A wave of unease surged in Zhou Mingshan's heart. Could it be that this person was hiding his strength? He recalled Fang Ze's calm demeanor when faced with his oppressive aura at the Wanhua Tower. Late foundation establishment. No, perhaps even higher. Zhou Mingshan gritted his teeth. No, I must tell father. He turned and left the study, heading toward the back mountain. There is an independent courtyard on the back mountain, which is the secluded cultivation place of Zhou family's ancestor Zhou Yuanda. Zhou Mingshan arrived at the courtyard door and respectfully knelt down. Father, I have something to report. After a moment, the courtyard door opened and an aged voice came through. Come in. Zhou Mingshan entered the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with various spiritual herbs, and the spiritual energy was so rich that it almost turned into liquid. An old man with white hair sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed, inhaling and exhaling the surrounding spiritual energy. Early golden core. Zhou Mingshan approached the old man and knelt down. Father, I am incompetent and have encountered trouble. Zhou Yuanda opened his eyes and glanced at him. Speak. Zhou Mingshan recounted the events from Zhou Riyun being humiliated to him, sending someone to test, to the disappearance of the two late foundation establishment loose cultivators, and finally, to today's shop being smashed and counterkilled. Zhou Yuanda listened in silence for a moment. What is that person's name? Fang Ze. He joined the sect through Elder Ming 6 months ago from a loose cultivator background and is now an outer sect steward. Zhou Yuanda nodded. To be able to kill two late foundation establishment cultivators, this person must at least have the combat power of a perfect foundation establishment. Moreover, he returned alive from the Heifeng mountain range, which indicates he possesses considerable abilities. He looked at Zhou Mingshan. Have you investigated his background before he joined the sect? Zhou Mingshan shook his head. No. His records in the sect are blank, and I can't find anything about his past before joining. Zhou Yuanda furrowed his brows. Can't find anything. A loose cultivator can erase his past so cleanly. He pondered for a moment. This person is not simple. Zhou Mingshan became anxious. Father, what should we do? He threatened me today, saying he wanted my life. Zhou Yuanda waved his hand. What is there to panic about? He is just a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he is perfect, he is still at the foundation stage. He stood up, hands clasped behind his back. From now on, just keep an eye on this person and do not act rashly. I will find some connections in the sect. Zhou Mingshan was taken aback. Father means that? Zhou Yuanda chuckled coldly. This person chose to join the sect, and even bought his way in with spirit stones, which indicates he wants something from the Wanhua sect. It is nothing more than resources to break through to the golden core stage or better cultivation techniques. He looked at Zhou Mingshan. I will find a few golden core elders and have them manipulate things regarding tasks and resources. Let him have a hard time in his cultivation and struggle to break through. Let's see how he can still bounce around after being stuck at the foundation establishment stage for decades. Zhou Mingshan's eyes brightened. Father is brilliant. Zhou Yuanda waved his hand. You may go. Remember, do not provoke him during this period. Zhou Mingshan nodded and exited the courtyard. Zhou Yuanda stood in the courtyard looking at the distant night sky, his gaze profound. Fang Ze, a loose cultivator of unknown origin, dares to touch the people of the Zhou family. Seeking death. Fang Ze returned to the stone house, and Lin Weiner was already awake. She sat on the stone bed, her complexion still somewhat pale, but her spirit was much better. Upon seeing Fang Ze enter, she hurriedly stood up. Master. Fang Ze nodded and sat down on the stone bench. How are you feeling? Lin Weiner lowered her head. I, your disciple, am useless and have embarrassed you, master. Fang Ze shook his head. It's not your fault. It's quite remarkable that you've held on this long against a foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Weiner raised her head to look at him, her eyes reddening again. Master, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Fang Ze said after a moment of silence. Trouble? It's just the Zhou family of golden core cultivators. If there's anything you can't handle in the future, feel free to come to me. She knelt down and earnestly bowed her head. Master, I am willing to follow you no matter the cost. Fang Ze looked at her, warmth flooding his heart. This girl is indeed remarkable. He nodded. Good. From today onward, you are my true disciple. Lin Weiner trembled all over, raising her head in disbelief. Master. Fang Ze took out a jade box from his robe. Master has already secured a channel to obtain foundation establishment pills. Once your cultivation reaches the peak of qi refinement, I will help you acquire one. He had entered the sect with a shallow foundation and needed to start building his own base. Although he was advancing in cultivation rapidly, the higher he reached, the more he needed to disguise himself. High-level cultivators required more opportunities to elevate their cultivation, and his opportunities were undoubtedly the most coveted. Lin Weiner's lips trembled. Foundation establishment pills were something she never dared to dream of. Thank you, master. She attempted to bow again, but Fang Ze stopped her. Get up. Take good care of your injuries. You will still be managing the shop, so you need to focus on your cultivation during this time. Lin Weiner nodded and stood up. Fang Ze looked at her thought for a moment and added, by the way, you can appropriately increase the stock of second-tier pills and magical tools in the shop. I have recently acquired quite a lot, enough for you to sell for a while. Lin Weiner's eyes lit up. Really? Fang Ze nodded. Work hard. Lin Weiner nodded vigorously. I will definitely do my best. Fang Ze smiled. This girl is indeed interesting. He stood up, walked to the door, and looked back. Rest well. Starting tomorrow, there will be much to do. Lin Weiner nodded. Fang Ze pushed the door open and stepped out. Back in the quiet room, Fang Ze sat cross-legged on the mat, closing his eyes in deep thought. Outside the stone house, the night had grown deep. The protective array of the Lan Yu sect shimmered with silvery light in the night sky, like a thin veil enveloping the entire mountain gate. In the distance, a few low growls of demon beasts could be heard, quickly fading back into silence. Fang Ze opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. Today's events had completely revealed the Zhou family's true colors to him. Vandalizing shops, injuring people, bribing the enforcement team. Each and every act was a testament to a harsh truth. In the Lan Yu sect, cultivators without a background were like meat on the chopping block, ready to be sliced by anyone. But he was not an ordinary rogue cultivator. Fang Ze sneered, beginning to sort out the direction he needed to take next. The first matter at hand was the shop. Linji Pill and Tool Shop must continue operating, and it needed to thrive even more. An annual profit of 80,000 spirit stones was his baseline to maintain the consumption of his space. 20 acres of spirit fields and 20 acres of water area required 80,000 spirit stones each year to sustain their fertility and spiritual energy. Adding in daily expenses, material procurement, and array maintenance, 80,000 was merely a safety net. This was just the current scale. As he advanced in cultivation and expanded his space, the consumption would only grow larger. Fang Ze glanced at the spirit stones in the spirit beast bag. After returning from the Black Wind Mountain Range, he had killed several foundation establishment cultivators, and with the legacy of Dan Dingzhen, he still had over 100,000 spirit stones on hand. That was enough to last a year or two, but he couldn't afford to sit idly by. The matters of the shop would be entrusted to Lin Weiner. Although her cultivation was low, she was clever, loyal, and reliable. Even today, despite her severe injuries, she had fiercely protected the storage bag. Such tenacity was worth nurturing. The second matter was cultivation. He was currently at the late stage of foundation establishment, still some distance from reaching the peak. Only after breaking through to the peak of foundation establishment could he consider striving for the golden core. However, the resources at hand were insufficient. Mu Xian grass, the primary material for refining second-tier upper-grade Mu Xian pills, could enhance the mana of latest-stage foundation establishment cultivators. He only had 13 stalks which had been cultivated by Dan Dingzhen. If these 13 stalks of spirit grass were refined into pills, they could yield several times the effect. But his alchemy skills, Fang Ze frowned. He could barely produce second-tier middle-grade pills, and it took 11 attempts to yield one Tian Yun pill last time. The difficulty of second-tier upper-grade pills was at least 3 times greater. Forcing the refinement would only waste materials. Thus, he could only directly refine the spirit grass. Directly refining would reduce the efficacy. The 13 stalks of Mu Xian grass would likely only allow him to advance to the mid-stage of late foundation establishment, still far from the peak. Fang Ze sighed. Ultimately, his alchemical skills were still too poor. Currently, he could barely produce second-tier middle-grade pills, while second-tier upper-grade pills were basically out of the question. With his alchemical talent, it would be impossible to elevate to second-tier upper-grade without decades of hard training. Thankfully, he had space. In the outside world, a year equated to 50 years in the space. 50 years was enough for him to rigorously improve his alchemical skills. The problem was, however, he lacked materials. Alchemy required a large quantity of spirit herbs for practice. Currently, he only had a few dozen stalks of each second-tier spirit herb, which was far from sufficient to waste. He did have quite a few first-tier spirit herbs, but the gap between first-tier and second-tier was enormous. Refining 10,000 batches of first-tier pills would still not guarantee touching the threshold of second-tier upper-grade. Fang Ze pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something. The sect. Having completed the investigation task in the Black Wind Mountain range, he should have accumulated quite a few contribution points. Using contribution points to exchange for some second-tier resources should yield a substantial amount. But would the Zhou family interfere? Fang Ze's eyes turned cold. He would find out once he tried. The third matter was the Zhou family. This was currently the most troublesome issue. Zhou Mingshan was at the peak of foundation establishment, while his father Zhou Yuanda was at the early stage of golden core. The Zhou family had been operating within the Lan Yu sect for hundreds of years, their network intricately woven, with their people spread throughout the outer and inner sects, the Elder Hall, and the enforcement team. That enforcement captain arriving late today was the best proof. Fang Ze closed his eyes, carefully recalling the intelligence Long Fangyuan had given him. The Zhou family had 1 golden core ancestor, 8 foundation establishment cultivators, and nearly 100 Qi refinement clan members. Golden core ancestor Zhou Yuanda at the early stage of golden core had been stuck at that stage for over 100 years with little lifespan left, hence his doting on his granddaughter, Zhou Run. Zhou Mingshan was Zhou Yuanda's only son at the peak of foundation establishment and was also the actual power holder of the Zhou family. The remaining 7 foundation establishment cultivators consisted of 3 from the Zhou family and 4 from external guest cultivators, all at the early to mid stages of foundation establishment. With such strength confronting them, Hedon would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The gap between golden core and foundation establishment could not be bridged merely by numbers. The reason he was able to kill the possessed Dan Dingjin Run in the Black Wind Mountain range was that the opponent was left with only a remnant soul, and their physical body was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, plus he had Qing Feng Peng to block a sword for him. A true golden core cultivator, even one at the early stage, was not someone he could handle now. But golden core cultivators could not act recklessly. The Lan Yu sect had its own rules. Golden core cultivators attacking foundation establishment cultivators would face severe punishment from the sect unless there was just cause. No matter how much Zhou Yuanda doted on his granddaughter, he wouldn't dare openly violate the sect's rules. Moreover, within the sect, it was impossible for a golden core cultivator to directly eliminate him. That was why the Zhou family resorted to such despicable means, sending people to vandalize shops, bribing the enforcement team, and sabotaging tasks. They dared not act openly, and could only covertly trip him up. This gave Fang Ze time to wait for the Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf to break through to the 3rd stage, for him to break through to the peak of foundation establishment, and for him to nurture more second-tier demon beasts. By that time, even the early stage golden core would not be beyond reach. Fang Ze took a deep breath and stood up. Tomorrow he would go to the task hall to submit his mission and take a look at the sect's exchanges. Early the next morning, Fang Ze arrived at the task hall. This grand hall was situated in the core area of the sect, far more impressive than the outer sect steward hall. At the entrance stood 2 stone statues of 3rd-tier demon beasts, lifelike and imposing. The hall was spacious and bright, with dozens of foundation establishment cultivators coming and going, some there to submit tasks, others to accept them, and some to exchange resources. Fang Ze walked up to the task submission counter. Behind the counter sat a steward in mid-foundation establishment with a thin face, dressed in a gray robe, engrossed in reviewing a ledger. Submitting a task, Fang Ze handed over a jade slip. The steward looked up, glanced at him, and took the jade slip. Fang Ze. Investigative task of the Black Wind Mountain range. Fang Ze nodded. The steward pressed the jade slip to his forehead, probing with his divine sense. After a moment he nodded. The demon beasts are in conflict with several 3rd-tier demon beasts vying for territory, resulting in the deaths of thousands of demon beasts. While the investigation is quite thorough, this result can be submitted. He made a few notes in the ledger, then took out a jade token from a drawer and handed it to Fang Ze. Task completed. 300 contribution points have been recorded in your identity token. Fang Ze accepted the jade token and probed it with his divine sense. 300 contribution points. Not a small amount. Thank you, he said as he put away the jade token and turned towards the exchange area. The exchange area was on the left side of the task hall, where several stewards stood behind a row of crystal counters responsible for exchanging various resources. The counters were filled with pills, magical tools, martial arts, jade slips, spirit herb seeds, and spirit beast eggs, a dazzling array. Fang Ze walked over inspecting each counter. There were very few second-tier pills, and they were expensive, with a single bottle costing over 100 contribution points. As for spiritual tools, there were few second-tier ones, and their quality was average. The martial arts jade slips only reached the high tier of the Xian grade, which he could not use. There were quite a few second-tier spirit herb seeds, but he had already planted many in his space and needed to replenish some, though he was unsure of what was most important at the moment. His gaze landed on a counter in the corner. There were a few transparent jade boxes there, each containing several worm eggs. The worm eggs varied in size and color. Some were entirely golden, others pitch black, and some glimmered with a faint blue light. The steward behind the counter was a middle-aged woman in early foundation establishment, yawning in boredom. Fang Ze approached. "Friend, how do I exchange for these spirit insect eggs?" The middle-aged woman glanced at him. "Which ones?" Fang Ze pointed to the jade boxes. "Let me show you all." The middle-aged woman lazily stood up and placed the jade boxes one by one on the counter. Golden armored insect eggs, second tier, superior bloodline, defensive spirit insect, 50 contribution points each. Soul devouring ant eggs, second tier, supreme bloodline group, attacks spirit insect capable of devouring spiritual energy, 30 contribution points each. Ice silkworm egg, second tier, inferior bloodline, offensive spirit insect, adept at ice-based spells, 80 contribution points each. She introduced each one, and Fang Ze observed them all. They were all second-tier bloodlines with no third-tier options. Just as he was about to feel disappointed, he suddenly noticed a jade box set apart in the corner. The jade box was small, containing only one worm egg, completely black, with golden patterns on it. "What about that one?" Fang Ze pointed. The middle-aged woman glanced at it and chuckled disdainfully. "Oh, that one is a third-tier bloodline gold-devouring insect. You can't raise it, so don't bother looking." Fang Ze raised an eyebrow. "Third-tier bloodline. Can't raise it. What do you mean?" The middle-aged woman waved her hand, clearly annoyed. Gold-devouring insect, a group attack spirit insect, can consume gold and iron, and can even shatter magical tools. A third-tier mature insect is troublesome even for golden core cultivators. But, she elongated her voice, this creature is extremely difficult to raise. The larvae require a vast amount of resources containing spiritual energy to grow. The resources consumed by a mature insect from infancy to adulthood would be enough to raise 2 demon beasts of the same tier. Moreover, they are social insects, one is useless, and to rear them, you need to raise a whole group. Who can afford that? She looked at Fang Ze, her eyes filled with mockery. "Friend, don't bother looking. This worm egg has been sitting in the exchange hall for over 10 years, and no one wants it. If you want to raise spirit insects, you should look at those second-tier ones instead." Fang Ze ignored her and simply stared at the worm egg. The gold-devouring insect. A third-tier bloodline. Group attack type. His mind raced. High cultivation costs. High resource consumption. He had spaced 20 acres of spiritual fields and an endless supply of first and second-tier spirit herbs. First-tier spirit herbs were as plentiful as cabbage in his hands. Those fire-cloud pigs and green-scaled fish were breeding like wildfire, perfect for feeding the insects. While others couldn't afford to raise it, he could. "How do I exchange for this?" The middle-aged woman was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. "What? The gold-devouring insect egg. How do I exchange for it?" The middle-aged woman widened her eyes, sizing him up. "Friend, are you sure? I just told you this thing is too difficult to raise. One worm egg costs 100 contribution points, and raising it to maturity would require at least several thousand spirit stones and resources. Plus one is useless, you need to raise a whole group." Fang Ze interrupted her. "How many contribution points?" The middle-aged woman opened her mouth, extending one finger. 100. Fang Ze nodded and took out his identity token. "I'll take it." The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, just about to take the token, when suddenly a voice came from beside her. "Wait." Fang Ze turned his head. A male cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment approached, wearing a silver robe of the Deacon Hall, his face stern and his gaze sharp. He glanced at Fang Ze and then at the insect eggs on the counter, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Are you Fang Ze?" Fang Ze raised an eyebrow. "And you are?" The male cultivator did not answer, but instead spoke to the middle-aged woman. "These insect eggs cannot be exchanged for now." The middle-aged woman was taken aback. "Senior brother Zhao, this." Senior brother Zhao waved his hand. "There are rules in the sect. The exchange of spiritual insect eggs requires qualification verification. This person has just joined the sect for less than a year and is merely an outer sect deacon, thus unqualified to exchange for third-tier spiritual insect eggs." Fang Ze looked at him, his expression calm. "Qualification verification. I've never heard of such a rule before." Senior brother Zhao sneered. There are many things you haven't heard of. This is an internal regulation of the Deacon Hall, specifically targeting newcomers. If you are dissatisfied, you can appeal to the Deacon Hall. Fang Ze looked at him, already understanding. People from the Zhou family. Fine then. Fang Ze said, "I'll exchange for something else." He pointed to a jade box nearby. Spirit-eating ants, second tier, premium, 30 contribution points each. I want to. Senior brother Zhao frowned. Newcomers can only exchange for one at a time. Fang Ze nodded. Then just one. He took out his identity token and handed it to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman glanced at senior brother Zhao, whose face was dark, but he said nothing further. The middle-aged woman took the token and deducted 30 contribution points. Fang Ze carefully stored the insect egg and turned to leave. At the moment he stepped out of the task hall, he glanced back. Senior brother Zhao was standing behind the counter looking coldly at him. Fang Ze averted his gaze and walked away. Indeed, it was the Zhou family. They even had to make things difficult for the exchange of insect eggs. This is the power of the Zhou family within the sect. But he was not in a hurry. This debt would be remembered first. Upon returning to his stone house, Fang Ze closed the door, activated the formation, and entered the space. As soon as he landed, 7 second-tier demon beasts surrounded him. The howling moon wolf rubbed against his leg, the azure feather eagle perched on his shoulder, the fire feather sparrow squatted atop his head, the snow crane stood beside him, and 2 purple winged tigers lay on the ground wagging their tails, while the purple eye cloud winged tiger crouched in the corner, its vertical eye half open and half closed. Fang Ze patted each of their heads in turn, then walked to the edge of the spiritual field. In the spiritual field, the spiritual herbs were lush and vibrant. The Qingling fruit tree had grown a bit taller, its branches laden with green fruit. The purple heart orchid, blood jade, ginseng, and xianbing grass, 3 types of second-tier spiritual herbs, thrived, their leaves thick and their roots robust. The Tianling fruit tree had just sprouted, its tender green leaves glistening. The golden yuan fruit tree was also thriving, its roots deeply embedded in the black soil, and its trunk standing tall. The burning flame bamboo planted at the edge of the spiritual field had already grown to a height of a person, its bamboo body fired, and the golden patterns becoming increasingly distinct. Fang Ze walked to a corner of the spiritual field and planted the insect egg. No, it was to be placed down. The spirit-eating ant egg needed to be kept in a cool place. Following the method in the jade slip, he placed the spirit-eating ant egg under a stone by the spiritual sea, stuffing about 100 spirit stones beside the insect egg. Then he walked over to the spiritual herb field and looked at the 13 woodcore grasses. Woodcore grass, a second-tier premium spiritual herb. Each plant had hundreds of years of age with abundant medicinal power. Directly refining them would be too wasteful. However, if he were to refine them into pills, Fang Ze shook his head. With his current alchemy level, he could not produce second-tier premium pills at all. Forcing the refinement would only spoil these precious spiritual herbs. Then it would be better to directly refine them. He sat cross-legged, took a woodcore grass, and placed it in his mouth. As the woodcore grass entered his belly, a warm medicinal power spread, flowing through his limbs and bones. Fang Ze closed his eyes and operated the 4th turn of the fire, leaving scripture guiding the medicinal power to circulate through his meridians. Wherever the medicinal power flowed, the meridians slightly warmed, and the true essence in his dantian began to stir. 1 woodcore grass was refined over 3 days and 3 nights. Fang Ze opened his eyes and felt the changes within his body. He had made slight progress, but not much. 1 woodcore grass could probably advance him by 1%. Refining all 13 would only yield about 13%. He was still far from the peak of foundation establishment. Fang Ze sighed and continued to refine the second plant. In the days that followed, Fang Ze refined woodcore grass while simultaneously engaging in alchemy and artifact forging. In the space, time flowed quietly. He spent 4 hours each day refining woodcore grass, 4 hours on alchemy, and 4 hours on artifact forging, with the remaining time devoted to cultivating his techniques and caring for the demon beasts. In terms of alchemy, he primarily focused on first-tier premium and second-tier low-grade pills. Golden Line pill, Qingling pill, Tianyun pill, one furnace after another. The failure rate was still quite high, but he was not in a hurry. With the space available and a continuous supply of spiritual herbs, he could afford to take his time. In terms of artifact forging, he mainly focused on first-tier premium magical tools. The Blue Wave Spirit Bamboo was sufficient. He forged one item after another, and the quality improved steadily. Regarding the demon beasts, the 7 second-tier demon beasts consumed Qingling pills daily, their auras steadily rising. The Howling Moon Wolf was getting closer to the 3rd tier, and the strength of the purple eye cloud winged tiger's vertical eye was also increasing. The 2 purple winged tigers had reached the peak of the 2nd-tier midstage, on the verge of breaking through. The azure feather eagle, fire feather sparrow, and snow crane had all reached the peak of the 2nd-tier late stage. The fire ant colony was also reproducing rapidly. 3,000 fire ants were devouring the meat of fire cloud pigs and azure-scaled fish daily. Their numbers had increased to 5,000. Although they were all first-tier, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. If they were to be released, even second-tier demon beasts would have to think twice. Days passed by. Half a month in the outside world equated to over 4 years in the space. All 13 wood core grasses had been fully refined. Fang Ze opened his eyes and sensed the true essence within his body. Midstage of foundation establishment. He was still far from the peak. He sighed, stood up, and walked to the edge of the spiritual field. Squatting down, he checked the fertility of the spiritual field. A significant amount had been consumed again. He took out spirit stones and buried them in the black soil. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. The spiritual field was restored to its former state. He walked over to the spiritual sea and tossed in spirit stones. 10,000, 20,000, 40,000. The spiritual sea also recovered. Fang Ze looked at the remaining spirit stones and smiled wryly. Over 100,000 spirit stones, and he had spent nearly half in just 6 months. This space is truly a money pit. He shook his head and continued his arduous cultivation. Without resources above second-tier premium, he had no choice but to cultivate diligently. With the acceleration within the space, he believed he would still have a chance to break through. However, before continuing his closed-door cultivation, he asked his neighbor Zhao Wuji for help in exchanging for the spirit-eating gold insect egg. Zhao Wuji was an alchemist, but had been stuck at first-tier premium for a long time. Fang Ze offered to guide him in alchemy, and without hesitation he agreed to help with the exchange. Having obtained the insect egg he desired, he began the incubation process immediately. As expected, the incubation of this spirit-eating gold insect consumed over 1,000 spirit stones. Indeed, a gold-consuming beast. He did not dwell on it too much. After the incubation, he let the insect egg rest among a large amount of fire cloud pig carcasses and the crushed remnants of spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, he continued his arduous cultivation. Half a year later, in the Lanyu immortal city at the Zhou family mansion, Zhou Mingxian sat in his study, studying the information before him, his brow furrowed. He hasn't stepped out even once in half a year. The servant before him nodded. Yes, that Fang Ze has been staying in the stone house ever since he returned from the task hall and hasn't come out since. His shop is managed by his disciple. Every day is spent on alchemy and selling goods, behaving quite ordinarily with no signs of unusual activity. Zhou Mingxian fell silent for a moment. What is he doing in the stone house? The servant shook his head. I don't know. There's an array outside the stone house that prevents our people from entering. However, according to reports from our watchers, there are occasional scents of pills wafting from within, indicating he might be practicing alchemy. Zhou Mingxian let out a cold laugh. Alchemy? What good pills can a loose cultivator possibly refine? He stood up and walked to the window. Half a year ago, his father Zhou Yuanda had mentioned seeking connections in the sect to hinder that Fang Ze. Indeed, news soon returned from the task hall. Fang Ze attempted to exchange for a third-tier spirit insect egg, but was stopped by Deacon Zhao and only managed to trade for a second-tier one. Yet that Fang Ze didn't cause a scene. He returned calmly to his seclusion. This left Zhou Mingxian feeling uneasy. A person who dared to threaten his life, yet bore with such difficulties. This is not normal. He is either cowardly or biding his time for a big move. He leans towards the latter. Keep watching. He said, don't let a single detail slip by, whether it's the shop or the stone house. The servant took his leave. Zhou Mingxian stood by the window gazing at the distant sky, his expression cold. Half a year later, it would be Fang Ze's second mission for the sect. At that time, his father Zhou Yuanda would take action personally. How much trouble could a foundation establishment cultivator really cause? A cold smile crept at the corner of his mouth. Fang Ze, just wait. In the space, Fang Ze sat cross-legged by the spirit field, slowly opening his eyes. After 6 months of seclusion and 50 years of hard work, his aura had become several times more solid than when he first returned. At the peak of the late foundation establishment stage, he felt like a bowl filled to the brim with water. Just a single drop would cause it to overflow. He tried to break through that barrier, attempting to touch the threshold of full foundation establishment. But the door remained shut. Fang Ze frowned and tried again. The true essence in his dantian spun wildly, crashing against that invisible barrier. The barrier remained unmoved like a solid iron wall. He stopped, letting out a long breath of stale air. What is going on? Over the past 6 months, he had consumed a large quantity of Qing Ling pills and Tianyun pills, and his cultivation had surged to the peak of late foundation establishment. Logically speaking, breaking through to full foundation establishment should be easy at this point. Yet he was stuck. Fang Ze pondered for a moment, recalling a line from the alchemical master's cultivation insights. For a cultivator to break through, it requires more than just spiritual power. A combination of refined, true essence, mental cultivation, and battle experience is essential. Relying solely on pills leads to an unstable foundation and self-created bottlenecks. He sighed. This past half year, he had indeed focused solely on taking pills with almost no combat experience. Although his true essence was abundant, it lacked refinement. Like a nouveau riche, he had plenty of money, but didn't know how to spend it. Moreover, his aptitude was also an issue. 5 spiritual roots. Initially at the Yuling sect, he managed to break through from the 4th layer of Qi refinement all the way to foundation establishment, all thanks to the time acceleration in the space and a large amount of pills. But after reaching foundation establishment, the disparity in aptitude had become increasingly apparent. Ordinary cultivators could break through small realms in a few months, while he might take years or even decades. Fang Ze gave a bitter smile. It seems he needs to go out and find opportunities to hone his skills. However, there was something more pressing at hand. He stood up and walked towards the spirit insect area. The 2 spirit insects he obtained, one was a golden devouring insect, and the other was a devouring spirit ant egg. After 50 years in this space, there were already over 600 golden devouring insects, more than 30 of which had advanced to 2nd tier, with the highest reaching the late 2nd tier. The devouring spirit ants, on the other hand, numbered over 1,000, with the strongest among them at the mid-2nd tier. At this moment, he realized why that deacon had advised him. The golden devouring insect not only required a large amount of resources, but also grew and hatched 2 to 3 times slower than other spirit insects. If it had been any other spirit insect, there would have been over 1,000 by now. Then he arrived at the spirit beast area. 7 2nd-tier demon beasts were lying there, absorbing spiritual energy. Sensing Fang Ze's approach, they all raised their heads. Fang Ze glanced at them, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. The howling moon sky wolf at the peak of the 2nd tier. It lay atop a boulder, its crescent moon mark on its forehead radiating a chilling glow. Its aura was significantly stronger than the others, like a person already standing at the door just a push away from entering. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger, also at the peak of the 2nd tier. It crouched beside the howling moon sky wolf, its purple-golden fur gleaming, its vertical eye on the forehead, half open, occasionally flashing with light. Its aura was slightly weaker than that of the howling moon sky wolf, but it was also on the verge of a breakthrough. The green feather eagle at full 2nd tier. It stood on a rock by the spirit sea, its wings spanning over 5 zhang, its feathers emerald green, and its gaze sharp. The fire feather sparrow at full 2nd tier. It perched on a green spirit fruit tree by the spirit field, flames rising all around it with golden patterns becoming increasingly distinct. The snow crane at full 2nd tier. It stood by the spirit sea, exuding chilling air with a thin layer of ice forming on the water surface below it. The 2 purple-winged tigers were both at full 2nd tier. They crouched behind the howling moon sky wolf, their muscles bulging beneath their purple fur, their flesh wings tucked closely to their sides. Apart from the already deceased Qing Feng Peng, the other 7 had all reached full 2nd tier. Fang Ze looked at them, silently calculating in his heart. 7 2nd-tier full cultivators combined with him already had considerable combat strength. However, it was still not enough against golden core stage cultivators. One must break through to the 3rd tier. He walked to the howling moon sky wolf's side, crouched down, and patted its head. Do you want to break through to the 3rd tier? The howling moon sky wolf raised its head and looked at him. Its faint golden eyes were filled with longing. Fang Ze smiled. Then let's give it a try. He stood up and walked to the spirit field, eyeing the several golden yuan fruit trees. Golden yuan fruit, a 3rd-tier spirit herb, can enhance the magical power of golden core cultivators. The golden yuan fruit tree left by the alchemical master initially had 6 ripe fruits. He counted and found he still had 5 ripe ones. He gave one to Long Feng Yuan, leaving 5 remaining. 5 golden yuan fruits should be enough for the howling moon sky wolf to break through to the 3rd tier. But there was one issue. The spiritual vein in this space is only of the 2nd tier's top grade, while breaking through to the 3rd tier requires a 3rd-tier spiritual vein. Without a 3rd-tier spiritual vein, the difficulty of the breakthrough would increase significantly. However, it's not without a solution. By accumulating a large number of spirit stones, one can simulate a 3rd-tier spiritual vein. Fang Ze counted the spirit stones he had on hand. Over the past 6 months, the shop should have accumulated quite a bit. Together with what he had left, he should be able to gather around 200,000. 200,000 spirit stones would be enough to set up a temporary small-scale 3rd-tier spirit gathering array. He turned and walked toward the spirit herb field, beginning to tally the resources he had. Qingling pills, lower 2nd tier, 500 pills. These were what he had refined over the past 6 months, mostly of ordinary quality, with a few being exceptional. Tianyun pills, mid-2nd tier, 80 pills. These were his proudest creations, although the pill rate wasn't high, each one was of exceptional quality. Golden line pills, upper 1st tier, 2,000 pills. These were the main products in the shop, abundant in quantity. Huangling pills, mid-1st tier, 3,000 pills. These were also fast-selling items in the shop. Various 1st-tier magical tools, over 300 pieces. Bamboo swords, bamboo shields, bamboo spears piled in a corner of the space, like a small mountain. Various 1st-tier array discs, over 200. Trapping arrays, killing arrays, illusion arrays, spirit gathering arrays, all were present. Fang Ze roughly estimated that all these items together were worth at least 200,000 to 300,000 spirit stones. This would be sufficient for a while. He took out a storage bag, packed most of the pill's magical tools, and arrayed discs into it, preparing to sell them at the shop. Then he took out another storage bag and filled it with some second-tier pills and spirit herbs, intending to sell them at other shops in the Immortal City. He couldn't put everything in his own store. Although the Lin's pill and tool shop was doing well, flooding it with too many high-tier resources would raise suspicion. Moreover, the Zhou family has been keeping an eye on him, so he needed to be cautious. Fang Ze took one last look at the space, his figure flickering as he left. In the Lanyu Immortal City at the Lin's pill and tool shop, Fang Ze stood at the street corner looking at his own shop. After half a year, the shop still looked the same. 2 storefronts, a signboard, and 2 Qi refinement stage attendants standing at the door. But business was clearly much better than before, with a steady stream of customers coming and going at the entrance. He noticed a gray-clothed cultivator across the street squatting in the corner pretending to eat something, yet his gaze was constantly fixed on the shop. A spy from the Zhou family. Fang Ze curled his lips in a cold smile, ignoring everything as he entered the shop. Lin Weiner was behind the counter checking out a customer. After half a year, she appeared much more mature, dressed in a light blue long dress with her hair styled in a simple bun. Her face wore an appropriate smile as she greeted the customer with swift and neat movements. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of Qi refinement. Upon seeing Fang Ze enter, her eyes lit up, and she quickly said something to the customer before rushing over. "Master," she lowered her voice, her face filled with joy. Fang Ze nodded. "How is it?" Lin Weiner looked around and whispered. "Master, business has been very good this past 6 months. Although the Zhou family has been keeping an eye on us, they haven't caused any trouble. Last month's profit was 12,000 spirit stones." Fang Ze secretly nodded in his heart. 12,000 spirit stones in 1 month. That amounts to 144,000 in a year. This girl's management skills are better than he expected. "Not bad," he said. "Let's talk in the back." The two of them walked through the shop and into the backyard. After closing the door and activating the formation, Lin Weiner finally relaxed. "Master, this is the income from the past 6 months. She took out a storage bag from her bosom and handed it to Fang Ze. "A total of 73,000 spirit stones. I kept 10,000 for turnover, and the rest is here." Fang Ze took the storage bag, probing with his divine sense. 73,000 spirit stones. With what he had left, it was almost 100,000. That's enough. He stored the bag away and took out another storage bag from his bosom, handing it to Lin Weiner. "This is the new batch of pills and magical artifacts. Primarily first year, with a few first-tier spirit herbs and spirit bamboo materials inside for you to sell at your discretion." Lin Weiner took the storage bag, probing inside with her divine sense, gasping in surprise. "Master, so much." Fang Ze nodded. "Sell them slowly, don't put too many on the shelves at once. Every half-month, control the amount to about 70% of what you did before." Lin Weiner nodded. "I understand, Master." Fang Ze looked at her thought for a moment and added, "Also keep an eye on the movements of the Zhou family during this half-year. If they come looking for trouble again, don't fight back hard. Activate the formation and inform me." Lin Weiner nodded. "I understand, Master." "Rest assured, Master." Fang Ze patted her shoulder and turned to leave. After exiting the shop, he changed his appearance, suppressing his cultivation to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and wandered around the Immortal City. 1 shop, 2 shops, 3 shops. He visited 7 or 8 stores selling second-tier pills and spirit herbs in batches. Each time he sold only a little, from several hundred to 1,000 spirit stones, remaining inconspicuous. An hour later, he returned to the sect, having collected 63,000 spirit stones. Adding the 73,000 from the shop and what he had left, he totaled just over 200,000. That's enough. Fang Ze returned to the stone house, closed the door, activated the formation, and entered the space. 200,000 spirit stones were spread on the ground, forming a small mountain. Fang Ze found a patch of empty land about 4 acres in size at the edge of the spiritual field where no spirit herbs were planted. He spread the spirit stones one by one and arranged a simple spirit gathering formation according to the methods recorded in the notes of the Danding Master. The spirit stones embedded in the ground, and the formation lines connected with a faint spiritual light rising from the ground, enveloping the 4-acre area. The concentration of spiritual energy barely increased from high-grade 2nd tier to low-grade 3rd tier. Fang Ze breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. He turned around and walked to the side of the Howling Moon Sky Wolf. The Howling Moon Sky Wolf had already stood up, gazing longingly at the area shrouded in spiritual light. Fang Ze squatted down, looking at it. "Next, it's up to you." He took out 2 golden yuan fruits from his bosom and held them up to the Howling Moon Sky Wolf. The Howling Moon Sky Wolf sniffed and swallowed them whole. As the golden yuan fruit entered its belly, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy erupted instantly. The Howling Moon Sky Wolf trembled all over, lying there, beginning to refine. Fang Ze stepped back a few paces, watching quietly. Time passed gradually. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The aura of the Howling Moon Sky Wolf began to rise. At the peak of the 2nd tier completion, it continued to rise. Suddenly, it let out a howl to the sky. That howl was earth-shattering, shaking the entire space. The blue-scaled fish in the spiritual sea were startled and swam around in a panic, while the fire-cloud pig cowered in the corner trembling, and the fire ants and gold-eating insects became restless. The sky changed. Originally, there was no sky in this space, only a vast expanse of white light. But at this moment, that white light began to churn and condense, forming a massive dark cloud. The dark cloud thickened and darkened with flickers of lightning shimmering within. Fang Ze's heartbeat quickened. The tribulation was coming. Indeed, it could attract the tribulation in this space. He looked up at the dark cloud, feeling both joy and anxiety. The joy was that the space could bear the tribulation, meaning all the demon beasts could break through to the third tier here in the future. The anxiety stemmed from his uncertainty whether the space could withstand the power of the tribulation. The dark cloud pressed lower, and the lightning grew brighter. The howling moon sky wolf stood up, gazing at the dark cloud with no hint of fear in its eyes. Its fur bristled, and a silvery light radiated from its body, reflecting the lightning from the sky. The first bolt of tribulation descended. A silver lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck down from the dark cloud, aimed directly at the howling moon sky wolf. The wolf did not dodge, opening its mouth to unleash a silvery beam of light. The beam of light collided with the lightning, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The entire space shook, and the spiritual herbs in the spiritual field were tossed about by the shockwave, while the spiritual sea surged with massive waves. Fang Ze's expression changed, and he hastily released his true essence to protect the spiritual field and the spiritual sea. The first bolt of tribulation was blocked by the howling moon sky wolf. However, it was not without suffering. Its body was charred black, a large patch of silvery fur burned away, exposing the scorched skin beneath. The second bolt of tribulation followed closely. This one was thicker, brighter, and more powerful than the first. The howling moon sky wolf sprayed out another beam of light. This time the beam was shattered by the lightning almost instantly. The lightning struck it, sending the wolf flying and crashing into the fence at the edge of the spiritual field. The fence shattered, and the howling moon sky wolf got up, smoke rising from its body. Fang Ze felt a deep pang of heartache, but he could not intervene. The tribulation was the demon beast's own matter. Interference from outsiders would only double the power of the tribulation. The third, fourth, and fifth bolts followed, each stronger and fiercer than the last. The howling moon sky wolf was struck down time and again, but it rose each time. Its fur was completely burned off, its body charred black and bloodied. Yet its gaze remained steadfast. By the time the sixth bolt of tribulation fell, the howling moon sky wolf had no strength left to spray out a beam of light. It howled to the sky, and the crescent mark on its forehead suddenly glowed brightly. A silvery light shot out from the mark, forming a crescent moon that shielded its head. The lightning struck the crescent, shattering it, but the lightning was also blocked. The howling moon sky wolf collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The seventh had come. The eighth bolt followed. Each one seemed intent on turning it to pieces. But it held on. The ninth bolt. The final strike. The dark cloud churned, lightning flashing, and a silver lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended from the cloud. This bolt was stronger than all 8 combined. The howling moon sky wolf struggled to stand, looking up at the lightning. Its gaze still showed no fear. It opened its mouth to unleash its final beam of light. The beam was thin and weak, like a candle flame that could extinguish at any moment. Yet this beam collided with the lightning. The beam shattered, and the lightning disintegrated. It did not strike down, but rather broke apart, turning into countless silver light points that gently fell upon the howling moon sky wolf. Those points of light merged into its body, and the charred skin began to peel away, revealing new pristine fur beneath. It was silvery white, even brighter and more dazzling than before. The crescent mark on its forehead turned golden. Its size doubled from before. Standing there, it was like a small mountain, over 2 zhang tall at the shoulder. The aura it emanated was over 10 times stronger than before. It had reached the 3rd tier. Fang Ze stood at a distance, watching the howling moon wolf, his eyes slightly moist. They succeeded. The howling moon wolf turned its head to look at him. Its golden eyes were still pale, but now they seemed deeper and more spirited. It walked over, lowered its head, and rubbed against Fang Ze's hand. Fang Ze reached out and stroked its head. Its fur was smooth, warm, and soft. "You've worked hard," he said softly. The howling moon wolf let out a low growl, as if in response. Fang Ze smiled. He turned around and looked at the space. The spirit field was in disarray from the shockwave, with spirit herbs scattered everywhere. Water from the spirit sea splashed everywhere, and many Qinglan fish were washed ashore. The fire cloud pig, fire ants, and gold-eating worms all huddled in a corner, trembling. Fang Ze let out a bitter laugh. The cost of transcending the tribulation was not small, but it was worth it. A 3rd-tier demon beast. Golden core combat power. From today on, Fang Ze finally had a true trump card. He glanced back at the howling moon wolf. The howling moon wolf stood by the spirit field, looking up at the sky. The dark clouds had dispersed, and white light was once again shining down. Its figure looked particularly tall in the light. Fang Ze stood at the edge of the spirit field watching it with a mix of relief and urgency in his heart. A third-tier demon beast was not enough. The Zhou family had a golden core ancestor, several foundation establishment experts, and nearly 100 chi refiners along with connections in the sect. A third-tier Howling Moon Wolf could contend with a golden core early-stage cultivator, but Zhou Yuendo was not alone. He had many clansmen under him. He needed a second, and even a third-tier demon beast. He turned and looked at the purple-eyed Cloudwing Tiger. The purple-eyed Cloudwing Tiger lay next to the Howling Moon Wolf, its purple-golden fur shimmering in the spiritual light. It sensed Fang Ze's gaze, raised its head, and the vertical eye on its forehead half opened and half closed, a cold glimmer flashing by. Second-tier perfection. Exactly the same as the state of the Howling Moon Wolf before its breakthrough. Fang Ze walked over to it, crouched down, and patted its head. You want to break through too, right? The purple-eyed Cloudwing Tiger let out a low growl, rubbing its head against his hand. Fang Ze smiled. Then get ready. However, we have to wait a bit. He stood up and looked at the ruined area by the spirit field after the tribulation. A 4-acre plot of land lay bare, all the spirit stones depleted, the ground charred black, and the air still lingering with the aura of lightning tribulation. 200,000 spirit stones for one tribulation. If the purple-eyed Cloudwing Tiger were to transcend, it would take another 200,000. Fang Ze frowned. He had very few spirit stones left. Although the profits from the shop were stable, they only amounted to a bit over 10,000 a month. 200,000 would take about a year and a half. He couldn't wait that long. He had to find a way to quickly earn some spirit stones. He walked over to the spirit herb field, looking at the lush spirit herbs. The Qingling fruits had ripened again, with 400 to 500 fruits hanging on the tree. The purple heart orchid, blood jade, ginseng, and profound ice grass, all 3 second-tier spirit herbs, had matured, each with over 100 stalks. The golden essence fruit tree had also borne a few golden fruits, but they were not yet ripe. The heavenly spirit fruit tree had grown to over a person's height, its branches and leaves lush, but it was still far from bearing fruit. Fang Ze sat cross-legged, beginning to count the resources he had. Qingling pills, second-tier, low-grade, around 600. These were refined from the remaining Qingling fruits, mostly of ordinary quality, with a small portion being premium. Heavenly essence pills, second-tier, mid-grade, over 60. These were refined over the past few months, with a significantly higher premium rate than before. Golden thread pills, first-tier, high-grade, around 2,000. Yellow spirit pills, first-tier, mid-grade, over 3,000. Various first-tier magical tools, over 200. Various first-tier array discs, over 300. All these things combined were worth at least 200,000 spirit stones. However, selling them all at once would take time. Moreover, flooding the market would raise suspicion. Fang Ze pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of someone. Qian Duo. That merchant neighbor, always trading resources, knew many people and had wide connections. If he could get him to help sell this batch of goods, it would be much quicker. Moreover, he needed more than just spirit stones. He needed people. The Zhou family was not a single person, but a family. Fang Ze could not fight alone either. He needed to cultivate his own team, so in the future, he would only focus on cultivation while his subordinates helped earn spirit stones. Fang Ze stood up, took one last look at the space, and with a flicker of his figure left. In the days that followed, Fang Ze began to refine pills frantically. In the space-time accelerated 100-fold. One day outside was 100 days inside. He had to seize every moment to accumulate as many resources as possible within 2 months. Refining Qingling fruits in batch after batch, processing heavenly essence grass stalk by stalk. His alchemy skills steadily improved through extensive practice. From initially producing 3 to 4 pills per batch, he later increased to 5 to 6. From mostly ordinary quality at first, he later produced more than half premium quality. Occasionally, he could also refine 1 or 2 pills of perfect quality. Fang Ze looked at the crystal-clear heavenly essence pill in his palm, perfect quality with almost no impurities. He let out a wry smile. If only his cultivation talent was half as good as his alchemy talent, he wouldn't have been stuck at the peak of foundation establishment for so long. Unfortunately, his cultivation talent was rated as average, and his alchemy talent was also average. He could reach this point today entirely thanks to the space and time. A month passed in the outside world while 8 to 9 years passed in the space. Fang Ze finished refining all the Qingling fruits and heavenly essence grass. The next batch of Qingling fruits would take a few months to mature, and heavenly essence grass would take even longer. 200 years of spirit herbs would also need 2 years to mature in the space. He looked at the pile of jade bottles before him and silently calculated. 560 Qingling pills, 120 heavenly essence pills, 5,000 golden thread pills, 8,000 yellow spirit pills, various magical tools and array discs, countless in number. That should be enough. Fang Ze stood up, stretched his muscles, and left the space. Inside the stone house, everything was as usual. Fang Ze opened the stone door and walked over to the next room. Zhao Wuji's stone house was the closest to him, just a few steps away. He knocked on the door, and after a moment the door opened, revealing Zhao Wuji's head. "Friend Fang." His eyes lit up. "Please come in." Fang Ze followed him into the stone house. Zhao Wuji's stone house was much tidier than before. The alchemy furnace in the corner was polished to a shine, and the air was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance. "How has your alchemy been progressing lately, friend Zhao?" Fang Ze asked casually as he sat down. Zhao Wuji poured him a cup of tea and sighed. "It's going well thanks to your guidance. I can now stabilize the refining of first-tier premium pills. As for second-tier, I'm still a bit short." Fang Ze nodded. "The barrier for second-tier is indeed difficult to cross. But with your level it should be soon." Zhao Wuji smiled wryly. "It is soon, but the resources can't keep up. The materials for first-tier premium pills are manageable, but second-tier spirit herbs are too expensive. Moreover, the pills I refine are of average quality, and when sold outside the prices are severely depressed." Fang Ze's heart stirred. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. "Where do you sell your pills, friend Zhao?" Zhao Wuji waved his hand. "In the shops in the Immortal City. They buy pills, but the prices are low, and the price difference between higher and lower quality isn't much. For my first-tier premium pills, I only sell for 70 to 80 spirit stones each. The cost for a batch is 200 to 300, and the profit is pitifully thin." Fang Ze nodded. "Daoist Zhao, I have opened a shop in the Immortal City. I wonder if you might be interested." Zhao Wuji was taken aback. "Daoist Fang has opened a shop." Fang Ze nodded. "Lin's alchemy shop over in the Eastern District. Business is decent. If you are willing, you can sell your pills at my store in the future. I will offer a 10% higher price than outside." Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened. "Really?" Fang Ze took out a jade vial from his pocket and placed it on the table. "This is a deposit." Zhao Wuji opened the jade vial and poured out a pill. The Tianyan pill, a mid-grade second tier of excellent quality. He gasped in surprise. "Daoist Fang this." Fang Ze waved his hand. "Daoist Zhao, you help me refine pills, and I will help you improve. Your alchemy skills are stuck at the first tier's peak. You lack the insights of second-tier alchemy and sufficient refining materials. All of these I can provide." He looked at Zhao Wuji. "From now on, when you refine first-tier pills, I will supply the materials, and we will split the profits 50-50. Once you break through to the second tier, I will provide the materials, and we will split the profits 60-40 U6I4. Additionally, my alchemy insights can be borrowed at any time." Zhao Wuji was silent for a moment, then stood up solemnly, cupping his hands. "Daoist Fang, thank you for your consideration. I am willing." Fang Ze smiled. "Good. From now on, we are comrades." He stood up and took out another vial of Qingling pill, placing it on the table. "This is 10 second-tier low-grade Qingling pills. Consider it my small gesture. They will help with your breakthrough to the second tier." Zhao Wuji took the jade vial, his hands trembling. He had dreamed of refining second-tier pills, but had never had the chance to do so. Now the opportunity was right before him. "Thank you, Daoist Fang." Fang Ze patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Next, Fang Ze went to Sun Tai's stone house. Sun Tai was busy with his forging, the furnace fire blazing. Seeing Fang Ze enter, he put down his work and wiped his sweat. "Daoist Fang, is there something you need?" Fang Ze sat down on a chair. "Daoist Sun, I have a business proposal. Would you like to discuss it?" Sun Tai became interested. "What kind of business?" "Forging," Fang Ze said. "I opened a shop in the Immortal City and need a stable source of magic tools. I trust your craftsmanship, Daoist Sun." Sun Tai pondered for a moment. "What price?" 10% higher than the outside," Fang Ze replied. "I will provide the materials, and we will split the profits 50-50. Sun Tai's eyes lit up. "You will provide the materials?" Fang Ze nodded. "The Blue Wave Spirit Bamboo, you should know about it. I have a batch on hand, and the quality is good. Additionally, I have some second-tier monster materials, beast bones, beast skins, and claws, all available." Sun Tai stood up, pacing a few steps in the room before turning back. "Daoist Fang, are you serious?" Fang Ze took out a piece of Blue Wave Spirit Bamboo from his pocket and placed it on the table. The bamboo was light blue all over, emanating spiritual light, and when tapped gently, it produced a crisp sound. This piece of Blue Wave Spirit Bamboo, aged 100 years, had just reached the second-tier spiritual material mark, more than enough for forging magic tools. Sun Tai picked it up and examined it closely, his eyes growing brighter. "Good material. Good material." He looked up at Fang Ze. "Daoist Fang, I will take this business." Fang Ze nodded. "From now on, I will send a batch of materials every month. The forged magic tools can be delivered directly to my shop." Sun Tai nodded repeatedly. "No problem." Fang Ze took out another vial of Qingling pill and placed it on the table. "This is a deposit." Sun Tai took the jade vial, opened it, and a smile spread across his face. "Daoist Fang, you are straightforward." Fang Ze patted his shoulder and turned to leave. The third stop was Li Qingshan. He was the highest-ranked outer sect steward on the hill in the Foundation establishment late stage, with impressive combat strength. It was said that he once single-handedly killed a second-tier perfect monster. Fang Ze stood in front of his stone house, taking a deep breath. This man was different from the previous two. Zhao Wujia and Sun Tai were cultivators of various skills who needed something from him, making it relatively easy to win them over. Li Qingshan was a pure loose cultivator living by his strength, and such a person was not easy to fool. He knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened, revealing a stern-looking middle-aged man. In the late stage of foundation establishment, his aura steady, his gaze sharp, like a sword hidden in its sheath. He glanced at Fang Ze without showing any expression. What do you want? Daoistly, I am Fang Ze from next door. I would like to discuss a business proposal with you. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment, then stepped aside. Come in. The stone house was very simple, a stone bed, a mat, and a long sword hanging on the wall. There were no unnecessary decorations, clean and tidy, much like its owner. The two took their seats, and Li Qingshan poured 2 cups of water. What business? Fang Ze got straight to the point. Daoistly, do you often go out to hunt monsters? Li Qingshan nodded. Yes. What do you do with the monster materials you hunt? Li Qingshan frowned, seeming reluctant to answer, but he spoke nonetheless. I sell them to shops in the Immortal City. How are the prices? Average. Li Qingshan paused. Those shops drive a hard bargain. The market price for the inner core of a second-tier monster is 500 spirit stones, but they only offer 300. They say it's due to poor quality, but in reality they sell it for 600 after reselling. Fang Ze nodded inwardly. This was the entry point. He took out a vial of Qingling pill from his pocket and placed it on the table. Daoistly, take a look at this. Li Qingshan picked up the jade vial, opened the cork, and poured out a pill. The Qingling pill is second-tier low-grade, of excellent quality. His eyes flickered, but quickly returned to calm. Second-tier pills. Fang Ze nodded. I am an alchemist. I can refine both second-tier low-grade and mid-grade pills. The high-grade ones are also coming along well. He looked at Li Qingshan. Daoistly, in the future you can sell the monster materials you hunt directly to me. I will pay 10% more than outside. Additionally, if you need pills, I can sell them to you at 10% below the market price. Li Qingshan was silent. He lowered his head, staring at the Qingling pill in his hand. Fang Ze did not urge him, taking a sip of water. He knew Li Qingshan was calculating. A loose cultivator who hunted monsters all year round was most in need of pills, especially high-quality pills. The pills sold in outside shops were either outrageously expensive or of average quality. If he could buy second-tier pills at 10% below market price, he could save a considerable amount of spirit stones over the year. Li Qingshan looked up at him. What do you need so many materials for? Fang Ze smiled. To open a shop. Lin's alchemy shop over in the Eastern District. Daoistly can take a look. Li Qingshan nodded, putting the pill back into the jade vial and pushing it back. Fang Ze did not take it. Daoistly, keep it. Consider it a gift for meeting each other. Li Qingshan looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then put the jade vial into his pocket. Fine. I will keep some materials for you in the future. Fang Ze stood up and cupped his hands. Thank you, Daoistly. He turned to leave when Li Qingshan suddenly called out to him. Fang Ze paused. There's something I don't know whether to say or not. Daoistly, please speak. Li Qingshan looked at him, his expression noticeably more serious than before. I have heard about your affairs with the Zhou family. Be careful, they have connections within the sect. You have been making quite a stir lately with your shop, recruiting people and selling pills. The Zhou family cannot be unaware of it. Just because they haven't taken action doesn't mean they have forgotten about you. Fang Ze was taken aback and nodded. Clearly this Daoist Li's background was not ordinary. Thank you for the reminder. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Standing at the entrance, Fang Ze took a deep breath. Li Qingshan was a person who seemed cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, someone worth befriending. Moreover, he had spent many years hunting demonic beasts and was well-versed in the terrain of the mountains and the distribution of beasts which might come in handy in the future. The fourth stop, Qianduoduo. Fang Ze walked up to a stone house at the edge of a dirt hill and knocked on the door. Coming. The door opened, revealing a short, stout, middle-aged man with a beaming smile. In the early stages of foundation establishment, his eyes squinted into slits. He wore a brocade robe with several storage bags hanging from his waist, exuding the shrewdness of a businessman. Daoist Fang. What a rare guest. Please come in. Fang Ze followed him into the stone house. Qianduoduo's stone house was completely different from others. It was filled with various items. Spirit herbs, ores, beast skins, magical tools, jade slips, talismans. Everything was piled high, resembling a small warehouse. In the corner stood a large desk covered with several ledgers densely filled with numbers. Daoist Fang, please take a seat. Qianduoduo poured him a cup of spirit tea and brought out several plates of spirit fruit, saying, if you have something to discuss, feel free to speak. As long as it's a matter that can be solved with money, it's not a problem. Fang Ze sat down in the chair and glanced around. Daoist, Qian, you have quite a collection in this room. Qianduoduo chuckled. Just trying to make a living. Daoist Fang knows that we loose cultivators without any background or support can only rely on trading goods to make a profit. Unlike those inner disciples who are supported by the sect. Fang Ze nodded. Daoist Qian, you are being modest. Those who can make a name for themselves on this dirt hill are no ordinary people. Qian Duoduo's eyes brightened and his smile widened. Daoist Fang, you flatter me. Now what is it you wish to discuss? Fang Ze looked at him. Daoist Qian, I would like to inquire about something. Qian Duoduo leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. Inquiring about something. You've come to the right person, Daoist Fang. In the entire Lanhua sect, there is nothing I Qian Duoduo do not know. However, he raised 3 fingers, there's a rule: a deposit is required. Fang Ze smiled. Rest assured I won't shortchange you. He took out a jade vial from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is the deposit. Qian Duoduo picked up the jade vial and opened it, his eyes instantly lighting up. Blue spirit pills, 2nd grade, loadier, 10 pieces. He put the vial away into his robe, grinning from ear to ear. Daoist Fang, you're quite generous. What do you want to know? Fang Ze thought for a moment. I want to know if there are any ways to obtain resources for golden core cultivation. Qian Duoduo was taken aback, the smile on his face freezing for a moment. Resources for golden core cultivation. Fang Ze nodded. Qian Duoduo straightened up, sizing up Fang Ze from head to toe. Daoist Fang, are you looking to break through to the golden core stage? Fang Ze did not deny it. It's only a matter of time. Just doing some inquiries ahead of time. Qian Duoduo fell silent for a moment, gently tapping his fingers on the table, as if calculating something. Daoist Fang, golden core resources are core secrets in any sect. Under normal circumstances, only inner disciples and true inheritors have the right to access them. Outer sect stewards, he shook his head, basically have no chance. Fang Ze frowned. Are there really no other ways? Qian Duoduo pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh. There is indeed a way. He lowered his voice, leaning closer to Fang Ze. Have you heard of the 9 Heavens secret realm? Fang Ze shook his head. I've never heard of it. Qian Duoduo looked around, as if checking for eavesdroppers, then lowered his voice. The 9 Heavens secret realm is one of the greatest secrets of our 9 Heavens Lanhua sect. It opens once every 100 years, filled with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spirit herbs, or demonic beasts. Everything is there. It is said that even golden core realms enter to seek treasures. Fang Ze's heart stirred. Can outer sect stewards enter as well? Qian Duoduo nodded. Yes, as long as you sign up you can enter. However, he paused, his expression becoming serious. The mortality rate is very high. In the last batch of Foundation establishment cultivators that entered, 60% perished. Some were killed by demonic beasts, some by the traps inside, and others, he glanced meaningfully at Fang Ze, were killed by their own people. Fang Ze understood his meaning. In the secret realm, there are no rules, it's survival of the fittest. When does it open? In 2 months. Qian Duoduo said, the registration period is in these few days. If Daoist Fang wishes to enter, you need to hurry. Fang Ze pondered for a moment. Daoist Qian, how much do you know about the secret realm? Qian Duoduo chuckled. I don't know much, but I know more than the average person. I have a map of the secret realm. Although it is not complete, it marks several safe areas and dangerous zones. I also have a map of the distribution of demonic beasts, roughly indicating where which beasts are located. Fang Ze's eyes brightened. How much? Qian Duoduo raised a finger. 1,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze did not haggle. Deal. However, he took out a storage bag from his robe and placed it on the table. I have another business matter to discuss with Daoist Qian. Qian Duoduo took the storage bag, probed with his divine sense, and the smile on his face instantly froze, then slowly broadened. This Daoist Fang, what is this? Fang Ze looked into his eyes. 200 2nd-grade blue spirit pills and 50 heavenly essence pills. All are of superior quality. Daoist Qian, do you have any channels to sell them? Qian Duoduo's hands trembled slightly. 200 blue spirit pills and 50 heavenly essence pills could fetch at least 40 to 50,000 spirit stones on the market. With superior quality, the price could be raised by another 20%. Such a large batch of goods he had never seen in all his years of trading. He placed the storage bag on the table, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Daoist Fang, is the source of this batch of goods clean? Fang Ze smiled. I made them myself. Well, what do you think? Is it clean? Qian Duoduo was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Daoist Fang, you truly are hiding your talents. A 2nd-grade mid-tier alchemist among the outer sect stewards, you are one of a kind. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting. I have channels. In Lanhua City, and even further to several other immortal cities, I have connections. This batch of goods can be sold off piece by piece within 2 months. However, he looked at Fang Ze. Daoist Fang, this batch is substantial. Once it enters the market, there will certainly be inquiries about its source. I Qian Duoduo have been in this business for so many years, relying on my reputation. For such a significant matter, you must give me an explanation.